Lord Wang Fan had just secured his position when the sight of dawning village weighed heavily on his heart. Was this really the legendary territory? It was so crude and dilapidated it was hard to believe. Unexpectedly, relying on the first fully immersive holographic simulation MMORPG, with its astonishing realism, the No Man's Land had thrust him into this awkward predicament. While other players busied themselves strategizing lineups and leveling up, the soldiers he recruited appeared not only clumsy, but also gathered in secret to mutter complaints about their lord's foolishness and poverty. Frustrated and helpless, they grumbled, "This broken village is poor and miserable. We don't even have axes. How are we supposed to chop trees?" The humiliating reality of a level 1 territory was laid bare. The squad's oddly named members confused Wang Fan, who wondered, are these even soldiers or just NPCs? Do other players have the same? He quickly opened his character interface and found the stats presented matter-of-factly. Lord Wang Fan, health 100, mana 100, with all 5 core attributes: strength, constitution, intelligence, spirit, and agility at 10. His skills only included soldier summon, healing, and limited experience bonuses. The territory was just dawning village at level 1, with 0 resources. The quests offered no escape. Eliminate goblins, gather wood and stone, and complete various objectives to boost the territory's development level. Development was crucial. It determined whether the village could upgrade into a town, eventually dominating the region. In the world chat channel, a wave of player complaints surged. Players from Lijia village lamented the harsh newbie quests, with their soldiers' low-level skills barely harming level 5 monsters. Players from Tiana village complained about no axes, can't chop trees. Linshan village even begged for help, mining stone with bare hands. And Chunshur village grimly warned everyone not to choose the human faction. It was weak in both combat and resource gathering. Wang Fan furrowed his brow and finally realized he hadn't just picked the wrong race. The game's difficulty was far higher than had imagined. Just as he anxiously prepared to assign tasks, a mage-like soldier mana bound approached him and requested a mission. Normally, the process was straightforward. The Lord issues orders, the soldiers accept and execute them, a rigid routine. Yet this broke the mold entirely. Wang Fan inspected mana-bound stats with surprise. Dual A ranks in intelligence and spirit, a growth cap at the wall level, equipped with a battered wooden staff, and possessing an unusual vicious trait. The system's evaluation starkly labeled this dangerous, filling Wang Fan with an indescribable unease. Mana-bound persistently checked on task progress, prompting Wang Fan to reluctantly order the goblin extermination in hopes of easing the pressure. Once the order went out, the soldiers instantly stirred with excitement. Mana-bound shouted passionately, rallying the troops, who surged forward, clamoring to be assigned tasks first. Amid the chaos, a tall, imposing soldier pushed through the crowd and stepped directly in front of Wang Fan, his voice booming. "Lord, I want to help clear out the goblins." His tone carried urgency and undeniable resolve, suddenly injecting the entire village with renewed energy and tension. At that moment, Wang Fan understood that the No Man's Land was far more intense and unforgiving than had expected. His arduous journey was only beginning. The crude village and strange militia were merely the first obstacles before him. The very opening of this game's world had ushered in an era of mass lords. Across the globe, billions of players entered this realm, each granted a territory to build from a humble village, recruiting soldiers and training their troops, all with the dream of conquering and becoming the dominant power, an exhilarating prospect that set hearts racing. "Oh, why is this guy so arrogant?" Wang Fan frowned and lightly tapped his finger in the air. A translucent attribute panel of the tall player appeared before him. Profession: human warrior. Level 1. Health: 100. Mana: 20. Growth: Strength A, Constitution A, Intelligence C, Spirit D, Agility C. Skills: Heavy Slash. Equipment: Broken Wooden Sword. Talent: unlocks at level 10. Traits: Domineering, acts arrogantly and unreasonably, ruthless, fierce combat style. Owner: Wang Fan. Evaluation: a soldier with outstanding personal abilities and character, showing leadership qualities. Leadership qualities? Wang Fan sneered and clicked the task assignment button. Here, in the only leader. He assigned a task: lumberjacking. Conquer the world. The tall player saw the task and furrowed his brows, his voice booming. Lumberjacking? Are you that idiot lord crazy? Everyone else is killing monsters. Why do I have to chop trees? The atmosphere instantly turned freezing silent, like a cold splash of water had hit the crowd. You can choose not to do it. Wang Fan's expression darkened, his voice low with suppressed anger. Also, insulting the Lord costs you 10 favor points. Don't expect any future tasks. In borderless lands, soldiers level up only by completing the Lord's assignments and earning experience from monster kills. If the Lord cuts off that route, the soldier is as good as useless. Wang Fan wasn't going to indulge him, saw conquer the world as just another expendable player. No tasks for you. They'll just recruit someone new. Damn, please don't. Lord Dad, I'm sorry. Conquer the World's face drained pale. Veins bulged on his hand, gripping the broken wooden sword, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. This full-immersion simulation MMO called Expanding Territories was unprecedented since humanity entered the data age. Players took on various hero professions, aiding lords in conquering cities, and building Empressa milestone hailed by the industry. The developer was mysterious. Initial test accounts numbered only 50, each worth a fortune on the black market. The holographic simulation created a deeply immersive, lifelike experience, and only top-tier players, well-known content creators, or influencers received invitations. Conquer the World was a hardcore player who spent over 100,000 in game currency just to get a spot. But starting out already offending the Lord and losing task privileges, that huge investment felt wasted. How could he bear it? The surrounding players were equally shocked. Most came from other MMORPGs, used to treating dumb NPCs as cannon fodder, raiding and slaughtering villages without remorse. Yet this seemingly silly lord was even tougher, dropping favor points and blocking tasks on the spot for one rude comment, exacting a terrifying cost. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Even Boundless Magic, the mage wearing a deep blue robe at the crowd's edge, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, studying Wang Fan with interest. Now, this lord seemed oddly anthropomorphicaled. He be some kind of intelligent AI? Seeing the soldiers before him cowed by his anger, Wang Fan sneered coldly. As the lord of Dawnlight Village, I hold supreme authority over this land. Disrespect toward your lord will never be tolerated. If anyone dares show disrespect again, they will face severe punishment without mercy. My soldiers, did you hear me? We heard you. We heard you. The crowd nodded repeatedly, though secretly cursing, thinking, an NPC acting this arrogant? What a jerk. Noticing their outward display of awe, Wang Fan nodded with satisfaction. Good. Everyone here has performed well, and I won't let you go unrewarded. I hope you all fight for our home, expand our territory, and achieve great glory. As his words ended, he raised his hand, activating the experience reward. System message, experience reward granted successfully. All soldiers within the territory gained 50 experience points. Golden light cascaded down, and the soldiers' experience bars jumped sharply. Oh wow, experience. 50 points, just one more task, and I can level up. Hee. This lord isn't bad at all. Ready to risk our lives for you, lord. With experience flowing in, the soldiers who had just been grumbling now broke into smiles, their loyalty surging. Wang Fan smiled too. Sometimes a little stick with a sweet reward really works. At that moment, a nearly inaudible whisper came from nearby. As lord, Wang Fan had a god's eye view ability to monitor and eavesdrop on all his soldiers. Looking up, he saw Infinite Magic studying him thoughtfully. My lord, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Nearby, Conqueror of the World was clutching Wang Fan's sleeve, begging desperately. Fine. Since it's your first offense, they'll just fine you. Wang Fan glanced at him reluctantly. How much money do you have? 200 copper coins. Just started, that's all I have. Damn, richer than me, Wang Fan muttered under his breath, then said, you're fined 200 copper. Don't let it happen again. Thank you, lord. Thank you. System message, 200 copper coins. Favorability restored. Conqueror of the World, grateful for the pardon, slunk off to take on a task. This scene made the others even more wary of crossing him, and they quickly lined up to receive missions. Every time a soldier stepped forward, Wang Fan pulled up their profile to inspect it. The 50 soldiers all had diverse traits. Some loved jokes and pranks, others excelled at exploring storylines, and some were obsessed with exploiting bugs, but all were highly capable. Only Infinite Magic and Conqueror of the World had special traits. After all missions were assigned, voices rang loudly at Dawnlight Village's gate. Goblin clearing 1 queue for efficient mob clearing team, no healers. Add me on queue, great new footage resources. The scene fell off to Wang Fan. According to forum descriptions, the lord should directly command the 50 soldiers to jointly hunt goblins. But his soldiers were gathering their own squads to go out and fight individually, completely different from what he expected. Soon the first team left the village, led by Infinite Magic. Wang Fan shifted his view to see the area outside Dawnlight Village swarming with goblins wielding crude stone axes. Monster info. Goblin. Level 5. HP. 250. MP 50. Skill / Description. Cruel and cunning low-level monsters. The 5-member squad under Infinite Magic did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, they marked the goblin directly ahead at the village gate, and the team's archer immediately drew her bow. Whoosh. The arrow flew in a graceful arc, piercing the goblin's chest. Gak gak gak. The goblin screeched, swinging its stone axe in attack. Boom. Infinite Magic flicked his hand, casting a fireball that slammed into the goblin's head, instantly charring its green skin. The archer's second arrow then struck its face. By the time the goblin reached the front line, its health was nearly gone. Before its axe could fall, the warrior before Infinite Magic slashed, cleaving it at the waist. The archer knocked another arrow and sent it flying, striking the head of another approaching goblin. Wow, they actually have tactics? Wang Fan's eyes practically popped out when he saw this. Before, the reason the lords who fell outside the village were wiped out by goblins was simply due to overwhelming numbers. 50 level 1 soldiers rushing out at once were surrounded and crushed by hundreds of level 5 goblins. With inferior stats and fewer numbers, their defeat made perfect sense. But now, the few soldiers under his command were completely different. They started by using archers to harass from a distance, luring goblins one by one. Then they would gang up in small groups to kill them off. This way, they cleverly avoided being overwhelmed and easily picked off monsters through teamwork. How are these guys so smart? Wang Fan kept staring at the screen, where his soldiers moved agilely and coordinated perfectly. According to the game design, soldiers should just be mindless NPCs without any thinking ability. Yet what he was witnessing seemed like the work of a top-tier AI. He couldn't resist opening the world chat and typing rapidly. Do your soldiers actually use tactics? The channel exploded with messages. World channel, Nujiazwang Village. Tactics? Young man, what are you thinking? Besides charging forward, what else could they do? World channel, Qinghe Village. Oh? Soldiers can use tactics? Teach us. World channel, Zhuge Village. Don't listen to their nonsense. Soldiers are NPCs, no tactics at all. But, maybe lords can edit formations for tactical setups? World channel, Sima Village. Whoa, you're right. Everyone go try it out. The flood of responses confirmed Wang Fan's suspicion. By default, soldiers are just static NPC dummies that don't change formation or coordinate. Yet the ones under his command seemed to think for themselves, assessing the situation and distributing firepower intelligently. As his mind raced, a bright system notification popped up. Ding. Goblin clearing mission complete. Lord gains 50 soldier experience. Skill book level 2-1. Territory construction 1. Then a faint blue glow revealed the skill book's attributes. Skill book. Category, book. Rank, F. Learn level, 2. Usage requirement, soldier. Description, reward for soldiers. Automatically generates a set of class skills based on the soldier's profession. At the same time, the gray question mark above the wizard unlimited mana quietly turned into a golden exclamation mark signaling mission completion. The other squads in the village had also regrouped, mimicking the unlimited mana team's tactics by controlling distances and using archers to lure enemies. As formations spread out and arrows whistled through the air, the goblins appeared to be lining up perfectly, advancing like lambs to the slaughter. Ding. Goblin clearing mission complete. Lord gains 50 soldier experience. Skill book level 2-1. Territory construction 1. Ding. Goblin clearing mission complete. Lord gains 50 soldier experience. Skill book level 2-1. Territory construction 1. System prompts came one after another as huge numbers of goblins fell, quickly surpassing 100 kills. At that moment, another golden message appeared. Ding. Your soldiers have killed 100 goblins, earning a special reward. Forging Furnace Blueprint 1. Forging Furnace Blueprint. Category, Construction Blueprint. Use effect. After use. Unlocks the Forging Furnace Blueprint. Item description. A key tool to unlock the blacksmith shop. Ah, it's the blueprint for the forging furnace. Wang Fan stared at the blueprint with its blue background and white lines, his heart pounding. For a soldier, there are only two things that truly matter. Skills and equipment, especially equipment, which is the fastest way to boost all attributes. But in no man's land, the drop rate for gear from ordinary mobs is pitifully low. To get a full set, there are only two options: farming bosses or mass-producing gear at a blacksmith shop. And the core device needed to start the blacksmith shop? This very forging furnace blueprint. He immediately clicked to learn it. System message, forging furnace unlocked. Category, building facility. Grade, basic. Materials needed, wood 50, stone 50, copper coins 500. Wood, stone, copper coins. Wang Fan checked his inventory 0 of all 3. To make matters worse, even the construction cost was high. Everything in the game costs money. Building territories, healing soldiers, even summoning them. He originally had 500 copper coins, but recruiting his current batch of soldiers had drained him to only 200 coins left, borrowed from that guy Zonghing Tianxia. Thinking of Zonghing Tianxia, a light bulb went off and Wang Fan used his scouting ability. Sure enough, that guy was still wandering around the village. Zongheng Tianxia's current task was to chop wood, but his basic wooden sword was useless against trees. So he was searching all over the village for an axe. Just then, Fa Li Wu Bian returned from the village entrance with 4 comrades. 5 exclamation marks glowing brightly. Obviously their tasks were complete, and they were about to turn them in. Zongheng bro, what are you up to? Fa Li Wu Bian called out cheerfully. Aren't you Wu Bian, my friend? Zongheng Tianxia replied with a bitter smile. I took the Lord's woodcutting quest, but I need an axe first. An axe? Fa Li Wu Bian raised an eyebrow and casually drew a stone axe from his belt. Goblin's got one, right? I just pulled it off a corpse. No stats, looks like a pure tool. 100 copper coins, yours. Stone axe. Wang Fan, watching from afar, was suddenly enlightened. So to do the woodcutting quest, you have to snatch an axe from goblins first. He thought silently. Fa Li Wu Bian really is clever. Boss, I only got 200 copper left and I just paid a fine. Where am I supposed to get that money? Zongheng Tianxia looked troubled. No problem. Just sign an IOU, Fa Li Wu Bian grinned. 100 copper, 10 copper daily interest, compounding. Pay me back whenever you can. This guy? Is he really an NPC? Wang Fan almost choked where had he seen NPCs persisting in scams with usury? This was next-level Blackheart. In the end, Zongheng Tianxia had no choice but to sign the IOU and head out with the stone axe. Only then did Fa Li Wu Bian guide his team toward Wang Fan. My lord, we're here to submit the quest. My brave soldiers. Nicely done, Wang Fan praised, echoing the system's script while checking the rewards. 50 experience points and 1 level 2 skill book. His mind raced. Unlike other players' empty shell NPC soldiers, his troops clearly had independent thinking on par with players they had broken free from the system's fixed scripts. When he found Zongheng Tianxia earlier, no abnormal emotion warning popped up, meaning there was room to maneuver. If that was the case, maybe he could fudge things when distributing rewards. Give it a shot. It won't cost me anything, Wang Fan silently calculated. If the soldier acts weird, I can always say I forgot. But if I get away with it, those skill books are mine. And if I resell them to my soldiers, that's a nice pile of cash. At that moment, Wang Fan raised his hand. A gentle yet authoritative golden light poured from his palm, like the rising sun breaking through the clouds, instantly enveloping the soldiers, including magical might. In a flash, dazzling LV2 markers appeared above their heads, a clear sign of their level up. Only 50 experience points? As the light faded, everyone exchanged glances between their status panels and Wang Fan, their expressions a little conflicted. 50 points isn't bad, right? It's a newbie quest, what else do you want? One soldier muttered with a smirk. In the game XX, newbie quests only gave 10 points. What? You played that crappy game too? Someone raised an eyebrow beside him. Yeah, hey, Jinshir Weikai, I think I've seen you before. Are you a gunner? Whoa, is that you? Youngwan Sandy, I've seen your ID. You stole my Dragon Rider gear that time. Huh, those were the old days. Don't bring it up from now on. We're brothers, let's add each other as friends. The two shook hands and patted each other's shoulders, warming up like long-lost comrades. Wang Fan squinted slightly, carefully observing these soldiers. From their conversation, he caught a crucial detail: they seemed to be players themselves, and they had experience with the so-called net game Ancestor XX, which only existed in historical records from over 700 years ago. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The soldiers head recruited were actually genuine ancient players from 7 centuries ago. No wonder their behavior was so outlandish, treating Borderlands as an RPG instead of a shooter. Fortunately, these bug players didn't complain about getting only 50 experience points. In fact, they were genuinely grateful. Wang Fan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How miserable must the early online gaming environment have been to tame players this obedient? You are truly brave warriors. He immediately encouraged them. The territory is short on wood. Can you gather some from the forest? The quest panel popped up, and they all responded in unison. Got it. Then they dashed outside the village, running with more enthusiasm than even the default system-controlled soldiers. Wang Fan laughed so hard he nearly showed his back teeth. Normally, lumber harvesting required issuing saws first, marking an area, then giving the felling command, a tedious assembly line process. But these player soldiers needed no guidance. They found trees and tools by themselves, and if they couldn't get the tools, they'd even borrow from loan sharks. It was true foolproof automation. He silently vowed. Soldiers this low maintenance needed to be nurtured carefully. Oh wait, hold on a moment. Wang Fan suddenly recalled the dangers lurking deep in the forest and hurriedly stopped them. Oh, what does the lord of this land command? Magical Might halted and looked back, puzzled. The monsters in the forest are far fiercer than goblins. It's too dangerous for you to rush in like this, Wang Fan warned sternly, then pulled from his backpack a stack of scrolls glowing faintly blue. I have a batch of skill books here, these should be useful to you now. With that, Wang Fan threw open his jacket like a vendor under a street overpass, revealing rows upon rows of brand new skill books hanging beneath his clothes. Their covers shimmered with a ghostly blue glow, neatly arranged like a tiny bookshelf. Holy crap! Skill books! Several soldiers froze in surprise, then erupted into excited chatter. Even the usually calm, boundless Mana brightened, fingers instinctively tightening around his staff. Sword mastery, fire ring resistance, precision, triple shot, holy blessing, and all of them were level 2. In the rules of territory expansion, skills could only be obtained 3 ways. 1. Buying from a professional mentor. 2. Completing specific quests. 3. Dropping from boss kills. But Dawnlight Village didn't even have city walls yet, and the only buildings were a recruitment office and a few shabby huts. High-level NPCs like professional mentors only appeared in towns with warrior barracks, mage towers, assassin guilds, archer ranges, and light temple facilities. Quest-wise, everyone was still newbies with no chance of skillbook rewards. As for hunting bosses given their current stats, that was just wishful thinking. Yet here their lord was, pulling out a whole row of skill books, clearly acting as a stand-in mentor early in the game. My lord, are all these books for us? The archer unwavering stone shouted, looking up. Heh. Wang Fan smiled, making his jacket ripple. Don't be ridiculous. These didn't come easy. Let's at least cover costs 100 copper each. 100 copper. The soldiers all gasped. New players only started with 200 copper, and goblins dropped just 1 copper each. This price was highway robbery. At this moment, the usually silent boundless mana looked up, voice low. My lord, we are warriors you recruited to fight for this land. Why charge us for skills? Wang Fan's heart skipped a beat. This guy wasn't easy to fool. If only these were AI soldiers, she could command them however he wanted. Clearing his throat, Wang Fan switched to a sincere tone. Dear mage, you're right. Dawnlight Village isn't just mine, it belongs to all of us. Every copper you spend will go toward building our territory, never into my own pocket. Once we grow stronger, we can shelter all the people, so everyone will have a home and food on their table. The promise of homes and food for all struck a chord with everyone present. Tears welling. Long live our Lord's great vision. May there be countless mansions to shelter all the world's poor. This is the Lord worthy of leading us. The soldiers were thoroughly stirred. Compared to their Lord's grand vision, their own hesitation over a mere 100 copper now seemed petty. Sensing the perfect moment, Wang Fan threw out an incentive. For being the first to complete the goblin hunt quest, they'll give you a half-price discount, 50 copper. No way half price. Our Lord's generosity knows no bounds. From now on, I pledge to serve you faithfully, through fire and water. The soldiers flushed with excitement, pulling out their scarce copper coins. Watching this, boundless mana was shaken to his core. Today's AI was truly terrifying for NPCs to exhibit this level of intelligence. 250 copper coins, not bad. Watching the limitless magic team walk away, Wang Fan casually checked his balance. Earlier, he had been fined 200 copper coins because of the dominating the world incident, and now his backpack held exactly 450 copper coins. Let's do the math. The limitless magic group got a friendly discount. Each member charged only 50 copper, while the other 45 soldiers each paid the full 100 copper. Total income, 4,500 copper coins. In the wasteland, there were 3 common currencies: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. The exchange rates were 1,000 copper coins to 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins to 1 gold coin. Officially, the top-up rate was 100:1, meaning 100 yuan could exchange for 1 gold coin. So 4,500 copper translated to just 45 yuan. But hey race, the thing that money was all just found for free. In strategy games, resources, recruitment, and construction all burned through funds. Wang Fan might be the only one actually making money off soldiers. 100 copper coins? Lord bro, that's way too expensive. Like the limitless magic team, the other soldiers all grimaced when they heard the price for a skill book was 100 copper each. 100 copper expensive? You should be asking yourselves if you've been putting in enough effort. Wang Fan waved dismissively. Why are others finishing quests faster? Only the top 10 of warriors get a 50 discount. If you want to save money, you have to grind harder. Several soldiers were left speechless, mumbling too expensive, not buying, and turned to leave. Wang Fan calmly added, think it over. Everyone else has bought skill books and is moving faster at every step. While you hesitate, they may have already finished several quests. To do a good job, you first need the right tools. Me warriors. His words hung in the air for a moment, making those few soldiers pause and quietly turn back. The hesitant crowd around them suddenly snapped out of it and firmly decided to buy. Wang Fan was right. What mattered most in a game? Early advantage. In the initial phase, resources go to whoever gets there first. Snag good resources, and you start snowballing bigger and bigger. Skill books boost combat power as much as equipment does. Even just a level 2 skill can make a big difference. If others have those skills and you don't, you're already behind. 100 copper coins equal only about 1 yuan, not expensive at all. Everyone had already spent a fortune competing for test spots. Spending 1 more yuan to catch up was nothing. Charge. Just charge ahead. The crowd's spirit was completely ignited. In no time, all 50 skill books in Wang Fan's hands were sold out. Immediately, system notifications flooded the screen. Ding. Quest collected completed. Lord receives 1. Soldier experience 50. 2. Basic soldier equipment 1. 3. Territory development 1. Basic equipment. Rank, common. Required level, 1. Applicable, soldiers. Description, reward for soldiers. Automatically generates 1 piece of profession-appropriate equipment. Haha. Seeing the equipment description, Wang Fan laughed out loud. They complained about skill books costing 100 copper each, but surely they wouldn't complain about equipment too. The Lord is a humble, refined, and upright manha would never charge exorbitantly. Deep in the forest, dappled sunlight filtered through the early summer leaves. A group of players swung their axes, chopping trees as wood chips flew. Damn it, this damn Lord is so shady. Jin Shiwaikai grumbled, wiping sweat from his brow and flicking it onto the ground while hacking away. A single skill book costs 50 copper coins, so expensive. Be grateful. Others are charging 100 copper, Yang Guang Sandy gasped, brushing with chips off his face. This Lord Fa Li Wu Bian paused and stared thoughtfully toward the village entrance. I just have a weird feeling about him. It's just an NPC. What's so strange? Jin Shiwaikai snorted and chopped the tree trunk even harder. Don't you think this guy is clever? He's definitely a high-level AI NPC. Fa Li Wu Bian lowered his voice. With current virtual MMORPG technology, NPCs at this level aren't common at all. Oh, could it be some special hidden NPC? Yang Guang Sandy perked up. These few were top-tier players who had received one of the 50 test spots, so naturally, they noticed the Dawnlight Village Lord was different. Normally, NPCs are just function modules giving quests and rewards without autonomous interactions. Despite nearly 2 decades of MMORPG improvements enriching dialogue scripts, most NPCs remain mere programs. But this lord not only chats casually, he actively sells skills, even uses discounts and promotions to lure players slick and cunning like a seasoned merchant rather than cold code. Exactly. Fa Li Wu Bian continued analyzing. If this is truly a hidden NPC, would better cling tight maybe well trigger an epic storyline. Then would be actual participants in this game's history. Makes sense. They exchanged looks, a chill running down their spines. In games, aligning with the right person is everything. Like other players joining third-rate sects such as the Divine Fist Clan or Giant Whale Gang. While you stumble upon a hidden, highly intelligent sect leader in a martial arts game. That's basically encountering a legend like Duga Shobai or Bodhidharma. Meeting such a character, the first instinct is to impress them, max out your favor points, and milk any benefits possible to rise quickly. With that in mind, their axe swings noticeably sped up. Ding. Wood gathering quest completed. The Lord gained 50 soldier experience, 1 basic soldier equipment, and 1 territory development. Ding. Wood gathering quest completed. The Lord gained 50 soldier experience, 1 basic soldier equipment, and 1 territory development. Ding. Wood gathering quest completed. The Lord gained 50 soldier experience, 1 basic soldier equipment, and 1 territory development. Ding. Your soldiers collected 100 units of wood and earned a special reward. Tool Blueprint 1. Blueprint type, Crafting Blueprint. Effect. Unlocks basic tools such as the logging axe, pickaxe, and shovel upon use. Item description, Tool category Blueprint. Oh wow, a toolkit. Seeing the blueprints in his hands, Wang Fan instantly felt a surge of excitement. He casually opened the world chat channel, and immediately it felt like a flood of thousands of players' groans filled his ears. Except for a small group who had barely managed to clear out some goblins, everyone else was stuck on gathering wood and mining stone quests. The reason was Clerno tools. Without axes, they couldn't chop trees. Without pickaxes, they couldn't break stones. So, everyone was forced to vent their frustration by attacking level 5 goblins in large numbers. But they simply couldn't win. The whole day was passing with no progress bar moving an inch, and the chat was overflowing with players cursing the game designers in every possible way. At that moment, Wang Fan was probably the only one who could craft tools. One step fast, every step fast, a business opportunity was right in front of him, and in his mind the gears were already turning. He clasped his hands, and the blueprint transformed into a beam of white light that shot straight into his forehead. Instantly, the first row of the Lord Manufacturing menu unlocked, and a list of tool recipes appeared before his eyes. Wooden axe, for chopping, requires 5 wood. Stone axe, for chopping, requires 3 wood, 2 stone. Wood pickaxe, for mining, ore, requires 5 wood. Stone pickaxe, for mining, ore, requires 3 wood, 2 stone. Wooden shovel, for digging, requires 5 wood. Stone shovel, for digging, requires 3 wood, 2 stone. Staring at the entire list, a sly smile crept to Wang Fan's lips. Although he didn't have any stone yet, wooden tools were more than enough for now. Lord, hey, race the wood you asked for. A shout came from the village entrance. The Boundless Mana 5-person squad returned, their shoulders loaded with lumber, followed by Zonghing Tianxia. Obviously, they too had finished clearing goblins. As usual, Wang Fan distributed experience points, but kept the item rewards for himself. Selling equipment? Not yet. Had already made a round selling skill books earlier, and these folks were running low on coins. Like harvesting leeks in batches, pulling the whole root would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Besides, these soldiers were powerful enough for now to handle goblins easily. They'd learned the skill books anyway. Equipment would be replaced eventually, and new players naturally hesitated to spend more money. Most importantly, Boundless Mana was clever. If Wang Fan sold equipment right after the second quest, they'd probably sniff out something fishy. Take it slow, chances are plenty, Wang Fan thought to himself. He looked up at the pile of wood stacked like a small mountain, then smiled and said, "Brave warriors, if you want to defend this land, you first need to build walls. We have the wood, but we're short on stone. Can you go mine some and bring it back?" The 3 main newbie quests had finally reached the last task. For chopping wood, the soldiers could take a shortcut and snatch the goblins' stone axes to use as tools. But mining stone required pickaxes. Only Wang Fan could make pickaxes, and he had already calculated things in his head. One wooden pickaxe for 50 copper coins was fair and reasonable. Just as he was pondering how to price it, Fa Li Wu Bian suddenly asked, "My lord, where can we get water?" "Water? There's a well right here. Why do you need water?" Wang Fan raised an eyebrow. "We don't have mining tools yet, so the plan is to use fire magic to heat the rocks, then pour cold water over them to crack them open. Finally, we use stone axes to smash them," Fa Li Wu Bian said seriously. Wang Fan cursed silently. "No way, they actually thought of that?" Then he waved his hand. "No need for all that trouble. I can make pickaxes." "How much?" Fa Li Wu Bian squinted at him, suspecting that this NPC, who was mainly issuing quests, moonlighted as a salesman. "No charge," Wang Fan declared nobly. "We're all working for our home. I won't ask for payment." His words surprised everyone, earning their respect. They realized his selling skill books earlier was just to break even. If the Lord charged high prices for pickaxes, they'd have no choice but to buy. Wang Fan then shifted gears. "But materials are needed for making them. Each pickaxe requires 10 pieces of wood. Please help me gather some." "Heh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy," Fa Li Wu Bian chuckled, suspecting this hidden NPC was about to play a trick. But the other soldiers were thrilled. "Just wood? I'm going to chop some now." They grabbed stone axes and rushed out of the village. Wang Fan smirked. Wanting wood or wanting money made little difference, but to the soldiers, wood felt free. It only took 5 pieces of wood to make a pickaxe, and the other 5 could be turned into another pickaxe to sell at the trade post. A win-win. Just then, a shout rang out. "Wood for sale? 5 copper each." Zonghing Tianxiao immediately set up a stall, piling up a mountain of wood, and casually told Fa Li Wu Bian, "Brother, they'll pay you later." Wang Fan couldn't help but laugh and groan. Had worked so hard to haggle, yet this guy got the better deal. But since it didn't affect his profits, he didn't bother. He opened his skill panel, dumped in 100 pieces of wood, and clicked craft. A minute later, 20 fresh wooden pickaxes were ready. Then he listed them on the global trade post for 100 copper each and announced in the world chat, "Large stock of pickaxes available. Come get them fast." Why not sell axes too? Simple. Players could get the tool blueprint after collecting 100 wood. If Wang Fan sold axes now, once others got the blueprints, his advantage would vanish. Wang Fan wasn't about to dig a hole for himself like that. As soon as Wang Fan listed his pickaxe on the trading post, the global chat exploded. "No way. Someone actually put a pickaxe up for sale. Awesome. My soldiers are still stuck fighting goblins, and here someone's already made tools. Sweet. With a pickaxe, we can finally start mining stone. Finally a chance to complete a basic quest. Damn, 100 copper each? That's way too expensive. I have 50 soldiers that would cost me 5 silver coins. Anyone know how to make money around here? Just top up some cash. 50 bucks isn't much." The chat flooded with messages nonstop. Meanwhile, Wang Fan's account numbers jumped wildly. 2,000 copper coins streamed in almost instantly. Outside the village, the other soldiers returned one after another. 50 warriors carried bundles of wood, each with 20 logs, 900 in total. Crafting one pickaxe took 10 logs, so they first set aside 500 logs. Sparks flew by the anvil, and soon 280 brand new pickaxes were forged. Wang Fan handed out 50 to his own soldiers, leaving 230 left over. All lords start with 50 soldiers, so this stock barely covers 5 people, Wang Fan thought to himself. Still, he didn't hesitate to list the remaining pickaxes on the trading post. Sure enough, they were snatched up immediately. Glancing down, he saw his account had gained 2 gold coins and 3 silver coins glittering brightly. With money in hand, Wang Fan decided to strike harder. He pulled up the Lord panel and quickly set a new task. Territory construction urgently needs wood and stone, purchasing both at 1 copper each, unlimited quantities. Confirmed and sent. Ding. All soldiers in Dawnlight Village simultaneously received the pop-up notification. The crowd exploded. These days, games were almost all scams, especially those calling themselves free-to-play. The first holographic MMORPG Expanding Frontiers was no exception. Game currency only came from recharging or monster drops. Level 5 goblins dropped 1 copper coin at best, and players averaged just level 2. Farming goblins solo was a death wish. Without the initial 200 copper, 99.9% of players couldn't even afford their first skill book. But now, money grinding quests. A money grinding quest at last. Our lord is handing out benefits? Told you, he's no ordinary NPC. Wow. I get why ancient warriors sacrificed themselves. Now our lord is actually giving us money. Shameless. You can buy us all for a penny. You don't get it. 1 material for a penny, 10 is a dime. It's not about the money, it's the attitude. Other games just drain players, but our lord actually pays us. That's right. A lord who cares about the people will be supported by the people. Let's go? Just get it done. In no time, the entire Dawnlight Village buzzed with activity. Some chopped trees, others hewed stone. The rhythm of axes and pickaxes rose and fell in waves, while wood chips and stone fragments scattered through the air. Smiles beamed across the villagers' faces. Every piece of lumber and rock turned into hard silver coins. Who would want to miss an opportunity to make money like this? Wang Fan stood in front of the warehouse, watching the piles of timber and stone grow higher, feeling somewhat surprised himself. At first, he had only intended to craft more tools to trade for money, so he posted a material purchase order on the notice board. He never expected it to trigger such a frenzy. Remembering the sage words of that great philosopher Chan Xian Daogu, if you want to make money, you have to let everyone taste the sweetness. Even if you're feasting on meat while they're drinking the pot's wash water, you've got to let them see a bit of grease. Wang Fan nodded quietly to himself. Money truly moves mountains, not to mention people. The 50 soldiers of Dawnlight Village were now sent to help gather materials, doubling the tool production speed. Wooden pickaxes came off the line in bulk, aimed at the average players. Stone pickaxes followed closely, targeting wealthier lords. Priced at 150 copper coins, the stone pickaxes sold out instantly. For most lords, this was a bargain. 50 wooden picks cost just 50 coins. 50 stone picks, only 75 coins. Excellent value considering stone picks were more durable and mined faster, saving plenty of time. Naturally, people preferred to buy them. Players rushing to complete quests were the only ones settling for wooden picks. Transaction successful. 14,850 copper coins credited. Transaction successful. 14,850 copper coins credited. The notification sounds chimed one after another as batch after batch of pickaxes sold out instantly. Wang Fan's copper coin stash skyrocketed. 2 hours later, his gold balance surged to 27 coins. But just as he prepared to list more items, cheaper pickaxes appeared on the market, undercutting his prices. Apparently, the initial stockpiling lords had either finished their tasks or acquired higher-tier tools, so they were offloading cheaper picks. Heh, Wang Fan chuckled, pulling an axe from his bag and listing at the pickaxe market could now sustain itself, but no one was selling axes yet. The prices remained: 100 copper coins for wooden axes, 150 for stone. As expected, the axes were snapped up immediately. Wang Fan's gold steadily climbed, finally settling at 56 coins. Just then, 2 system messages appeared in succession. Notification: you have mined 10,000 units of stone. Special reward earned. Notification: you have mined 10,000 units of wood. Special reward earned. A flash of light, and 2 blue glowing blueprints landed in his palm. Arrow Tower. Category: Building Blueprint. Effect: used to unlock the Arrow Tower. Description: Guard Building. Level 2 Stone Wall. Category: Building Blueprint. Effect: used to upgrade your territory's wall. Description: Fortification Building Blueprint. More building blueprints. Wang Fan's heart pounded wildly. According to the backstory of Land of No Owners, all players are exiled into a monster-infested world. The only reason everyone can develop peacefully now is because each new territory comes with a 7-day novice protection period. After that week, monster sieges begin in waves. Only by quickly building solid defenses during this time can lords lead their troops through relentless attacks, gradually expanding their domain, founding cities, and eventually kingdoms. Therefore, early-stage defense is paramount. Every construction, every trade, is ultimately preparation for the coming beast hordes. And building blueprints are the key to strengthening territory defenses. Arrow towers need no introduction. They serve not only as lookout posts to monitor monsters outside the city, but also as offensive defense structures capable of attacking nearby foes. In contrast, the level 2 stone wall is far more valuable. The system only grants the blueprint for wall construction after completing the 3rd basic task, stone mining. However, that blueprint is just for a level 1 wall, a wooden stone hybrid structure with only 50 defense points, generally available only for village-level territories. The level 2 stone wall is an upgraded version in this game iteration. The entire wall is reinforced with stone, instantly doubling its defense to over 100 points. This upgrade typically unlocks only at the town-level territory. Yet now, Wang Fan's land remains a level 1 village but has managed to obtain the level 2 wall blueprint ahead of schedule, significantly boosting its security. As Wang Fan expected, tools became flooding the trading post quickly. Listings for stone axes and stone picks rolled across the screen constantly. Even stone shovels whose purpose most hadn't yet grasped were up for sale. The reason was simple. Unlocking a toolkit cost just 100 units of wood. Once someone put an axe on the market, other players immediately followed suit, causing the tools to spread rapidly and driving prices down. At this moment, the price for a stone pick had crashed from a high of 150 copper coins to just 20, while wooden picks fared even worse, unsold at 10 copper coins. Wang Fan, having earned plenty of startup capital during the first wave of high prices, paid no attention to whether others could still profit. He casually pulled up his personal status panel. Lord Wang Fan. HP 100. MP 100. Base attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, Agility 10. Skills: 1. Soldier summon special, spend money to recruit soldiers and expand your territory. 2. Healing LV1, spend money to heal injured soldiers. 3. Experience bonus LV1, limited once daily, grants 50 experience points to all soldiers. Equipment: none. Territory info: Dawn Village, village level 1, Construction 100150. Population Army 50-50. Army composition 10 human warriors, 12 mages, 12 archers, 6 priests, 10 assassins. Resource reserves: wood 2745, stone 1568. Money 561,234 copper. Current tasks: 1. Build city walls for every meter built. Soldiers gain 50 experience. Lord gains 50 copper coins. Territory construction progress 1. Completing all grants special rewards. 2. Purchase materials custom unlimited buying of wood and stone at 1 copper coin each. Note: newbie protection ends in 7 days. First wave of monster attacks will come. Prepare accordingly. Building the city wall is the core early stage task. Nearly every system mission circles around it. Clear goblins to make room for walls. Chop wood and mine stone to gather materials for construction. Both materials and money must be gathered within these 7 days, or the wall will not be completed on time. For other territory lords, gathering materials was actually the easy part. With recruited soldiers and the right tools, extracting resources wasn't a problem. The real headache was money in Borderlands. You had to expand your territory enough to cultivate farmland or build factories before you could develop a stable economy. Early stage construction was basically just burning through copper coins. Although the system announced a 50 copper reward for building 1 meter of wall, the actual cost of materials plus basic construction fees came to 100 copper. That so-called reward was more like a 50 rebate. The real cost was still paid by the players. Most lords who wanted to make money had no choice but to top up their accounts or dump their materials on the marketplace at bargain prices, letting the big spenders foot the bill. Compared to them, Wang Fan was way ahead. His earlier selling tools move earned him a nice profit, netting over 50 gold coins. Materials weren't in short supply either, since his previous purchase orders were still active and resources kept streaming into the warehouse. He opened the trade interface. Stone went for 3 copper, with 2 copper each. By calculation, building 1 meter of wall required 5 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of stone, plus 100 copper in construction fees, totaling 125 copper. Subtract the system's 50 copper reward, and the real expense was still 75 copper. Wang Fan stroked his chin and opened the task editing panel. Build wall with supplied materials. Reward per meter built. 50 experience, 20 copper. Task sent. Whoa, 20 copper. Lord, are you giving out bonuses? The camp instantly buzzed. 1 unit of material sold for just 1 copper. While building 1 meter of wall only needed 10 materials. If they sold directly to the Lord, they'd only get 10 copper. Now they could instantly double their payout plus earn 50 experience points. Earn money and level up. Who could resist that? Our benevolent Lord. The player soldiers swarmed to the construction site enthusiastically. Wang Fan nodded with satisfaction in front of the command platform and gave himself a mental thumbs up. Although these players were smarter than NPCs, they had emotions too and needed motivation. The wall-building task used to offer the lowest reward, only 50 experience points. If he had continued to provide materials by himself as he did with NPCs, the soldiers would see him as a cold and impersonal quest giver. But now that they brought their own materials and got paid directly, the dynamic completely changed. Became a generous leader who cared about his troops. After a detailed calculation, each meter of wall actually cost him only 70 copper, 5 copper less than before. Wang Fan got his walls built, and the soldiers earned their copper coins. Everyone was happy. Ding. Successfully built 1 meter of wall. Lord gains 50 soldier experience, 50 copper coins, and territory development 1. Ding. Successfully built 1 meter of wall. Lord gains 50 soldier experience, 50 copper coins, and territory development 1. Ding. System alert. Your territory development level has reached 200. Would you like to upgrade now? Upgrade. Without hesitation, Wang Fan clicked the upgrade button. A golden pillar of light thundered down, and the whole village seemed to accelerate. The outer edges of the foundation rapidly expanded, with wooden houses and fences growing taller inch by inch. Within seconds, the light faded, and a system notification popped up. Your territory has been upgraded to a level 2 village. Rewards: wood 500, stone 500. Unlocked building, residential house. Building level, basic. Building feature: each residential house built provides 5 farmers. Construction requirements: wood 10, stone 10, copper coins 50. Building description: basic farmers can handle logging, mining, planting, construction, and can perform simple combat. Basic work. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Isn't this the ultimate chosen worker? Everyone knows that soldiers are supposed to defend the homeland and storm fortresses, not swing axes to chop wood or carry ore. At the start, soldiers had to multitask reluctantly, but now that the territory is taking shape and the safety perimeter is established, once residential houses are built, they naturally attract population. That population are the farmers. Compared to soldiers, farmers are more skilled in cutting wood, quarrying stone, and building walls. If enemies arrive, they can grab pitchforks and charge. Don't expect much fighting power, but able to fight is better than no one at all. With farmers handling the manual labor, soldiers are freed up to focus entirely on combat formations. The downside, residential houses don't come cheap. Paying 50 copper coins already stings, and on top of that, 10 wood and 10 stone are needed. Wang Fan sighed, calculating resource allocation, when suddenly a commotion came from the village entrance. Hey, what the hell? Lao Jin, what are you doing? Your wall is crooked. Tear it down and fix it. Wang Fan turned his head to see the soldier Yangguan sandy red-faced, pointing at the archer Jinshi Weikai. Do you even know what you're doing? You have no clue. Jinshi Weikai scoffed. This is the village entrance. The defense point can't be built haphazardly like you did. Nearby, the mage player Fa Li Wu Bian tapped his staff thoughtfully. Oh, little Jin, are you trying to build a Wangqing? You know it, boss Wu Bian. Jinshi Weikai gave him a thumbs up. Wangqing? What's that? Wang Fan grew curious and stepped closer. Living in the 28th century, warfare is all about precise decapitation strikes, with zero civilian casualties. Who even studies cold weapon siege tactics anymore? Wang Fan had never heard of Wangqing. My lord, you're here. Seeing Wang Fan approach, the soldiers hurriedly greeted him. They had all witnessed this lord's ruthlessness firsthand and also felt his care for everyone. Rumor had it the lord was a hidden special NPC with highly advanced AI. With multiple auras blessing him, every soldier in the territory now held deep respect for Wang Fan. Jinshi Weikai was especially excited. Wang Fan had actually asked him what a walled city was. Not because a superior had ordered it, but because an NPC was striking up a conversation with a player and trying to learn from the player's real-world knowledge. It was an oddly fascinating situation. No wonder the big boss Wu Bian said the lord really has intelligence on par with players and can learn independently. He must be a hidden special NPC. Jinshi Weikai thought in amazement. Wang Fan smiled as he toured the construction site. I'm just here to check on everyone's progress. The walls are the most important defense in our territory. With them, those monsters that attack at night won't be able to get in. Then he got back to the point. Warrior Jinshi Weikai, what exactly does walled city mean? Jinshi Weikai quickly crouched down and drew a diagram on the ground to explain. It means building another wall inside the main gate to create a buffer zone, preventing enemies from breaking through directly. On the dirt appeared a simple sketch. After entering the village gate, there was a crescent-shaped wall forming a circular space with the main gate, with side doors on both sides. Jinshi Weikai pointed and said, at that point, archers will ambush from the wall. Once enemies break in and we close the back gate, they're trapped like turtles in a jar, and we can shoot them from above. That's why it's called a walled city. While Wang Fan's eyes lit up, these guys never cease to surprise me. With a walled city, the defenders can create a suppressive terrain, making it much easier to annihilate the enemy. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks for the compliment, Lord. Jinshi Weikai beamed so widely his grin nearly reached the back of his head. But the surrounding soldiers rolled their eyes and flipped him off. Sycophant. You think building a walled city means the Lord will pay you? Wang Fan shook his head with a smile. You came up with such a clever plan, so of course I have to reward you. The crowd was stunned. A real reward? Surely it wasn't just some worthless junk again. Wang Fan solemnly placed his hand on Jinshi Weikai's shoulder. I hereby knight you. From now on, you are my knight. But someone nearby burst out laughing. That's it. A knight's title, definitely a lousy reward. No way. Lord. You actually I am crying. Jinshi Weikai jumped up in excitement, nearly hugging Wang Fan tightly. If he hadn't feared being labeled a harassing NPC and losing favor, he would have thrown himself on him. The soldiers remained confused. It's just a title, why all the fuss? Does it even boost stats? Jinshi Weikai rolled his eyes. Boost stats? Huh, what do you know? Then he slapped open his quest menu and showed them the task Wang Fan had just assigned to him. Quest, Knight's Reward. Task level, unknown. Task content, build a farmhouse to gain 5 farmers. The rewards were clearly stated. The Lord promised a reward, and the farmers in the farmhouse would become the knight's retainers. The following quest description was even more straightforward. You have earned the Lord's favor, been knighted, and now have your own fief and subjects. What the hell? A fief? Subjects? No way. Damn. Jinshi Weikai immediately swore out loud, his tone filled with shock and excitement, his expression more exaggerated than winning the jackpot. That damn knight. I want to be a knight too. A soldier nearby muttered quietly, his envy obvious. As soon as the quest panel popped up, all the soldier players erupted. They had thought knight was just a title, but it turned out to be a real, tangible reward. A fief and subjects. Holding a fief meant the Lord was directly giving out power. In real-life terms, it's like getting early shares in a startup company. Although the fief was only a farmhouse and the subjects were just 5 farmers, the entire village plus Lord Wang Fan totaled barely 50 people. The Lord handing out 10 of his shares at once was irresistible. Since ancient times, soldiers fought for their lord with the dream of becoming nobles and generals. Owning land and subjects was every soldier's ultimate goal. Usually, land grants came only after a fief had grown significantly, but Wang Fan invested heavily at the very start of the construction, an astonishing move. Admiration, jealousy, Resentment, all kinds of intense gazes fell on Jin Weikai. Putting aside his soldier status, even just from a player's perspective, having 5 farmers was extremely useful. Early on, the biggest shortage was always wood and stone. Everyone had to grind quests for money while also chopping trees and mining themselves terribly inefficient. But farmers could cut wood, quarry stone, farm, and build houses, covering all basic labor tasks. With these 5 farmers, Jin Weikai instantly upgraded from manual labor to AFK resource gathering. He no longer needed to work himself to earn money and experience more efficiently, freeing up time to hunt monsters outdoors. Hunting monsters not only granted experience and money, but also a small chance of drops. No Real player would want to spend their whole game life just chopping wood and mining on their own land. Such a generous knight reward far exceeded ordinary value. Jin Weikai had barely built a walled town before earning his knighthood. Everyone called it outrageous. This is interesting. Boundless Mage clicked his tongue, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Seems this game's gameplay is really deep. I'm starting to like it. This lord is quite the talent. Seeing the soldiers react so enthusiastically, Wang Fan was overjoyed. This was exactly the result he wanted. How to win hearts and minds. Naturally, by sharing what you have. These soldier players were no mere NPCs that could be dismissed casually. To earn their loyalty, tangible benefits had to be offered. From Wang Fan's perspective, villages should normally be built by the lord out of pocket, using wood and stone bit by bit. But if he granted these homes and their residences rewards to his soldiers as fiefs, not only would it save a huge amount on materials, it would instantly win these player soldiers' goodwill. Even better, when the number of farmers swelled later on and the lord faced the headache of assigning them to various tasks, now the farmers belonged directly to the soldiers. That meant Wang Fan no longer needed to micromanage their daily duties or who gave orders. A win-win situation all around. Why not do it? Besides, although the farmers would be under the soldiers' names, they were still citizens of Dawnlight Village, and Wang Fan remained the lord of the lord. If he wanted farmers to work, he simply had to issue an order to the soldiers. Smiling to himself, Wang Fan said aloud, "Don't envy my knights. They're as solid as gold and stone. I've always said that the territory belongs to all of us, a home we build together." Raising his right hand, Wang Fan solemnly pledged before everyone, "As your lord, I swear by the gods, anyone who contributes to this land's development will be generously rewarded with knighthood. Long live the lord. The lord is awesome. Through fire and water, the lord leads us." The humble village square instantly erupted with cheers. If anyone could become a knight just by contributing, that meant everyone had the chance to have their own fief and people. The group, who had originally planned to grind tasks quietly, suddenly began brainstorming all sorts of ideas to help develop the territory. Dawnlight Village was currently a level 2 village, with up to 10 homes allowed by the system. Wang Fan generously distributed the rights to build those 10 houses according to the task contribution rankings. At the top of the contribution board was Zongheng Tianxia, a guy who never hesitated to speak offhand, but always completed tasks with impressive efficiency. Although he started late, he managed to catch up and surpass others. Second place was Fa Li Wu Bian, a mage who wasn't as strong physically as the warriors, but constantly came up with creative and unusual ideas, scoring high contributions. All 10 homes were quickly assigned. The soldiers who received their rewards were so excited they could barely speak, while those left out showed a strong desire to earn fiefs and farmers. "Our territory is only this big for now, and there are only 10 knight slots." Wang Fan looked around and raised his voice, "But don't worry. As long as you follow me and contribute to the territory, everyone has a chance to become a knight. So what are you waiting for? Get back to your tasks. Next time, I'm definitely going to be a knight." With that, the crowd erupted and poured into their lively construction work with clear goals and great energy. Lord panel expanded. Lord, Wang Fan. HP, 200. MP, 200. Attributes. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 20. Spirit, 20. Agility, 20. Skills. Soldier Summon Special. Spend gold to recruit soldiers and expand your territory. Healing, LV1. Spend gold to heal wounded soldiers. Experience Reward, LV1 Limited. Grant 50 experience points to all soldiers once daily. Equipment, none. Territory, Dawnlight Village, Level 2 Village. Population, 111300. Homes, 010. Subjects, Army, 50,100. Legion composition, Human Warriors 10. Human Mages 12. Human Archers 12. Human Priests 6. Human Assassins 10. Farmers, 0. Resources, Wood 1284, Stone, 573. Gold 558,793. Lord panel closed. After closing the attributes panel, Wang Fan calmly strolled toward the simple recruiting platform propped up by a few wooden stakes near the square. As a level 2 lord, his maximum soldier cap had risen to 100. Currently, he had 50 soldiers and could recruit 50 more. Just as he raised his hand to hit the recruit button, it felt as if someone pulled a dark curtain over the sky. Day abruptly turned to night with no transition. and the surroundings plunged into pitch-black darkness where you couldn't see your own hand. A system message flashed before his eyes. Notice, the first day in the no man's land has ended. Nighttime monsters roam freely. All players must return to their territories to rest. World settlement has begun. Has an entire day really passed by so quickly? Seeing the system notification pop up before him, Wang Fan tossed the last piece of stone from his backpack into the warehouse, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Night had fully fallen over the wild no man's land, and distant howls of unknown monsters echoed intermittently. According to system rules, until soldiers can independently fend off enemies, all players and their troops must return to their territories when night comes or risk being torn apart at any moment. At the same time, the system would settle the construction points for each territory. The lord with the highest construction points in the region would receive a special reward. Thinking of this, Wang Fan rubbed the badge in his hand, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about this. The game was full of grinding addicts and pay-to-win players, all fighting fiercely even among top-tier elites, while ordinary players like him could only serve as stepping stones. But now things were different. Every member of his squad was a standout talent, keeping his progress half a step ahead of others. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be the only player in the entire server to own a level 2 village at this moment. A few seconds later, the settlement was complete. A regional leaderboard appeared before everyone's eyes, showing only their own rank and region number. Wang Fan looked up, and sure enough, his Dawnlight village was ranked at the very top with level 2 status, far ahead of all the level 1 villages. The second-place village's construction points were only 187,123 points fewer than his, which meant 123 fewer completed tasks. A level 2 village? Seeing that seemingly unreachable number on the leaderboard instantly set the entire game world on fire. The global chat rolled by so fast, it was nearly unreadable. No way. Whose Dawnlight village is that? Already level 2? Insane. Level 2 requires 200 construction points, right? I've been grinding all day and barely hit 50 tasks. Who's this top player? No way a regular player is that crazy. Must be a whale. Money talks. Meanwhile, at the square of Tianqing village, the flickering lamplight illuminated a similarly shocked face. Tianqing stared at his own second-place ranking, and then at the far-ahead level 2 Dawnlight village, frowning deeply. Who didn't know Tianqing? In any game, he was the top pay-to-win player. This time in Outland, he had spent extravagantly. Less than half an hour after the server launch, he had already purchased the hidden unit, the Dragon Blood Descendant. This unit carried the bloodline of dragons, with a base 10 points in all attributes, a grade growth in everything, an innate dragon might that intimidated low-level monsters. With this unit, he was effortlessly clearing out goblins. When stuck on gathering materials, he immediately bought the most expensive miner unit to quickly finish mining stone and chopping wood. For walls, he simply swept all the necessary materials in the global auction house at once, pushing construction speed to the limit. Logically, at that pace, he should have been the fastest in the entire server. Yet who would have thought? Even with all that, he still couldn't claim the #1 spot on the leaderboard. The village of Dawn, ranked first, had not only reached level 2 but also achieved a construction score of 111 at that level. This was a full 123 points higher than Tianqing's total, a huge gap that felt like a thorn piercing right into his heart. Damn it, they're spending even harder than I am. He stared blankly at the leaderboard, his mind racing with questions. In the early stages, the real bottleneck was tools and resources. He had already invested everything he possibly could, at least theoretically. He was at the limit. No matter how much money the other side burned through, they shouldn't be pulling ahead this fast. Although they were in different regions and competing for the same rewards wasn't direct, those 3 dazzling characters for Dawn Village were stubbornly etched into his mind. Settlement complete. You have received a special reward for Region 021. The world channel remained noisy, but Wang Fan quietly accepted the regional settlement chest that belonged to him. The borderless land operates on a global shared server, divided first by 5 continents: Asia, Europe, Americas, Africa, and Oceania, then further subdivided by countries, and each country split into countless smaller regions based on locality. Wang Fan was in Asia, within the Huaxia region. Because of its vast size, Huaxia had been forcibly divided into 333 smaller sections. He was currently located in region number 21. At present, regions only had codes. Whoever first established a main city-level territory there earned naming rights. The regional reward was a golden glowing chest. The official website explained that settlement chests could randomly yield equipment, special items, or even hidden troops. Open the settlement chest? Yes. Wang Fan tapped casually. Flash. A burst of golden light shot out. The chest opened, and 3 items neatly floated out. First item, Crossbow Despair's Cross. Category, Crossbow. Grade, Bronze. Attack, 19. Magic, 7. Strength, 7. Agility, 10. Skill Despair Impact. Active, ignores target defenses for 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Usage requirement, Agility 14. Description: a crossbow meticulously crafted in the final days. No way. Bronze tier weapon. Wang Fan's eyes lit up. Borderless land gear had 8 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. At this stage, most players couldn't even piece together a decent logging axe. New soldier equipment was often just worthless scrap with no attributes. The value of a bronze weapon was self-evident. Second item: scroll boss pursuit order. Category: special item. Grade: bronze. Effect: reveals the coordinates of bosses within the territory upon use. Description: use with caution if strength is not enough. Wang Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Boss monsters were much stronger than ordinary mobs and often carried rare loot like equipment, special items, or skill books. The rewards were good, but not great without the strength to back it up. Knowing the coordinates was useless. He stowed the scroll in his backpack. Third item: dark token recruitment order. Category: special item. Grade: unknown. Effect: recruit soldiers directly. Certain chance to obtain hidden human soldier classes. Description: a token that can recruit powerful troops. For soldiers, the most important factors in improving their strength are equipment and skills. But for Lord players, the key lies in the choice of troop types. The official No Man's Land database clearly states that regular troops are composed of 2 parts: race and profession. The 3 basic races are humans, orcs, and undead. Orcs are naturally muscular and extraordinarily strong. Humans are agile and quick learners. Undead start with relatively low attributes, but are unhindered by darkness, allowing them to work tirelessly day and night. The 5 basic professions correspond to warrior, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. Lord players first build recruitment centers for the desired race within their territory, then recruit soldiers according to their profession needs. In Wang Fan's territory, a human recruitment center stands tall. Beyond these 3 main races and 5 professions, the database also records special races and rare professions collectively called hidden troops. Hidden troops often have initial attributes and growth potential far exceeding those of regular troops. For example, He Tianqing spent money to obtain the Dragonblood Descendant, a rare race, whose stats surpass other races of the same profession by several tiers, whether as a warrior or a mage, making it a top-tier troop source. Ordinary human soldiers outside the territory often end up overwhelmed by goblins, but Dragonblood descendants can totally dominate goblins. The strength of hidden troops is clear from this contrast. The recruitment order in Wang Fan's hand can only summon human hidden troops, but the word hidden itself implies immense value. Unfortunately, it's nighttime now. Except for undead territories, which remain brightly lit, all other lands have ceased operations, and all players have been forcibly logged out by the system. Wang Fan stored the recruitment order in his inventory, opened the menu, and quit the game. The dim room contained only a bed and a narrow table. Wang Fan took off his VR headset and slowly sat up. The current era was the 28th century. Humanity had entered the age of interstellar expansion. Most work was handled by AI, and people had become nearly useless resources. Low-level citizens like Wang Fan were confined to underground cities without sunlight. They survived on minimal nutrient paste every day, living like ants underfoot. Yet, the lowest class still had one last value: the online game. Game companies used a Skynet system to cover newly colonized planets with game layers, allowing players to control their characters through virtual sensors, landing on target planets to complete preliminary terraforming and exploration. No Man's Land was the latest 28th century terraforming project. All participants had to verify their identity through the Federation's real name system and could receive basic social welfare funds. Those who made notable contributions during the project would receive generous rewards, permissions to relocate to the surface, or even migrate to new planets. One player had once conquered the largest territory on a planet and was officially recognized by the Interstellar Federation as the Star Lord of that world. As a result, schools in the 28th century taught not only standard sciences, but also a dedicated gaming major, systematically covering the history and gameplay of various games. Their main focus was on studying the history and mechanics of different games. After graduating from college, Wang Fan was immediately unemployed, and then he became the new generation's pioneer of dimensional exploration. Early in the morning, he pulled a pale green nutrition paste from the old mini fridge in his dorm room. It was thick and sticky, almost like snot. Tearing open the seal, he tipped his head back and squeezed the paste down his throat, fueling all the energy he needed for the day in one go. According to the books, the people of the Earth realm didn't eat nutrition paste. They ate something called meals. Although meals were said to taste good, they provided poor nutrition, had low efficiency, and left waste behind that needed time to be expelled. For a dimensional explorer racing against the clock every day, who had time to sit on the toilet? To Wang Fan, meals were relics of an old era trash even dogs would refuse. Ugh. Within seconds, the entire nutrition paste was swallowed clean. Wang Fan wiped his mouth, sat at his desk, put on his VR headset, and logged into the forum. The newly opened No Man's Land had just released its 3 basic quests: causing the forum to explode with activity. The front page was flooded with related posts. Pin post on how to efficiently deploy soldiers to exterminate goblins by Zhuge Yun. Wang Fan clicked it casually. The strategy was clear. Manually arrange the formation warriors up front, ranged attackers in the back, keeping distance to kite the goblins. Amazing. It actually works. Truly worthy of Yun the Divine. Thank you so much, Master Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun replied modestly. Not at all. I just heard from others about using tactical formations and found this setup. After reading it, Wang Fan thought quietly, worthy of the legendary tactical master. The guides are coming out fast. If his own squad of 50 level 1 soldiers weren't human players, he'd probably already be strangled by goblins after all. Sending just 50 low-level soldiers to clear endless goblins was already absurd. Another hot post. The weird lumberjacking task among the 3 quests by Sima Lin. Lumberjacking? What's weird about it? Wang Fan clicked in. The post was brief. Has anyone noticed we still don't really know how to do lumberjacking? No one has figured out the technique yet. The comment section instantly filled with complaints. Nonsense. I finished the lumberjacking by just chopping trees with an axe. Sima Lin, you're terrible and clickbaiting. Sima Lin calmly replied. Haha. Then where did your axes come from? Bought them. Completing the task unlocks tool blueprint. Sima Lin pushed further. Then he raised the question, where did the first person to finish the lumberjacking get their axe? The thread immediately went silent. Everyone knew axes chop trees, and that collecting 100 would unlock the tool blueprints. But no one considered the origin of the very first axe. Wang Fan was speechless. Had no one realized they could steal axes from goblins? Well, it made sense if his soldiers weren't human players. He himself wouldn't have thought of that. The Lord interface didn't have an option to loot goblin axes unless you personally ran out of the village risking your life. What normal player would think of that? The third trending post pointed directly at him on the true identity of the level 2 village lord. Comments were all over the place. Super Padawan player. A hidden big shot. A celestial star lord trolling newbies. The further down the thread, the more chaotic and abusive it got. Wang Fan closed the post and casually typed up a new guide with a bold title. How to get an axe for free during newbie phase to complete lumberjacking. A step-by-step babysitter's guide, priced at 1 copper coin. Trying to steal my tool-selling business? Now no one sells anything. Finish your meal, then smash your pots tats. Basic manners. Wang Fan muttered with a sly grin. Put another way, he was basically helping everyone get through the newbie phase with minimal cost. Truly a saint among men. Free strategy guide. No way, that's incredible. As soon as Wang Fan's post went up on the forum, the previously calm page instantly erupted. Money is always the real currency, and especially vital in the early game. Recruiting soldiers, healing the wounded, expanding your territory, none of it can be done without copper coins. Right now, even the cheapest tool costs 20 copper coins. That's enough to recruit 2 new soldiers, so every coin counts. But the post had to pay 1 copper coin to reveal content setting, and players immediately lost it. Seriously, charging money? Just 1 copper. An axe costs 20 copper. Why are you so stingy? What if it's a scam? Even if it is, it's only 1 copper. What's the worst that could happen? They quickly ran the numbers. Small stake, big potential gain. If it pays off, they save 19 copper coins. If not, they only lose 1. Really, who doesn't have a bit of gambler's spirit? They joked it was gambling psychology, but really just getting freebies while slipping in a small service fee. Pure generosity. So thousands of mouse clicks flooded in. Copper 1, copper 1, copper 1. The back-end numbers skyrocketed. Then the strategy page flashed a single sentence that instantly stunned everyone. The first axe should be used to steal from goblins. Although the scenario was absurd, the goblins were definitely wielding axes, so it was theoretically a perfect match. Simulin's eyes widened as the fog in his mind cleared, and other players chattered. Does this actually work? Theoretically, yes. Share the details. Screw you. Pay up if you want to see. Uffed, just 1 copper. I'll buy it myself. Amid both criticism and cheers, the post quickly rose to the top of the forum, smashing over 10 million views. Meanwhile, Wang Fan was sleeping soundly. Logging in the next morning, the system notification flickered by. Income 13 gold coins. Overnight, 130,000 people had paid to read. The fact was clear. Freebies truly are the greatest productivity. Good morning, Lord. Back at the territory, the soldiers had already started work. Last night's excitement over the knights earning rights to build residences was paying off. They were all full of energy. 10 knights, including Jean Sherway and Fa Li Wu Bian, had completed several homes, attracting 50 farmers. City walls were rising rapidly, the progress bar soaring to 182 out of 300 at this rate. The level 2 village would reach level 3 by noon. But when Wang Fan made his rounds, he didn't see several of his knights anywhere. What were those guys up to? Opening the soldier interface, Wang Fan glanced at their positions. Their coordinates were smack in the middle of the dark forest. He froze for a moment and couldn't help but curse under his breath. These guys actually went off hunting monsters on their own, without waiting for orders, and all the way deep inside the dark forest. It's worth noting that while human soldiers start with higher stats than the undead, they're still weaker than orcs. Even orcs running headfirst into level 5 goblins, without a commander organizing the team, usually ended in total wipeout. But Wang Fan soldiers had charged straight into a high-level monster zone that was boldly reckless. He originally wanted to scold them for acting rashly, but then his eyes caught the resource interface and he immediately understood the reason: food. After building residences, a new food tab appeared in the interface. Both soldiers and farmers continuously consume food. During the newbie phase, the system automatically supplies level 1 shelter with food, but once the shelter reaches level 2 and residences are opened, food becomes a critical need. Right now, the territory had only 2 supply methods. 1. Planting farmland. 2. Hunting monsters. However, a level 2 territory doesn't yet have permission to cultivate farmland, so hunting was the only option. Wang Fan had assigned the residences to people like Fa Li Wu Bian, so they had to fend for themselves and just charged into the dark forest to hunt, while gaining experience along the way. In unclaimed lands, food yield is directly tied to monster level. Hunting a level 5 goblin 5 units of food. Hunting a level 10 minotaur 10 units of food. Level 10 elite monster 20 units of food. Level 10 bronze boss 30 units of food. The higher the monster's level and rank, the greater the yield. By sending soldiers into high-level monster zones, they gained rich experience and hauled back plenty of food. Since the soldiers and farmers couldn't eat it all themselves, they could sell the surplus to other soldiers without farmers effectively creating GDP. Wang Fan chuckled inwardly. Just give them a bit of social responsibility, no commands needed, and they're all full of initiative. Feeling pleased, he decided to raise the stakes for his team. He took out the Boss Pursuit Order chest item, head open last night. Activate Boss Pursuit Order. Upon activation, the coordinates of one boss within your territory will be locked, with a chance to spawn a higher tier boss. Activate. Wang Fan confirmed without hesitation. The system notifications immediately popped up. You have activated the Boss Pursuit Order. The boss coordinates within your territory are locked. As the first lord to use this order, the boss rank has been increased. Quest: Hunt the monster leader. Quest rank S. Objective: Kill the goblin leader Luole Kaino within your territory. Reward: Unknown. Additional info: Luole Kaino is a goblin blessed by lightning and the strongest monster near your territory. It poses the greatest threat to your lands. Dawnlight Village, deep within the shadow dark forest. The night was as black as ink, thick with the damp scent of decaying leaves. A level 7 cat demon lay slain beneath the soldier's blades, its last agonized roar fading as its claws scraped shallow grooves into the muddy earth. The warriors belonged to player teams under Wang Fan's command alongside Boundless Magic were members from Crossing the World, and others all authorized to build houses within the village. Damn it. This game's drop rate is ridiculous, frowned Crossing the World, flicking the cat demon's corpse aside with the tip of his boot. Only a single copper coin rolled out from its black fur, its dull glint painfully underwhelming. The Shadow Dark Forest was a monster zone for level 5 and above. Normally killing monsters above level gave better loot drops. Yet they had been wandering and hunting for 2 whole hours, slaughtering countless creatures without so much as a decent equipment drop. Morale visibly sank. Is this game even playable anymore? Someone grumbled angrily. Even the worst grind-heavy mouse and keyboard games usually didn't leave you empty-handed. Equipment wasn't just power, it was what kept players hooked. No gear meant no fun, no future. Maybe small fry don't drop gear at all, mused Boundless Magic in a lowered voice. No matter how stingy a game is, it wouldn't have 0 drops. The good stuff must be held by elite mobs or bosses. If we find the boss, we can turn things around today. Boss. Youngwon Sandy rolled his eyes. This place is huge. Where the hell do we find one? If someone could give me a clue right now, I swear I'd stand on my head and eat dirt. At that moment, a system alert flashed simultaneously in everyone's view. Dawnlight Village Lord's Notice. Special task. Deep in the Shadow Dark Forest. Coordinate 44512-99542. Goblin Lord Luo Lei Kaino spotted. Warriors are requested to hunt and kill. So, everyone froze, then turned sharp eyes to Youngwon Sandy, silently saying, "Brother, the clues hear your move." And no guys, the Lord's messing with me. Sweating nervously, Youngwon Sandy wrung his hands awkwardly. It's just a coincidence. Pure coincidence. This one shouldn't count, okay? Next time for sure. For your own safety, you'd better eat it. Someone half joked, half meaningly. Exchanging a glance, the others grinned mischievously and quickly encircled Youngwon Sandy. Get away. You're not even human. Youngwon Sandy hissed, furious. Oh, still got insults? Hold him down. Jin Shui Kai shouted, leading the charge. The others piled on, trapping Youngwon Sandy at the center. Guys, come on, be gentle. I'm sacrificing myself for all of us. If we get an equipment drop later, can I at least pick the first piece? He pleaded, voice cracking. Enough clowning around. Crossing the World barked to stop the ruckus. The coordinates aren't far. Let's check it out first. Heh, I suggest we wait a bit. Boundless Magic shook his head calmly but firmly. We definitely can't beat it. Just throwing our lives away is pointless. Better to grind levels and get gear back at the village. You can't beat it. Doesn't mean I can't. Crossing the World smirked, gripping his sword's hilt. Who's with me to take down the boss? Let's go? How do we know if we don't try? Exactly. Grinding weak monsters with 0 drops sucks. Now we actually have a boss and you don't want to fight? What kind of game is that? At the command from Zongheng Tianxia, several soldiers quickly gathered around him. Meanwhile, Jinshi Weikai, Yangwang Sandy, and the others who had followed Fa Li Wu Bian from the start didn't hesitate to stand by his side. Although they all wanted to test their skills, they trusted Fa Li Wu Bian's judgment more. Fa Li Wu Bian glanced casually at the others across from them and chuckled softly. Heh, go ahead if you want, none of my business. Then he waved his hand and said, all right, let's head back to the village first. This doesn't seem right. Aren't we waiting for them? Jinshi Weikai glanced at Zongheng Tianxia's group, looking a bit conflicted. We came out together, so we should go back together. No need. They'll be faster than us, Fa Li Wu Bian replied indifferently. Yangwang Sandy scratched his head. We can't beat them anyway, so why go back? Why not keep grinding here? To do a good job, you need good tools first. Fa Li Wu Bian surveyed everyone. Do you know why they can't beat the others? With our crappy gear, even the small monsters are a struggle. If we face a boss, our defenses will break instantly. Everyone exchanged looks. You get better gear back at the village? We can't even get drops in the wild. Village doesn't have monsters, so how would we get gear? Kill the dog lord? Leave that to the lord, Fa Li Wu Bian said confidently. If he managed to get skill books, he can definitely get gear. Do you want to revive your soldiers? 10 minutes later, Zongheng Tianxia and his team's souls drifted to the center of Dawnlight Village's square. Wang Fan stood on the stone path, looking at the souls and system panel in front of him, muttering curses under his breath. This broke game is nuts. Recruiting a new soldier costs 10 copper coins, but reviving one costs 50. 5 soldiers would be 250 copper coins. That's a lot of cash. But not reviving wasn't an option. These 5 soldiers had all reached level 5. Recruiting and training new ones would take even more time and resources. Wang Fan gritted his teeth. Revive. Flash. A white light fell, and before they could understand what happened, Zongheng Tianxia's group was pulled back to the square. Wang Fan's face was grim and his voice stern. How did you die? I spent a lot to revive you. The village will cover the cost this time, but if you get hurt again, you're paying your own way. Sorry Lord Bro, we were careless. Zongheng Tianxia bowed quickly, fully aware of Wang Fan's capabilities. Of course, it's not that I'm stingy. Wang Fan sighed, looking troubled. I'm angry because you don't value your own lives. Each of you is my people, my family. When you don't take care of yourselves, the person who suffers most is me. Got it. Put your life first from now on. Hear me? But mainly, I'm afraid of spending money. Remember that. The group felt warmed inside. Not only did he pay to revive them, but he treated them like family. He was more than a lorda, was almost a second father. No choice, that thing hits too hard. Even Boss Zongheng couldn't take it, a mage muttered. Our damage is weak too. Your one fireball only took off a little HP, the boss heals faster than that. The short-tempered archer slammed his wooden bow on the ground and cursed. Damn it. Our gear sucks, what's the point of playing? Zongheng Tianxia's face was blank, but inside he was filled with regret, should have listened to Fa Li Wu Bian from the start. He swallowed his pride and asked, Lord, can you help us get some better gear? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out in the square. Fa Li Wu Bian, along with Jinshi Weikai and the others, strolled in casually. Smart as hell. Wang Fan thought silently, giving Fa Li Wu Bian a mental thumbs up. Magic power truly lives up to its reputation. Just as Wang Fan was pondering how to sell his gear, the buyers came knocking on their own. To get a good price for equipment, you must never actively push sales. Letting demand grow naturally will bring customers to you. So create the demand first. The boss has to be defeated, no question. If you can't beat it, you need better gear. As a lord, Wang Fan always prided himself on being humble, refined, and fair, would never force anyone to buy. Everyone has the right to refuse, but if you want to defeat the boss, upgrading equipment is an unavoidable fact no one can change. In principle, this is really tricky, Wang Fan frowned, looking troubled. After all, I'm not a blacksmith. Oh, so you just break the rules? The limitless magic user's eyes suddenly gleamed. Well, not exactly, Wang Fan nodded, sounding half reluctant, half persuaded, but the price might be a bit steep. Price is no object. The soldiers beat their chests in unison, afraid Wang Fan might back out. As long as you have the goods. Unlike soldiers in other territories who were the sole property of their lord and often broke, Wang Fan's troops had a fat stash from grinding materials and building walls yesterday. Especially the 10 nights they had peasants doing chores and could go out hunting monsters and leveling up. Not only were they ahead in experience, their wallets were bulging. That's right. The worldly wise one chimed in. A few pieces of gear cost what? Killing the boss makes it back. Good then, Wang Fan nodded. I happen to have a batch of equipment brought from the main city. He opened his robe again. Whoosh, the crowd gasped. Last time, Wang Fan's arms were filled with skill books, but now were loaded with dazzling gear and dozens of potions. 200 copper each? Isn't that expensive? Made of gold or something. Checking the stats, it was all basic gear, much better than newbie stuff. But charging 200 copper each was pretty harsh. You think it's expensive? So do I, Wang Fan said firmly. There is no gear on the market right now. These were bought at a high price before I came in. In fact, all 50 pieces were rewards had secretly skimmed from yesterday's missions. Then he added, limit 5 per person, no one's allowed to buy more. Limits 2? The crowd was stunned briefly, then scrambled to buy, afraid of falling behind. In less than 10 seconds, 50 pieces changed hands for a full gold coin. 50 potions also vanished in a flash. Wang Fan weighed his fat pouch, looked at his fully armored 10 soldiers, feeling a deep satisfaction. The advantage of player-controlled soldiers was clear. They could communicate, strategize, and sustain inside the group. How could NPC soldiers from other lords, who just accepted system rewards, compare? These 50 pieces of equipment would be forcibly and evenly distributed among the 50 soldiers once the missions were done. Since all the soldiers were controlled by players, Wang Fan could focus on coordinating resources behind the scenes. He efficiently concentrated 50 pieces of equipment onto just 10 elite soldiers, adopting an ultra-specialized, high-level approach. When it comes to killing bosses, quality matters more than quantity. Ordinary NPC soldiers had poor gear and weak stats. No matter if 50 or 100 attacked together, they could only waste time and get nowhere. But by loading these 10 elite soldiers with maxed-out attributes, their power surpassed the qualifying line to confront the boss hidden. This strategy both earned money and cultivated core strength, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With their new gear, the group was like going from rudimentary rifles to cannons. Wang Fan casually smoothed his robe and turned to Zongheng Tianxia. Boss Zongheng, still interested in teaming up? Though Zongheng Tianxia didn't always take orders like the others, his personal combat ability was strong. If the 10 teamed up, their chance of slaying the boss would be much higher. Boss Wu Bian, you're still willing to cooperate? Zongheng Tianxia was taken aback. After their disastrous defeat in the Dark Forest, caused partly by his own stubbornness, he had gained a newfound respect for the formidable magician. Yet now asking to join forces again was hard to swallow. Unexpectedly, Wu Bian had extended the olive branch himself. Of course, you just ignored advice before, didn't break with me. But I'm making it clear now, during this boss hunt, everyone follows my orders. All right. Zongheng Tianxia nodded emphatically. The others chimed in. We're willing to listen to Boss Wu Bian. Okay, let's go. Wu Bian didn't waste words, immediately leading the team back toward the Dark Forest. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Wang Fan simultaneously switched to his overlord view, instantly sharing the 10 soldiers' perspectives. After a short while, they arrived at the boss location deep within the Dark Forest. Trees swayed and fog billowed as a massive white goblin wielding a curved blade stood out on a clearing. Thunder Goblin Kino. Silver Boss. Level 10. HP 15,000. MP 500. Skills Thunderstrike / Monster description: Goblin Lord hiding in the Dark Forest. Seeing the stats, Wang Fan almost rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Silver Boss? That didn't make sense. Normally, bosses near rookie territories should only be at bronze rank. Damn, could it be? He immediately checked the system log. Sure enough, a bright red message appeared. Because you are the first overlord to activate the boss pursuit order, the boss rank has increased. So using the boss pursuit order himself had raised Thunder Kino's rank directly. Silver bosses weren't easy to beat. Borderlands was a strategy game where commanding troops to battle was the norm. Monster strength exceeded traditional ARPG levels by a considerable margin. Even the weakest goblins at the village gate could wipe out 50 soldiers alone, forcing overlords to rely heavily on tactics to clear them. Boss fights were even more brutal. A full squad of 50 maxed-out NPC soldiers hunting a bronze boss still suffered heavy losses. Now, Wang Fan's 10 soldiers were going to face a silver boss all on their own. Suddenly, a wave of nervousness washed over Wang Fan. There's no way they'll all die, right? If they all wipe out, the loss would be massive. Wang Fan's heart was pounding. The 10 soldiers on the front line, all under the banner Boundless Magic, were his elite team, each averaging level 5 or above. Reviving them once would be a serious hit. Worse yet, when soldiers die, they drop their gear, and these 10 were carrying a total of 50 pieces of equipment. If all of it dropped, he might as well quit. The territory's blacksmith wasn't unlocked yet, so the only way to get gear was through logging quests. Right now, the entire territory's inventory consisted of these 50 items. If they all got lost, how could they possibly defend the castle against the monster siege 7 days from now empty-handed? Everyone, hold the front line. Healers focus on keeping the tanks alive. Everyone else, support damage, and keep aggro in check. Wang Fan gritted his teeth as he commanded, eyes fixed tensely on the battlefield. Boundless magic struck first, summoning a flaming fireball that slammed into falling lightning Kino's face. 32. The faint damage number appeared above the boss's head. Grah. Falling lightning. Kino roared in fury, raising his scimitar as purple lightning crackled along the blade's edge. But before his skill could take shape, 10 Directions charged in with a growl, taking several steps to build momentum before leaping and smashing his heavy tower shield down onto the boss's forehead. For this boss fight, Head swapped into a full suit of iron armor boosting strength and stamina, wielding his heavy tower shield as a weapon. His burly frame armored thickly, he fell like a meteorite. Duong. The dull impact echoed as the shield thudded heavily against falling lightning Kina's head. The boss staggered back forcibly half a step, and the lightning on his scimitar shattered. Damn it! His skill was interrupted. Furious, the boss recovered his balance and swung his scimitar backhand at 10 Directions. Against a normal NPC, that strike alone would be a killer, but 10 Directions reacted swiftly, pivoting on his toes to leap back. Flash! The scimitar cut the air. Before he landed, falling lightning Kino closed the distance with a step forward and drove a kick into 10 Directions' abdomen. He hastily raised his shield to block. Bang! The powerful force slammed against the shield. Despite being a magic-type boss, its strength was undeniable. 10 Directions felt his wrist tingle and was forced to retreat several steps. Lightning once again laced the scimitar as a bolt of thunder crashed down from the sky, striking 10 Directions directly on the head. What the hell? This boss chains combos. Wang Fan cursed in the distance, thinking this sequencia slash, then a kick followed by lightning was shamelessly relentless. A normal soldier would have fallen after the first blow. 10 Directions dodged the blade, then blocked the next kick. His combat skill was leagues ahead of any NPC, but he still couldn't avoid the third thunder strike. The boss truly showed superior skill. Magic damage was always terrifying, and Lightning Kainuo was a level 10 silver tier boss. Even with Zongheng Tianxia fully armed, a single lightning strike like that could easily take away half his health. Swish! At the moment the electric light crashed down, a sweep of holy white light almost simultaneously enveloped Zongheng Tianxia. 142, 52 numbers popped up consecutively, yet his health bar remained rock solid. No way. That's a heal lock. Wang Fan almost jumped out of his chair in shock. A heal lock. This was the top-tier move for healers. In online game combat mechanics, there was a tiny delay between a player taking damage and the system deducting health points. If a heal landed perfectly inside that gap, the damage could be completely offset. Even a deadly blow, if timed precisely, could leave the target unharmed. Wang Fan had only seen this trick in videos of elite ARPG players and never expected someone on his team could pull it off. He quickly switched the view and saw a priest standing next to Fa Li Wu Bian. That face, hard to describe, but the aura of a seasoned expert radiated from him. Wang Fan opened the character panel. Name, Shiwang Hope. Class, Human Priest. Level 5. Health, 500. Mana, 420. Growth, Strength C, Constitution B, Intelligence B, Spirit A, Agility D. Skills, Heal, Holy Blessing. Equipment, Ritual Staff, Ritual Robe, Ritual Pendant. Talent unlocked at level 10, Holy Light. Extra traits, highly compatible with Holy Light class, quick reactions, undead exceptional survivability. Owner, Wang Fan. Rating, Powerful Human Priest. Wow. A perfect Holy Light class prototype with lightning-fast reflexes and tough endurance. He had been too focused on personality traits earlier and completely overlooked this monster impressive. Usually expressionless, Fa Li Wu Bian gave Shiwang a thumbs up. Another priest in the party spun around sharply, eyes shining brightly. Heal lock. Shiwang. Are you the same pro Holy Light streamer from the Soul server, the legendary Shiwang? Stay calm. Shiwang smiled slightly without confirming, raised his staff, and cast a blessing on Zongheng Tianxiao again. Shiwang. It really is you. Nearby, Yangwan Sandy was stomping excitedly. I even recharged you before. Oh, what's your name? Shiwang asked curiously. Imkankani de Lien. Shiwang replied coolly. IDs like yours usually get muted. Why? He said nothing but lifted his deadly face toward Yangwan Sandy. Allah, don't aim your face at me. Yangwan Sandy instantly got the hint. Bastard. Seeing that Lightning Kainuo's thunder strike hadn't finished off Zongheng Tianxia, the boss roared and lunged again. Creak. The sound of bowstring tightening like metal and stone. Hit. A sharp whistle as an arrow pierced Lightning Kainuo's eye socket. Ah! Lightning Kainuo screamed in pain, clutching its eye and retreating. Now's our chance, unleash damage. Fa Li Wu Bian shouted, and the party's weapons, arrows, and spells all rained down on Lightning Kainuo. Bang! 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 Magical arrows instantly engulfed Thunderstrike Kainuo. The dazzling white arrow light sparked fiercely against his heavy armor. In just one round, the crimson health bar above his head was shredded by an entire segment. Gah! Thunderstrike Kainuo roared in fury, suddenly raising his curved blade high. Dark silver lightning crackled around the blade, clearly preparing to cast a powerful spell. Duong. Zongheng Tianxia, who had been guarding the flank, sprang forward and smashed his greatsword down with a thunderous clang. The dull clash of metal interrupted Kainuo's incantation, once again skill disrupted. What followed was the familiar counterattack rhythm, slash, kick, and a triple lightning strike. Zongheng Tianxia anticipated this perfectly, stepping back one pace to raise his sword and block, just barely avoiding the first two attacks. At the moment the third lightning blow descended, a healing spell arrived simultaneously. The green light collided with the lightning, canceling out the damage. Keep attacking, Boundless Mana shouted. The rest of the soldiers rushed forward, swords flashing alongside fireballs. Thunderstrike Kainuo's health bar shrank by another notch. This sequence was repeated relentlessly. Under Boundless Mana's precise command, the team's rhythm was flawless, interrupting spells, raising healing, and maintaining continuous offense, leaving the upgraded silver tier boss barely able to catch a breath, let alone counterattack the soldiers. Throughout the entire battle, Thunderstrike Kainuo never got a single full chance to cast his skills. Wang Fan stared in disbelief. Is this really the true power of the soldiers under his command? Back in the beginner quest to clear out goblins, he had already realized these soldiers with player-like thinking were far stronger than ordinary NPCs. At that time, 50 NPCs charging forward could easily be wiped out, yet his 5-man team effortlessly crushed the goblins. But he never could have imagined that was just the tip of the iceberg. Now, a strengthened silver tier boss was being suppressed hidden by just 10 soldiers. With any other lord, even 100 or 1,000 surrounding the boss would end in massacre. Yet his squad was crushing Thunderstrike Kainuo utterly without resistance. In Boundless Mana's words, as long as the damage breaks the boss defense, its health bar will be revealed. Once the health bar shows, it means the boss can be killed. Damn, Wang Fan's excitement almost made him curse. With 15,000 health points, Thunderstrike Kainuo was visibly melting away under the steady output of over 300 damage each round. 10-8-6-2. Boom. The final fireball hit, emptying Kainuo's health bar. His massive body slammed to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with rage and refusal to yield. The storm clouds shattered, sunlight poured in, and the gloomy forest suddenly brightened. System message: you have led your soldiers to defeat the silver tier boss, Thunderstrike Kainuo. Reputation 20. Would you like to open the loot chest? In no man's land, as a lord, all soldiers are private property. Any boss killed by soldiers counts as a kill for the lord. After the kill, the system issues a loot chest based on the boss level and rank. It's important to note, boss loot chests cannot be traded as items. Choosing to open means accepting the reward. Not opening means forfeiting it. Open it, Wang Fan said without hesitation, immediately clicking confirm. A system alert crackled sharply in Wang Fan's ear like thunder tearing through the night sky, causing his heart to skip a beat. Was that really a golden chest? The land of no masters was notorious for stingy rewards, almost to the point of cruelty, but the first kill bonus was an exception. Thunderstrike Kainuo wasn't just the first boss any player faced. This kill marked the very first worldwide server defeat. With double bonuses stacking up, the silver chest Wang Fan had expected instantly upgraded to a golden one. Thinking of this, his fingers trembled slightly as he eagerly tapped to open the reward. The chest burst open, flooding the screen with radiant gold light. You obtained 1. Heart of Thunder. 2. Thunderclaw Curved Blade. 3. Defense Ring. 4. Thunderstrike Spell. 5. Territory Development Token. Along with 2 gold coins and 20,000 soldier experience points. 5 pieces of gear and resources dropped at once, too lavish to be believable. Normally, a bronze chest yielded only 12 items, silver barely 23, but this golden chest gave 5 high-quality items all at once. Wang Fan's eyes quickly scanned the stat panel. Heart of Thunder. Type: Special Item. Description: a crucial artifact for mage classes transitioning to the lightning element. Only mages bearing the Heart of Thunder can receive the blessings of lightning. Thunderclaw Curved Blade. Type: one-handed sword grade, silver. Attack: 28 magic, 17. Strength 9, Spirit 8. Passive skill Thunder Power. Adds lightning magic damage to attacks. Active skill Thunder Slash. Channels lightning energy to deal 220 damage to a target. Cooldown 50 seconds. Requirement: Strength 10. Description: a weapon forged and tempered by heavenly thunder imbued with potent magical energy. Defense Ring. Type: accessory grade, bronze. Attack: 7 magic, 4. Constitution 5, Spirit 4. Passive skill Healing Aura. Increases healing skill effect by 10. Description: a magical ring. Thunderstrike Spell. Type: spell grade, E attribute, lightning. Learning requirement: none. Description: a powerful spell that summons thunder from the heavens to strike a target. Territory Development Token. Type: special item grade, silver. Effect: instantly grants 100 development points to your territory. Description: a treasure every lord dreams of owning. A true golden chest. Wang Fan exhaled slowly, struggling to calm his wildly racing heart. The Thunderclaw Curved Blade was undoubtedly the game's first silver-grade weapon, boasting magic damage and an active skill undeniably top tier. Even a decent tool could sell for 200 bronze coins at this stage. This silver blade listed in the marketplace would start from at least 200 gold coins. That's a conservative estimate. After all, better equipment makes soldiers stronger and able to challenge tougher monsters. Though the defense ring was only bronze grade, accessory items were scarce, and those with attribute bonuses were even rarer. Still a gem. The rarity of the Thunderstrike spell needed no explanation. Skills in the Land of No Masters ranked from F to S. Level 10 and below were F grade. Level 10-20 were E grade. Lightning magic not only dealt high damage but also caused paralysis, making its price typically 3 times higher than fire spells of the same rank. As for the territory development token, it was simple and brutal, a guaranteed boss drop. 1 token equaled 100 development points, equivalent to completing 100 territory tasks, saving massive time and labor. Yet what really made Wang Fan's blood boil was that special item, the Heart of Thunder. Of course, the item that excited Wang Fan the most was that unique artifact, the Heart of Thunder. Thunder Mage job change item. In the setting of the Borderlands, soldiers with the mage profession can only specialize into 2 branches after reaching level 10, fire or ice. The lightning branch, however, stands above these 2 elemental paths, regarded as the innate sovereign thunder, the king of elements. Only mages with extraordinary talent and incredible luck can gain affinity with lightning and command its power. This makes the lightning path not only a hidden class, but also an exceptionally powerful secret one. To the lords, hidden classes and hidden races are classified as hidden units, and the strength of a lord depends fundamentally on their units. The rarity of hidden units is obvious early in the game. Ordinary players hoping to obtain a hidden unit must repeatedly rely on recruiting and dismissing soldiers at the recruitment office, hoping for a lucky draw. Even those of European royal bloodlines cannot guarantee acquiring one. Up to now, there has been no record of anyone actually getting a hidden unit through recruitment. Of course, there are other methods. Before the official launch, the game's website offered hidden unit gift packs, each containing 50 initial hidden units across 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and special. Even the lowest tier package cost 10,000 yuan, while the special tier package went up to tens of millions. On average, the cheapest hidden unit cost 200 yuan, and the most expensive would be 200,000. Ordinary players could only dream of affording them. Yet now, this very Thunderheart shard could directly turn Wang Fan's soldiers into Lightning Magisa hidden unit. Even the weakest lightning mage among the hidden classes reliably cost at least 200 yuan on the market, showing just how valuable this item is. Wang Fan carefully stowed away the Thunderheart shard and the land development token, then casually clicked discard, tossing the rest of the equipment and coins with a clatter onto the ground before the soldiers. The members of Endless Mana and others were puzzled that no equipment dropped from the boss earlier. Suddenly, a clear system sound rang out: clatter. A pile of loot instantly appeared beneath Fall of Thunder Kino. Loot. Weapons. A mechanism. A mage skill book. So much money. Excited shouts erupted, and the soldiers' eyes lit up. In theory, the Lord could click assign loot, but Wang Fan didn't do this. His soldiers were not dull NPCs, but real people. If he assigned items directly, they'd feel like mere hired hands. By dropping the loot on the ground to pick up themselves, they'd appreciate their boss more, savoring the thrill of boss drops, and be more eager to hunt bosses together in the future. Best of all, they didn't know who the true mastermind was. Receiving what was rightfully theirs would make them grateful to their lord. After finishing everything, Wang Fan revoked shared vision and returned to his territory. Just as he settled, a sudden system announcement thundered across the sky. World announcement. The Lord of Dawnlight Village has led his army to successfully siege and slay the Silver Tier Lord boss. Achieving the first kill, his heroic deeds will be recorded in history, and the continent's glory shall be with him. Holy crap! What's going on? The boss. Someone actually killed the boss. A Silver Tier boss. No way. I just finished clearing out goblins, and now someone's already defeated a boss. Is the event still active or not? The announcement popped up, causing an uproar across the world chat. At this stage, players were struggling just to clear goblins at the village entrance, barely managing to wipe them out in groups. Then suddenly the system announced someone had defeated a silver-level boss on the very next day. Instantly, the world channel exploded, and guild chats turned into chaotic messes. Who's the Lord of Dawnlight Village? A pro descended from the gods? Can we recruit them into our federation? Kill the silver boss on day 2? Is some Starlord here just fishing for kills? Debates and complaints kept rising. Disbelief was written all over every player's reaction. Meanwhile, Tiancheng's recipient of the first day settlement reward stared at the announcement, his face darkening. No way. A silver boss. How did they pull that off? He had also received a boss pursuit order, but unlike Wang Fan, he didn't get a special boost. His target was a bronze boss. Since dawn, he and his Dragonblood Descendants Legion had surrounded that bronze boss 3 times, barely managing to kill it. Before opening the loot box, the world announcement appeared. Dragonblood Descendants. An elite hidden unit only unlocked through top-tier gift packs. Max base stats. Max growth potential. Top-level special talents. In the current patch, players with this kind of lineup were extremely rare. Even with such a powerful formation, hunting a bronze boss had cost them dearly. Yet someone wiped out a silver boss in one go, a whole rank above bronze. Could his troops be stronger than the Dragonblood descendants? He Tianqing wondered, baffled. Impossible. Official documentation clearly stated, Dragonblood descendants are the strongest hidden unit now. Any further upgrades would violate legal boundaries that the game company dared not cross. Maybe he's just a tactical genius? Absurd. Against overwhelming stats, flashy tactics don't matter. 50 Dragonblood descendants struggling against a bronze boss using strategy to topple a silver-level wall. The only reasonable explanation: cheating. If they're really hacking, they'll rot in jail, He Tianqing muttered through gritted teeth, helpless but furious. Cheating? Wang Fan didn't even bother considering it. His soldiers were all human-controlled walking cheats, real players acting as troops, with mental agility and reflexes far beyond any other lord's forces. While ordinary lord's soldiers clumsily waited for commands, Wang Fan's troops were already operating independently, coordinating, flanking, with solo combat skills rivaling top-ranked players. If the battle were set in a firearm era, others would still be dragging around flintlocks, while Wang Fan's side was deploying drones and robotic dogs on a completely different level. While other lords scrambled to identify the Lord of Dawnlight Village, the mastermind Wang Fan had no idea how much of a storm he had stirred up. At that moment, he pulled out a territory construction token from his pack. Use territory construction token? Yes. Usage successful. Territory construction points 100. Your territory construction points meet the upgrade criteria. Upgrade now. Upgrade. He pressed confirm and triggered another upgrade. Your territory has been upgraded to a level 3 village. You have gained 500 units each of wood, stone, and food. The housing capacity has increased by 10, and the recruitment limit has expanded by 50. A dazzling light streaked across the sky, and the boundary of Dawnlight Village extended outward. However, this time only the territory size and housing capacity increased. No new buildings were unlocked. Personal panel. Lord, Wang Fan. Health, 300-300. Mana, 300-300. Attributes, Strength 30, Constitution 30, Intelligence 30, Spirit 30, Agility 30. Skills. 1. Soldier summon special, spend gold to recruit soldiers from other worlds to expand your territory. 2. Healing LV1, spend gold to heal injured soldiers. 3. Experience bonus LV1 once daily. Grant 50 experience points to all soldiers. Equipment, none. Territory information. Dawnlight Village LV3. Population, 32,400. Housing, 1020. Army, 5,150. Formation, Human Warrior 10. Human Mage 12. Human Archer 12. Human Priest 6. Human Assassin 10. Farmers, 50-50. Resources, wood 1,284. Stone 573. Food 421. Gold, 795,214. With the help of 50 farmers, the city walls are being constructed much faster. Meanwhile, the free strategy guides Wang Fan posted on the forum continue to generate steady income. His gold hasn't decreased, but kept climbing indeed. Having more people really makes things easier. Thinking about the population, Wang Fan opened the subjects panel. The army limit had increased to 150, but had been so busy fighting bosses after leveling up that he forgot to recruit new soldiers. So, based on soldiers' contribution scores, he rewarded 10 knights and casually granted permission to build more housing. After finishing this, Wang Fan went to the recruitment office, a grayish-white magic circle in the center of the village square. According to the rules of No Man's Land, soldiers recruited by the Lord come from various other worlds. Undead troops descend from the death plane. 10 copper coins to activate recruitment magic circle. The system prompt appeared. Recruit soldiers? Yes. Wang Fan confirmed without hesitation. Please select the number of soldiers to recruit. 99. He entered the maximum number directly. Choose profession? Random. He stuck to his original principle of leaving decisions to chance. For most beginners, the forum offered all sorts of perfect unit compositions, but Wang Fan never understood the complicated calculations. Now, he saw his soldiers forming their own teams, developing tactics, and coordinating classes. The less he interfered, the safer it was for the Lord. The recruitment began. The magic circle blazed to life, sending a brilliant white light skyward. At the same time, beams of white light descended onto Dawnlight Village's square, manifesting new recruits bearing wooden swords, daggers, and bows. They appeared on the stone pavement with a faint glow. Wow, this is so realistic. Incredible. Is this the first fully holographic MMORPG? No wonder it's a groundbreaking masterpiece. Longting finally pulled off something amazing this time. No wonder it's so hard to get into the test. 50 slots in the first batch, and only 100 in the second. The square was buzzing with chatter. Where are the NPCs? This game doesn't have NPCs. Hey, that guy over there looks different from us. Could he be an NPC? Probably. He looks dumb as a rock. Go grab a quest from him. Amid the noise, Wang Fan felt a wave of frustration. Damn it. These soldiers were still so rude. He mentally fired off a volley of complaints. How do I look like an NPC? You're the NPCs. Your whole family's NPCs. Who just called me dumb? He glared fiercely toward the crowd, spotting a shifty-looking assassin making crude gestures with a sleazy grin. Wang Fan immediately opened the status panel. Little hands wandering. Class, Human Assassin Level, 1. HP, 70 MP, 50. Growth, Strength A, Constitution C, Intelligence C, Spirit C, Agility A. Skill, Deadly Strike Passive. Equipment, Sturdy Wooden Dagger. Talent, unlocks at level 10. Tags, Sleazy Tactics Specialist. Affiliation, Wang Fan. Note, a smooth-talking soldier keep him away from the female troops literally. Wang Fan's brow furrowed. Sleazy tactics, what the heck? Head led a 50-man team before and seen all kinds of soldiers sneaky, silent, domineering, brave but never sleazy. The system even warned not to let this guy near the female soldiers. That said a lot. Speaking of female soldiers, Wang Fan suddenly realized his own troops were all male. Given the conversation among soldiers, he pieced things together. This was a closed beta for a new game mode, with invites sent in batches to well-known figure streamers, content creators, top players. Someone called Shi Wang was a famous top player. Naturally, there were fewer women in such circles. Get lost. Do you want to die? A sharp female voice snapped Wang Fan out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a fiery female assassin glaring at Little Hands wandering. Stay away, or don't blame me for being rude. Hey, little miss, just adding you as a friend. We're both assassins, gotta stick together. It'll help you level up later. Little Hands wandering begged shamelessly. The woman squinted and suddenly shouted, whoever kills him gets 1 gold coin. Then she really pulled a shiny gold coin from her pouch. Instantly, soldiers swarmed around, trapping Little Hands wandering in the middle. Their fists and feet rained down. He barely managed to scream before dissolving into a ghostly mist. The gold coin whizzed into the crowd, sparking more chaos. Wang Fan sucked in a breath. This woman was loaded? Dropping gold bounties right after entering the game. That's a foolin' Patoan player. Shed just killed one of his soldiers. Wouldn't that stir trouble later? He quickly checked her panel. Duga Shaoling. Class, Human Assassin Level, 1. HP, 70 MP, 50. Growth, Strength A, Constitution C, Intelligence C, Spirit C, Agility A. Skill, Deadly Strike Passive. Equipment, Sturdy Wooden Dagger. Talent, unlocks at level 10. Tags, Pay-to-win player, heavy spender, hot-tempered. Affiliation, Wang Fan. Note, don't mess with her, and definitely don't bet your entire fortune against her pocket money. Damn. When Wang Fan saw the info on Duga Shaoling, his scalp tingled. Her profile popped up right before his eyes. 1. Wealthy beyond measure. 2. Spends money without blinking. 3. Emotions easily triggered. In other words, if she's upset, she can throw money at problems anytime. Normally having such an ally would be a blessing. Money is nearly all powerful in the game. When short on gold coins, just ask her. But the catch was this. If she can lavish money on Wang Fan, she can do the same for others. NPC grunts follow orders blindly once sworn in. Actual players chase profit and flock wherever the benefits are. That meant with a single whim, Duga Shaoling could poach teammates to face off against Wang Fan, an explosive wildcard. Suddenly Wang Fan understood why ancient emperors feared wealthy merchants and powerful ministers. The pressure was real. Luckily, the Lord had the power to dismiss allies. For now, he'd keep his walking treasure chest. If treated well, she was a vault of gold. If things went south, he could just kick her out with one click. As for Little Hand Trouble provoking her, that idiot deserved to get taken out on the spot. Wang Fan sighed and casually hit the revive button. Little Hand Trouble flashed back to life, cursing loudly. God damn it. Who killed me? Duga Shaoling turned with a cold glare. I sent someone. You got a problem? The soldiers behind her clenched their fists in unison, tension snapping through the air. Haha. Little Hand Trouble cowered swiftly, plastering on a smile. No, just asking. Hello, miss, and goodbye, miss. Before he finished, he shrank his neck and slipped back into the crowd. Clearing his throat, Wang Fan raised his voice to announce, fellow warriors, I am the Lord of Dawn Village. Since you've come to support me here, this is our shared home and land. I hope we can unite and help each other, and that no more violence breaks out among us. Wow, this NPC actually talks. Someone gasped. The AI must be incredibly advanced. It wasn't Wang Fan's mediation that shocked them, it was that an NPC would step in to stop player conflicts on their own, acting completely like a real person. Haha, he really thinks he's something, daring to boss us around. A soldier sneered, pointing at Wang Fan. Wang Fan just glanced at him calmly, smiling faintly. The next moment, the soldier's face went pale. What the hell? The NPC just dropped my favor. Won't even give me quests. A sharp intake of breath echoed around. The players' amused looks shifted to wariness. This was the world's first fully holographic simulation MMORPG. Second World was not just a name. To level up, quests were everything. Without the Lord dishing out missions, your account was effectively dead. With so many people worldwide, but only a few test accounts, every spot was precious. It would be really unfair to have my account banned just for saying the wrong thing. At this moment, Dugu Xiaoling stood in the center of the newbie village square, her face pale. The little handsy guy who had just been beaten to death by her command to kill him had clearly offended the newly logged in Lord AI, Wang Fan. Now, Wang Fan's gaze was fixed on her, there was no mistaking that it was directed right at her. While the crowd of new players looked on in alarm, Wang Fan simply smiled and raised his hand, speaking calmly and evenly. Don't worry, I'm not one to lower people's favor easily. You've all had some education, so I'm sure you understand the word respect. Give respect to others, and they will respect you in return. Then his eyes landed on the warrior who had just been punished. Since it's your first offense, you're fined 200 copper coins. Let this be a warning. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. The warrior quickly took out 200 coins and handed them over with both hands. At the same time, a system message popped up, target's favorability restored. Wang Fan waved his wrist and a shower of pale golden lights sprinkled over everyone. Everyone. Experience plus 50. Wow. Lord, you're so generous. Risking everything for us, Lord. The crowd erupted, the mood quickly changing from tense to lively. All right, go get on with your quests. Wang Fan expertly distributed 3 basic tasks to everyone's panels. If you don't know what to do, ask the veteran players. They're happy to help. Receiving the prompt, the players dispersed in small groups to get started. Xiaoling. Wang Fan suddenly called out to the departing Du Gu Xiaoling. She stopped in her tracks, frowning as her heart sank. Oh, was he going to question her about hiring a hitman? Though she had money and a sharp temper, she was a hardcore gamer, and this was her first time on a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG. She really didn't want to be targeted by an NPC as soon as she logged in, making things difficult right from the start. Wang Fan approached with a sincere tone. I apologize for what happened earlier. I hope you won't take it further. I will punish him. He understood the value of this goddess of wealth. Before him, winning her favor would be a big advantage, but making an enemy would bring trouble. Du Gu Xiaoling paused, then waved her hand. It's nothing, Lord. It was my bad temper. I shouldn't have ordered the kill. Thank you for not pursuing it. Enjoy your game. Wang Fan nodded slightly. Thanks. I'm really happy to have a lord like you. Du Gu Xiaoling nodded earnestly and then turned to leave. In real life, she had few friends, and gaming was her greatest joy. She had spent a fortune to get this beta access, and then got harassed by a creepy guy right away, which made her lash out violently and cause a death. She had feared the Lord would hold it against her, but instead he didn't blame her and was polite and apologetic. Such respect and kindness lifted her spirits instantly, wiping away her earlier frustration. Watching Du Gu Xiaoling's retreating figure, Wang Fan smiled softly and thought to himself, this girl is reasonable but lonely, probably neglected by her parents. I'll set some hidden quests for her later to keep her firmly in my grasp. After seeing her off, he pulled a silver gray token from his pocket. A recruitment order. Using this order to recruit directly had a chance to unlock hidden human soldier classes. At the Tier 3 territory level, 100 recruitment slots were added. Wang Fan used only 99. Clutching the last slot, Tightly wanted to reserve it for a hidden unit. Advanced units could follow him for life, so the earlier they were recruited and trained, the better. Any available slot on the recruitment order had to be used immediately. Use recruitment order? Yes. Recruitment order successfully used. The magic circle suddenly lit up, and a column of dark light shot into the sky. As the light faded, a middle-aged man in a black mage robe appeared at the center of the square. He was about 40 years old, short in stature, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but there was an indescribable sleaziness about him. Not the kind of sly and shifty type, but a subtle nastiness hidden beneath his serious exterior. Unit info. Class, Human Dark Mage. Level 1. HP, 10. MP, 100. Initial attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Intelligence? Not given, but should be preserved. Growth attributes, Strength D, Constitution C, Intelligence B, Spirit A, Agility C. Skills, Soul Revival. Equipment, Wooden Staff. Talent, unlocks at level 10. Traits, Extremely Sly, Meticulous Planner. Personality, Good. Owner, Wang Fan. Evaluation, a veteran soldier with his own unique worldly wisdom. Damn, Wang Fan almost cursed on the spot. A hidden class? This week, unit attributes are divided into 2 categories. 1. Initial attributes base stats from 1 to 10 points. Higher means stronger early game. 2. Growth attributes per level increases from 1 to 5 points. Grade D equals 1 point per level. S equals 5. Growth potential depends largely on these grades. The standard 3 major races and 5 main classes have fixed attributes, but only hidden units differ and are expected to excel. That's why everyone chased after them. Wang Fan had high hopes for his first hidden unit, but this dark mage shattered his mentality instantly. Initial attributes were a wreck. Constitution only 1, pitiful 10 HP. Growth was even worse. Only spirit growth was barely A. The rest were all low, even some D grades. A normal mage's growth would be at least Strength C, Constitution C, Intelligence A, Spirit A, Agility B, with at least 2 A grades. But this guy? Except for Spirit A, the rest was a disaster, even some growth at the D rank. Damn it. Wang Fan couldn't believe it. This unit, whose starting stats were so low they might as well be dust, with growth rates just as pitiful, was somehow tagged by the system as a hidden unit. What made it worse was the attached attributes. It was downright scandalous to the extreme. Hanzi and Spring Radiance appeared side by side on the recruitment panel, almost breaking Wang Fan's composure. If I leave this guy in the territory, won't there be trouble every single day from tomorrow onwards? He gritted his teeth, quickly running through his options. To dismiss soldiers, they first had to die, then their souls could be released so they wouldn't be revived. Luckily, the rules left a loophole, so he could just find a reasonable excuse to send them off. Hidden unit or not, had considered himself shafted by the game. This time wasting a recruitment token was infuriating. Just as he was figuring out how to arrange an accident, the middle-aged man named Spring Radiance suddenly appeared, grinning from ear to ear, and said, "Hey, Lord, is there anything I can do for our territory?" Wang Fan was briefly taken aback. Sure, this guy's stats were pitiful and growth was terrible, but the way he said our territory felt strangely comforting, actually treated the place like his home right from the start. If this were reality, Wang Fan wouldn't mind keeping such a sweet-talking loser around. But this was a fiercely competitive early-stage game world, where every recruitment slot was precious. How could he waste one on this useless decoration? He stared at Spring Radiance's panel. 10 HP hit, and this guy would be down for good. In the end, Wang Fan just casually assigned him the first of the 3 basic missions: clear the goblins outside the village. In his heart, he had already decided this guy wouldn't survive the day. Got it. Spring Radiance beamed with joy. After receiving his orders, he sprinted toward the village entrance, his back oddly full of effort. After completing all recruitment procedures, Wang Fan found himself with some free time, so he switched to the God's Eye view to monitor the newly recruited soldiers. The 3 basic missions tested both strength and intelligence. The earlier batch of soldiers had all demonstrated unique skills and passed flawlessly. Could this new group step up and take over? Wang Fan was curious. It turned out the differences between humans weren't as wide as he imagined. Soon, the new recruits naturally grouped together at the village entrance, imitating the tactics of the elite squad Limitless Magic. They lured the goblins apart from a distance, and then surrounded and defeated them one by one. The whole process was smooth and effortless, as if this fighting style was hardwired into them. Watching this, Wang Fan nodded to himself, a solid 6. But the next moment, his gaze was drawn to a lone figure shifted, with a sleazy look, unmistakably Hanzi. Maybe because of a previous unpleasant incident with Duga Shaoling, nobody wanted to team up with him. So there he stood alone at the village gate, staring at the goblins lurking nearby, eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Oh," Wang Fan murmured. Out of over 100 recruits, no one dared to solo on a clearance mission after all. The newbies were only level 1, while the goblins stood at level 5 and attacked in packs. Yet this guy was preparing to go it alone? Of course, it wasn't exactly by choice. He simply had no one willing to team up. Wang Fan was genuinely curious to see what this guy planned to do next. After standing at the village entrance for a moment, Xiaoshu Lama finally gritted his teeth and stepped out, heading straight toward the goblin horde waiting there. Is he seriously going to fight them heathen? Wang Fan frowned, utterly speechless. He had expected some tactical play, but it turned out the kid just refused to back down and was basically going to throw himself to the wolves. No excitement at all had wasted his hopes. Hey, that loser's walking straight to his death. Haha, what else can he do? Nobody wants to team up with him. This noob deserves to die socially. Just drop dead already. If he quits after dying, that'll be better out of sight, out of mind. But if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have earned that 100-something copper. True, now that I think about it, he's not so annoying, mostly because of the money. Other players-turned soldiers gathered near the village entrance noticed Xiaoshu Luomo's actions and started to mock and gossip with glee. Just a few steps in, Xiaoshu Luomo entered the goblin's aggro range. Gak gak gak. 7 or 8 level 5 goblins screeched, axes raised as they swarmed forward. Game over. Wang Fan rolled his eyes. Level 5 goblins only hack mindlessly, but their stats were solid. If surrounded, a level 1 soldier would get slaughtered, not to mention Xiaoshu Luomo, all alone. But the next moment, Xiaoshu Luomo spun around and took off running. As an assassin, his initial agility stat was 9, just behind the archer's 10, making him clearly faster than the goblins. What followed was a strange scene. Xiaoshu Luomo sprinted ahead, with goblins chasing behind. When they couldn't catch up, he would stop and wait, like a locomotive, dragging the 7 or 8 goblins all the way back to the village gate. Soon, the goblins were led to the edge of their territory. Xiaoshu Luomo leaped up, landing on the soil and flipping back inside the village. The moment he crossed the invisible boundary line, the goblins froze, suddenly losing their target. Wang Fan's eyes went wide. Haha, this shameless guy actually knows how to play. He's kiting the monsters, right? Exactly. Monsters can't enter the village. This guy's pretty damn sly. Wang Fan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Xiao Loma was really a crafty one. According to the newbie protection rules for new territories within the first 7 days, monsters can't enter the village to attack citizens. That meant once a soldier retreated inside, the goblin's aggro would reset. Xiao Loma was exploiting this rule, continually jumping the aggro line back and forth. Seeing the goblins lost their target, he immediately dashed out of the village again, gleaming blades flashing, stabbing twice into the nearest goblin's waist. Blood sprayed as aggro spiked instantly. The goblins swarmed again, but he only stepped back 1 pace, returning to the safe zone. The goblin horde froze once more in confusion. Xiao Loma lunged forward again, 2 quick slashes. As the goblins turned, he pulled back again. Over and over, this cycle repeated. Blood pooled at the village entrance as the goblin's health visibly dropped. The goblins turned. Xiao Loma retreated. The goblin's hatred vanished, and without warning, Xiao Loma attacked. He plunged straight into the monster horde, his blade flashing across greenskin chests before quickly retreating, all the while taunting with a cheeky grin. I jumped in. I jumped out. What are you gonna do, dumbass? Hit me if you can. Over and over, in just a few minutes, he had stabbed 7 or 8 goblins right before him to death. Not even a hair on his body touched. Haha, is that all? Xiao Loma twisted his face towards the pile of corpses, smirking proudly, then charged again at another goblin squad farther away, pulling aggro from 7 or 8 of them. Watching from a distance, Wang Fan was stunned. This guy actually has skills. Had originally planned to dismiss the assassin and kick him out, but now he thought, maybe this useless guy might come in handy after all. Forget it. You're too smart, it'll keep you around for now. Even the players farming monsters at the village entrance were dumbfounded. In the game world, strength speaks loudly no matter how sneaky or slimy you are. If you're strong enough, you earn respect. No one expected that the assassin, once gang beaten to death, was hiding a wheelchair-level high-tier technique. For a moment, the scruffy-looking guy stopped being so annoying. Clack, clack, clack. Just as Wang Fan admired Xiao Luanmo's sneaky fighting style, several goblin corpses on the ground suddenly twitched. Their skeletons seemed to be forcibly twisted, cracking and crunching with unnatural sounds. Damn, they're coming back to life. Holy crap, they died because of that bastard. No rest for their souls. Seriously? It's so slimy, even the system can't stand it? The players exchanged uneasy glances, then all turned to look in horror as Xiao Luanmo, dragging a string of goblins behind him, approached. To have someone so despicable even the system can't tolerate it was terrifying. No way. That can't be part of the game. Wang Fan snapped back to focus. There were no goblin zombies in Borderlands, and low-level monsters didn't have that advanced AI. This could only mean a boss had respawned nearby. But it was only day 2. How could a boss appear so early? He quickly raised his view, searching all around. Then a familiar figure came into view. Beneath the village wall, a middle-aged man in tattered black robes was holding a rotten wooden staff, mumbling curses toward the goblin corpses. Suddenly, a black light descended as the goblin bodies shattered, their green flesh peeling away like discarded coats. Skeletons, each clutching a stone axe, crawled up from the remains. Wang Fan's eyes nearly popped out. Soul resurrection? That slimy, utterly worthless middle-aged dark mage had summoned skeleton warriors from the goblins Xiao Luanmo had killed. The thought sent chills down Wang Fan's spine. What the heck? This system is so stingy and cruel it almost tricked me into dismissing an absolute top-tier unit. This utterly pathetic character somehow can summon skeleton soldiers. Damn it, a necromancer is just a necromancer. We call himself a dark mage? What's even more ridiculous is that the game designers gave him initial stats and growth attributes so bad they're practically unreadable. Usually, when players pick troop types, the first thing they look at is the numbers. Keep the strong, discard the weak, save resources and slots. But this guy is a mechanical unit. The lousy devs clearly want players to kick out the truly top-tier troops. Fortunately, Chuangguang Canlon isn't a mindless NPC soldier stepped up and showed some skillful moves. Otherwise, any other player would dismiss this unit at first glance with no regrets, leaving them nothing but tears. After all, the Necromancer is unquestionably the most overpowered unit class, bar none. In domain management, what is the scarcest, most valuable resource? Not money, not materials, but population. As long as you have people, you can always find ways to get money and materials. The more population, the faster the gathering and construction. Yet population is painfully hard to increase. It's not that you can't recruit. Soldiers can be summoned repeatedly at the barracks using magic circles, and farmers can be refreshed by building houses. The problem is the domain size caps the population limit. For example, King Fan's level 3 domain can only hold 1. 150 soldiers simultaneously. 2. 20 houses, housing around 100 villagers. Together that totals about 250 people, essentially the domain's upper limit. But necromancers don't face this restriction. The skeletons he summons are classified as battle pets, so even if he conjures 10,000 at once, it only takes up 1 population slot for him. That's what makes it so terrifying. Even more, the skeletons function identically to native skeleton units. They can clear goblins, chop wood, mine stone, and build everything. In other words, he can forge an entire undead legion at will. And these undead don't need food or drink and can work around the clock. Although undead stats are slightly lower than human or orc troops, their cost-effectiveness is insanely high. Early on, they act as laborers driving construction. Once they scale up, they become a straight-up war machine. That's when King Fan realized that he nearly wasted an invincible ace. From now on, when recruiting troops, he can't just look at a tribute, she needs to focus on skills and mechanics too, or else he'll end up crying over regrets. At that moment, Wang Fan had already left the village with 7 goblin skeletons. He didn't recklessly charge, but ordered one skeleton to sneak into the forest to lure monsters. Minutes later, 3 live goblins charged in anger. 6 skeletons lying in ambush burst out from the flanks, forming a crescent formation axis swinging ferociously. Goblins are level 5 monsters, so the resurrected goblin skeletons are also level 5 skeletons. Although their stats are slightly inferior, Wang Fan relied on sheer numbers and a surround and conquer tactic, quickly demonstrating a crushing advantage. Within just a few breaths, 3 living goblins fell amidst flashing blades and axes, while their skeletal companions, made from assembled bones, only suffered shallow scratches and sustained no losses. After the battle, Wang Fan waved his staff, and an eerie green light enveloped the fallen bodies. In the next moment, the flesh was stripped away, leaving pale white skeletons standing upright. 3 brand new goblin skeletons joined the ranks. The watching players collectively shuddered. Wang Fan was both shocked and delighted, while others grew weaker with every fight. This guy just kept growing his army. Necromancer truly overpowered. Fortunately, the game imposed limits. A level 1 necromancer can only control 10 skeletons, and with each level the cap increases by 10, up to level 10 without exception. If infinite summons were allowed, game balance would be completely destroyed. Even so, wielding an army of 10 skeletons, Wang Fan's efficiency was off the charts while others struggled through quests alone. He advanced with a squad of 10 underlings working in unison. In less than 10 minutes, he completed 3 basic quests. Wang Fan was dumbfounded. The previous record holder Zonghing Tianxia took nearly an hour, but now this guy had smashed it down to an absurd new low. After quest settlement, Wang Fan reached level 2, doubling his skeleton limit to 20. With 20 skeletons added to his existing forces, construction-type quests became a breeze, and his territory's contribution skyrocketed. With 150 soldiers, 100 farmers, plus 20 skeletons, the village of Shuguang entered a phase of rapid expansion. System notifications popped up one after another. Your territory has been upgraded to a level 4 village. Rewards: 500 wood, 500 stone, 500 food. Housing capacity 10, recruitment limit 50. Production unit unlocked. Farm. Level: basic. Feature: cultivates 1 plot of farmland, producing 5 food per minute. Requirements: 2 farmers. Description: compared to soldiers hunting, farms provide a stable and continuous food supply. Short on farmers? Wang Fan wasn't, but his knights were. So he applied the old method: feudal allocation and military agricultural colonies. Once land was acquired, 40 of the taxes went to the territory, 60 of the profits belonged to the individual. Wow, knights get such good treatment? How do you become a knight? The recruits' eyes went wide watching veterans being granted homes and land. No previous game had ever given such a real sense of being rewarded with nobility before. Check your contribution points, an experienced player replied. The more quests you complete, and the higher your contribution, the more the Lord will reward you with land. Is it really that simple? Of course. Special contributions count too. Another veteran pointed to a curved city wall in the distance. See that barbican? It was a design proposed by an archer. When the Lord approved it, he was knighted. Got it. Got it. The new soldiers were fired up. So this game could be played in this way after all. Thanks to the enthusiastic promotion by the veterans, the newly arrived soldiers quickly learned that the Lord of Dawnlight Village was a high-level hidden NPC who lived in seclusion there. This lord possessed wisdom beyond that of ordinary NPCs and was renowned for his tolerance, fairness, compassion, and generosity. When he said, "The territory of Dawnlight Village belongs to everyone," it was no empty promise. Anyone willing to offer strategies or diligently complete tasks, regardless of seniority, could earn a plot of land for themselves. Those who performed well were knighted and granted houses and land. Those who did average work but stayed hardworking also had a chance to climb the ranks step by step through task completion. For these soldier players, this was an irresistible temptation. Most of those newly qualified to test the game were hardcore players from various online games, thoroughly familiar with the typical ARPG grind. Log in, kill monsters, level up, get gear, run dungeons, and repeat endlessly to scrape profits from monsters. In the past, they chased gold every day, and their wallets ran dry as soon as they stopped grinding. But in expanding territories, the Lord of Dawnlight Village actually allowed everyone to own land and property, directly hitting the core desire of these players. What does the game aim for? First, emotional value. Killing monsters, looting gear, and fighting bosses together can spark bursts of excitement. But that thrill often fades quickly. What truly builds lasting satisfaction and even a sense of achievement is the experience of ownership, owning land, having villagers, and having those villager subjects serve you unconditionally. The sense of power that ordinary people rarely get to feel in real life becomes attainable here through effort. Who wouldn't be tempted? Secondly, there's tangible benefit. Many rely on gaming for income, and profit is directly tied to their livelihood. In other games, making money requires non-stop monster grinding or speculative trading of equipment. Boss spawns are limited, and most players remain pay-to-win customers. But once owning land here, players can have their villagers continuously do tasks that earn money for them even while idle. Copper coins keep flowing in. The income isn't large but stable, giving people a real sense of future security. A good game must be deeply immersive, making every player feel valued. Dawnlight Village achieves exactly that. Especially when everyone witnessed Wang Fan granting 10 houses and 30 farmlands directly to subordinate players, the collective enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Task engagement surged, and the territory's development level visibly soared. As the sun set, the development for the second day was winding down. At this moment, Wang Fan's territory development level was just shy of reaching level 5. Suddenly, a notification sounded. The second day in the unclaimed land has ended. Monsters roam at night. All players, please return to your territory to rest. World settlement in progress. System messages flashed as the world paused briefly, then resumed. After settlement, Wang Fan still held first place with the highest development level, comfortably outpacing the second place Tianqing village by a full level. The third place village had only just reached level 3. Most lords had just reached level 2 villages not long ago, and the upgrade to level 3 was still far off. But as soon as the leaderboard popped up, Wang Fan was stunned. Among the top 500, over 400 were undead. And at the very top spot, glaringly displayed, was his own Dawn Village, a dazzling level 4 village label practically lighting up the screen. Damn, level 4 village. How did he manage that? Must be cheating. There's no way. I don't believe the gap can be this huge. The officials need to investigate. What if it's some Star Lord level powerhouse just steamrolling everyone? At that tier, and still snatching resources? Shameless. World chat instantly flooded with exclamations, doubts, and insults. Looking back to the day before, when Dawn Village first hit level 2, everyone comforted themselves with its just newbie tasks holding them back. But by the second day, most were already on track stockpiling materials, building walls, so the speed difference should have been minimal. Sure, big spenders were faster, but normally they'd only just reached the cusp of level 3. Take Tianqing Village as an example. That was the domain of super-paying player He Tianqing. He wielded 50 top-tier hidden units, the Dragonblood descendants, and was madly buying materials on the world exchange, ships unloading constant supplies. No time wasted on manual labor. Even so, Tianqing Village had barely touched level 4's threshold. Yet an unknown Wang Fan had pushed his village close to level 5. To outsiders, this was utter fantasy. Something was bound to be fishy. What's really going on? Wang Fan himself was puzzled. He thought it through. After level 2, everyone could build houses and recruit farmers. Even a level 2 village should manage to gather 50 farmers. Not this slow, right? While pondering, he opened world chat and scanned the conversations until he caught a keyword. Food. It turned out, leveling to 2 unlocked the food system. From then on, whether soldiers or farmers, anyone working had to be well-fed first. But before farmland was developed, the only food source was hunting wild game. The problem was most lords' newbie troops couldn't even take down goblins without grouping and careful formation, making hunting slow and dangerous. Even if a few monsters were caught, it barely sustained basic development. Soldiers went hunting, leaving only farmers for woodcutting and mining, resulting in low efficiency. Wang Fan's case was entirely different. His soldiers were all-powerful players who, without orders, formed teams to clear wild areas, feeding the food stores to overflow daily. On top of that, boss kills dropped construction tokens, skyrocketing Dawn Village to level 3. Then he recruited more player soldiers, among them Chun Guang and Lan, a one-man force equal to 10, pushing construction speed even faster, accelerating growth exponentially. Because he never lacked food, He Tianqing could only follow close behind. The undead lords on the leaderboard didn't need to eat at all, naturally claiming the top spots with ease. This clearly showed just how crucial food was to territory development. Wang Fan glanced at the food supplies in his backpack. Not much at all. At present, his territory operated under a feudal system. Each soldier was assigned farmers who lived off the land. Any food the soldiers hunted belonged to them personally. If they ran short, they had to consume from Wang Fan's warehouse reserves. Once those ran out, they either had to hunt more or buy food from comrades who held extra supplies. As for Wang Fan himself, his only steady income came from a 40 tax on the farmland's output. The problem was, there were only 30 households and farms across the entire territory, and 80% of the soldiers didn't own any land or property. The farmland's production was limited, so tax revenue was naturally scarce. The rations in Wang Fan's backpack barely sustained himself. There was no surplus at all. In stark contrast, soldiers who farmed or hunted year-round all had their food bags bulging. Wang Fan paused thoughtfully, then typed a new mission into the territory's task panel. Mission: bulk purchase of food at 1 copper coin per unit. Click to send. For any lord, food was the most solid resource. Without it, soldiers and farmers alike would stop working. But for the soldiers hoarding piles of food, copper coins were much more enticing. After all, food could always be acquired by hunting monsters or harvesting fields. But cash was something else entirely. Exchanging bundles of food for shining copper coins was pure profit for them. WTF. The Lord is buying food. The moment the mission launched, the territory chat exploded. The soldier players hammered their desks and shouted excitedly. After all, in their eyes it was just an ARPG, and food was a mere drop item, more a nuisance than a treasure. Now that the fields produced steadily and monsters could be farmed anytime, their stockpiles were swelling with no outlet. Wang Fan's purchase order was literally a godsend. Even soldiers without farmland were thrilled. So knights could actually get assigned land? If they just kept grinding missions, they could become knights next. Then their farmland could make money too. One had to admit, these soldiers' food reserves were absurdly large. As soon as the mission appeared, the numbers in Wang Fan's backpack soared, quickly hitting the warehouse's 20,000 unit storage cap. In early game, the Lord's warehouse had a hard cap of 20,000 on wood, stone, ore, and other resources, but those were consumed regularly, so it was rare to max out until now. With the warehouse fully stocked, he immediately opened the global trade market and listed all 20,000 units of food for sale at a high price of 20 copper coins each. As he clicked confirm, doubt flickered in his mind. Was this price too steep? Would anyone buy? Your listed food has sold out. You have earned 400,000 copper coins. Less than a minute later, the system notification popped up. Wang Fan paused for half a second, then exhaled softly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 20 gold coins in hand. The number of gold coins in Wang Fan's backpack had just broken into triple digits. The shiny golden digits on the status panel flickered, almost gluing his eyes to the screen. 20 gold coins equaled 2,000 Federation credits. In just 2 days, he had earned the equivalent of a month's salary for an ordinary office worker in the surface world. No wonder so many unemployed people in the Interstellar Federation were flocking to this game realm. Making money this fast felt like a waking dream. He quickly figured out why. Basic resources like wood and stone could be easily gathered by farmers in the territory, but food was different. Before farmland was developed, soldiers had to hunt monsters for drops. High risk, low reward, plus the absolute necessity that the territory would grind to a halt without food, made grain an essential bottleneck for all the lords. When food appeared in the trading post for the first time, no matter how crazy the price was, people scrambled to buy it, as if 1 pound of rice was worth a gold coin during a famine. Settlement complete. You have received a special reward for Zone 021. With the system alert, the next day's settlement treasure box arrived, still gold quality. Wang Fan snapped his fingers, and the box cracked open in a shimmer of light, dropping a blueprint, a book, and a scroll into his palm. First, the blueprint. Basic granary blueprint. Category: storage building. Building feature: each granary increases food storage capacity by 100,000 units. Construction requirements: wood 50. A granary. Wang Fan couldn't help but clap. 100,000 food capacity would support his territory at least until level 10. No more worries about backpack overflow. The blueprint dissolved into white light and merged into the system, instantly adding a granary option to the building menu. Next, he unfurled the scroll. Exploration quest scroll. Category: triggered quest. Feature: activates a hidden exploration quest upon use. Item description: completing the quest grants a special reward. A hidden quest. Wang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Hidden quests were the rarest trigger-type quests in the no man's land, usually only appearing by interacting with specific NPCs or meeting special conditions. Rewards were generous, sometimes even dropping unique items rarer than bosses. Evening had fallen. Neither soldiers nor lords could leave the territory, so he carefully put the scroll away, deciding to activate it first thing in the morning. Finally, there was a faintly glowing book. Potential development. Category: Lord skill. Skill feature: develops soldier potential. Item description: exclusive skill for lords. Though lords in no man's land were hero units and rarely fought on the front lines, they could still equip gear and learn skills. Normally, every 5 territory levels granted the lord an automatic exclusive skill, such as soldier recruitment or experience bonus. But lord skills that could be learned directly from skill books were extremely rare and precious. Whether to develop skill potential: yes. A flash of light appeared. The develop potential skill showed up in Wang Fan's skill bar. Develop Potential LV1, an active skill that boosts soldiers' attribute growth. Limitation, can only be used once per day. Current uses, 11. Seeing this description, Wang Fan's eyes nearly popped out. Boost soldiers' attribute growth? No way. He yelled silently in his mind. In any evaluation system for troops, the most crucial metric is attributes, especially growth attributes. These directly determine a unit's potential and how trainable it is. Even if a soldier starts with base attributes of only 1, as long as their growth stats are rated A, that soldier has unlimited potential. That's why everyone fights over hidden troops. They usually have higher growth than normal units. Of course, mechanical units like the Dark Mage are an exception, since their skills don't rely on their own stats. Directly increasing growth means, given enough time, I can turn ordinary soldiers into top-tier ones. Thinking this, Wang Fan felt this skill was nothing short of godlike. Lord, everyone assemble in the square. After closing the skill panel, he immediately broadcast the order through the regional announcement system. Night was falling, and dangers outside the territory could strike at any moment. Construction on the city walls was paused, so the soldiers had nothing to do and began gathering in the square. The bonfire was lit, its flames casting flickering shadows on Wang Fan's figure. Fellow warriors, thank you all for your hard work, he said, scanning the crowd and raising his hand in greeting. The Lord works harder. The soldiers responded in unison, laughter in their voices. This Lord is something else, feels like college military training. He seems really actually feel like he's my boss. Don't joke, does your boss even give employees shares? Hasn't he delayed pay for months? If you keep talking like that, I'm stabbing the boss at work tomorrow. The players crowded in groups, whispering. Although they meant to praise Wang Fan, every sentence sounded like a complaint. Wang Fan's scalp tingled at the confusion. Were they complimenting or roasting him? To be honest, he really wasn't very fair to them. 1. Skimping on soldiers' bonuses. 2. Using rewards as bait to force them on missions. 3. Making them pay out of pocket to build homes and farm, then taxing them. 4. Buying resources cheaply and reselling higher. Ruthless operator. Yet despite all this, he somehow became the good boss in their eyes. Seriously? Was their previous boss even human? He must have treated them like cattle, Wang Fan thought helplessly. I guess I only look good because of the comparison. After a moment of reflection, Wang Fan continued. You all have traveled across mountains and rivers from another world to Dawnlight Village to help me build this territory. I deeply appreciate all your hard work. To show my gratitude, from today onward, every day at this time, I will reward the warrior who performs the best. Reward? Lord, you mean money? The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Yang Wang Sandy, whose voice was the loudest, leaned forward and shouted, if there's no money, gear or skills will work too. We're not picky. Wang Fan just smiled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before he beckoned forward someone. Fa Li Wu Bian, my most outstanding warrior. You're the one who defeated Luole Kaino. Your reward will start with you. I hope you continue to serve the territory faithfully. No way. Boss Wu Bian, you really know how to impress. Yang Wang Sandy stomped excitedly. Impressing, huh? I want a reward too, said Shi Wang, pursing her lips with a hint of envy in her eyes. Let's wait and see what the reward actually is, Jin Shirkai said, more concerned with practical benefits. Zongheng Tianxiao waved it off. Whatever the reward, something's better than nothing. Our Lord really treats us like family. Fa Li Wu Bian scoffed. TSK, you all haven't seen much, huh? You think he'll be bought off by some small perks? But this Lord NPC does know how to win people over. Still, I'm no cow or horse to be bought so easily. Then why not give the reward to us? Many started heckling. Why me? Fa Li Wu Bian gave them a sideways glance. Bah, taking the bargain, but still act all noble. Everyone flipped him the middle finger in unison. Amid the bickering, Wang Fan quietly activated a skill and targeted Fa Li Wu Bian to cast Unlock Potential. A solid golden light shot through the air and entered Fa Li Wu Bian's forehead. System notification, Lord of Dawnlight Village used Unlock Potential on you. Intelligence Growth Potential 0.5. Current rating A. So, usually calm and composed, Fa Li Wu Bian was stunned. Attribute growth could be improved like this. Almost instinctively, he stepped forward, kneeled, and placed his right fist over his chest, his voice trembling. Thank you, Lord. From this day forward, I vow to protect the territory with my life and become your most loyal knight. System notification, you have received a vow of loyalty from the knight Fa Li Wu Bian. Vowed knights never betray your rule. Wow, he actually swore allegiance right on the spot? Wang Fan was equally surprised. To be honest, Wang Fan had only intended to set an example by publicly awarding someone. He never imagined the effect would be so explosive that Fa Li Wu Bian would swear loyalty immediately. In the Borderlands setting, a soldier's loyalty is not fixed. If they go hungry, cold, or suffer heavy losses, they might desert at any time. But once they swear allegiance, the system binds the soldier to the Lord and loyalty stays at its maximum forever. Normally, Fa Li Wu Bian's exceptional skill and intelligence would make him the hardest to truly win over. Every time Wang Fan spoke with him, He felt like his little schemes were about to be seen through and he never expected to get a sworn oath of loyalty. But to Wang Fan's complete surprise, the first person in the territory to swear allegiance was precisely him. The shock in Wang Fan's heart was beyond words. Damn it, Wu Bian, you're shameless to the extreme. A little favor, and you have them working like donkeys. Look at how narrow-minded you are. Came a volley of sneers from the crowd of Yangwan Sandy. When it comes to shamelessness, Wu Bian is the unrivaled master. We're nowhere close to competing. In a third-person narration, suddenly, Fa Li Wu Bian dropped to one knee, pledging his loyalty to Lord Ge. The unexpected gesture stunned the soldiers who had been shouting behind him. The people of Yangwan Sandy even collectively flipped him the middle finger, throwing his own earlier insults shameless and no shame right back at him without missing a beat. Fa Li Wu Bian only smiled faintly and raised his hand, projecting his growth attribute panel before everyone. The moment the panel lit up, the noisy square went completely silent, as if someone had hit the mute button. After a long pause, someone stammered, Wu Bian's growth attributes actually improved? Could it be Lord Ge's doing? Damn, Lord Ge has this trick too. No wonder. No wonder. If I were Wu Bian, I'd be kneeling right now too. Exclamations rose one after another. Admiration and shock flashed plainly in everyone's eyes with no effort to hide it. Even those from Yangwan Sandy suddenly realized it wasn't that Fa Li Wu Bian was weak-kneed, but that Lord Ge had given him far too much. At this moment, the narrator quoted the philosopher Chan Xindao Gus maxim. To control someone, you must first know what they desire, and second, what they fear. For these soldiers, all former players, their needs were straightforward: money, equipment, skills, anything that could make them stronger. Quests and boss farming could deliver the first three, but growth attributes were unshakable. Since entering the game and choosing their class, growth attributes were set in stone, never to be changed. Yet now, with just a flick of Lord Ge's hand, Fa Li Wu Bian's panel had been boosted significantly. Awe and shock mingled in their eyes. Respect tinged with reverence. After all, an NPC who could improve a player's growth attributes was no ordinary entity. Fa Li Wu Bian himself was brilliant and now completely convinced. This lord before him had to be the game's top-tier hidden NPC, the one and only. Why such a big figure would reside as lord in a small village was a mystery he couldn't guess. But one thing was clear: following this lord, Ge meant access to endless benefits. As the first knight to swear loyalty, he was destined to become his right-hand man. Meanwhile, Wang Fan never imagined he had been cast in such a lofty image in the eyes of these soldiers. Benevolent, kind to his people. Charitable, caring for the soldiers' welfare. Generous and selfless, giving land to his subordinates. Powerful, boosting growth attributes with ease. In their view, the lord of Shuguang village was a venerable saint of the present age, benevolent, charitable, selfless, and mysteriously powerful. Wang Fan could clearly see the look of longing in their eyes, how desperately they craved the growth attribute boost. Patience, don't rush. Wang Fan waved his hand and said to everyone, you're all my subjects. As long as each of you does your best to contribute to the territory, everyone gets a chance. Fairness is the only rule under Shuguang village's governance. With that, he raised his hand again, and a dazzling golden light spilled from his palm, like a gentle rain, falling onto every soldier standing in the square. System prompt. The Lord has used an experience reward. All soldiers gain 50 experience points. Oh. Long live Lord Wang Fan. We swear to follow you to death. Cheers erupted one after another, and the entire square instantly boiled over with excitement. The soldiers pounded their chests and clenched their fists, their faces flushed with emotion. Wang Fan smiled slightly, his cloak fluttering as he turned and melted into the night. Logging off. Time to refuel. His calm words echoed softly in his ear, and the character vanished from the crowd's astonished gaze. Taking off the heavy neural connection helmet, Wang Fan immediately opened the forum. Just as he expected, the Great Famine era had fully broken out. The boards were flooded with posts like buying food, villagers starving to death, and urgent grain purchases, with the highest bounty even raised to 50 copper per unit. Damn, so generous? He stared wide-eyed. He had thought his 20 copper offer was already sly, but the market had clearly gone crazy. He glanced at the bounty poster's ID, Tianlong Village, and silently noted to message them tomorrow. 50 copper was basically free money to scoop up by the sackful. Knock, knock, knock. Just after finishing dinner and about to lie down, the door suddenly rattled loudly. Who is it at this hour? He glanced at the time. In the dim underground world, getting a late-night knock on the door was rarely a good sign. He pulled a cold, sharp dagger from under his pillow and crept to the door. Through the crack, he saw a woman of somewhat decent looks frowning, meticulously raising her hand to knock again. Who are you? Wang Fan didn't let his guard down despite her looks. If a bunch of burly men suddenly appeared behind her, not even a celestial could save him. Im Zhongchun, your landlady. Your rent expired 2 days ago, do you know that? The woman raised her voice angrily. I knocked yesterday and you weren't home, knocked again today and still no answer. I even saw a light in your room just now. Are you pretending not to be there? Only then did Wang Fan remember the overdue rent. No wonder the woman looked familiar. It was Zhang Chun, the landlady's daughter. Though the Federation government gave world explorers a monthly subsidy of 1,200 copper 1,000 for rent and 200 for nutrition, anything extra was personal, and if short had have to pay out of pocket. He checked his balance. The subsidy had come 2 days ago. He just hadn't noticed, buried in the game. Creaked door opened. Zhang Chun stomped inside, full of energy. Where have you been lately? Even 200 copper rent you're trying to dodge? I've been playing the game. Forgot. Wang Fan pointed at the gaming gear on the table, then scanned to send 200 copper. He smiled inwardly. Hey, 800 pure profit from housing. Oh, Borderlands. The moment she heard game, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Got any food? My farmer's almost starving. If you do, sell me some, cash works too. Her change of expression was textbook acting class material. Oh no, I'm worrying about food myself. Wang Fan scratched his head, not wanting reality to know his game strategies. TCH. I knew it. Zhang Chen rolled her eyes. I'm short on grain, so there's no way you have any. But since we're all players, and you're my tenant, I've got your back. Add me as a friend in game. My territory's called Fairy Village. It'll pull you into our federation. Wang Fan. The federation that Zhang Chen mentioned wasn't the territory-level federation, but rather an alliance formed by lords of various territories, basically a coalition of vassal players' domains. Of course, federations within territories are similar in concept, but officially, a federation refers to a city-state alliance. What players call federations is more accurately described as guilds formed by villages banding together. Usually, lords in the same region ally with neighboring players to merge scattered lands into one large power block, sharing resources and supporting each other, which naturally accelerates early development compared to going it alone. But whenever scarce resources appear, open and covert conflicts become inevitable. Wang Fan had received many private messages from the start, each inviting him to join one of these so-called great federations, but he ignored them all. Wherever there are people, there's drama. Having many players speeds growth, sure, but it also breeds internal strife. He preferred to play solo. As for Zhang Chun, he barely knew him or the girl, so he didn't bother with them. Early the next morning, Wang Fan logged in. His backpack was again filled to the maximum capacity of 20,000 units of food resources. The reward order he issued last night had clearly been the right call. The soldier players barely logged off all night and now, with dawn breaking, had gotten right back to work on tasks like they were possessed. Wang Fan went straight to the task panel and issued the build granary command. Judging by his strategy, food would remain the scarcest resource until other players' territories reached level 4 and officially unlocked farmland. The key to steady gold accumulation was to stockpile as much food as possible. Earning more now couldn't hurt. Even if everyone had enough food in the future, holding a hefty reserve always pays off. After posting the task, he opened the territory search tab and typed in Tianlong Village, then sent a friend request. Tianlong Village. You're that number 1 hacker? No, I mean the Tianlong Village? Yang Tianlong, Lord of Tianlong Village, responded almost instantly. These days, Shuguang Village sat firmly at the top of the global leaderboard, and world players always reacted with hacker memes when they heard its name. While other territories struggled to climb through level 2, Shuguang had blasted to level 4 and was about to hit level 5 at speed, even surpassing the biggest pedo in Wales. Rumor had it that the Shuguang Village Lord accidentally entered the Ahololotoflov cheat code when first starting the game, instantly maxing out resources, earning him the title of top hacker worldwide. So when Yang Tianlong saw the legendary cheater initiate a friend request, he was baffled. Was this guy trying to sell hacks? Heard you're buying food? Wang Fan got straight to the point without any small talk. Ah yes, Yang Tianlong replied hurriedly, though he felt a bit disappointed inside. So he wasn't selling hacks after all, just food. 50 copper per unit, really? Wang Fan followed up. There were plenty of blowhards online nowadays. If the guy really was buying at 50 copper, Wang Fan would clear out his stock. If it was a lie, he'd block him right away, hassle-free. Of course, but I don't know how much food you have, big brother Shuguang, Yang Tianlong asked in return. If it's a lot, he'll take all of it. As an experienced player, Yang Tianlong naturally understood the crucial importance of food at this stage. Without food, the development speed of his territory would drop drastically, or even come to a halt. In just a few days, the first wave of monsters would attack the city. He quickly calculated in his mind. If the city walls weren't completed by then, and the territory level couldn't be raised, they would have no choice but to watch the monsters break through. In the Borderlands, the penalties for guarding failure were severe. The territory level would immediately drop by 1. All existing resources would be wiped out, residences destroyed, farmers slaughtered, and even soldiers' loyalty would plummet precipitously. Therefore, as long as he could get food now, no matter the cost, he had to grit his teeth and make it happen, and the more, the better. But how much grain did the new Lord of Dawnlight Village actually have stockpiled? 300 units? 500? Or maybe 1,000? If there really were 1,000 units, he could hang on until the territory reached level 3. then recruit a few dedicated hunters to maintain daily consumption, finish repairing the walls during the newbie protection period, and perfectly survive the first monster siege. Just as he was lost in thought, a private message from Wang Fan popped up. The granary is still under construction. I only have 20,000 units on hand right now. Yang Tianlong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood at his screen. TW. 20,000? Bro, are you sure you didn't add an extra zero? 20,000. Seriously? A level 2 territory consumes only about 200 units daily, which is already a limit for most players. Yet this guy was casually offering 20,000 units for sale. Either he was crazy or blind. He even tried to convince himself maybe it was 2,000 units. But even that would be impressive. Nope. Wang Fan casually sent a screenshot to prove it. Yang Tianlong's eyes widened as he nervously counted each digit. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. That's really 20,000, damn. Wang Fan asked, you buying? Yes, yes, yes. Yang Tianlong was so excited he almost had a snot bubble, but quickly calmed down. But I can't eat all that alone. You'll need to get some friends to chip in. The price was 50 copper coins per unit, totaling 1 million copper coins. That's 100 gold, or about 10,000 yuan in real money. It was still a bit of a stretch for him to pay all at once. Okay, Wang Fan agreed without hesitation. As long as it sold all at once, he didn't mind waiting. Great. Please hold on a moment. Yang Tianlong immediately opened his friends list and sent a group message. I found a huge stockpile of food, 20,000 units total, 55 copper each. Message me quickly if you want some. Is this for real? Old dragon, aren't you still half asleep? Can't tell the difference between 2,000 and 20,000? His friends were full of doubts. Heh, you clueless bunch. Yang Tianlong threw up the screenshot without a second thought. The chat exploded instantly. Damn, old dragon, you're my hero. Save me 2,000. I want 1,000. He'll take 5,000. In no time, Wang Fan's 20,000 units of grain were snatched up completely. This is insane. Looking at the 100 gold coins transferred, Wang Fan felt the scarcity of food more deeply than ever. Just as he was reflecting on this, the regional announcement suddenly flashed across the screen. Region 021 announcement. The territory of Fengyue Valley was raided by Xuanyuandong territory. Fengyue Valley's territory level drops by 1, and the Lord has been penalized by the system. Region 021 announcement. The Lord of Xuanyuandong is mercilessly pillaging the region. Within 3 days, the location of Xuanyuandong territory will be publicly revealed in the region. Nearby territories should prepare to resist. Raiders. Seeing the system announcement in front of him, Wang Fan frowned slightly. As a Lord-style online game, No Man's Land allows and even encourages capturing territory and plundering. By mid to late game, this becomes the main way to play. But right now, the server had just launched, and all the lords were busy repairing walls and building houses to prepare for the first monster siege. On top of that, the entire map was shrouded in a thick fog of war, so most players couldn't spare forces to explore, let alone raid beyond their zones. Still, there were never any shortage of restless players in the game. Ever since the system warned of food shortages, Wang Fan had predicted that some would turn their sights on other lords. At this stage, soldiers were low level, and if a raid succeeded, they could loot all the opponent's resources, a much more cost-effective method than grinding monsters. The only catch was that raiders' lands would be marked on the regional public map by the system. This was the grim law of the jungle in No Man's Land. Wang Fan switched to the regional map. The dark gray fog covered most of the terrain like a heavy curtain, with only one exposed spot in the center, the Xianyuan Cavern. It was the only lit territory so far, just a few squares away from his own Dawn village. The raided Fengyue Valley must be nearby Xianyuan Cavern. Wang Fan narrowed his eyes. The raiders, having tasted success, would definitely keep expanding, and Dawn Village would sooner or later become a target. He wasn't afraid of a direct fight. Dawn Village housed a group of fairly strong player soldiers, but even if they repelled the attack, the resulting losses would slow down construction. Rather than waiting for enemies to come knocking, it was better to strike first. The enemy's coordinates were exposed, and since they just raided Fengyue Valley, their warehouse would be full of resources. Intercepting them now would be the best outcome. Immediately, Wang Fan opened the Soldier Retinue interface and selected the Player Retinue Infinite Mana to send a command. In No Man's Land, soldiers who have sworn allegiance upgrade to Lord's retinues and can receive orders via private message remotely. I think this is a bad idea. As soon as the message was sent, a reply popped up from Infinite Mana, short and decisive. Wang Fan was stunned. A retinue refusing orders? Something was off. Why? He asked at once. After a moment, Infinite Mana's reply appeared. It must be a trap. A trap? What do you mean? Wang Fan was puzzled. Infinite Mana explained. Anyone raiding at this stage means they're not afraid of the fog of war or the monsters outside. If they really have that strength, they wouldn't be short on resources to begin with. Wang Fan's heart sank. That was true. Every territory early on was covered by the fog, and the biggest obstacle to exploring it was those powerful monsters living outside the villages. If an army from a territory is capable of breaking through the fog of war to locate other lords and successfully raid them, their combat strength certainly isn't weak. In fact, they likely have no shortages of food or resources. Wang Fan quickly reasoned in his mind. A resource-rich territory should focus all efforts on infrastructure development early on and never waste troops on indiscriminate raiding. There must be something fishy going on here. Could it be? Just as he was pondering, boundless magic sent another message. Xianyuan Cave and that Fengyue Valley are definitely working together. Wang Fan shuddered. If what the other party said was true, then these two must have deliberately exposed their coordinates, using themselves as bait to lure nearby lords into raiding them. The rules of the no man's land were crystal clear. Once you take the initiative to attack, your own coordinates become visible simultaneously. That way, Xianyuan Cave could simply lie in wait for the right moment to launch a counter-raid. How despicable. Absolutely despicable. Seeing through this trap, Wang Fan felt sweat break out on his back. Thankfully, he had boundless magic with him, or he might have walked right into the snare. But what truly shocked him wasn't just the cunning of Xianyuan Cave's plan, it was the incredible speed of boundless magic's thinking. To be honest, this tactic of overtly distracting while covertly ambushing Thuff, not flawless, was pretty clever for average players. Wang Fan himself hadn't immediately spotted the flaw, but boundless magic only needed one quick overview to pinpoint the problem precisely. Such sharp insight left Wang Fan in awe. No wonder the first trait listed for that person was intelligent. The name truly lived up to itself. Wang Fan felt like he had just found a treasure. In this strategy game, early infrastructure is just preparation. The real excitement is always in conquering territories. And what does conquering rely on? Strategic deployment. But that is exactly the ability most casual student players lack, Wang Fan included. Now with an external brain on his side, his confidence in the future soared. Should I expose their scheme then? Wang Fan asked. He had no intention of letting Xianyuan Cave and Fengyue Valley succeed with such a despicable trick. No need. Boundless Magic replied coolly. Lord, don't you want a wallet to save your money? Wang Fan froze. There are so many territories around. Raiding each one is exhausting. We just focus on steady development. Once they finish plundering others, they'll come knocking on us naturally. Then, the other party sent a smiley face. Reading that, Wang Fan's scalp tingled. This guy wasn't just sharp, was ruthlessly cunning too. Luckily, he had already pledged allegiance. Otherwise, Wang Fan really wanted to dismiss him on the spot. Wang Fan couldn't even imagine what would happen if this bastard fell into the hands of some other lord. I feel fortunate to have met you, my warrior. Wang Fan sincerely sent a message of praise. Truly, since he started playing the game, Wang Fan had never admired anyone yet. This subordinate before him made him completely in awe. The proposal was nearly blunt. Instead of struggling to scavenge the meager scraps around, it made more sense to first accumulate strength. Once the Xianyuan Cave had thoroughly plundered nearby territories, they could sweep through and seize both people and goods in one fell swoop. It was righteous and profitably a perfect win-win of fame and fortune. Wang Fan thought to himself, this guy is ruthless, but also smart. Haha. Fa Li Wu Bian laughed heartily, tilting his head back. My lord, you flatter me. It is my honor to ease your burdens and secure benefits for you. Of course, if I could receive even a small reward, I would be all the happier. Of course, you shall have it. Wang Fan promised immediately, casually asking, are you interested in becoming a lightning mage? He had already decided to focus on cultivating Fa Li Wu Bian. This person, if well trained, would become a vital right-hand man someday. Besides, he was the first knight to swear loyalty to him. Conveniently, Wang Fan held a Thunderheart, and Fa Li Wu Bian was about to reach level 10, meeting the conditions for advancement. A lightning mage? Fa Li Wu Bian's eyes lit up. A hidden class? That's right. Wang Fan took out the Thunderheart, speaking with certainty. A fortunate discovery. Would you be interested? My lord, it is my greatest fortune to serve you. Fa Li Wu Bian barely contained his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. A hidden class. He had only casually offered advice and was now rewarded with a class change item. No words could fully express how he felt. A lifelong bond between warrior, lord, and brother. Two equally cunning men, connecting on a profound level. Wang Fan smiled but added, however, as a lord, am restricted by the system, I can't directly hand you the reward. I understand. Fa Li Wu Bian nodded vigorously. NPC mechanics were crystal clear to him. Some characters even required deposits to accept quests, and in this game, even breathing could cost money. As a hardcore player, had seen every kind of cruel trap. That's good. Don't worry, I'll give you extra rewards after you complete the mission, Wang Fan said, pulling a scroll from his pocket and carefully unrolling it. Exploration quest. Category, Special Mission. Level A. Objective, explore the goblin lair and rescue the native inhabitants kidnapped by the goblins. Reward, Gold 1, Soldier Experience 10,000, Bronze Equipment Blueprint 1. Background, Dawnlight Village fell after a monster raid in the forest. The villagers were abducted by goblins as stockpiled food. If the Lord successfully rescues them, he will gain a batch of population. Native inhabitants Wang Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the world of borderless lands setting, monsters have invaded the land. Players, as lords appointed in dire times, must summon units using magical arrays, rebuild destroyed villages and territories, and save the native people of this land. This exploration quest was also Wang Fan's first mission to interact with the world's native inhabitants. Wang Fan handed the latest mission straight to Fa Li Wu Bian and reminded him before leaving. This was originally a group quest, but I've turned it into a hidden mission for you. It's not an easy one, so find a few people to help. Thank you, Lord, for trusting me. I won't let you down. Fa Li Wu Bian nodded knowingly, his eyes full of gratitude. When dealing with smart people, a few words were enough. Wang Fan should have assigned this team mission to his soldiers, but instead he handed the entire package to him, even letting him decide how to split the rewards. Feeling so valued warmed Fa Li Wu Bian's heart. First a hidden class, now outsourcing the mission. Where else could he find a boss like this? Even if in Wang Fan's eyes he was just an NPC, he was happy to consider him a friend. After getting the mission, Fa Li Wu Bian immediately gathered the team. The regulars included the warrior Yang Sandy, the archer Jin Wei Kai, and the oddly-looking priest Hope, plus two new faces: the sly middle-aged guy Guang Qianlan, and the legendary female assassin Dugu Shaoling. Boss, awesome. You actually got Miss Shaoling to join. Yang Sandy and Jin Wei Kai were so excited they couldn't stop rubbing their hands together. After all, female players in this crappy game were rare, and Shaoling was the only one in the Dawn Village territory. Not only was she good-looking, but she also had deep pockets. Teaming up with her was like hitting the jackpot. Hope, the priest Hope said with a smiling hand extended. Dugu Shaoling also raised her hand, but on seeing his face, she suddenly stepped back, drew a dagger, and raised it defensively in front of her chest, exclaiming, "What the hell? A monster's come to the village." Everyone froze for a moment, then nearly doubled over, laughing so hard their faces turned red. Hope's expression instantly darkened like a thundercloud. He's a player. A well-known Bilibili content creator, Fa Li Wu Bian said, barely holding back a smile. Oh, I've watched your videos. Dugu Shaoling said, realization dawning as she quickly apologized. Sorry, I just hadn't seen such an abstract face before. Hey, you call that an apology? Fa Li Wu Bian groaned, putting his hand to his forehead. Ah, sorry. Are you really human? Shaoling leaned in for another look. Shut up. Hope rolled his eyes and pulled a handkerchief over his face. Did I say something wrong again? Shaoling scratched the back of her head. No, we don't consider him human either, joked Yang Sandy and Jin Wei Kai, dropping into tease. You two aren't human either. Hope snapped back, grinding his teeth. The black-robed mage, who had been ignored so far, finally spoke up. Hey, did you forget something? Huh, who are you, mister? Everyone suddenly noticed him. My friend, Fa Li Wu Bian patted the man's shoulder. Guang Qianlan? No way. When they heard the name, everyone froze in surprise. That's right. Fa Li Wu Bian smiled. He's the Red Dust team's necromancer who single-handedly took on a dozen enemies. Guang Qianlan, and in this game, he's also switched to the hidden class, Dark Mage. Dark Mage? A hidden class? No way. Hearing that, Yang Sandy and the others turned their bright, cheerful gazes toward him with a newfound shock. Dugu Shaoling even blurted out, "Is the account for sale?" Everyone else was speechless. Fa Li Wu Bian quickly reminded her, "Sis, Kaijiang Tua 2 characters and accounts are biometric bound, so they can't be traded at all." What a shame. A flicker of disappointment crossed Dugu Shaoling's brow. She had only been playing this full immersion online game for 2 days, and still kept the habit from traditional games of buying and selling accounts. She had hoped to jump straight into a hidden class experience, but lost enthusiasm immediately after hearing it wasn't allowed. Seeing her downhearted, Fa Li Wu Bian smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged. You can still change an ordinary class into a hidden class in this game." Oh, really? The group was once again surprised. Absolutely, Fa Li Wu Bian said with a slight smile. Guang Qianlan teased from the side. Wu Bian, you sound so sure. Have you already completed the class change? Not yet, but soon. Fa Li Wu Bian decided to spill the beans, sharing that he had obtained the Heart of Thunder and was about to switch to the Thunder Mage class. Holy crap. Hearing he was about to unlock a hidden class, Yang Sandy's group immediately grew restless. Why him? Just because he pledged loyalty? If only I had knelt yesterday too. Everyone admired Guang Qianlan's hidden class. That was pure luck. But Fa Li Wu Bian's chance had come from his own initiative, making the others feel increasingly regretful. It was an opportunity right in front of them, yet he had beaten them to it. You can still pledge loyalty now. Fa Li Wu Bian grinned slyly. Really? We can get a hidden class too? Not guaranteed, but he'll definitely think of you guys first if there's an advantage. He reminded them again, didn't I say? Our Lord is a high-level NPC driven by top tier. You have to treat him like a real person when you talk, not like ordinary NPCs. Got it. Everyone nodded eagerly. Dugu Shaoling, quick on the uptake, asked, "Can you buy hidden class items with money?" That depends on the Lord. Fa Li Wu Bian wiped sweat from his forehead and her eyes. Anything solvable with money was never really a problem. All right, they'll ask him when we get back. He's pretty easy to talk to, Dugu Xiaoling said confidently to herself. Far off, Wang Fan the Lord almost choked on their conversation. Where was he supposed to get so many hidden class items? The Heart of Thunder was just a lucky find he gave Fa Li Wu Bian as a favor. And now Du Gu Xiaoling wanted to buy one outright, nearly got mistaken for some mass producer of magical artifacts. What surprised Wang Fan even more was that Chen Guangqianlan was Fa Li Wu Bian's friend. Rumored to be a one-man army capable of taking on thousands, his battle record was absurd beyond belief. This whole situation sounded completely unbelievable. Wang Fan had some experience playing ARPG online games. A player who could fight two opponents of the same level and with similar gear was already considered skilled. In his experience, taking on 3 to 5 opponents alone meant you were top tier, and defeating 10 single-handedly earned you the title of god players who usually dominated the professional arena. As for one-person battles against dozens, he used to think that was just a myth from early unbalanced games. But if someone could really do it, their power had to be terrifying. While chatting about these god-level players, the group left the village and entered the dense, shadowy forest. Thick branches and leaves fractured the sunlight into shards that fell to the ground, dimmed and chilled by mist and dampness. The moment Wang Fan stepped into the forest, he finally understood why the Boundless Magic team only sent a small group on exploration missions, because Guangqianlan was ridiculously overpowered. At that moment, Guangqianlan was level 6 and could summon a full 60 skeleton warriors at once. With a light tap of his staff, ghostly flames flickered in the skull sockets, and all 60 skeletons clattered in unison before scattering like quicksilver in all directions. In the game Borderless Land, all the units under a lord's command, whether soldiers or peasants, would clear the fog of war as they moved, revealing the map. As the skeleton army advanced like a carpet, Wang Fan's fogged area lit up in large patches, visibly expanding outward as the gray shadows were slowly swallowed by the bone troops. At this rate, finding the goblin nest was only a matter of time. Notification: Village Lord of Tianqing requests to add you as a friend. Just as Wang Fan marveled at the newly revealed parts of the map, the system alert flashed. Tianqing Village? He remembered that was the second-ranked domain on the leaderboard. Did they want to buy food from him too? He immediately accepted the friend request and sent, "How much do you need?" The reply was just 2 question marks. "Not here to buy food." Wang Fan tried again when he got no response. "No, I want to ask you something." The other side hesitated before sending again. At that moment, Tianqing was a little confused. Was this guy selling food? He didn't seem like a big spender, so how had he gotten ahead of him? Still, the question stood. 200 copper. Wang Fan answered bluntly. "What do you mean?" Came the quick reply. 200 copper per question. You already asked one. Wang Fan typed calmly. Tianqing nearly spat blood. Charging for questions was one thing, but even counting that as one, did you do the exploration mission? Tianqing pressed on, trying to stay calm. Doing it now. For 100 copper so far. Wang Fan reminded him without missing a beat. Tianqing took a deep breath. Can you send me a walkthrough when you finish? Nope, 600 copper. He'll pay. Tianqing was starting to get irritated. Fine. 800 copper. You're kidding. I didn't even ask a question, and you're charging me? Tianqing exploded. Well, you just did. Wang Fan shot back confidently. Tianqing held back a curse. All right, deal. When you finish the exploration mission, sell me the walkthrough. That's it. Transfer 800 copper to the Lord of Dawn Village. The system confirmed the transfer. Tianqing nearly smashed his chat window. Damn it. In his eyes, Wang Fan wasn't a big spender at all, was a stingy miser who just wanted money. If it weren't for the urgent need for the walkthrough, he wouldn't even bother. Why so serious? On the other side, Wang Fan blinked in confusion. I'm not the one asking you for the walkthrough. Just because you paid doesn't mean I'm about to block you. Tianqing was deeply frustrated. Extremely frustrated. As the son of a wealthy family, he played games purely for fun, and his greatest pleasure came from crushing ordinary players from a position of absolute dominance. Unlike those commoners who struggled to carve out their place in new realms, he both had the money and was willing to spend it. Usually, no matter which game he joined, he would splurge mercilessly right from the start, dumping cash into the leaderboard packages and then looking down on everyone else as the undisputed strongest player. But this time, the game Borderlands had completely broken his defenses. To secure the top spot on the leaderboard as soon as possible, he had thrown millions at the game even before registering, snatching up the official website's strongest hidden troop bundle, the Dragonblood Descendants, and clearing out all the resources he could buy. Logically, money should have cleared any obstacle. She only needed to wait for his territory to take off. But when the leaderboard refreshed, he found himself outranked by someone else. He blamed himself for not obtaining some crucial tool in time, missing the golden startup window. The next morning, with dark circles under his eyes, he logged in and raced through quests, hoping to close the gap using the superior stats of the Dragonblood Descendants. Instead, he fell even further behind the leader, his headache pounding as if struck by a hammer. In the past, all it took was spending money to easily claim the top spot. Now, despite both grinding hard and investing heavily, he remained far behind. The unprecedented sense of defeat made him start doubting everything. What made it worse was today's setback nearly pushed him to the brink. The so-called territory exploration quest came from a hidden task in a reward chest, a very high difficulty challenge. Still, he was supremely confident in his combat power. After all, the Dragonblood descendants were the highest-tier hidden race with max base stats and growth attributes rated all as. Slicing through goblins outside the village was like cutting vegetables for him. While other lords were scrambling for food, he had no shortage, commanding 50 Dragonblood descendants with surplus supplies. With that battle strength, he was certain he could easily sweep the goblin nest. But to his shock, all 50 fell in a total wipeout right at the cave entrance. His mood plummeted, as you can imagine. With no options left, he grit his teeth and decided to buy a strategy guide from Wang Fan. But when he reached for his wallet, he realized that the very person who had dominated him from day one and left him in the dust was just a money-grubbing commoner, charging a consultation fee of 800 copper coins at a glance. At that moment, He Tianqing felt like the sky was collapsing. His chest tightened with frustration. He trembled with anger. It wasn't that he cared about a measly 800 copper. It was the fury burning inside. Why on earth was he trailing someone like this? If the other guy was a super-spending tycoon or a top-ranked pro player, he could accept there's always someone stronger out there. Losing to wealthier players or experts was bearable. But to be beaten by someone like Wang Fan? He felt utterly humiliated. Why? Why? Did this guy have something special? Or was his troop even stronger than his own? The reason He Tianqing asked Wang Fan for a strategy wasn't because he believed Wang Fan could easily complete the exploration mission, but simply because he wanted to see if Wang Fan's troops had any special qualities or if this guy had some unique talent for commanding an army. Territory of Dawnlight Village, Dark Forest. The skeleton controlled by Chun Guanqinlan staggered ahead, clearing the way for the group. Thanks to this walking signpost, Fa Li Wu Bian's team barely had to exert any effort before they found the goblin nest at the foot of a shadowy mountain. The cave entrance was pitch black, only wide enough for 2 or 3 people side by side. Guarding the entrance were 2 goblins clearly different from those seen in the forest. Each stood half a head taller than the others, with bulging muscles, and most notably fully equipped with iron swords, helmets, and worn leather armor. In contrast, the level 5 goblins outside the village had smooth skin and only wielded stone axes. Even the level 8 goblins deep in the forest merely swung crude spiked clubs. Fa Li Wu Bian raised his hand and cast a detection spell. Goblin Guards Elite. Level 10. HP 1000. MP 50. Skills: Vigilance, Heavy Strike. Monster Description: Elite Guards of the Goblin Nest, extremely dangerous. Elite monsters only 1000 HP? We'll take them down. Xiaoling, check if these goblins look tough. Yangguan Sandy glanced at the stats panel, immediately excited, drawing his sword and charging forward. After all, they had once combined forces to defeat a silver boss with 150,000 HP. These little guys were no challenge at all. Come back. Who's in charge here, you or me? Fa Li Wu Bian grabbed him. Yangguan Sandy rolled his eyes and dejectedly crouched back where he was. Chunch, you go scout ahead. Fa Li Wu Bian remained cautious. A level 10 elite marked as extremely dangerous. Something's off. No sooner had he spoken than the skeleton controlled by Chun Guanqinlan swayed to the cave entrance. Less than 3 meters from the guards, bright red exclamation marks popped up over both goblins' heads as they roared upward. Intruders! Intruders! Their piercing voices stabbed like needles in the ears. Yangguan Sandy and Jin Shi Weikai instinctively covered theirs. Vigilance triggered. Fa Li Wu Bian's expression darkened. In the next second, a dense swarm of goblins poured out of the cave, instantly filling the entrancier at least 100 strong, all elites. Frost goblins, fire goblins, throwing goblins, a mix of monsters, with cold, flames, and shrieks all tangled together. Damn! Yangguan Sandy stared at the green tide, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He turned stiffly to look at Fa Li Wu Bian, swallowing hard. Shit, his earlier confidence instantly dissolved into fear and relief. If Fa Li Wu Bian hadn't grabbed him, had probably have been chopped to bits by these goblins already. Wang Fan felt a chill run down his spine watching the scene unfold. The goblin nest before them was nothing like the level 5 mobs at the village entrance. They just charged recklessly, without strategy. But deep inside the nest, the goblins were organized, even laying ambushes. 2 guards stood at the cave mouth as bait, and as soon as any player's soldiers approached, an elite squad would emerge from the shadows, catching them completely off guard. If it weren't for the quick thinking of Limitless Mana warning everyone not to rush in, they probably would have been wiped out without even entering the cave. But the problem was clear. The 2 goblin guards were posted right at the entrance, blocking any approach. Charging Hedon? The elite goblin squad they just faced was terrifying. Even 60 players storming in would be wiped out in one wave. Trying to take out the guards first was no better. Their job was to stand watch. They didn't even need to attack. Just a single step from a little skeleton ahead was enough to make them howl and summon elites. Unless they could take the guards down in one instant, getting close was impossible. Chun Guang Qianlan stroked his chin, eyes flickering. These were level 10 elites. Each with 1,000 H. Silently dispatching them was a fantasy. I can't do it. My gear's not good enough. Shi Wang muttered, unable to hide his frustration. Dugu Shaoling waved her hand. I'm the only one who could sneak up quietly, but if I can't kill them instantly, it's pointless. You can just stuff their mouths. Drag them into the bushes. Limitless mana goes first, then me second, and you guys line up behind. Yangguang Sandai clenched his fists, excitedly suggesting. Everyone stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Just shut up, Jin Shuwei Kai said disdainfully, giving him a kick. Asen's idea actually makes some sense. Limitless Mana's eyes lit up. We can lure the guards out first, then kill them. Are you crazy? Everyone exclaimed. Limitless Mana chuckled lightly. Think about it. We do the two guards stubbornly hold the cave entrance? Could it be that they lose their watch alert if they leave a certain range? Chun Guang Qianlan squinted, seeming to realize something. Exactly. As long as we get them away from the door, we can take them out. Limitless Mana nodded with certainty. The question is how to lure them away? If I shoot an arrow here, will they rush over? Jin Shuwei Kai lifted his bow and mimed shooting. Most likely not. Limitless Mana shook his head. Once their aggro triggers, they'll raise an alarm. Attacking won't work. We have to lure them out without triggering aggro. Seriously? That's useless advice. Everyone groaned in unison. Wang Fan could only laugh helplessly. The guy was just filling space with nonsense. Heh, speaking of nonsense, have you heard of Chanshin Daogu? Limitless Mana suddenly asked. That online game philosopher? Everyone was taken aback. Exactly. The great philosopher Chanshin Daogu sighed. If you want to control someone, you have to understand what they truly want, Limitless Mana explained. Big brother, these are goblins NPCs with no brains. None of those tricks work on them. I can't help but complain. Facing real players, you can play mind games, but NPCs have no humanity to speak of. Unlimited Mana grinned easily. Lingzi, hand me some money. Here. Dugu Shaoling casually pulled out a handful of shiny gold coins from her pocket and placed them in his palm. Everyone's eyes went wide. Wang Fan muttered in disbelief. Others are still stuck in the copper coin era, and here they casually pull out piles of gold coins. Now that's true wealth. Let's go. Unlimited Mana picked up a gold coin, flicked his wrist, and tossed it. Clatter. The coin spun around the feet of two goblin guards. Gaga gaga. The strange sound caught the guards' attention. Both goblins' eyes bulged as they dropped their rusty iron spears and lunged at the glinting coin. Just as one grabbed it, he looked up and saw a second coin flying towards him. Third coin. Fourth coin. The coins trailed like breadcrumbs. The two goblins scrambled after them, their pouches swelling with gold as they chased further and further. Attack. When they reached the ninth coin, a human voice hissed in their ear. The next moment, shadows swallowed their sight-sharp blades flashed wildly. Clang. Bang. Short screams cut off, and two green bodies collapsed, gold coins scattered around them. Yangguang Sandai stepped forward, swiftly scooping up all the coins. He brought them close to his nose for a reluctant sniff, then handed them back to Dugu Shaoling. Really pathetic. Everyone facepalmed in unison. But Wang Fan was too shocked to speak. They actually used this method to take out the guards? Thinking it over, this exactly shows the difference between human soldiers and NPC soldiers. In ordinary territories, the Lord gives orders and arranges formations. NPCs without commands just charge recklessly and get mowed down by goblins and swarms. But these soldiers didn't wait for him to speak. They even outsmarted him, finding resources when short, solving problems on their own, handling tactics and strategies completely. For them, a difficult mission was just a normal part of their game loop. Wang Fan only needed to set the objective. Everything else was fully automated and foolproof. After taking out the guards, Unlimited Mana and company entered the goblin lair. The narrow passage wound on for dozens of meters, damp stone walls reflecting a faint green glow. At the end, the group stepped into a cavernous underground plaza. A bonfire roared several meters high in the center, surrounded densely by goblins, as if holding a strange ritual. The firelight revealed twisted faces and sharp fangs, the eerie green shadows stretching far beyond sight. Chun Guang Sanlan's gaze swept over them calmly, as if reciting a menu. A total of 350 goblins, all level 10 elite monsters. 350, that many? When the number was announced by Guang Qianlan, everyone gasped and turned to their leader, Fa Li Wu Bian. The excited expressions they had just moments ago were now replaced by sheer panic. This mission, maybe we shouldn't do it after all, someone's voice trembled. They weren't completely unprepared. At the cave entrance, they had already faced over 100 goblins. With 6 players plus the 60 skeleton soldiers summoned by Guang Qianlan, the numbers weren't too mismatched. As long as they pulled enemies in waves, the difficulty was manageable. But no one expected those 100 or so monsters to be only a third of the total. What made things worse was that all 350 goblins were packed tightly in the central plaza, not scattered throughout the nest. The view was a dark, surging sea of green. If they were spread out, Even 1,000 wouldn't be so bad, just a matter of time. But clustered like this, any attack would be like lighting a powder keg. Pull one thread, and the whole thing blows up. In other words, Fa Li Wu Bian's group would have to face all 350 goblins hidden. Every goblin was a level 10 elite. Comparing to their own side, just 66 in total, including the skeletons, with the highest player level at 9. Fighting straight up? The outcome was obvious. Let's retreat and call for backup. Wang shrugged helplessly. There's no way we can win, another agreed. Wang Fan cursed inwardly. Damn. No wonder the Lord of Tianqing village kept pestering me for strategies. Turns out this mission is such a trap. 350 elites weren't like the small monsters outside the village gate. Warriors, mages, throwers all were present with higher stats. Wang Fan had 150 soldiers and 150 farmers under his command, but except for Chuangguang Canlon, they were all basic troops from the 3 traditional classes, utterly outmatched. Their success so far relied on clever terrain control, tanking hate, and coordinated charges. If forced to engage in open ground, even throwing the whole army in might not stop these elite monsters. He guessed silently that the Tianqing village lord's entire force was likely wiped out. In fact, the 50 hidden troops led by He Tianqing never even made it past the cave entrance before being overwhelmed by the goblins. The stalemate left everyone dejected, when suddenly Fa Li Wu Bian raised his hand, pointing at the monsters in the plaza. Chunch, haven't we faced situations like this before? Let's stick to the old strategy. Oh, you mean? Chuangguang Canlon blinked and looked back at the narrow cave entrance behind them. Exactly. Terrain control. Fa Li Wu Bian's eyes were steady. If we fight hidden in the plaza, we're dead for sure. But if we lure them here? The passage was barely wide enough for 2 to stand side by side. The floor uneven. The ceiling low-hanging rocks restricting large troop formations. If they drew the goblins inside, only 2 could charge at a time. No matter how many goblins filled the square, only a handful could actually attack everyone, which greatly reduced their numerical advantage. This isn't good. Wang Fan couldn't help but grimace when he heard Fa Li Wu Bian propose a hold the position tactic. Such a strategy only works when both sides are evenly matched or when the front line can absorb damage. But right now, both in numbers and individual strength, they were no match for these level 10 elite goblins. Worse, the enemy had ranged attackers. If the front line shattered, the healers wouldn't keep up, and the whole formation would collapse. Sure enough, Wang noticed the flaw and grew serious. These elite monsters are too strong. I can't keep the front line alive with healing alone. Don't just heal, help with damage too, Fa Li Wu Bian replied calmly. Wang was baffled. Fa Li Wu Bian didn't explain. Instead, he turned to Duga Shaoling. Lingzi, get some copper coins ready in case we need them. Don't waste gold coins. It's fine. I have plenty of gold, Duga Shaoling said nonchalantly. I know you don't need money. I just worry we might lose control, Fa Li Wu Bian whispered. After finalizing their positions, he quickly assigned roles. Chunch, skeleton soldiers in front 2 rows. A San, middle of the 3rd row. Lingzi behind a San. Everyone else fall back accordingly. Wang, take the damage dealer spot. At his command, the 6 formed a straight line. Chung's 60 summoned skeletons, plus 6 soldiers, packed the narrow passage tightly. Wang Fan watched from afar, his head full of doubts. Seriously going with this seemingly doomed, hold the line plan? He's not as sharp as he thinks. The worst thing on a battlefield is overconfidence. They'll have to lecture him later. Start the fight. Fa Li Wu Bian's voice cut through the tension. Whiz, an arrow shot from the bow split the air, piercing a goblin's forehead in the square. Caw caw caw. Intruders. Humans. Fresh meat again. The goblins, all linked by shared hatred, erupted in fury and surged like a tidal wave toward the passage, colliding heat-in with the skeletons at the front. Flame goblins, frost goblins, and throwing goblins attacked from the backlines. Fireballs, ice shards, and stones flew through the air. 3 skeletons instantly shattered into pieces. Focus on the frontline 3. Fa Li Wu Bian marked the targets immediately. Dozens of skeleton archers and the group unleashed a volley. Even Wang sent out a beam of holy light. In one short volley, the 3 elite goblins crashed to the ground, turning to corpses along with the shattered skeletons. Lingzi, control them. Fa Li Wu Bian seized the moment. Duga Shaoling flicked a handful of copper coins into the air. Goblins spotted the money, immediately breaking formation to scramble and snatch at the coins, fracturing their charge line. At that moment, the 3 fallen goblins' bodies drained of flesh and blood, leaving only desiccated white bones. Slowly, they rose back to their feet. Oh, that Hekibian guy. Wang Fan stared in disbelief at the 3 skeleton soldiers struggling to rise before him. Beyond surprise, he immediately grasped the strange tactical idea behind limitless magic, a swap-out strategy, an extreme one-for-one. You kill one of mine, I kill one of yours. No one survives longer than the other. Few would choose this move unless cornered. Once troops are lost, they don't come back. Unless your forces far outnumber the enemies, it's not worth it. Right now, it was 60 people against 350 goblins. By logic, this swap-out tactic was a death wish. Yet limitless magic pursued it relentlessly, For a simple reason, had the Dark Mage Radiant Spring on his side. Though the enemy skeletons also operated on a one-for-own basis, Radiant Spring could summon skeletons endlessly. As long as there were corpses, skeletons would keep crawling out. Though the plaza seemed flooded with goblins, their numbers thinned as the battle dragged on. Limitless Magic's side appeared desperate at first, but they grew stronger as the fight continued. A perpetual motion machine? No more like an unending power of the afterlife. The more dead, the stronger they became. Wang Fan had to admit, Limitless Magic was not only sharp and insightful, but also lightning fast at adapting and reacting. Anyone faced with a swarm like this would think time to retreat. No real warrior would take such a risk up front. Even Wang Fan doubted Limitless Magic's command at first, but within seconds he had deployed everyone perfectly, squeezing every ounce of advantage from their classes. Wang Fan was stunned. This was talent. This was a true master of war. Earlier, Limitless Magic had been unremarkable, blending and unnoticed until fighting the boss for extra rewards revealed his edge. Since Wang Fan enhanced his growth attributes, the guy basically went into overdrive. Any benefit, he would work tirelessly for it. Wang Fan finally understood this old mutt. Limitless Magic was something else entirely. It wasn't just Wang Fan. Others in the group were shaken by Limitless Magic's plan. Even the usually quiet, taciturn Hope let slip a curse. As a healer expert, Hope knew the pressure of this opening attack was brutal, almost 100 chance of total wipeout. Initially, Head pushed hard to retreat and regroup, warning Limitless Magic, "I can't keep everyone healed." The response was nonchalant. "You don't have to heal, just deal damage." A priest dealing damage? Absurd. Hope nearly rolled his eyes but stayed put, resigned to dying alongside everyone and clearing back to town. It was only now, seeing Radiant Spring's trump card turn the tide, that Hope's feelings grew even more complicated, shaken yet awed. Yes, that guy was really something else. Even in the bright spring sunlight, Chun Guanqinlin couldn't help but exclaim that they were pulling some ruthless moves that treated people like nothing. As an old friend with boundless magic, he knew this bastard all too well, yet even he was exasperated by the brutal tactics the commander kept ordering, leaving everyone grumbling in frustration. "I want to deal damage too." Dugu Shaoling tossed her dagger into the air, stomping her foot in frustration. She never cared about tactics or positioning. She just wanted to slash enemies to her heart's content. But right now, even Hope, their healer, was attacking, while Shaoling, an assassin, could only throw coins desperately to taunt the enemies. If you want to throw money, can't you do it in real life? Why ruin the game with that? Lingzi, don't lose your temper. Boundless Magic quickly tried to smooth things over. You're the team's core crowd control. Without you, Chun Gu can't summon, and will end up wiped out. I want to do damage too. Yangwan Sandy shouted from the side. Boundless Magic raised an eyebrow. If you really want to hit something, stab him a couple of times. He's just standing there to soak damage for you and take your anger. Damn it, Boundless old dog. You're asking for trouble? Yangwan Sandy instantly exploded. Good. Boundless Magic spoke calmly. Now I order you to charge into the goblin crowd ahead and start taunting. Yangwan Sandy peeked at the green sea of monsters in front of them, his face turning pale. You want me to die? Yes. You insulted me. Remember. I'm the commander. If I order you to die, you won't be coming back alive. Huh? Boundless Gidge, I'm just joking with you. Yangwan Sandy immediately backtracked, laughing about as convincingly as crying. Boundless Magic looked around the whole team. Anyone else got complaints about me? Everyone. Wang Fan. It turned out Boundless Magic's tactics worked incredibly well. Skeleton Warriors 3, Goblins 3, Skeletons 3. Waves of monsters surged in, but the number of Skeleton Warriors under Chun Guanqinlin remained steady. Fallen goblins were instantly transformed into new skeleton soldiers, and the green figures on the plaza visibly thinned out. Crack. The last throwing goblin was struck throat first by a perfectly aimed arrow from Jin Shuwei Kai, its scream echoing through the cavern. In an instant, the plaza was cleared. At the same time, the undead army under Chun Guanqinlin had undergone a transformation. What had been only level 5 common skeletons outside the village, armed with crude stone axes, were now all level 10 elite skeletons with upgraded weapons and armor, evolving from cannon fodder into elite soldiers. It really has to be the Dark Mage. Wang Fan clicked his tongue in admiration. With other lords, leading a few people to farm the goblin den without wiping out might be lucky. But here, they suffered 0 casualties and grew stronger by the fight. Remembering how he almost dismissed Chun Guanqinlin as garbage early on gave Wang Fan a chill down his spine. The elite goblin spoils were equally rich. Experience points flooded everyone's progress bars, and coins on the ground glittered blindingly. The coins Dugu Shaoling had thrown all exploded out, piling high on the stone slabs. Added to the scattered weapons, armor, and other default gear which might be average but still better than the starter gear most people in their territory wore, bringing these items back to sell was a solid profit. Rumble. Moments later, after Boundless Magic and the others finished sorting the loot, the entire goblin den suddenly trembled. The boss has appeared. Watch your formation. At the command of boundless mana, everyone scattered almost instinctively. Yangwan Sandy raised his massive shield high, firmly holding the front line and forming the first barrier to protect the teammates behind him. Boom. The sky seemed to tear open as a massive shadow plummeted straight down, crashing heavily onto the bonfire in the center of the plaza. Sparks flew everywhere as the glowing charcoal rolled outward in a circle. Amid the leaping flames, a gigantic goblin emerged over 3 meters tall, 2 meters wide at the shoulders. Its thick brown fur gave it the build of a standing giant bear. If not for the distinctive pointed ears and hooked nose, no one would have guessed it was a goblin at all. What? This is a goblin? Everyone gasped in disbelief, including Wang Fan, who was utterly confused. By conventional standards, goblins were supposed to be short and sneaky. Even boss-level ones like Lightning Kino were only about human height. But this monster looked like a fierce beast completely out of place. Wang Fan raised his hand and cast a detection spell. A translucent panel appeared instantly. Giant Bear Goblin. Silver Boss Level, 15. HP, 30,000 MP, 100. Skills, Stomp, Heavy Strike, Earth Armor. Description: a hybrid born from the Goblin King, mating with a great Earth Bear. Combines the giant bear's physique with the goblin's ferocity. 6. Wang Fan sat back in shock after reading the info. He knew goblins like to steal genes from other species to reproduce, but even the mighty Earth Bear? He couldn't imagine how that even worked. Their sizes were so mismatched. How did one even get inside the other? That must have been quite the process. This guy probably didn't just steal robes. Wow. Just wow. Boundless Mana and the others finished reading the panel and were equally stunned. Their conversation quickly shifted from the boss strength to how exactly his father pulled this off. Yangwan Sandy shouted teasingly, "Bro, did your dad leave you any recipes? I've got a friend who desperately needs them." Chunj added, "Yeah? Or at least a cookbook handed over already." Roar. The giant bear goblin inherited a goblin's ferocity, but not much intelligency didn't understand the taunts at all. All it saw was the annoying shield warrior blocking its way. With a thunderous roar, the entire lair trembled. In the next instant, the massive beast suddenly crouched low and charged toward the crowd with explosive force. Boom, boom, boom. The earth beneath their feet sounded like war drums as the black giant shadow covered dozens of meters in an instant, closing in right before them. Oh crap. Everyone's scalps tingled. Morpgs always insisted on balance. Power types usually had limited speed, while intellect types sacrificed defense. That was the basic rule. The reason everyone had dared to underestimate the power of the level 15 silver boss, the giant bear goblin, was that bosses of his size usually weren't very agile. To seasoned veterans, large, slow-moving monsters were just walking targets despite their often absurd defense stats. They were nowhere near as dangerous as mid-sized bosses like Lightning Kino. If things went south, retreating with your whole body was always an option. But no one expected this giant bear goblin to explode with such speed, instantly changing everyone's expressions. A deafening roar shattered the air as the giant bear goblin charged forward like a heavily armored tank. It swung its massive right claw bigger than a dining table down in a devastating strike. "Scatter!" called out Boundless Mana with a booming voice. Everyone scrambled to dodge. Only Yangwan Sandy, who stood at the very front and closest to the monster, didn't have enough time to react. The claw came down with a whistle of wind. Huh. On the brink of life and death, Yangwan Sandy shouted and raised both arms, slamming his shield up to block. Bang! The clash of metal rang out, shockwaves scattering dust everywhere. Two immense forces collided, the air seeming to be squeezed out as dirt flew up. Crack. Yangwan Sandy felt the weight of a mountain crushing him. His shield shattered instantly. In the game, shields have a defense value mechanic. Once it hits 0, the shield breaks, equipment disappears, and can only be resummoned after full recovery. The shattered shield was bad enough, but the giant bear goblin's claw kept coming down on his head. A hit here meant certain death. There would be no time to heal, since healing only works if the target doesn't get one shot. Otherwise, revival is all that's left. At the critical moment, Yangwan Sandy leaned back, thrusting his legs to slide diagonally away. Whoosh! The giant claw just grazed his chest. He tumbled to the ground, sweating in shock. Roar! Missing its strike, the giant bear goblin stepped forward, raising its claws again. Go! With Spring Radiance's command, a swarm of skeleton soldiers poured in, swinging their blades and hacking at the boss legs. 1111. A string of feeble damage numbers flickered above the giant bear goblin's head. Well, although the dark mage could summon troops, their damage to bosses was pitiful. Scraping. Even level 10 elite skeletons could only chip away at its health. The giant bear goblin wasn't bothered by this bony bunch and slammed down its huge foot. Boom! The ground cracked beneath its weight, shockwaves rippling outward. Yangwan Sandy rolled aside to avoid it, but Spring Radiance's skeletons weren't so lucky. Bones shattered in a spray of dust, as more than a dozen were instantly destroyed. Damn! I just summoned those elite skeleton babies. Spring Radiance lamented painfully. Take comfort out with the old, in with the new, Boundless Mana consoled. We'll let you keep the boss corpse later. Really? Haha. Kids, let's give Uncle Giant Bear a pedicure. Spring Radiance's eyes lit up as he directed the remaining skeletons to swarm tightly. Whoosh. As the skeletons closed in, Goldenstone Precision took advantage of the opening, drew his bow, and fired a focused shot slicing through the air. The arrow hit the giant bear goblin's eye socket with pinpoint accuracy. The monster, originally about to chase Yangwan Sandy, staggered back from the shot. Precise, was all anyone could say. Roar. The giant bear goblin howled in pain and lunged straight at Jin Shi Weikai. Stop him. Chun Guanqinlin immediately ordered. The skeleton soldiers charged fearlessly, brandishing their battered bone knives and shields, forming a fragile barrier against the monster. Boom. The giant bear goblin slammed its fan-like palm down onto the ground, causing a violent tremor. Bones shattered everywhere as several skeleton soldiers were crushed into powder. The encirclement was instantly torn open by a gaping breach. The monster surged forward again, its massive body leaping almost to Jin Shi Weikai's head. The two-story-tall shadow completely enveloped him. Jin Shi Weikai reacted swiftly, sidestepping several paces to barely evade the devastating strike. But this seemingly clumsy giant bear goblin possessed an incredible combat instinct upon landing. It abruptly swept its claw sideways, accurately targeting the spot Jin Shi Weikai had just dodged to. Damn! Jin Shi Weikai's face paled instantly. As a bowman under level 10, his attributes were limited. His previous evasive move had already pushed him to the limit. Dodging this sudden assault was impossible. Duong. At the crucial moment, Yangguang Sandai's shield, just restored by Yang's skill, slammed up front, a heavy tower shield firmly guarding Jin Shi Weikai. Bang! The giant bear goblin's claw smashed heavily against the shield. The shield shattered on the spot. Though neither of them was killed outright by the blow, both were left critically wounded, flying several meters before crashing down awkwardly. Swish, swish, swish. As they fell, beams of holy light descended, forcibly pulling both their health bars back from the brink of death. Damn! This thing can't be beaten. Yangguang Sandai looked at his second destroyed shield in disbelief, a shadow creeping over him. Why do people say the tank determines a team's potential ceiling? Facing a boss requires a frontline tank who can endure damage and maintain aggro. If the tank can hold steady, the rest have space to dish out damage. But this giant bear goblin was absurdly strong, a total stats monster. Yangguang Sandai was a warrior specializing in shield defense, the team's most durable member with the highest health. He could barely hold on using shield breaks to prolong defense, but without a shield, he would be wiped out instantly. The others didn't even stand a chance. After 2 shield breaks in a row, he no longer dared gamble on a third. We can do it. Fa Li Wu Bian said resolutely. Jinzi, you tank. Me? As a bowman you want me to tank? Jin Shi Weikai nearly drew his bow and shot him like a porcupine. He had never heard of a bowman tanking a monster. Although Wang Fan lacked Fa Li Wu Bian's confidence, he was also curious how a bowman could act as a tank. Fa Li Wu Bian calmly explained, hold aggro and keep your distance. As long as it can't hit you, you win. Everyone was stunned. In truth, Fa Li Wu Bian's words captured the essence of tanking perfectly. What is tanking? Tanking means drawing the monster's attacks onto yourself, creating space for teammates to deal damage safely. As long as the target's hate is fixed on oneself, and one stays alive to hold its attention, the tank's job is successful. This is not limited to warriors who have high health and defense. Nowadays, no one can withstand the giant bear goblin's devastating strike. If it hits you, the outcome is the same every time. Besides, warriors have short arms and legs, making survival difficult, so naturally, they aren't suited to be the main tank. On the other hand, archers, with their long reach and mobility, are better suited to tanking in this environment where everyone's on equal footing. What if I can't outrun it? Jin Shi Weikai glanced nervously at the bear-shaped monster opposite him, still shaken after barely dodging the giant bear goblin's charge. Don't worry, they'll be off-tank and share the pressure, Fa Li Wu Bian said, raising his hand confidently. Got it. Jin Shi Weikai responded, stepping back a few meters and knocking an arrow. With a swift twang, the arrow pierced the giant bear goblin's left eye. 77. Bright red numbers flickered into the air as he turned and dashed away. Roar. The giant bear goblin howled in pain, its hate instantly snapping back to Jin Shi Weikai as it charged headlong after him. Fa Li Wu Bian raised his staff, launching a fist-sized fireball that screamed through the air and exploded against the monster's furry back. 92. With a muffled boom, flames spread over its ash-black fur, burning continuously. 555. Furry things hate fire, Fa Li Wu Bian smirked. The giant bear goblin, both furious and startled, spun sharply. Its hate returned to Fa Li Wu Bian as it swung its massive claws and gave chase. Damage is the only source of hate at the moment without specialized hate generation skills. Whoever hits the hardest draws hate first. Taking advantage of the monster's turn, Fa Li Wu Bian gave the command, now's the Timmy go all out. Yangwan Sandy and Dugu Shaoling charged side by side, blades flashing and slashing white streaks across the bear goblin's thick legs. 21331931. The damage was limited, but it succeeded in slowing its pace. On the other side, Jin Shirweikai had stopped, firing 3 arrows in quick succession. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 arrows struck the back of the head. 445,259. Roar. Hate snapped back to Jin Shirweikai. The giant bear goblin turned on the spot, but after only a couple of steps, Fa Li Wu Bian's second fireball slammed into it, forcing it to spin again. Back and forth like a tug-of-war, the group dragged the giant bear goblin across the field. Yangwan Sandy and the others kept scraping damage, steadily draining its health bar. In less than 5 or 6 minutes, the remaining health hit rock bottom, just 30 left. Huh. The giant bear goblin bellowed and activated its ultimate skill, Earth Armor. Thick rocky plates covered its body, dramatically boosting defense but drastically reducing speed. Watching from afar, Wang Fan quietly chuckled. This fool, all it's doing is giving itself more hits. It's totally useless, but it's easing the pressure on us. The team's firepower didn't relent. Health bar, 10, 5, 1. Roar. With one last defiant howl, the giant bear goblin's health bar emptied, and its massive body crashed to the ground. System messages flooded the screen. Notice, giant bear goblin defeated. You have obtained loot. Notice, silver boss defeated. Silver boss loot chest awarded. First kill of the silver boss, giant bear goblin grants, 30 bonus. Hidden achievement for exploration quest unlocked. Rating, perfect. Current reward, gold chest. Notice, your territory natives 50, special NPC 1, special rewards obtained. Huh, why didn't the boss drop anything? The giant bear goblin collapsed with a crash, its corpse completely Cliano loot at all. Duga Shaoling was left scratching her head in confusion. Shun Guanqinlin was already rolling up his sleeves, ready to start searching the body. Wait. Yang Guang Sandai grabbed his arm, speaking with practiced authority. You have to wait for the boss kill to be finalized. Finalized? There's a rule for that. Shun Guanqinlin froze in surprise. This so-called finalization means Lord Wang Fan gets to pick his rewards first, and the leftover items get distributed to the soldiers. This was the first kill of a level 15 silver rank boss, and the rewards were far better than the earlier Lei Kainua drop. There were 3 pieces of equipment dropped. 1. Giant bear gauntlets. Type, leather armor. Quality, bronze. Armor magic resist, 14-13. Strength 7, Constitution 7. Passive, heavy strike 15, chance to deal 1.5x damage, 15-second cooldown. Description, made from the hide of a giant bear with devastating power. 2. Giant bear claw. Type, one-handed sword dagger. Quality, bronze. Attack, 27. Magic, 14. Strength 14, agility 11. Passive, rend 15, chance to reduce target's defense by 20 for 10 seconds, 30-second cooldown. Description, the sharp claws of the giant bear goblin, able to slice through any defense. 3. Earth shield. Type, shield. Quality, silver. Attack magic, 3030. Armor magic resist, 30-30. Defense value, 500. Constitution 15, strength 15. Passive, Gaia's might defense value regenerates 15. Active, shield bash channels earth power to stun the target briefly, 15-second cooldown. Requirement, strength 30. Description, a magic shield blessed by the power of earth. Boss drops are always top quality. The gauntlets boost damage, the claw shreds defenses, and in an age where most soldiers can't even afford basic gear, these 2 bronze items are already exceptional. The Earth Shield, with both active and passive skills, is a warrior's dream artifact. Besides equipment, Wang Fan was most excited about a few special items. 1. Territory Construction Token. Type, special item. Quality, silver. Effect, increases territory construction points by 150 instantly. Description, a treasure every lord dreams of. 2. Territory Expansion Certificate. Type, special item. Quality, silver. Effect, increases housing farmland limit by 10. Description, land and subjects are every lord's most precious resources. 3. Earth Armor. Type, magic. Quality, E. Attribute, earth. Learning requirement, none. Description, summons earth power to form protective armor on a target. The construction token's benefits go without saying, it immediately boosts the territory's development. Everyone had seen the power of earth armor during the Fida's strong defensive spell, but it was the territory expansion certificate that really struck a chord with Wang Fan. He currently commands 150 soldiers, but only has land, farmland, and night quotas for 30 of them. The constant problem of too many soldiers and too little resources was a headache. The root cause was simply not having enough housing and land to support more people. Wang Fan also wanted to share the rewards fairly, but the game was designed that way. A level 4 territory could only hold 30 houses and 30 farmlands at most. There was simply no room to build more. Now, having obtained a territory expansion certificate, he could finally push the boundaries outward and add 10 more houses and 10 more farmlands, which meant 10 extra night slots. Only by giving everyone hope each day would the team work hard after all. Even a donkey pulling a mill needs a carrot dangling in front of it. He carefully put away the construction token and the territory expansion certificate, tossing the rest of the materials aside. With a clang, the loot from the battle suddenly piled up at everyone's feet. Wow, these bracers are amazing. Skill book. A mage's skill book. No way. Silver gear. And it's a shield, got it, huh? These few words stirred up excitement as they immediately crouched down to divide the spoils. The bracers were universal, but in the boss fight, Jin Shuwei Kai the main tank had done most of the work. He couldn't use the shield or daggers, nor could he learn spells, so no one fought him for them. The skill book naturally went into Fa Li Wu Bian's backpack. The dagger was quickly claimed by Du Guxiao Ling, the only assassin in the group. And finally, the silver shield ended up in Yangguan Sandai's hands. Xiwang couldn't help but scoff. What good is a shield to you? You can't even take a hit. Yangguan Sandai's DPS ranked second to last on the team, just above Xiwang. Yet he ended up with the most valuable gear, drawing some sideways glances. If ID had this shield earlier, ID have been able to hold the line, he argued. The others all flipped him off in response. Fa Li Wu Bian added with a smirk. If you can't hold next time, just hand the shield to Chun Gu. Chun Gu, he's a magician, he even handle Yangguan Sandai started. But before he could finish, Chun Guan Lan appeared, holding a wooden staff and chanting softly. Like a sorcerer, he pointed at the corpse of the giant bear goblin on the ground. A magical array spread over the body. The flesh tore apart, bones shifted, and a massive skeleton with a metallic sheen rose slowly to its feet. No way, no way, no way. The three exclamations echoed wildly through the cave. Wang Fan was startled too and quickly opened his status panel. Skeleton warrior. Rank, bronze. Level, 15. HP, 1500. MP, 75. Skills, heavy strike, stomp. Background, a skeleton forged from the flesh and blood of a powerful boss, infused with the Death Realm's higher grade spiritual flame. Awesome. A bronze boss. Wang Fan gasped. He finally understood Chun Guang Lan's summoning mechanics. The higher the grade of the corpse, the stronger the resulting skeleton, but it would always be one rank lower than the original. The giant bear goblin was a silver boss, so its skeleton became a bronze boss. Ordinary elite monsters turned into level 10 skeleton soldiers. The initial few level 5 little skeletons only had about half the stats of a village goblin. As for whether there was a limit to how many he could convert, Wang Fan hadn't figured that out yet. If not, the thought of summoning hordes of high-rank bosses as minions was almost unimaginable. Sure enough, the necromancer was a total cheat. Fa Li Wu Bian's earlier claim of fighting tens of thousands alone sounded exaggerated, but now it didn't seem impossible after all. This guy probably could summon 100,000 skeleton soldiers. Apart from the boss loot, the biggest gain from this goblin nest purge for Wang Fan was the mission reward 50 natives plus a special NPC. Natives are essentially similar to the farmers who spawn randomly in residential areas, both handling basic production and construction, but there is still a vast difference between the two. 1. Farmers lack AI. Their intelligence is on par with goblins roaming outside the village, and they only mechanically follow orders. 2. Natives, however, come with simple AI and stronger base attributes. Most importantly, they come with storylines. In Borderlands, NPCs with storylines can trigger missions and rank above ordinary soldier units. Such NPCs belong solely to the Lord and cannot be granted out to other players like soldiers. As for the special NPC, it refers to an NPC with a particular professional skill, not limited to combat instructors. Anyone proficient in forging, tailoring, alchemy, cooking, and other life skills falls into this category. The special NPC rewarded this time, judging by his appearance, is most likely a blacksmith. Wang Fan casually opened the character panel and focused on the stocky man standing before him shirtless, with bulging muscles, a scruffy beard covering his face, and casually holding a hammer nearly half his height in one hand. The stats were clear at a glance. Blacksmith Simba. Race, dwarf. Profession, blacksmith. Level, unknown. Attribute growth, strength A, constitution A, intelligence D, spirit C, agility B. Skills, advanced forging, wild hammer technique. Background, a dwarven forging master with notable combat capabilities. So he really is a blacksmith. And an advanced one at that. Wang Fan nodded to himself after reviewing the attributes. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. His previous territory didn't have a blacksmith, so soldiers' equipment relied entirely on monster drops. The drop rates for small enemies in Borderlands were dreadful, and bosses were so rare it was pathetic, with the best gear virtually monopolized by top soldier players. Other players all wore starter gear even if they saved up gold. There was nowhere to buy upgrades. Now with Simba's arrival, it was like opening an armory for the territory. The arms supply chain was instantly complete, and combat power was certain to improve significantly. Respected Lord, I am Simba, the dwarven blacksmith from Dawn Village. Thank you for rescuing us from the demon's lair. I am honored to become one of your subjects, Simba said with a deep, drum-like voice, stepping forward earnestly and bowing as Wang Fan stared at him. Treating your people well and ensuring their happiness is the Lord's responsibility, Wang Fan replied in a solemn, official tone. Simba was taken aback, seemingly moved. He had traveled far and wide from dwarven clans to elven forests, human imperial cities, and finally to this remote village and had seen countless lords exploit their people mercilessly. He had never heard such an idealistic declaration before. Your kindness touches me. I pledge to follow you and become your blacksmith, the dwarf said, thumping his chest firmly. I hope to contribute to your territory. Notice, Simba's favorability toward you has increased. Thank you for joining us, Simba. With you here, our territory will grow stronger. Wang Fan nodded. However, I have a favor to ask, Simba said nervously, rubbing his hands covered in cold dust. Oh, tell me. Wang Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing the scent of a mission. The demon invasion destroyed our village, and my blacksmith shop was ruined. To restart, I need a forging furnace. Could you, my lord, help with that? No problem. Wang Fan laughed heartily and accepted the task immediately. Don't worry, they'll have it built in no time. He quickly opened the interface, edited the mission, and sent it out. The blueprint for a forging furnace had long been stored in the warehouse yet hadn't been used because there was no blacksmith before, but now it finally came in handy. As soon as the task was published, the player Zongheng Tianxiao rushed to the square with 7 or 8 teammates to start construction. Unlike the small but elite squad Fa Li Wu Bian, Zongheng Tianxiao had a natural charisma, gathering anyone he could under his wing, forming a team even larger than Fa Li Wu Bian's. For a lord, allowing subordinates to expand their influence without permission would normally warrant caution, especially with someone like Zongheng Tianxia, who had recruited nearly a third of the territory's soldiers. Such gatherings should be restricted. But Wang Fan didn't care at all. This was just a game. All resources, tasks, and rewards were controlled by the Lord. Even if soldiers banded together, nobody dared to cross their boss who could dismiss them with one click. If things didn't work out, they could always change leaders. That was the real mindset of most soldier players. As for Fa Li Wu Bian's side, fewer in number but tight-knit. Plus, he was Wang Fan's sworn knight, so there was no worry. Within 10 minutes, the forging furnace stood tall in the center of the square, the flames casting a red glow on the steel walls. Haha. Simba ran excitedly to the furnace, lighting it and adjusting the temperature with smooth, practiced movements. Dawn Village Blacksmith Shop is now officially open. According to the rules, the blacksmith shop had to pay taxes, and the Lord's investment could take up to 80. Wang Fan thought it over and set the tax at 50. Since the village was in a phase of recovery, he wanted to share profits to motivate everyone to earn together. My respected lord, your kindness and generosity inspire me, Simba said, nearly speechless with excitement, his favorability skyrocketing. But the next moment, he frowned. My lord, we're short on iron ore. Without ore, we can't forge weapons. Iron ore. Wang Fan hesitated. So far, only wood and stone resources had been unlocked. Mineral resources were still unavailable, and he had no idea where to get them. Just like a chef with no ingredients can't cook, a blacksmith without or can't craft equipment, this would all be in vain. Just as he was troubled, a dark, worn book suddenly appeared before his eyes, a special reward from clearing the goblin nest that he hadn't checked yet. Wang Fan quickly opened its attributes. Disassembly technique. Category, life skill. Feature, converts any item back into basic materials. Description, a skill for recycling and reusing resources. Haha, the materials have finally arrived. Wang Fan was overjoyed. Just now, the group called Boundless Magic had raided the goblin nest and collected a large batch of equipment. Although these items were somewhat better than the novice iron scraps, they were still inferior to the system task rewards white-grade gear, and couldn't be sold for much money. Wang Fan himself only got a mere 200 copper per piece for those white-grade task rewards. This meant that the bulk of these common items would end up piling uselessly in the warehouse. But now things were different. With the new disassembly technique, all these white-grade items could be broken down into reusable resources. With this thought, he pulled out 10 shiny gold coins and handed them to Shimba. Take this money and bulk buy equipment from the soldiers. They'll handle mass dismantling. How much per piece is reasonable? Shimba accepted the coins and carefully examined them. As a special NPC, he wasn't just a figurehead, knew very well that all pricing authority within the territory rested with Wang Fan. 50 copper, Wang Fan answered without hesitation. Shimba frowned slightly. Isn't that a bit high? Wang Fan folded his arms, speaking calmly but with the firm confidence of a leader. Remember, a good lord lets everyone under his rule make money. Of course, you, my good helper, should profit as well. I suggest you mark up the finished gear to 500 copper each. Shimba was momentarily taken aback. Wang Fan went on. Those soldier players are shrewd. If the buy price is too low, they'd rather keep the junk in their backpacks. Only by raising the purchase price to 50 copper will they treat those broken items as trash to sell. Don't worry, buying at 50 copper and selling at 500, we still come out ahead. The soldiers in the territory had many ways to earn income. Though none were rolling in gold, none were destitute either. Besides, Zimba's smithy was the only place buying equipment, a guaranteed monopoly. If you don't buy, someone else will. If someone else buys, they become stronger. Stronger soldiers finish tasks faster. Faster tasks mean higher contributions. Higher contributions earn the right to be knights favored by the Lord, receiving houses and land. Wang Fan chuckled lightly, recalling the saying from Sir Shiman, money likes to circulate, not sit still. The soldiers' money flowing back to the Lord's pocket was good money indeed. As assets cycle around, the territory's GDP grows. His mind had already started outlining the next step. Once the territory has vocational mentors, they'll claim land nearby and build houses. Residents who learn skills get half-price training and can even access advanced skills early. By then, housing prices will multiply and competition will be fierce. If some soldiers decided to slack off and refuse to buy Zimba's equipment, no problem. Wang Fan had a fallback: introduce a subsidy discount. Gear originally priced at 500 copper would be sold at 20 off, with a maximum subsidy of 200 copper. A beloved lord must show real, tangible benefits to his people. You are truly a wise, generous, and benevolent lord. It is my honor to serve under you, Shinba said with deep admiration shining in his eyes. Wang Fan thought quietly. Shinba isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but that's just perfect. After settling Shinba, Wang Fan turned his attention to the other native inhabitants. Their attributes were generally higher than those of farmers, and some were even comparable to soldiers. Sending them all to do basic labor would be wasteful. He reviewed the stats of every native resident carefully. Wang Fan selected a few native NPCs with special traits and immediately assigned them tasks. Jimmy, known for his knack for stockpiling, was put in charge of guarding the granary and handling food procurement and inventory. Gourmand and sharp salesman Grangtai was stationed at the trading booth, responsible for promoting and selling skill books. With exceptional strength, Tayland was apprenticed to the blacksmith Simba, simultaneously learning the craft and managing equipment sales. Most satisfying to Wang Fan was the old village chief. Peter from the original Dawnlight village was reinstated as village chief, tasked with welcoming new recruits and issuing beginner territory missions. With everything arranged, Wang Fan became a hands-off overseer, comfortably managing resource flows in the Lord's Hall and quietly assigning players some hidden quests. Letting the natives handle things made life simple and hassle-free. Once all the natives settled into their roles, the Boundless Magic team returned, dust-covered and triumphant. After finishing their mission, Wang Fan freely handed over the Heart of Thunder as a reward, and in return received a complete walkthrough video for the Goblin Nest cleanup quest. Hehe. Wang Fan chuckled as he opened the new video, then quickly pulled up He Tianqing's chat window and sent, "Got the guide." The reply was just a string of punctuation marks. "Speak human." Wang Fan rolled his eyes. "You already have a guide? You're not messing with me, right?" He Tianqing felt uneasy. Had attempted that mission himself. It was ridiculously difficult, and his entire bloodline of dragon squad was wiped out. What kind of units did Wang Fan have? Calmly, Wang Fan replied, "Do I seem like that kind of person?" And immediately sent a screenshot of the system notification. Whoa. He Tianqing's breath caught. After a moment, he blurted, "How much?" His voice was a mix of excitement and anticipation, hoping to clear the mission, but also wanting to gauge Wang Fan's true capabilities. 100 gold. Wang Fan quoted a steep price, 10,000 in-game currency, several times above market value. He deliberately inflated the cost, leaving room to bargain. "Lord of Tiansuan transferred 100 gold to you." The notification popped up and Wang Fan froze. Wait, no haggling. Darn. Should have asked for 200. He smacked his chest in regret, but still sent the video and promptly closed the chat. After finishing the transaction, he took out the territory construction token. Use territory construction token? Yes. Use successful. Your territory gained 150 construction points. The construction points surged past the limit, triggering an upgrade prompt. Upgrade now? Yes. Your territory has upgraded to a level 5 village. You received wood 1000, stone 1000, food 1000. Level 5 villages are mid-tier, with significantly expanded area. Housing capacity 20, farmland 20, recruit limit 50, unlocked building Lord's Hall. Immediately after, he used the territory expansion certificate. You used the territory expansion certificate. Housing limit 10, farmland limit 10. System messages flooded the screen as empty land stretched out like a canvas being unrolled on every side. Wang Fan's village had expanded once more, this time with a substantial leap in size. In Borderlands, territories level 1 to 4 are classified as small villages, levels 5 to 8 as medium villages, levels 9 to 10 as large villages, and once a territory exceeds level 10, it can advance to become a town, and so on. Each breakthrough causes the territory's area to expand dramatically. When the level rises from 4 to 5, the territory instantly grows to more than 3 times its previous size. At the same time, every time a medium village levels up, It unlocks 20 new houses and 20 farmland plots all at once, doubling the capacity compared to when it was a small village. The development potential becomes visibly evident. The Lord's status panel appeared before Wang Fan's eyes. Lord Wang Fan. HP, 500. MP, 500. Base attributes. Strength, 50. Constitution, 50. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Agility, 50. Skills. 1. Soldier Summoning Special. Spend money to recruit soldiers to expand the territory. 2. Healing LV1. Spend money to heal wounded soldiers. 3. Experience Reward LV1 Limited. Once per day, grants 50 experience points to all soldiers. 4. Development Potential LV1 Active, Limited. Once per day, increases soldiers' attribute growth. Uses remaining 11 today. 5. Disassembly Special. Disassemble designated items to convert them into usable resources. Equipment, Cross of Despair. Territory Dawnlight Village Medium Village LV5. Population Cap, 47,600. Wall Construction Progress, 67. Residences, 3060. Farmland, 3060. Loyal Troops, 150-250. Farmers, 150-300. Natives, 50-50. Special NPCs, 1-1. Resources. Wood, 11,284. Stone, 7,573. Food, 17,421. Money, 2,795,214. As Wang Fan's first medium-level village, Dawnlight Village's stats had long since outpaced nearby territories of the same level. Wide lands, stocked warehouses, and most impressively, a potential population cap surpassing 600, while other villages at this stage typically only hold 2 to 300. The larger the population, the faster the construction and development proceed. Right now, villagers were busily reinforcing the walls, with 2/3 of the work already completed. At this pace, the wall would be completed and sealed by dusk tomorrow. Once finished, the garrison soldiers would be freed up to focus on the next phase of exploring the territory, clearing monsters, and leveling up. Another major change from becoming a medium-level village was the Lord's Hall rising up at the center of the territory. It resembled a miniature fortress and served as Dawnlight Village's defining landmark. Its function was straightforward: issuing orders, assigning tasks, and devising development plans. After all, as the Lord, Wang Fan couldn't possibly handle every trivial detail himself. Those daily complex tasks were better entrusted to loyal natives. The Lord's Hall thus became the village's central brain. For Wang Fan personally, it was also a good shelter, sparing him from aimlessly wandering around under the scorching sun like a fool. He opened the Lord's Hall interface, and the new features were clearly displayed. Official positions. 1. Decision Maker Rank I. Oversees governmental affairs and Legion strategy planning. 2. Commander Rank I. Manages the Legion and leads troops into battle. Glancing through at random, Wang Fan closed the interface. In fact, decision makers handle internal affairs, while commanders oversee military management. This setup is designed for federated territories where players form alliances early on, and it doesn't have much to do with Wang Fan. After all, Wang Fan is an autocratic lord who makes all decisions personally, whereas player groups, with many members and differing opinions, have to divide power into various official titles to keep things organized. Of course, in theory the lord could assign both positions to subordinate soldiers, but since most soldiers are NPCs, no one wants to waste precious posts on puppets. Wang Fan soldiers are player avatars, so they have to earn their ranks by merit. In Dawnlight Village, to wear an official hat, you not only need outstanding ability, but also have to achieve deeds that earn the trust of the entire village and genuinely motivate everyone. After explaining the qualifications, it was time to confer titles. With the territory upgrading and expanding, 30 new houses and farmland unlocked 30 new knight positions. Wang Fan pulled up the territory contribution leaderboard, first removing veterans who had already been granted titles, then distributing the 30 shining knight helmets in order of contribution from highest to lowest. When the results came out, he was stunned. The shady assassin, named Xiao Shoulan, MO, surprisingly rose to the top, even surpassing longtime veterans and becoming the third person to receive a title among the 100 new recruits on day 2. Of course, the first two were Chunguang Canlan and Du Gu Xiaoling. Chunguang Canlan speaks for himself. He commands dozens of subordinates and produces efficiency dozens of times greater than Normala one-man army maxed out on productivity. Who could compete with that? Du Gu Xiaoling was on another level. Wang Fan hadn't wanted to open sales of official titles, but unexpectedly, this woman had been tipped off and simply paid other soldiers to do her work. Wang Fan was baffled. If someone's going to profit off this, better let it be himself. So he set up a contribution exchange task for Du Gu Xiaoling 1 gold coin for 1 contribution point. She immediately spent 50 gold. If not for running low on funds, knowing her, she might have thrown down 500 gold without hesitation. The moment the money hit the ledger, Wang Fan suddenly understood the thrill ancient emperors felt selling offices and titles. With the titles assigned, he cheerfully returned to the recruiting hall, stepping onto the glowing cyan magic circle in the center. Recruit 100 soldiers. As the runes lit up, the system beeped loudly in his ear. Ding, recruiting over 100 soldiers in a single batch detected. Hidden recruitment mechanism triggered. Activate. Hidden recruitment mechanism? Wang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Then he exploded with joy. The rumors on the forum were true. Normally, each level up lets a lord recruit 50 soldiers for free. But Wang Fan had always waited to upgrade twice before recruiting in one big batch, for a reason. On the server's opening day, someone leaked on the forum. If you recruit over 100 soldiers at once, you might trigger a hidden mechanism, and higher numbers increase the chance. This unverified gossip made him skeptical, yet cautious. Better to believe and respect it. It cost nothing to hold off and save up more recruitment slots, after all. Yesterday, Head tried recruiting using an order and only got 99 soldiers, failing to trigger the alleged Easter egg. Today, without orders, he hit exactly 100 in a single go, and sure enough, the system popped up that message. Activate. Without hesitation, Wang Fan confirmed. Hidden recruitment mechanism activated, consuming 100 soldier slots to perform an epic summon with a guaranteed recruitment of a hidden troop type. This is garbage. Wang Fan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The hidden recruitment system in front of him was an absolute disaster. What was the most scarce resource in the early stages of a territory? Population. The more people you had, the faster you could build. And soldiers, being one tier above farmers as combat units, were even more valuable. If it cost 100 regular soldiers worth of resources to recruit one hidden unit, Wang Fan wouldn't hesitate. After all, in Borderlands, the drop rates for hidden units were incredibly low. Even if it took 1,000 times the resources, as long as there was a 100 chance to get a hidden unit, most people would grit their teeth and try. But this ridiculous system drained soldier capacity instead. Meaning, he could have recruited 100 soldiers, but using the hidden recruitment could only net him one hidden unit, and what hidden unit could possibly take on 100 regular soldiers? Ridiculous. Wang Fan immediately hit cancel summon. Yet, the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to keep the hidden summon attempt count? It could be preserved. Wang Fan thought for a moment and chose to keep it. Just because he couldn't use it now didn't mean he couldn't later, and at least it didn't cost money. Recruitment complete. Dawn lit up the plaza as 100 new soldiers appeared in perfect formation. As soon as they landed, everyone was stunned by the vivid sensory impact, marveling and then, with practiced ease, sprinting toward the village chief to receive their tasks. Wang Fan stood not far away, opening the attribute scan on each one. According to Infinite Mage's earlier words, those invited to the test were basically elite players from that era, all with their own strengths, generally very powerful. This third batch of recruits didn't have any uniquely identifiable tags like Infinite Mage, but their attributes were still solid. Of course, less flashy tags didn't equal weakness. Take Hope, for example. Its tag was ordinary, but the unit was undoubtedly top tier. The new soldiers quickly integrated into the territory. Enthusiastic veterans taught them how to take on tasks while energetically spreading the word. The Lord is a hidden NPC. In Dawnlight Village, you can not only receive a fief, but also have your own subjects. Daily benefits are distributed, and the Lord is humble, cultured, upright, and benevolent, truly a sage of this age. If you work hard completing missions, you'll have all the money and land you want, and the Lord will help you improve. So, thanks to great performance, has already collected all the hidden class items with the Lord's help and can switch classes directly at level 10. With each sentence, the veterans painted Dawnlight Village as a paradise. Their passion stirred the new soldiers' aspirations, and everyone was caught up in excitement and harmony. After leaving the recruitment office, Wang Fan stopped by the blacksmith shop. At this moment, the blacksmith Simba and his apprentice Tyrant were dazed by the forge. By the forge, piles of equipment lay stacked. Wang Fan recognized the gearsome were basic soldier-issued equipment, while a large portion had been looted from the goblin nest by the magic-bound crew. As he had expected, the white-grade items had low stats and minimal requirements, making them completely unsellable in the shop. Priced at 50 copper coins, they weren't cheap for most players right now. Disassemble them? Yes. He approached the gear piled into a small mountain, roughly 100 pieces, and immediately activated the disassembly spell. With a flash of white light, the equipment on the ground instantly shattered into raw materials. A system notification appeared. Disassembly successful. You obtained iron 52, wood 27, stone 16. The heavy black metal ingots landed in his palm. Refined iron from iron ore. Only just over 50 pieces? The conversion rate is too low. Wang Fan frowned. Calculated out, more than 100 pieces of gear had yielded only 52 iron ingots, a conversion efficiency of just 50. One iron ingot cost about 100 copper coins to recover, far more expensive than wood or stone. How much iron is needed to craft a piece of equipment? He asked Simba. 1 ingot is enough. Rest assured, Lord, my craftsmanship guarantees quality, Simba replied confidently, tapping his chest. This gave Wang Fan some reassurance. Even if the cost came to 500 copper coins for a full set, there could still be profit. But relying only on reclaiming broken gear from his territory's soldiers was too slow. Manpower was limited, and most were busy with construction, so few went out to hunt monsters. With a low drop rate for gear, the amount of ore recovered through disassembly was far from sufficient. He opened global chat and posted a procurement announcement on the trading platform. Buying white-grade gear for 20 copper coins each, unlimited quantity. But nobody responded. Wang Fan wasn't surprised most territories were still struggling with basic survival, and gear was a luxury. Even Dawnlight Village was out of stock. Other territories were in worse shape. If only I could find an iron vein, he muttered to himself. With a mineral deposit, resources would flow continuously like crops in fields. Unfortunately, mineral nodes were hidden deep underground. They'd have to wait until the city walls were completed to send soldiers exploring before discovering any. Leaving the smithy, he returned to the town square. The crowd was buzzing, surrounding a circle that erupted intermittently with exclamations. Wow, bronze gear. It's my first time seeing gear with attributes. Handy's got it. Where'd you get that? Heh, I sold it a boss out in the wild. That familiar voice caught Wang Fan's attention. Sitting at the center of the circle was Handy, fiddling with a small stall before him. On display were 3 pieces of equipment and a letter. 2 emanated a soft bronze glow, while the third was plain white. The letter bore special markings. No wonder. Wang Fan suddenly understood. No wonder Handy's contribution points had been skyrocketing had soloed a boss. In the No Man's Land, soldiers who killed bosses earned huge contribution rewards. Wang Fan had noticed this guy before. Handy disliked teaming up, finishing only basic goblin hunts before roaming the wilderness to grind level solo. It was surprising he actually managed to take down a boss alone. The gear on the stall was average, not catching Wang Fan's interest. Only the letter shimmered with a golden exclamation mark in his eyes. Clearly, it was a quest item. Category: family letter. Task item description: a letter from villager Vita to his wife. It was just a family letter. Wang Fan glanced at the item's attributes, and immediately his expression darkened. He had expected a rare-level quest item, but it turned out to be an utterly ordinary task item. In the world of Borderlands, whenever there are indigenous NPCs within a territory, they periodically generate quests. Completing these missions not only raises the natives' loyalty, but can also unlock hidden rewards, exclusive benefits for them. This very family letter was the key item to be delivered to a certain native. In theory, the player Little Hands could hold the letter and complete the quest themselves, but the letter's instructions were too vague. He had no clue who to give it to, so he ended up just selling it at his stall. For Wang Fan, as the Lord, finding the recipient was effortless. Honorable Lord, Vidas woman is at the village entrance. Her name's Jenny, the old village chief answered without hesitation. Thanks. Wang Fan nodded in gratitude, then immediately created a quest called Find Vita, assigning Little Hands as the target. Ding. Little Hands, who was running his stall, suddenly received the quest notification. No way. Vita? Isn't that the miner zombie? His heart leapt with excitement as he grabbed the letter from his stall and dashed over to Wang Fan, handing it over respectfully. This is Vidas' letter. Do you know where he is? Wang Fan asked. West Suburb Mine. Little Hands blurted out. He's already turned into a zombie. I had a hell of a time putting him to rest. Zombie mine. Wang Fan's expression grew complicated. As a lord, he wasn't supposed to feel sympathy for NPCs, but at that moment, he couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness for Vidas' wife, Jenny. Then the word mine struck a chord. Had been worried about a shortage of ore, and yet Little Hands had found a new mineral vein. Even more surprising, not only had Little Hands located the mine, he had also killed the mini-boss inside and escaped unscathed. Clearly, his strength, courage, and exploration skills far exceeded those of an average player. Thanks for the update. You can get back to your business. I'll let you know if I need anything else, Wang Fan said, pulling out a silver coin and handing it over. Whoa, silver coin. Little Hands took it eagerly, so excited he looked like he might burst into tears. While others scrambled for copper coins, he had just earned a silver one from a single letter. Feeling lucky, he silently resolved to spend more time out there hunting for task items. It would surely be more profitable than just chopping wood and mining. After watching Little Hands leave, Wang Fan headed back to the smithy. Sir Simba, do you know there's a mine west of the village? Wang Fan asked, annoyance creeping into his tone. The old guy probably knew about the mine all along, but never mentioned it, constantly complaining about lack of iron ore. If Simba weren't an NPC, Wang Fan would have scolded him harshly. West Suburb Mine. But the moment Simba heard the words West Suburb Mine, a flicker of fear crossed his face. My lord, you must not go anywhere near that mine. Why not? Wang Fan frowned. After the darkness fell, terrifying monsters suddenly appeared inside the mine. All the miners from the village died in there, Simba said nervously, pointing toward the dark, gloomy direction. Only Vito escaped, but even he went missing a month ago. You can ask Vidas' wife, Jenny, for the details. Monsters? A chill ran down Wang Fan's spine. No wonder Simba only mentioned the iron mine and never brought up the West Suburb Mineite had long since fallen into the monster's hands. Vita he too. Wang Fan handed a letter to Jenny. The moment the paper touched her fingertips, tears spilled over. Covering her mouth, she sobbed. There are zombies everywhere inside the mine. Vita said he found a treasure deep within and planned to bring it back, so we could move to the city. But after he went in, he never came out. My condolences, Wang Fan said gently, patting her shoulder with steady eyes. Men die for wealth, like birds die for food. My lord, could you help me find Vita's body for a proper burial? Even if he can't be found, at least bring back his belongings. Just as Wang Fan turned to leave, Jenny reached into her apron pocket and pulled out an oil-stained piece of parchment. This is a map of the mine that Vita drew. I hope it helps you. System prompt. You have acquired the undead mine map. Use it. Wang Fan took the map. Immediately, a notification flickered before his eyes. What? This is. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and a surge of excitement welled up inside him. A scene prop. Scene props are extremely rare hidden items in no man's land that can unlock mysterious areas not visible on the normal map. If a player chooses to reveal such a secret area, the system announces it worldwide, and the scene appears on all Lord's maps. The first person to clear it is recorded as the dungeon's developer and receives extra rewards. Use it. Wang Fan confirmed without hesitation. System prompt. You unlocked a level 15 dungeon scene, Undead Mine. Current status, unexplored. Recommended soldier level, 20. System prompt. You unlocked a level 15 dungeon scene, Undead Mine, and received exploration rewards. Reputation 100, copper coins 5,000. Level 15. Wang Fan gasped. No man's land is strategy heavy. Lords lead soldiers into battle, and monsters are tougher than those in typical online games. Dungeons are a whole level above regular field mobs. The goblin nest he previously conquered was just a low-level dungeon prototype, filled with elite monsters and complex mechanics. For a lord of a level 5 village, a level 15 dungeon is basically hell difficulty. Right now, Wang Fan's best soldiers were only level 10, sending 10-level troops into a 15-level dungeon was a daunting challenge. Reveal the secret area to all. The prompt popped up again. Usually, players keep secret areas private to enjoy the rewards alone. Reveal it. Wang Fan squinted and decisively clicked yes. World announcement. Dawnlight Village territory has unlocked a level 15 dungeon Undead Mine. Current status, unexplored. Challenger, none. No way. A level 15 dungeon? Level 15? This guy's crazy. My troops haven't even reached level 5, and he's unlocking a level 15 dungeon already? How much must he have spent on this? The world announcement flashed gold across the top of the screen like a cannonball smashing into a frying pan. The world chat instantly exploded, colorful barrage messages flooding in, full of amazement, suspicion, and outright envy. Wang Fan was crouching atop the wooden watchtower in his territory, inspecting his soldiers, when his comm panel suddenly blinked. A friend request popped up. Brother Shuguang, you're badass. Yang Tianlong's avatar blinked wildly. If the dungeon drops anything good, remember to let me know. I'll pay top price. In Borderless Land, the main account name matches the territory name, so players call each other by their territories. Wang Fan's territory was called Shuguang Village, so Brother Shuguang or Hongbi Brother became fixed nicknames in world chat. Just lucky, really. I happened to unlock this dungeon by chance. We don't even know who the true pioneer is yet, Wang Fan replied modestly on public chat. According to the rules, once a dungeon is unlocked, it immediately becomes a public, server-wide challenge. Tens of thousands of lords were eyeing it greedily. Wang Fan himself wasn't confident actually clearing it first would require skill and speed. In the Xianhuang Federation chat group, messages flooded in like rapid-fire cannonballs. Star Ridge cursed, damn. Is the Shuguang Village Lord the dev team's golden child? Never heard of this guy before. Where did he suddenly come from? Spring Autumn Valley agreed. Yeah, topping the leaderboard for 3 days straight is one thing. But unlocking a level 15 dungeon too? There are hundreds of lords sharing resources in our federation. Oh, one's got troops leveled that high yet, right? Level 15? You're kidding. I grind monsters every day, still only level 5. Chiyu Village's loudmouth rattled the chat window. Then, an avatar named Xianyuan Cave appeared. Wish this guy was near us. He must be hoarding tons of resources. Would be sweet to just raid him. The group immediately joined in the teasing. Someone leaked. Boss seems to have made a killing. Their territory's already level 4. Heh. Didn't get anything for free. Fought with number 3. They practically handed it to me. Xianyuan Cave sent a string of laughing messages. Right, number 3? The named Fengyue Valley joined in laughing. True. We're the victims here, haha. Meanwhile, He Tianqing's friend list was pinging nonstop. Cousin, check the world announcement. A dungeon just appeared. Younger brother Zhou Yun's avatar flickered wildly. Seen it, seen it, He Tianqing responded calmly. Typing only, what's it to you? Come on. Isn't this our chance to shine? We spent so much buying hidden troops, all for this. Zhou Yun shouted over voice chat. He Tianqing chuckled and typed back. You better find out who unlocked it first. Isn't it Brother Shuguang? You scared or what? Zhou Yun pressed on. Sure, his territory level is high, but that doesn't mean his combat power beats ours. Why so chicken to even try? Zhou Yun had a point territory level only showed development speed. True strength came down to troops. They didn't know what soldiers Wang Fan had, but as for their own secret cards, Zhou Yun knew perfectly well. Both brothers had purchased the top-tier hidden troop packages for lords. The unit in He Tianqing's hands was called the Dragon Blood Descendants, maxed out initial stats, all growth attributes rated A. Absolutely the strongest, top-tier unit in the game, without a doubt. Under Zhou Yun's command were the Elven Divine Guards. Though not as outrageously powerful as the Dragon Blood Descendants, they also boasted elite starting stats and growth potential. When it came to territory development, Zhou Yun admitted he was no match for Wang Fan. But in terms of combat strength, his confidence was unshakable unless Wang Fan secretly wielded a hidden unit rivaling the Dragon Blood Descendants. There was no way he could surpass Zhou Yun. Humph, like a frog in a well. He Tianqing scoffed with a tone of detached superiority. You have no idea how strong that guy really is. Strong? Zhou Yun blinked in surprise. You know him? Not exactly, no. He Tianqing shook his head. Just have some understanding. Oh, what kind of unit does he use then? Zhou Yun's curiosity flared up completely. If He Tianqing was so wary, did this brother Don possess some kind of top-tier hidden unit too? Xiao Yun, you don't get it. With a true master, the unit doesn't matter, He Tianqing said earnestly. Some people can perform top-level plays even using the worst units. The worst units? Are you saying he used? That's right. Human infantry. He Tianqing nodded. Haha, cousin, you're joking, right? Human infantry, comparable to our units? You must be kidding. Zhou Yun couldn't help but laugh. Human infantry, one of the 3 basic units' average starting stats, average growth stats, utterly ordinary. How could they possibly compare to hidden units? He Tianqing just sighed, then casually forwarded Wang Fan's battle strategy video. After a while, Zhou Yun messaged again, all his earlier arrogance wiped away, replaced with disbelief. This can't be real, right? It can't be. I wish it wasn't, He Tianqing replied. But it is. This video is the mission guide I asked him for. Ever since receiving Wang Fan's strategy, He Tianqing's rebellious spirit was completely snuffed out. He had imagined countless possibilities. Maybe Wang Fan's units were stronger, maybe he had a secret hidden path, maybe even cheating. But never had he expected Wang Fan to complete the goblin nest clearing mission in such a straightforward, simple way. In the video, He Tianqing saw an embarrassing truth: his 50 top Dragon Blood Descendants couldn't even touch the goblin nest door before being wiped out. Meanwhile, Wang Fan led only 6 human infantry soldiers to clear the entire nest and slay the level 15 silver boss, the giant bear goblin. The troop formations were exquisite, micro-operations smooth as flowing water. Especially during the fight against the giant bear goblin, the extreme maneuvers left He Tianqing dumbfounded. Positioning, blocking, flanking, pulling threat, every move precise to the frame. Most lords at this stage only gave simple attack orders or, at best, edited battle formations. But Wang Fan executed top-tier moves on every soldier like a professional player. If such terrifying combat power can come from mere human infantry under his control, imagine if he used hidden units. He Tianqing dared not go further. After closing the video, he finally understood what a truly god-level master was and clearly saw the gap between himself and Wang Fan. He was now sincerely convinced and deeply respectful of Wang Fan. If Wang Fan knew what He Tianqing was thinking, he'd probably be just as baffled. Operation? What operation? He hadn't even issued any battle command sheet, just casually assigned a task. The idea of a top-tier expert was nothing but He Tianqing's own delusion. As the original discoverer of the Undead Mine's secret dungeon, Wang Fan had yet to send his troops inside, nor did he even consider testing the waters. The reason was simple and straightforward. The difficulty was far too high. At this stage, players simply couldn't touch it. Secret dungeons were never something you could clear in one go, especially high-level, high-difficulty ones. You had to fail repeatedly, learning from each defeat, in order to eventually succeed. It was destined to be a long, grueling struggle. But competitive spirits were never in short supply in the gaming world. As soon as the dungeon unlocked, countless lords immediately rallied their armies and swarmed the undead mine, as if being the first inside guaranteed the first kill, completely ignoring reason. Everyone knew tackling a secret dungeon burned through manpower. With troops tied up underground, territory development would inevitably slow. But Borderlands was a competitive game where gaining meant defeating opponents. It was the way of progress. Driven by a go big or go home mentality, waves of players charged onward. Just as Wang Fan predicted. The moment the system-wide announcement flooded screens, the world chat exploded, and every lord marched troops toward the secret dungeon, desperate to become the first undead mine pioneer. The outcome was no surprise. All teams, without a single exception, met total annihilation. By afternoon, the world chat's excitement soured completely. From everyone rushed the dungeon to everyone vent their frustration. Even the top-ranking lords stopped trying to save face, erupting into furious complaints that the dungeon wasn't meant for players to clear at all, but was a meat grinder designed solely to drain manpower. After a day of effort, There was no progress. Territory development was left in shambles. Worse yet, the leader of the largest federation in the game, the Huaxia tribe, who was also the lord of Yanhuang village, urgently issued a world announcement to discourage attempts. This secret dungeon is simply not doable at the current stage. Focus on development for now. Wait until the newbie period ends. Your territory reaches level 10, armies average level 15, and all troop types have completed class changes before considering this. Bang! This statement from the Yanhuang village lord ignited uproar worldwide. The Huaxia tribe was a federation formed by the mega guild Huaxia Longting. In Region 001 alone, it had gathered over 1,000 lords, making it the largest lord alliance currently. Not only did they share resources internally, but troops could also be seconded between territories. Yanhuang village alone could easily select 150 elite soldiers from over 1,000 territories. If such a powerful federation leader openly declared the dungeon unchallengeable at this stage, it showed just how insanely difficult the undead mine truly was. Pathetic. The Huaxia tribe was bluffing. They probably didn't want other lords to attack them and deliberately spread false information. Voices of doubt echoed repeatedly in the world chat, and some even seriously spun conspiracy theories, insisting the information about Lord Yanhuang village was a complete fabrication. 120 of us don't believe it, they declared. If you don't believe it, then go challenge them. One player immediately spoke up. Don't blame us for not warning you. The most important thing right now is to focus on building up your territories. In response to the various doubts, the village chief of Yanhuang village calmly replied in the channel, "Anyway, I've said my piece. Believe it or not, I'm not the one wasting time." Heh. His composed attitude drew praise from onlookers. No wonder he was one of the top expert players in the country, so clear-minded and unfazed. Wang Fan saw this message immediately. Sitting in front of his screen, he smiled faintly. That was right, the newbie protection period only lasted 7 days, and building up the territory was always the priority during that time. The system's construction progress rewards only counted during those first 7 days. After that, even if you maxed out construction progress, it was just for show. The secret realm wouldn't vanish on its own, and its difficulty was absurdly high. Charging into it now would be like throwing precious time away. For this reason, Wang Fan didn't rush to send his troops to explore the secret realm yet. Instead, he intended to wait until the walls were finished and steadily complete the essential early game objectives. At this moment, the walls of Dawnlight Village were 2/3 complete. With the steady work of around a dozen soldiers daily, it would be capped by tomorrow evening. There was no need to rush and lose a single day. Night fell, and the third day of the newbie period was drawing to a close. As the system notification sounded, Wang Fan opened the panel and then called all the soldiers to gather around the campfire in the village square. The warm firelight reflected off their armor as eager eyes turned toward him in unison. Today's award goes to Little Fidget, Wang Fan announced loudly. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then murmurs rippled through the gathering. By contribution alone, the Boundless Magic Squad that had completed the exploration missions was more deserving, but if rewards always went to the same team, others would inevitably feel resentment. Shifting attention to someone who used to be an outsider was the best way to boost morale across the board. Besides, Little Fidget had single-handedly slain the boss and brought back the key item required to unlock the Undead Mine's secret realm. That achievement spoke for itself, and the reward was well-deserved. Thank you, Lord. I am willing to be your knight forever. Little Fidget stammered, stunned by the few new numbers flashing on his stats panel. His face flushed deeply. Just last night, after a quarrel with Duga Shaoling, he was fined and became the most disliked person in the entire territory, nearly considering jumping ship. Who could have imagined that the very next day he would be publicly recognized and see his stats soar? Overcome with emotion, he knelt abruptly on both knees, raised his sword, and swore allegiance, officially becoming the second sworn retainer under Wang Fan's banner. Whoa! The square instantly erupted in excitement. Wang Fan's gaze remained calm as he raised a hand to quiet the crowd. Warrior Little Fidget discovered the territory's mineral veins and brought back crucial clues to unlock the dungeon. He has made outstanding contributions to Dawnlight Village. I, as your lord, am here for one thing: fairness. No matter what happened in the past, if you admit your mistakes and change, you get a chance. Long live Lord. Fairness and justice, if that's what we need. Even the usually proud Duga Shaoling couldn't help but cast an admiring look. The flickering firelight sparked a new glint in her eyes. Looking out over his fired-up soldiers, Wang Fan quietly reflected, these soldiers aren't easy marks. It's just that normal people's spiritual needs in a social environment aren't that demanding. These soldiers must have endured a lot of hardship in real life. The settlement chest reward on the third day contained only one blueprint. It was a lumber mill blueprint, classified as a building plan, featuring a special effect that increases lumbering efficiency. Once constructed, it would boost woodcutting efficiency by 50 and raise the maximum wood storage capacity to 100,000. Only one lumber mill could be built per territory. The item description clearly stated, resources are always the foundation of territory development. However, Wang Fan's current stockpile of wood was still sufficient, so the demand for a lumber mill wasn't urgent. Still, he clicked Learn without hesitation, immediately unlocking the building rights for the lumber mill. System notifications popped up one after another. 1. The wall construction of your territory Dawn Village is complete. Basic building of Dawn Village territory finished. 2. You have completed the basic construction of your territory. Reputation 100. 3. You were the first to finish territory construction. Reward resources: wood 2,000, stone 2,000, food 2,000. Time quickly passed to noon on the 4th day. With a series of prompts flashing by, the walls of Dawn Village were finally fully completed. This level 2 wall was built from sturdy stone, standing 3 meters high and 1 meter thick, remarkably solid. Even a powerful, boundless magic fireball spell would only leave a shallow scorched mark. Each of the 4 gates east, west, south, north was equipped with twin barbicans, one inside and one outside, and the gate towers featured dedicated firing points. On the outer side of the walls, arrow towers stood every 10 meters. In case of a siege, a dense volley of arrows could instantly cover attacking enemies. Although Dawn Village was still only a level 5 village at this point, this ironclad defense line had already transformed the small settlement into a genuine fortress. According to the rules of Borderlands, the core objective of the first phase is to build walls. The second phase only begins after the newbie protection period ends. So with the wall's completion, Dawn Village's development level temporarily remained between 5 and 6 both for game balance, and to give players time to strengthen their forces. After all, walls can only defend a home. To expand territory requires a truly battle-capable army. Wang Fan barely had to worry. The soldier players in the territory could no longer receive building tasks from the village chief, so naturally they banded together and rushed into the wilderness in their eyes. Defeating monsters to level up was the true path of the game. If it weren't for the fact that repairing the walls earned contributions and rewards like fiefs and villagers, these guys would have long since charged toward more distant monster dens. Now that the fortifications were complete, everyone seemed freed from restraint and dashed out of the village at a whistle, urgently switching into leveling mode. On the map, Wang Fan saw the war fog gradually lifting around Dawn Village, revealing unfamiliar terrain and resource points one after another. This brought him great peace of mind. These soldiers were truly low maintenance. Other lords had to personally lead teams to hunt monsters everywhere, but as their lord, he only needed to stay in the command room, while the troops kept themselves well-fed and well-controlled, bringing back all the experience and materials they gathered. Though this sometimes made him self-deprecatingly feel somewhat useless, it undeniably saved him countless headaches. Yet the boundless magic group had not left the village. These few had already reached level 10. According to the game rules, soldiers can only level up after reaching job advancement at level 10. To change jobs, you have to find a career mentor, but mentors only appear once your territory upgrades to a town and the game enters its second phase. Without a mentor around, the players grow restless. So they decide to bother the villagers, hoping to scrape some quests out of them. Jenny, you're a widow now, but I can't just watch you suffer alone. If you need anything, just say so. Zongheng Tianxia had a piece of straw dangling from his mouth, carried a shield on his back and a great sword in hand, striking what he thought was a cool pose. Yet his eyes kept darting toward the empty water jar in the widow's house corner, wanted to help fetch water to boost her favorability. Humph. Jenny shot back coldly, and her favorability dropped by 10 points. Hey, sister, don't be like that. I really want to help you. Zongheng Tianxia sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Yangwan Sandy seized the chance to charge at the village elder. Uncle Sean, let me help you cross the road? Before the old man could react, Yangwan Sandy hoisted him onto his shoulders and took off running. Get lost, you jerk. My house is just across the road. Uncle Sean yelled, shaking with indignation. Seeing this, Fa Li Wu Bian and the others exchanged glances. See? Don't even bother with warriors. That class just makes you dumb. By comparison, Shiwang seemed a bit smarter. He circled around and slipped into the blacksmith shop. Uncle Simba, is there anything I can help with? Functional NPCs were definitely more likely to offer quests. I need iron ore. Simba didn't even glance up. Now this was promising. Shiwang hurriedly asked, where should I get the iron ore for you? If I knew that, would I be asking you? Simba rolled his eyes, making Wang's face go pale. After running all over the village, the group gathered around Fa Li Wu Bian, looking grimy and defeated. Boss, no quests anywhere. We can't level by killing monsters. There's no NPC for job change, and the build quests are stuck too. Could it be that this test server only has free content, and the expansions come with the official launch? Someone guessed. I might have an idea. Fa Li Wu Bian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Spit it out. Everyone turned. Even Wang Fan far off shifted his view toward them. Maybe not yet. Fa Li Wu Bian gave a helpless smile. Come on, you said it. Now say it. The group grew restless with teasing again. There have to be quests with the villagers, but they require favorability or special items to trigger. Fa Li Wu Bian said slowly. No kidding. That's common sense. Yangwan Sandy snorted. So we need to raise their favorability, Fa Li Wu Bian went on. Yeah, we tried that. They don't need any help from us. Yang Sandy kept complaining. Then, we have to create some trouble first. Fa Li Wu Bian pointed to Jenny's wooden house. What if her house caught fire? The group froze. You mean, have someone set a fire, then others come to help put it out? Exactly. Arson, this job is yours. Fa Li Wu Bian looked at Yang Sandy. Why me? Yang Sandy seethed in outrage. Because you interrupted me earlier, and I don't forget. Screw you. They'll strangle you. Yang Sandy exploded, leaping on Fa Li Wu Bian and beating him to the ground. Dare strangle me? I'm watching you. Fa Li Wu Bian pretended to strike a pose while pinned down. Arson, stop it, stop it. The others rushed over to pull them apart, accidentally stomping on Fa Li Wu Bian a few more times. Watching this band of misfits, Wang Fan broke out in cold sweat. Sure, when there's trouble, Fa Li Wu Bian can fix it, but when there's no trouble, that guy himself is the biggest problem. If he didn't stir things up for them, who knew what chaos these guys might end up causing? Honestly, having NPC soldiers without much brainpower isn't entirely a bad thing. Even if they have nothing to do all day, they'll just stand there motionless, never overthinking anything. But player-controlled soldiers are a whole different story. Boredom breeds trouble seems tailor-made for them. Once they finish all the leveling quests, their little brains immediately start hunting for something to do for fun. Some even plan to set fire to villagers' homes just to create new tasks for themselves. It's utterly ridiculous. Damn it, who comes up with these ideas? Wang Fan muttered under his breath as he opened the management panel. Edit task, Undead Mind. Required level, 10. Without a second thought, he sent the task server-wide and thoughtfully added a disclaimer at the end. This task is extremely difficult and optional. Brave warriors, please proceed according to your own strength. These people were bored out of their minds anyway, so might as well let them run wild in the dungeon. Whether they could clear it or not didn't concern Wang Fan at all. He just hoped they wouldn't cause trouble on his territory. If the whole army perished, he could always pay to revive them. Now that funds were ample, that small expense was better than letting them set fires around his domain for amusement. Hey, the Lord has issued a new task. The Boundless Mana group, originally crouching in a corner picking at the wall cracks, immediately jumped up. No way, it's really a mission. And a dungeon mission, no less. Even after max level, we can still get dungeons? God's mercy. They were so excited they nearly creed dungeons meant gear and items. No more boring monster grinding. Looks super hard. Hope immediately noticed the task note. Extreme difficulty? Perfect. Instead of backing down, the group got even more pumped. For them, the joy of the game was in the challenge. The harder it was, the bigger the dopamine rush. High-level farming fights were just story watching for these veterans. What truly fired them up was something like a hardcore, Souls-like pressure mode. Grinding mobs outside the village? Boring. Occasionally fighting bosses? Barely exciting. Suddenly having a high-difficulty dungeon was exactly their kind of thrill. Let's go? We'll head there right now. Yang Sanjia was already ready to charge. For him, this mission was a lifeline. Without this surprise dungeon, Boundless Mana would have dragged him off to start burning houses down. Hold on. Boundless Mana waved them back. We have zero intel on the dungeon. Most likely will wipe out instantly. Let's wait for info first. But if you don't go in to challenge it, where will the info come from? Everyone was confused. Dungeon content and strategies have to be learned by players probing it repeatedly. Standing outside and doing nothing means never knowing what's inside. Heh, someone will come looking for us. For now, let's update our gear and restock some potions. After all, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Magic Bound dusted off his shoulder armor casually, as if giving an everyday order. Everyone exchanged glances. None fully understood why he was so certain, but having followed Magic Bound for so long, they knew one thing: if he said it, it was definitely true. The next moment, a vivid Crimson System notification popped up simultaneously on every soldier's status panel. Dungeon Quest activated. Undead Mind difficulty, extreme. The village had more than just Magic Bound squad at level 10. The Across the World team had over 20 soldiers at max level, currently spreading throughout the village in search of quests. At this sudden system alert, every soldier's spirit surged, as if hot iron dropped into cold water. It boiled instantly. Gather up, gather up. Across the World strode to the center of the square, slamming his spear into the ground with a heavy thud. Within 2 minutes, more than 20 top-level soldiers stood in formation beside him, their armor gleaming in the afternoon sun. Boss, whispered Feng Wujiu Tian, a mage cloaked in blue robes and clutching a staff. The quest difficulty is marked extreme. Shouldn't we wait a bit? See what others' dungeon info says? Wait. Time waits for no one. Across the World said firmly, squinting his eyes and lowering his voice. You don't know how cunning that Magic Bound guy is. If we don't push into the dungeon quickly, he'll clear it in no time. When that happens, what room will we have to speak in this territory? The earlier we enter, the more intel we get, and the faster we can strategize. His gaze burned with fierce determination, like eyeing spoils within reach. As long as we're the first to clear the undead mine, more people will flock to join us. Remember, where there are people, there's bound to be conflict. Wang Fan's territory was small, with just 250 soldiers, but they were clearly divided into 3 camps. 1. The across-the-world team, 27 senior level 10 soldiers, almost all recruited on day 1 by Wang Fan. 2. The magic-bound team, 9 people, mostly friends of friends. Although small in number, magic-bound was the Lord's first knight and original oath-taker, previously honored by the Lord himself. His prestige among soldiers was unmatched. 3. Neutral freelancers, unwilling to join any faction, watching and waiting. Because of this, across the world resented magic-bound at every turn and sought to dominate him in gear, achievements, and reputation. Taking on the dungeon was the most direct and visible way to prove strength. Recalling the last 2 chances, during the world boss fight, he gained no benefit from magic-bound. In the Goblin Nest exploration, magic-bound didn't even invite him as a partner. Both times he was left in the dust. If this dungeon finishes behind again, the balance of power in the territory will swing completely toward magic-bound. With that in mind, across the world swung his spear and declared, "Everyone, check your gear. We move out in 5 minutes." Boss is right. Wise leader. More than 20 level 10 soldiers echoed together, spirits soaring. To Wang Fan, No Man's Land was a vast strategy game, but to these soldiers, it was a brutal, high-difficulty role-playing world. Resources were scarce, dangers everywhere, and only by banding together could they survive and thrive. The larger the team, the greater the chance to gather resources, and monopolizing them was not impossible. Wang Fan had no intention of stopping these small cliques from forming. After all, banding together for warmth is a natural human instinct. They were not lifeless NPCs strictly bound by code, so it couldn't be prevented at the root. Besides, competition between small groups wouldn't slow down the territory's development. Instead, it would create a kind of involution atmosphere. It was like the MMORPGs he had played before. When several guilds coexisted in a main city, they would fight fiercely over resources until the early morning, which actually boosted the entire city's economy to its peak. But if only one big guild was left, with no rivals, the top players would often just choose to lie low. Hardship breeds growth, comfort leads to decline, and the biggest beneficiary of this rivalry was naturally Lord Wang Fan himself. The one most anxious when everyone settled down would also be Lord Wang Fan. To him, as long as the absolute control of the Lord was not threatened, he was perfectly happy to let people freely form groups. After gathering his team from across the world, Wang Fan headed straight to the Undead Mine. As he thought about it, his perspective shifted there. The Undead Mine was located on the western edge of his territory, nestled between a range of continuous mountains. It was a large, open-pit mine. According to local legend, it originally belonged to Shuguang village and was the village's main source of mineral veins and economic lifeblood. But after a sudden invasion by darkness caused a catastrophe, the entire mine was corrupted. All the miners inside the tunnels turned into undead zombies overnight. Since then, the western outskirts mine became a forbidden zone for Shuguang village. Vito was the youngest and smartest miner in Shuguang. Ironically, he was the only survivor of that disaster. Later, he mapped out the mine tunnels, but having lost his source of livelihood, he had to risk sneaking back inside to steal rare ores, planning to move to the city with his wife. However, during his escape, he was trapped deep inside and infected, turning into a zombie himself. The mine was massive. At the entrance, elite level 10 zombies were piled up. After Across the World cleared the gate guards, they hadn't gone far when they found a dark shaft extending down, about 4 to 5 meters wide. An old elevator shaft went straight down into the depths. Wang Fan thought silently. So the undead mine really was a literal well. Without hesitation, the group eagerly stepped onto the elevator and descended. At the bottom, the site suddenly opened up, a huge cavern illuminated by shafts of light pouring in through a broken roof. The mine walls were lined with layers of wooden scaffolding, most broken from disrepair. Various pickaxes, axes, and minecart parts were scattered everywhere. At the very bottom center lay a black, lacquered coffin quietly resting. Surrounding it were over a dozen towering black zombies wrapped in thick iron chains the size of arms, emanating a crushing pressure. Wang Fan pulled out the mind map Jenny had given him and took a look. Wow, upon first glance it really looked like a wine bottle icon. Comparing with the scene now, he realized the neck of the bottle was actually the platform under their feet. So the elevator hadn't descended all the way to the bottom. It stopped at a half-air platform at the top of the mine shaft. Along the platform's edge ran a deep corridor leading further into the mine. According to the map, these tunnels were the actual mining chambers the miners had worked in. The entire mine was divided into 3 levels from top to bottom. The uppermost layer was filled with copper and iron ore, which ordinary miners could easily extract with their picks. Naturally, it attracted the largest number of monsters. A slight slip downward revealed the middle layer's veins of refined gold and mystic silver high-grade minerals. Only mid-level miners dared to handle, so monsters were relatively sparse there. Deeper still lay rare ores whose names even veteran miners couldn't recall. Only advanced miners were permitted entry. Although the monsters here were few, each one was outrageously powerful and the ore storage chambers were located at this level. There was no barrier separating the three tiers. Stone spiral staircases coiled around the mine walls, allowing one to reach the next level by simply following the path. This meant that to descend, you first had to clear the upper level completely. Even the first level alone was terrifyingly difficult to tackle. Elite zombies level 15 crowded every corner, so densely they formed a sea of gray-white with no gaps in sight. The sight made Zongheng Tianxia's entire team's scalps tingle and nearly sucked away any courage to attack in an instant. Wang Fan was dumbfounded. No way can players really beat this? Though he cursed under his breath, he understood perfectly why the Huaxia Federation had tried exploring once and declared the secret realm unbeatable. His brother Yan Wang was right. A lord at their current strength didn't stand a chance against the monsters and bosses of the lower levels. Just facing this mass of elite zombies was enough to discourage anyone. Damn it. At this density, even if a group of level 5 goblins from the village showed up, it would still grind down the players' forces to nothing. To clear this place, at least two conditions must be met. 1. All soldiers must reach level 10 and have professional class changes, mastering area effect skills for mass damage. 2. The territory needs NPCs like alchemists to supply a continuous stream of resources. Otherwise, with the soldiers they currently had, survival until the end was impossible. Lure them to the cave entrance and fight there. Zongheng Tianxia, fittingly tagged leader, sized up the zombie tide and quickly devised a strategy. He ordered everyone to fall back to the platform at the mine entrance to hold the terrain. The entrance only allowed a few monsters to pass side by side, so with shield bearers blocking the gate and over 20 players stationed on the flanks, they could slice the rushing zombies into pieces in moments. Logical in theory, but he had severely underestimated the sheer number of zombies on the first level. The battle initially went smoothly. The team eagerly wiped out wave after wave. But after an hour, screams echoed from the squad. Boss, my shield's durability is gone. Boss, my weapon broke. Boss, out of mana. Boss, out of arrows. Boss, my staff shattered. Glancing up, the entrance still flooded with a tide of undead. Looking down, teammates showed drained mana, broken weapons, pale faces clouded with panic and helplessness. It wasn't that they lacked skill, it was that the monsters were just too numerous, easily crushing the best tactics under sheer weight. Wang Fan had foreseen this. Without enough supplies and continuous area damage, this secret realm was unbeatable. No matter how strong the soldiers, how brilliant the strategy, or how perfect the terrain, none could save them. This realm simply ignored your tactics. It wore you down through overwhelming numbers. No one could afford that kind of attrition. Run. The last bullet fired from the magazine, the muzzle flash fading into darkness. Zongheng Tianxia glanced up, seeing an overwhelming tide of blackened corpses surging deep within the mine like a relentless wave. Gritting his teeth, he immediately ordered a retreat. The group stumbled out of the tunnel, emerging onto the surface one by one, faces smeared with dirt, while the mine behind them still echoed with harsh, guttural roars. The wind carried the sulfurous smoke, silencing the team into grim quiet. Damn it. This mission is impossible right now. Someone, still shaken, kicked a pile of loose rocks hard, their angry yell exploding into the night. Yeah, there are too many monsters, no way we can kill them all, another said, dropping an empty magazine as their hands trembled. Fengwu Zhoutian rubbed his sore shoulders, muttering bitterly, if only there were a pharmacy in our territory. We could take turns carrying medicine into the mine and hold out. But without any medkits, and no AoE magic on our side, there's no way we'll clear this. Is the Lord out of his mind? How could he send us on such a crazy task? Someone's frustration flared hotter, redirecting blame at Wang Fan. Wang Fan rolled his eyes and cursed. Damn it. I didn't know the secret realm would be this brutal. Blame the game designer, not me. Besides, I gave you guys a task to keep you busy, not to get killed. Who expected the undead mine to be this insane? No, Zongheng Tianxia shook his head firmly. Our Lord is a wise and unfathomable strategist. If he assigned this mission now, he must have a purpose. We just haven't figured it out yet. He paused, then added, our Lord would never set us an impossible task without reason. There must be a unique way to clear this realm that we haven't discovered. Maybe this is the trial we have to overcome. Wang Fan's forehead instantly darkened with lines. Honestly, he only made up a task to give them something to do. Yet after hearing Zongheng Tianxia's reasoning, although resentment lingered, no one dared to argue. This is the first time with so many monsters and no medical supplies, it's not like any tactics would even work, someone muttered quietly. That just means we haven't found the trick yet, Zongheng Tianxia said with sharp eyes. To pass, there's only one way left. What way? Everyone turned to look. Get help from Fa Li Wu Bian. Zongheng Tianxia immediately opened the friends list and clicked on Fa Li Wu Bian's avatar. Several people almost spit out blood. Boss, aren't we competitors? Why are we bringing him in now? Grumbled voices rose. Zongheng Tianxia waved them off coolly. This isn't about competition now. Our Lord assigned such a difficult mission to test us all, with rich rewards promised. Our goal is to clear the realm and claim the prize, not fight over rivalry. The team exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Boss knows what he's doing. When the stakes are this high, competition must wait. Facing a common challenge, cooperation is the only way forward. It has to be said, Zongheng Tianxiao might not have Fa Li Wu Bian's genius or command skills, but he is unquestionably a great leader. The ability to adapt and not get stuck on minor details, making the right choices for the team's benefit, such a person perfectly embodies the qualities of an outstanding leader. On the stone plaza of Shuguang village, the afternoon sunlight poured down, casting a warm glow over the bluestone slabs. Fa Li Wu Bian and his brothers formed a semicircle, eagerly comparing the new gear they had just acquired. Wow, your gear stats look pretty good, someone exclaimed. Of course, this was forged by Master Xinba himself. Another said proudly, puffing out his chest. What about your old stuff? Already recycled. Master Zimba's secondhand gear platform is the industry's conscience. Even white-grade gear can be sold back for 50 copper. Amid the lively boasting, Wang Sandy approached Fa Li Wu Bian quietly and urged, Wu Bian, are we going to the secret realm or not? I heard Zongheng Tianxiao already went in. If we delay any longer, they'll get the first clear. Fa Li Wu Bian waved his hand, no rush. Good things don't come too early. Going in too soon might not be a good idea. But Wang Sandy was about to say more when suddenly a private message popped up right before Fa Li Wu Bian's eyes. Zongheng Tianxia, Wu Bian boss, you busy? Fa Li Wu Bian glanced at the sender and smirked slightly. Not really, just sunbathing in the plaza. Boss Zongheng, what's up? Zongheng Tianxia, you know the undead mine, right? Of course, Fa Li Wu Bian replied coolly, not planning on going for now. It's too difficult, plus we have no intel. Going there would be suicide. Zongheng Tianxia, I have info, wanna meet? Seeing Fa Li Wu Bian's lack of enthusiasm, the sender grew uneasy. Their entire team was counting on this guy's ideas. If he refused to respond, they were doomed. Oh, then come to the plaza, Fa Li Wu Bian answered. They'll be waiting here. A few minutes later, Zongheng Tianxia's team stormed into the plaza with impressive momentum, heading straight toward Fa Li Wu Bian's group. Wang Sandy and the others jumped up, faces full of suspicion. What do they want? Fa Li Wu Bian raised his hand reassuringly. Relax, Sanyi. They're bringing us dungeon info. Dungeon info? Everyone looked incredulous. Wu Bian, old dog, what nonsense are you talking about? Zongheng Tianxia sending you info? Though the two teams in Shuguang village were fierce rivals, they hadn't openly clashed. Everyone knew they were archenemies. Wang Sandy urged the dungeon run mainly because he feared Zongheng Tianxia would snatch the first clear. With over 200 players in the territory, it wouldn't be surprising if someone brought intel, but it just happened to be Zongheng Tianxia, which made everyone uneasy. Do you think they give us fake intel and screw us over? Someone frowned, clearly distrusting Zongheng Tianxia. Fa Li Wu Bian chuckled. If they really wanted to clear the secret realm, they wouldn't waste time sending false info. Why? Everyone asked, surprised. Because they want a piece of the pie too. Fa Li Wu Bian shrugged. They may be inexperienced, but they're not dumb. They know the difference between both sides losing and both sides benefiting. Wang squinted. So you knew they'd come to you from the start? Exactly, Fa Li Wu Bian nodded. Didn't I say? Get ready first, someone will bring the intel eventually. All eyes looked at Fa Li Wu Bian with a complicated mix of awe and respect they couldn't quite put into words. Hissing quietly, even Wang Fan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The speculation before him felt like icy water pouring down his spine all the way to his heels. Fa Li Wu Bian's calculation was chillingly precise, as if he had counted every step in advance. The only teams truly qualified to challenge the undead mine within the territory were his own group and Zongheng Tianxia's crew. The glaring extreme difficulty label beside the dungeon was like a flag warning everyone. To clear it first, you had to be willing to die trying. With just a little thought, Fa Li Wu Bian could easily deduce that Zongheng Tianxiao would rush into the secret realm first and end up defeated disastrously. Everyone knew the harder the mission, the richer the rewards. If Zongheng Tianxiao wanted to keep those rewards, sooner or later they'd have to come back and cooperate. Fa Li Wu Bian's confidence that they wouldn't stubbornly fight to the end was just as simple. Zongheng Tianxiao knew his abilities well. If they didn't come to him with intelligence while they were battered and bruised, most of the secret realm's rewards would end up in Fa Li Wu Bian's hands alone. After all, information about dungeons was something that, as long as you weren't afraid to die, could be won through sheer bloodshed. Wang Fan broke out in a cold sweat at this reasoning. This man not only planned everything out in perfect detail, but he also understood everyone's psychology inside, and out. No wonder he gave off such a terrifying aura. It was precisely because of this that Wang Fan felt secretly grateful. Thank goodness this monstrous figure was on their side. But another question sprang up. Why was Zongheng Tianxiao so certain that Fa Li Wu Bian would find a way to clear the dungeon? If even Fa Li Wu Bian can't figure it out, that means no one can do this mission in the current stage. Faced with his subordinates' doubts, Zongheng Tianxia answered confidently with just that one sentence. Clearly, he respected Fa Li Wu Bian's intellect. The only reason he didn't follow Fa Li Wu Bian was because he refused to be anyone's subordinate, even someone he admired. Boss Zongheng, you're not exaggerating, right? Countless monsters after hearing the intel, the others furrowed their brows tightly. Is there really a dungeon like this? Not a word of it is false. Zongheng Tianxia pounded his chest to assure them. Our people ran their weapons' durability down to 0, and we cleared less than a fifth of the monsters on the first floor. This Yang Sandy and a few others looked at each other speechless. Dugu Shaoling poked Chun Guanqinlin beside her and whispered, Chun, I reckon even your skeleton summoning skill won't hold up this time. It won't. Chun Guanqinlin thought it through and admitted frankly, there's too little mana, I won't last long. In that case, Boss Wu Bian probably has no solution either. Dugu Shaoling sighed and joked, if only the village had an apothecary, I'd buy you a whole bag of mana potions and make sure you never run out. Thanks, Chun Guanqinlin groaned, relieved that there really wasn't an apothecary nearby or else had probably developed a psychological trauma from constantly being told, Chun, drink your potion. Jin Shirkai pinched his chin and summarized, the main problem is the lack of area effect damage. If everyone could change classes soon and learn group attack magic, it wouldn't be this grueling. That's right. The other two silent soldiers immediately nodded in agreement. Those two were brought in by Dugu Shaoling, Shan Fengdian Huo, a professional mage, and Jian Wu Shufa, a skilled archer. Though few spoken, they were well-known experts in their circles. Great players tended to share the same sharp insight. Now, including Wang Fan, everyone present had recognized the core problem with this secret realm and clearly understood how to tackle it. The issue was that their current conditions were insufficient. Even with a concrete strategy, completing the mission was impossible. The hardware gap was glaringly obvious. No matter how brilliant the tactics, they were left helpless. What puzzled everyone even more was that after absorbing all the dungeon intelligence, Fa Li Wu Bian paused silently for a few seconds and then casually remarked, is that it? Huh. Zongheng Tianxia froze in place. Dude, didn't you hear what I just said? He'll go over it again. He was about to patiently explain the dungeon details one more time. No. Fa Li Wu Bian raised his hand to stop him. So, the undead mine really is just a well? If not, what do you think? An upside-down chimney? Zongheng Tianxiao rolled his eyes, and then stressed, the well itself isn't the issue. The problem is there are way too many monsters inside. You don't understand. Fa Li Wu Bian waved dismissively, his tone resolute. The problem lies with the well itself. So you have a solution? If not, don't waste our time. Zongheng Tianxia could see Fa Li Wu Bian was sidetracking, so he bluntly said, we came to you for a plan. If we can fight, we fight. If not, we call it quits. What's so difficult about it? Fa Li Wu Bian smirked. This secret realm is way too simple. Your Zongheng Tianxiao laughed, half annoyed. He had always respected Fa Li Wu Bian, but now his flippancy was maddening. No solid plan, just rambling about the well, ending with too simple. Who wouldn't feel sick? They treated him as a strategist, and he treated them like fools? Wang Fan was just as confused, fully unable to grasp what trick Fa Li Wu Bian was trying to pull now. Based on past experience, when Fa Li Wu Bian said I've got away, he really did. This time, saying too simple should mean it wouldn't be too hard. But Wang Fan racked his brains and couldn't figure out how to clear so many elite monsters without enough supplies and no area damage skills. We'll be right back. Wait here, I'm going to buy some stuff from the Lord. With that, Fa Li Wu Bian turned and strode into the Lord's hall, heading straight for Wang Fan. Buy stuff for me? Wang Fan was even more bewildered. Did Fa Li Wu Bian really think a wave of his hand could slaughter the undead mine? That was seriously overestimating him. My lord, how much would you have left? Fa Li Wu Bian got straight to the point. Would? About 30,000 units or so. Wang Fan glanced in his backpack and gave an accurate figure. Will you sell it? Fa Li Wu Bian pressed. He'll pay 2 copper per unit. Hearing Fa Li Wu Bian's demand, Wang Fan felt a bit dazed. Why was the other party making such a grand gesture to buy up all the lumber? He quickly thought of a possibility, building a ladder straight down to the deepest part of the mine, pulling a strike at the root to directly challenge the third-level boss. This idea wasn't unfounded. In the Academy's Dungeon Strategies class, the instructor once used the skip-the-grind tactic as a classic example, bypassing the preliminary monsters to quickly kill the boss, sacrificing mid-level loot, but finishing the dungeon in the shortest time, widely recognized as the ultimate speedrunning method. It seemed Fa Li Wu Bian was preparing to copy this exact strategy. But Wang Fan murmured to himself. Rushing the first clear like this seemed wasteful. The first clear brought the highest rewards. This was a common consensus among all lords. Both the regular monsters and phase bosses had far better drop rates on the initial run than on subsequent refreshes. The undead mine was even more extreme. Zombie mobs dropped copper and iron ore, highly valuable hard currency. The team from Zongheng Tianxia had just cleared the first floor, and their backpacks were packed to the brim, almost bursting with copper and iron. Although copper and iron would become junk in the late game, on the 4th day after the server launch, they were still top-tier commodities that sold for high prices at the trading post. If zombies dropped, then the second-floor monsters and phase bosses would have even better loot. To abandon all these treasures just to set a speedrun record would be like throwing away gold to save a few coins. With this in mind, Wang Fan couldn't help but ask, "Are you really sure you want to do it this way?" Fa Li Wu Bian paused, then suddenly realized, "Lord, you've already guessed my plan?" His gaze grew even more respectful. No wonder he was a hidden NPC. His level of thinking could rival the best players. The self-proclaimed top players in the territory still played within the usual framework, but this Lord Brother had seen through his intentions with just a casual remark. Yes, Wang Fan nodded. It's not impossible, but it goes against convention. This is the simplest and most reliable method, Fa Li Wu Bian said with the confidence of certain victory. Is there a penalty for breaking the rules? Wang Fan asked. Of course not. Wang Fan shook his head. The land of no masters always emphasizes lawless freedom. As long as the system doesn't explicitly forbid something, it's allowed. Speedrunning certainly won't be punished. Fa Li Wu Bian breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes lit up. That's good. Then I want all the lumber available, no problem? Of course not. Wang Fan agreed readily. By day 4 after launch, most lords had already moved towards self-sufficiency. Basic materials like wood and stone had lost their market value. The 2 copper coin buying price Fa Li Wu Bian offered actually wasn't low at all. Besides, the first phase of basic construction in Dawn Village was completed, and Wang Fan was struggling to find uses for his lumber. 2 copper coins per unit was actually quite a good price. There's no immediate demand for timber, so selling it to Fa Li Wu Bian for quests counts as some extra income. Okay, hey, race the money. Fa Li Wu Bian tossed a heavy sack of gold coins into the air with a flick of his hand. The crisp clinking echoed through the Lord's Hall, 60 coins in all. Wang Fan showed no surprise after all. There was a super rich woman in his team, so 60 gold was nothing to him. Wu Bian is back. Boss, what did you buy? Potions, gear, or skill books? As Fa Li Wu Bian emerged from the hall, the others immediately crowded around. Fa Li Wu Bian tapped the scroll case in his hand and raised an eyebrow at Zongheng Tianxiao with a sly smile. Boss Zongheng, now it's time we talk about splitting the loot. Loot? Standard resources get split 50-50 as usual. Gear goes to whoever needs it. If there's a conflict, we roll dice. Zongheng Tianxia said bluntly, with no sugarcoating. Before he finished, Fa Li Wu Bian snorted coldly. Big brother, do you know how much I just spent at the Lords to buy crucial items? You come here talking about splitting 50-50. Does that seem fair? So what do you mean, Wu Bian? Zongheng Tianxia froze. I just spent 100 gold coins. Fa Li Wu Bian held up a finger confidently. If we're going to split the profits evenly, then we should split the costs first and then pay me 50 gold. Damn, what potion costs 50 gold? Zongheng Tianxiao exclaimed. Wu Bian, you're not trying to scam us, right? The teammates behind also started accusing him. Fa Li Wu Bian laughed casually. You can leave if you want, or not. Without you guys, just a few of us can finish the run easily. Bah, what nonsense. Let them go by themselves. As if we're clueless. The teammates exploded in anger, cursing loudly. They had just experienced how dangerous the undead mine was. Over 30 people could barely get past the first level mobs and nearly wiped out. And now this was being called easy? Everyone here was a familiar face in the gaming world and hated being called bad players. But instead of storming off as they expected, Zongheng Tianxia hesitated a moment, then suddenly turned around. Everyone chip in. We can come up with 50 gold. Wait, you're seriously going to? The teammates gaped, surprised at the change in tone. Trust me this once. Zongheng Tianxia lowered his voice. You won't lose out. Others might not know Fa Li Wu Bian well, but Zongheng Tianxia understood him. If this guy was so confident to make that claim, he was at least 80% sure. Investing 50 gold now would bring several times that in return. After all, the first floor mobs drop copper and iron ore. The second floor has a higher chance of yielding mithril and silver, and the third floor is rich with top-tier rare ores. Though it was still closed beta and they might not fetch sky-high prices yet, once the game went live, these were all cold hard cash in most cases, easily worth far more than 50 gold per piece. Although everyone was reluctant, they still said, Zongheng, boss, this time it's for your sake. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't cooperate with someone like him. Before the words had even fallen, all eyes immediately snapped over to Fa Li Wu Bian's group, their glares sharp as knives, as if they wanted to skin them alive right here and now. Zongheng Tianxia slapped 50 gleaming gold coins into Fa Li Wu Bian's hand with a sharp clap and asked coldly, all right, you've taken the money. Where's the supply we bought? Fa Li Wu Bian casually tossed the coins in his hand, raising an eyebrow, and asked lightly, supplies? Since when did I say anything about buying supplies? Are you crazy? That question was like throwing a spark into an oil barrel. Players behind Zongheng Tianxia instantly exploded in fury, drawing their weapons and encircling menacingly. Yangwang Sandy quickly stepped forward, raising his shield to block in front of Fa Li Wu Bian, but couldn't help but taunt. Watch your mouth. Old dog Wu Bian, aren't you shameless? You took the money but won't deliver the goods, trying to scam us? Fa Li Wu Bian raised the gold coins calmly, voice as still as a dead pond. The money's not for supplies, it's to buy quest items. You'll understand when we get to the undead mine. If anyone wants out now, I can refund you. His gaze swept over everyone, the coins in his palm gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Quest items. The crowd immediately fell silent. No one had expected this dungeon's secret realm would require special items to clear. No wonder previous groups had failed because they lacked the crucial clues. Now if they backed out, it would be like cutting off their own path to fortune. After exchanging looks, everyone silently put away their weapons. Wang Fan beside them scratched his head, thinking, what kind of quest items? Isn't it just a pile of wood? Fa Li Wu Bian's got real potential to be a con artist that completely manipulates everyone's psychology. Could he really be a swindler in real life? Once no one was backing out, Fa Li Wu Bian made his decision. Since you're all in, we set out now. Remember, no refunds if you quit halfway. Everyone nodded silently, about to get in formation, when suddenly a voice piped up from the back. Boss Wu Bian. It was a short, sleazy young man pushing through the crowd. Xiao Wanto. Dugu Xiaoling frowned slightly at his approach, a trace of annoyance flickering in her eyes. Fa Li Wu Bian didn't recognize him and asked, you want to quit? I haven't joined yet. Xiao Wanto laughed slyly, waving a hand as he greeted. How about letting me in? No room. The team's full, Fa Li Wu Bian replied flatly. Xiao Wanto showed no anger, rubbing his hands together. Not letting me join is your loss. I'm the one who found the quest items needed to unlock the secret realm, and no one knows the undead mine better than me. I don't need to know, Fa Li Wu Bian answered coldly. Not even the treasure vault? Xiao Wanto shifted tone, a glint in his eye. Treasure vault. Fa Li Wu Bian blinked slightly. That's right, Xiao Wanto pushed his advantage. I know where the biggest or storage in the secret realm sits, actually the treasure vault. After a brief pause, Fa Li Wu Bian put away his coldness and waved his hand. Fine, you're in. The system prompt flashed, and Xiao Wanto successfully joined. He immediately bounced over to Dugu Xiaoling's side, wearing a sycophantic grin. Miss, we meet again. Humph. Dugu Xiaoling chuckled softly and pulled out a gold coin. Xiao Luoma, fumbling around, caught sight of the glint of gold, and his face instantly turned pale as if he'd been scalded. In the next second, he crouched low and darted behind Yangwan Sandy. Yangwan Sandy looked puzzled and whispered, are you out of your mind? Freaking out over a gold coin. Then he glanced at Dugu Xiaoling. Lingjia, are you giving him money? What's your relationship? Don't tell me. Before he could finish, he gasped sharply himself. Everyone nearby fell silent, their eyes racing as they ran through wildly scandalous scenarios in their minds. Dugu Xiaoling didn't bother explaining. Unfazed, she pulled out a second gold coin and dropped it into Xiao Luomo's palm with a soft clang. Stop it. Chun Guanqinlin stepped forward in a swift stride, splitting the crowd. Cut the nonsense. Can we just keep it peaceful? The crowd still looked confused. Xiao Luomo quietly breathed a sigh of relief as color returned to his face. About 10 minutes later, Fa Li Wu Bian led the group from Zongheng Tianxia, charging fiercely toward the entrance of the west suburb mine, the undead mine. Brother Chun, send that skeleton down to scout, Fa Li Wu Bian said casually, but with the tone of giving an order. Chun Guanqinlin grabbed a skeleton soldier, flicked his wrist, and dropped it into the shaft with a loud clack. Whoosh. A few seconds later, his pupils shrank sharply. There are monsters everywhere down there, all elites above level 15, packed so densely you can't see the end. He took a deep breath. Wu Bian, I think we need more people. There's no way a few dozen of us will be enough. That's the sane attitude from Brother Chun. Right, Brother Chun has the insight. The Zongheng Tianxiao members nodded in unison, feeling a huge sense of relief finally. Someone understood how tough this was. Unlike some people who brag about clearing the dungeon without even stepping inside, they shot a pointed glance at Fa Li Wu Bian, mocking him behind his back. Dugu Xiaoling couldn't help but mutter. How do you manage to be universally hated? In truth, Fa Li Wu Bian was infamous not just outside but within the team, too. Behind his back, people called him Old Dog Wu Bian for his harsh temper and vicious personality. Even Wang Fan hesitated to let him lead troops, fearing he might incite mutiny or stage a coup. They don't know a damn thing, Fa Li Wu Bian said flatly, hands on hips as he swept his gaze over everyone. I can solo this dungeon. I'm letting you come along just so you can get a share of the loot. Be grateful. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the right to stand here. Holy hell. The crowd immediately erupted. If it weren't for Zongheng Tianxia's members pulling them back, Fa Li Wu Bian might have been dragged out for a beating. Brother, calm down. I'm this close to punching you. Yangwan Sandy clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. The others quickly kept their distance from Fa Li Wu Bian. Xiao Luoma stared in disbelief. No way, there's someone even more annoying than me. Everyone move away. Fa Li Wu Bian raised his hand and swatted the crowd aside like flies. Then he leapt onto the elevator platform, descending alone into the pitch-black mine shaft. He actually went down by himself. The crowd gasped and crowded the shaft to watch. Fa Li Wu Bian stood steadily on the iron platform of the first mine level, surrounded by eerie green ghost flames. He looked around for a moment, took 2 steps forward, then raised his hand and beckoned. Suddenly, the air seemed to tear open, and thick wooden beams appeared out of nowhere, dropping straight down into the depths of the shaft. At the sight before them, everyone's eyes went wide. What on earth was he doing? Did he really intend to smash the monsters below with wooden planks? This was absurd. Had he been watching too many episodes of Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? The onlookers were stunned into silence, and even Wang Fan, usually sharp and level-headed, was baffled. Isn't this guy supposed to be building a ladder out of the wood to reach the final level? Why is he just throwing it all down? Then, a bold and terrifying thought struck Wang Fan. He gasped sharply. No way could it be. The color drained from Wang Fan's face as he looked at Fa Li Wu Bian with a mix of awe and disbelief. This man would stop at nothing, kill or burn without hesitation. That's when Wang Fan finally understood. Fa Li Wu Bian never intended to take the build a ladder and rush the last stage approach. What he wanted was to set fire and burn the entire undead mine to ashes. This idea was insane, far beyond any player's typical dungeon strategy. Most would first plan how to clear monsters or take down bosses. Wang Fan thought the smartest trick was a clever shortcut or speedrun. But Fa Li Wu Bian? He was going full scorched earth. Tactics, tricks, or sneaky escapes were all nonsense to him. One fire, no survivors left alive. If any escape, burn it all again. So ruthless, so lawless. Wang Fan was completely shocked. What kind of savage outlaw was this? No decent player could have imagined wiping out an entire area like that. 30,000 units of wood rained down like a torrential downpour, crashing into a massive pile resembling a small hill. Though it wasn't enough to fill the entire mine shaft, the mound was still terrifyingly large. As the mountain of wood stood tall, the crowd finally realized the truth. The last plank landed, and Fa Li Wu Bian turned to step onto the elevator. Meanwhile, a giant zombie at the bottom of the mine began climbing the wooden hill, followed by countless other black zombies swarming upward like a writhing mass of ants. Heh! Fa Li Wu Bian chuckled softly. The elevator rose slowly. When it reached the edge of the shaft, he pulled out a nighttime flare from his pocket and without hesitation tossed it onto the woodpile. Whoosh! The moment the flare hit, the dry wood burst into roaring flames, shooting high tongues of fire that lit up the entire mine. The undead mine called a shaft now became a natural chimney. Blazing hot air surged upward with the flames, pulling cold air violently downwards. The fierce convection whipped through the shaft like a tornado, driving the fire into every corner. Wooden scaffolds, ladders, and planks all instantly became kindling. But the greatest fuel was the overwhelming mass of zombies packed inside. They were squeezed in tight, completely blocking the shaft walls. The entrances to caves acted like wind tunnels, funneling the fiery gusts deep inside and igniting corpses around the openings. The sheer zombie numbers made deliberate ignition unnecessary. Flames spread through the mass so fast it was visible to the naked eye. One catches 10, 10 spreads to 100, 100 becomes thousands and tens of thousands. The fire raced up the mine tunnel, whipped along by the rushing updraft from the bottom to the very top. Where the flames roared out, all the zombies were instantly engulfed by the raging fire. The crimson blaze surged up the mine shaft with a deafening howl. Fueled by the chimney effect, the fire shot out of the wellhead, soaring more than 3 meters high and lighting up the night as if it were broad daylight. The players gathered around the mine stood frozen, exchanging stunned looks, their faces pale with terror. Holy crap! Is this even allowed? This is nuts. He's still human? What the hell? That's cheating. They shouted, yet couldn't quite express the shock swirling inside them. After a long pause, someone finally swallowed hard and muttered, "Who would have thought limitless power would just scorch the entire place in such a blunt way? And that in this game, you can really burn things alive like this. The scariest part, is a normal person even have the guts to do this? He's too damn skilled. He can't do this all the time, right?" If everyone else was stunned, the one truly shattered down to his core was roaming the world. Had always believed in limitless power's abilities, but when that guy nonchalantly promised, "I'll handle it myself," he was half doubting inside. Now, the entire undead mine was wiped out in a single round, and he never expected the solution to be a single blaze that solved everything. At this moment, the onlookers' feelings toward limitless power went beyond admiration or respect, creeping into a kind of eerie fear. They were all gamers who felt tough only among their own circle, nervous, even talking to strangers online. Never had they seen such a ruthless, outlaw-style approach. They used to watch videos for fun, but seeing it live made them realize the true weight behind the words kill and burn. System notice. You have slain level 15 elite monster. Mine cave zombie, 500 EXP, experience stored due to reaching the current stage's level cap. You have slain level 18 elite monster. Electric zombie, 600 EXP, experience stored due to reaching the current stage's level cap. You have slain level 21 elite monster. Zombie monk, 700 EXP, experience stored due to reaching the current stage's level cap. You have slain level 24 elite monster. Iron Chain Corpse King, 800 EXP, experience stored due to reaching the current stage's level cap. The notifications flashed like bullet comments across the screen. From deep inside the mine came relentless roars and wails amid the sound of burning explosions so piercing they sent chills down spines and drained color from faces. This is sinful, truly sinful. You old dog, limitless power. Are you even human? Setting forests on fiery owl rot in prison. Surrender now, and your sentence might be reduced. Scumbag. Spit. Even Limitless Power's teammates were chilled to the bone by the massacre. The charred wreckage before them was clearly his grim masterpiece, killing and burning like it was just routine. There was no telling what else he might be capable of. Even the newcomer Little Hands edged back half a step in quiet caution at worst. His antics with a girl got him a short detention. But this polite glasses-wearing guy's offense might start at 10 years with no upper limit. The flames still surged and roiled, the smell of burning flesh drifting on the wind. Limitless Power casually brushed off his sleeve as if just finishing some grilled lamb skewers, then said lightly, "We'll go down to pick up the loot later. Anyone coming?" "Of course we are." Everyone answered in unison. Scumbag. Spit. Someone couldn't resist throwing another jab. Limitless Power flipped them the middle finger. The fire raged for a full 2 hours before the flames finally began to subside. Thick black smoke swirled in eddies above the mine, and the scorching air, tinged with the stench of burning, rushed toward the entrance. As the last flickers of fire died out, the previously continuous howls from the monsters abruptly stopped, and the entire undead mine fell into a deadly silence. "It's really gone, just burned to ashes by that boundless magic fire," someone murmured. "All right, everyone, you can come down now." Boundless Magic waved and led the way, jumping onto the elevator first. The iron chains creaked as the elevator slowly descended, the slatted wooden floor revealing the scene below bit by bit. When the platform fully sank into the cavern, a charred, blackened world met their eyes. The squad, seasoned travelers across countless lands, all gasped sharply. Cold sweat trickled down beneath their faceplates. Was this still the familiar undead mine? The rock walls were blackened from the intense heat. Jagged scar lines remained where melted stone had resolidified. The mounds of corpses that once piled like a tide were completely gone, replaced by scattered ores of various hues that reflected a dim metallic sheen in the lingering heat. Normally, such a haul of ore would gleam like bright silver to the player's eyes. Yet now, no one felt excitement. Instead, a creeping unease crawled over their scalps, an eeriness stronger than facing hundreds of undead. Even with the ores so close at hand, no one stepped forward. "Start collecting everything now. When you're done, hand it all in so we can divide it up evenly." Boundless Magic pointed at the scattered loot and issued his order. At his command, the group surged forward eagerly to begin accounting. This was a level 15 dungeon, but zombie drops rarely included many items. Even when gear dropped, it was usually damaged white-grade junk worse than the handcrafted gear available at Simbus Blacksmith. But the quantity of ore was staggering. On the first mine layer alone, over 3,000 pieces of iron and copper were lay piled. The second layer yielded nearly 100 pieces of mithril and adamantite ores. Everyone assumed the deepest layer would contain even more ore, but instead it spawned numerous skill books all classy rank. Seeing the pale blue pages scattered on the floor, the soldiers could no longer contain their excitement and shouted out loud. For players, skills were the true power, or could be sold for money, but money ultimately had to be converted into strength. Skill books, however, boosted power directly. While the territory had a blacksmith shop that sold gear for coin, skills could only be formally obtained once the territory was upgraded to a town, and a professional trainer appeared, currently a rare commodity unattainable regardless of wealth. All these ores and skill books had dropped from minor monsters. Wang Fan did not take a single piece for himself. As Lord, he understood the importance of not competing with his people for loot, or else morale would plummet. Besides, the soldiers were all human players with complex minds. If they didn't get their share of the rewards, who knew what complications might arise? While everyone bent down to gather ore, Wang Fan signaled Simba to immediately open or purchase business. Copper ore at 10 copper coins each. Iron ore at 20 copper coins each. Mithril at 2 silver coins. Adamantite at 5 silver coins. The prices weren't low, but acceptable after all. The cost of ore was already covered by profits from selling equipment. Moreover, no other territories even had such ores, and Wang Fan set the market prices himself in the trade house. This was where the real profit came from. What puzzled Wang Fan was that the mine had 3 levels, so logically, there should have been 3 bosses. Everyone picked up the last faintly glowing ore on the ground, but still, not a single rare piece of decent equipment appeared. The torches in the tunnel crackled, and the air hung heavy with a mix of burnt and sulfurous smells, making the atmosphere particularly oppressive. Wang Fan muttered to himself, "Could it be that this dungeon really doesn't have a boss? There's no boss in this secret realm?" Fa Li Wu Bian also sensed something was off. He glanced at the white-grade gear and ores in everyone's hands. If there was a boss, even the lowest level one should drop at least some bronze-tier gear. No boss in the first 2 levels for sure. Zongheng Tianxia cut in. "When we first scouted, we clearly saw that the first 2 floors had only mobs. The Iron Chain Corpse Kings on the 3rd floor, we initially thought they were bosses, but they turned out to be elites. At least they drop skill books, so that barely makes it worthwhile. While speaking, he kicked aside a charred Corpse King, his voice tinged with frustration. Suddenly, Fa Li Wu Bian remembered something and asked, Xiaoxiao, where did you say the treasure chamber is? Nearby, Xiaoxiao was irritably tapping the stone wall with his dagger. According to the map, it should be right here, but the mechanism hasn't been triggered yet. Maybe there are still monsters left. Oh, so the final boss is still alive? Fa Li Wu Bian paused. Wang Fan snapped back to attention too. They had been clearing this secret realm for nearly half an hour, yet no completion notification had popped up from the system, nor had the dungeon turned into a normal zone. The only explanation was that the fire, which burnt most of the monsters, had missed the most crucial one, the final boss. After all, every dungeon realm follows the same iron rule. Only by killing the final boss can you truly clear the zone. Amid this eerie silence, a loud voice rang out behind. Yangguan Sandy shouted excitedly, damn. Boss Wu Bian, there's a treasure chest here. A treasure chest? Everyone instinctively turned around to see Yangguan Sandy stepping on a pitch-black square box studded with gems. Its shiny dark surface looked just like a treasure chest. But Fa Li Wu Bian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. That's no damn treasure chest. It's a coffin. What? A coffin? Everyone tensed up and quickly stepped back. San, get out of the way. The boss is inside. Fa Li Wu Bian shouted hoarsely, suddenly remembering. Boom. The next second, Yangguan Sandy felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, as if the entire rock was suddenly lifted. Whoa. He gasped, his warrior instincts kicking in as the coffin lid cracked open beneath him. He leapt back just in time and rolled away several meters. Bang. The heavy coffin lid slammed down where he had been standing, scattering rocks everywhere and leaving a deep hole in the earth. At the same moment, a strange creature slowly rose from inside the coffin. Whoa. What the hell is that? Oh, brother. Damn it. Everyone was startled seeing the monster rise up from that coffin. The thing was covered in dark brown, shriveled and withered flesh, with buck teeth jutting out. 2 massive wings were tightly wrapped around its body, making it look like a thoroughly dried-up bat. If goblins were already ugly enough, this creature was beyond ugly, almost unreal. Even the mine zombies still had vaguely human features, but this thing clearly had long ceased to be human. 1000-year blood corpse. Rank, silver boss. Level, 25. HP, 100,000. MP, 5,000. Skills, blood clan, blood servant summoning, blood feaster. Monster description, a millennium-old blood clan creature awakened accidentally by miners. Its bloody aura has now consumed all life forms in the entire mine. Damn, a level 25 silver boss. Someone cursed out loud. Damn it, that huge fire earlier didn't kill it? Obviously not. It was hiding inside the treasure chest. Wait, that thing's not a chest, it's a coffin. Another snapped back. As the data panel popped up, the crowd immediately took a few steps back, shock written all over their faces. Wow, a level 25 silver boss. Wang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. The strongest enemy they had faced before was the level 15 silver boss, Giant Bear Goblin. That thing had been terrifying enough, and now this 1000-year blood corpse was a full 10 levels higher. Wang Fan's soldiers averaged level 10, meaning there was a staggering 15-level gap between them. In a lawless land, every 10 levels represent a poundingly higher tier, and when the gap exceeds 10, theoretically there's no chance of winning at all. He came to a quick conclusion. This underground dungeon was designed for teams at territory level 10 and soldier level 15, who had already completed job transfers. No sneaky tricks could bypass the ultimate threshold here. Even Wang Fan's earlier extreme set fire move completely outside the rules had failed. The team atmosphere instantly turned heavy, and everyone began to retreat. At that moment, Zongheng Tianxiao raised his voice sharply. Don't panic. We've come this far way, can only die fighting, not running scared. A boss this high level will definitely drop loot far worthier than those ores and skill books we have. At the critical juncture, his words drove a nail into the wavering hearts of the group. Wang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Zongheng Tianxiao with a new degree of respect. That's right. We can respawn if we die. Someone snapped too, the mood igniting. We're all already at break-even. What's there to be afraid of? Respawning just means we're true heroes. Let's just do it. Lives cheap anyway if we really bring the boss down. We'll score big. The crowd's despair instantly flared into resolve. The retreat halted, steps surged forward again, eyes blazing with renewed fire. Because of the holographic simulation, everyone felt immersed so deeply that fear was natural, but so was courage. The phrase, conquering the world, instantly reminded everyone they were in a game where dying meant revival, and killing bosses brought rewards. There were no losses, only gains. The moment the word reward flashed through their minds, the team's spirits ignited instantly. Hope, you're seriously not going to communicate with him? Yangguang Sandai tilted his head back with a playful smile and raised an eyebrow at Hope. If he treats you like family, maybe he'll just hand over equipment and skills. Winning without fighting saves a lot of trouble, right? Do you want to die? Hope's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, wishing a healing spell could instantly turn Yang San Dai into dust. A San, how can you say that? Du Gu Xiaoling frowned and shot Yang San Dai a sharp glare. Still, Sister Ling is right. Yang San Dai smiled sheepishly, then muttered quietly, but he does look a bit easier on the eyes than Hope. What the hell? Hope clenched his fists, veins bulging. As they bantered back and forth, suddenly a hoarse voice scratched into their ears like dry branches scraping together. Are you disturbing my peace? The shriveled monster lifted its head, hollow eye sockets scanning the group before a raspy growl erupted from its throat. It was you who slaughtered my servants? We didn't slaughter them. Fa Li Wu Bian spread his hands with an innocent look. They were burned to death. As for who started the fire, he didn't say a word. How they died matters not, the monster said coldly. What matters is you will soon become my servants. Before the words had even finished, the ancient blood corpse's figure flickered, and in the next breath, it was right in front of Fa Li Wu Bian. Its withered claws, like sharp blades, aimed straight for his throat. What the hell? That fast? Everyone's scalps tingled with unease. A speed-type monster? In the game, monsters were divided into strength, agility, and intelligence types. Strength types had high endurance. The giant bear goblin was the classic example. They hit hard, took hits well, resisted crowd control, but were clumsy. Players could fight them using terrain or kiting mechanics, making them more manageable. Intelligence-type bosses had terrifying damage and wide-range abilities with strange skills. Tower defense bosses. Once you learned their mechanics, their frail bodies and low resistances were lethal weak points. But agility-type monsters were the real nightmare. They had low health and defense and lacked area skills, but their speed was absurdly high, striking without warning and disappearing just as fast, making player skills hard to lock onto. If you couldn't beat them, they'd run away, leaving you helpless as they escaped at low health. This shriveled millennia-old blood corpse looked like an intelligence type, but moved faster than most agility monsters. Fa Li Wu Bian was just a mage with average agility. Once this monster locked on, there was almost nowhere to run. Clang! In a flash, Zongheng Tianxia suddenly shifted sideways, his shield like a wall shielding Fa Li Wu Bian. The shriveled claws slammed against the shield, and Zongheng Tianxia's chest was battered back by the immense force. A sharp crack rang out. The metal shield was torn open with a terrifying gash. Such high attack power. Zongheng Tianxia's mind shook with alarm, and before he could dodge, the blood corpse's other claw lunged toward him. Is this really the power of a level 25 Silvertier boss? Truly terrifying. The crowd instantly fell silent, shock and fear written on every face. Who was Zongheng Tianxia? He was widely recognized as the strongest warrior in this territory, without question. Yet his mithril giant shield strong enough to split mountains and crack stones shattered into fragments at just one strike from the millennial blood corpse. The damage was so absurd it made everyone suspect the game's stats were broken. Zongheng Tianxia's shield had been reduced to iron scraps, but the claw marked with dark red veins continued to close in. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and suddenly charged at the millennial blood corpse. Bang! A heavy collision sounded. Like a living hammer, Zongheng Tianxia slammed into the corpse's chest. The massive impact caused the blood corpse to stagger, cracking the stone floor beneath its feet. Duong. At the same time, Yang San Dai, already behind the blood corpse, clenched the earth shield tight and swung his arm in a wide arc, slamming the shield hard into the back of the corpse's head. A buzzing ring of dizziness symbols appeared over the blood corpse's head. Amazing. Wang Fan couldn't help but shout excitedly. This charge and shield bash chained perfectly to interrupt the boss skill. If not for Zongheng Tianxia's decisive charge, Yang San Dai could never have landed that hit. Attack! Wang Fan commanded. Though the warriors varied in strength, all participants were top-tier players invited for this internal test, with battle reflexes incredibly sharp. The moment the dizziness appeared, over a dozen attack trajectories nearly simultaneously locked onto the target. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, arrows sliced through the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, magic orbs blazing with heat and cold rained down relentlessly on the millennial blood corpse. But before the attacks could land, the dizziness mark shattered instantly. The corpse reached into the void and grabbed all the arrows, as if freezing them in time, then violently swung its arm. The arrows flew backward into the midair magic orbs. Boom 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 boom, the elements exploded, fire and frost swirling into clouds of red and blue smoke. Holy crap, that's even possible. Everyone's pupils dilated in disbelief. Without pause after blocking the combo, the blood corpse spun around and reached out its claw to strike Yang San Dai. The warrior was naturally slower, forced to defend with only his shield against the sudden grab. Puka-sharp claws pierced the earth shield, 5 dagger-like nails deeply sinking into Yang San Dai's chest. Blood dripped from the gaps, but never touched the earth, greedily absorbed by the corpse's skin. The corpse's shriveled, wrinkled skin visibly swelled. In the blink of an eye, its right arm grew slender and pale, and its 5 blood-red claws gleamed like rubies. It's over. The ancient corpse king has absorbed Asen's bloodline. Finally, we found a point to counterattack. Damn, you better start calling it dad then. Yang Wan Sandai grumbled stubbornly, but his whole body stiffened mid-sentence, his eyes turning vacant. The next moment, shield held high, he charged desperately toward the nearest zone, Heng Tianxia. You bastard's mistress, just joking around with you, and now you can't take a joke? What's the point of hitting me? Zongheng Tianxia was speechless, unable to hold back a string of curses. I fucking can't control myself. Yangwan Sandy yelled hoarsely, expressionless, his voice rough and chilling everyone's scalp. Blood thrall. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Just one attack, and Yangwan Sandy was turned into a thrall? Wang Fan's heart raced wildly as he quickly pulled up the list of followers. Yangwan Sandy's name had turned gray, with the label Blood Thrall added behind it. Damn, this is a real headache. Unlimited Magic stared at the screen, frowning deeply. A 1,000-year-old blood corpse can force players to kill each other? How's this supposed to work? Killing Yangwan Sandy meant losing a teammate. Not killing him meant gaining an enemy. Stuck in a bind. Hee, the 1,000-year blood corpse cackled sharply, eyes coldly flicking towards Zongheng Tianxia. Don't worry, soon you'll all become my slaves. Greed gleamed visibly in his eyes as he took note of that muscular warrior's physique. Bang! Yangwan Sandy suddenly charged in while everyone was stunned, smashing into Zongheng Tianxia. Their shields collided, and Zongheng Tianxia's shield shattered instantly, forcing him to stagger back several steps as his health bar dropped. Before he could steady himself, the blood corpse flickered forward, claws reaching for his chest. Swish! Just as the claws were about to pierce his chest, a pillar of holy white light thundered down from above. Healing spell. Zongheng Tianxia's health bar instantly refilled. At the same time, the blood corpse recoiled as if struck by lightning, claws retreating rapidly. Huh. Wang Fan was stunned. Unlimited Magic's eyes lit up as he shouted, Hope, whether the boss survives depends entirely on you. You old bastard. Unlimited Magic. Hope instantly lost her cool, but didn't argue. Unlimited Magic gave no chance for protest and commanded, cast healing on Ah-san. Though annoyed, Hope obeyed as a top-tier player must. She raised her hand, sending a beam of holy light toward Yangwan Sandy. Swish! The moment the light hit, a cloud of blood mist was forced from Yangwan Sandy's body and dissipated. His previously dull gray-white eyes regained their sparkle. Hey, I can control myself now. Yangwan Sandy shouted joyfully. This boss is afraid of holy light. Players at a distance suddenly realized and shouted, Priest! Priest! Divine blessing! All the priests' morale soared as they raised their staffs chanting spells. Golden holy radiance burst out in the cave, enveloping everyone, each seeming like a super scion ignited by light. So the 1,000-year blood corpse feared holy light? Hope muttered quietly, watching the retreating boss shrink back. I thought I might get to bond with the boss. Everyone else. Yangwan Sandy, that scoundrel, really deserved to die. Divine blessing was just a support skill. It could imbue a designated target's attacks with holy light, but in most battles, the boost was negligible until the moment in the undead mine when it unexpectedly became the key to victory. The Millennium Blood Corpse, a level 25 silver quality boss, was naturally afraid of holy light. On the battlefield, whenever it saw soldiers glowing with a faint golden aura, it recoiled as if burned and dared not approach, relying only on its extraordinary speed to dodge left and right. The battle-hardened soldiers instantly understood the situation. A few exchanged knowing glances, then quickly spread out, forming a solid circle around the Millennium Blood Corpse in the blink of an eye, trapping it in the center. Outside the circle, the priests in the team raised their staves. Before, they only focused on healing, but now they had transformed into the main damage dealers, their faces clenched with determination, wishing they could cast 10 heals at once. Wave after wave of holy light cascaded down. Sizzle. The scorching holy light left burn marks on the blood corpse's skin, the sound like a red-hot iron branding snow harsh and grating. Gray-black rotten flesh melted away in patches, splattering thick, dark liquid. The blood corpse let out a piercing roar that echoed throughout the mine. It tried to break through, but was pushed back by the shield wall of holy soldiers. It tried to dodge, but was blocked by a rain of arrows. Each roar only stirred the soldiers into louder cheers. The health bar steadily dropped segment by segment. Before long, it emptied completely, and the massive corpse dissolved into a pool of blackened blood. Notification: Millennium Blood Corpse defeated. You have received loot. Notification: you have successfully led your army to kill the Millennium Blood Corpse and completed the undead mine exploration. You have obtained an exploration chest. World announcement: the Lord of Dawn Village has led his army to successfully kill the Millennium Blood Demon, haunting the undead mine, clearing the dungeon. His heroic deeds will be forever celebrated by the people of No Man's Land. World announcement: the Lord of Dawn Village has eradicated the Millennium Blood Demon in the undead mine, gaining ownership of the dungeon. 10% of the dungeon's profits will be added to Dawn Village's additional income. As the Millennium Blood Corpse fell, a series of notifications flooded Wang Fan's screen. The last world announcement, glowing in golden letters, hung prominently in the center of his view. The world announcement flashed across all Lord players' screens, and the entire game suddenly went silent. Holy crap, someone cleared the undead mine? Is this for real? How did he pull it off? Must be a system bug. I don't buy it. Unless there's a strategy video. After a brief silence, the world chat exploded. Beyond shock and disbelief, most responses were filled with skepticism. Unlike the previous kills of Tearful Kino and the giant bear goblin, although everyone knew the silver boss was powerful, the vast majority of players had never hunted it personally, and therefore couldn't truly grasp its terror. But the Undead Mine Dungeona secret lair was something nearly all territorial players had tried for themselves. Everyone knew all too well the crushing defeat of being utterly steamrolled there. Trying to clear it at this stage? No one would dare say, it's totally possible. Even when Wang Fan first stood at the dungeon entrance, he could only shake his head like everyone else. However, the Undead Mine, which everyone agreed required at least territory level 10 to challenge, was unexpectedly cleared on the 4th day after the server opened. The territory level of the player who cleared it was only a mere 5. As soon as the news broke, voices of doubt exploded everywhere. Unless you saw it with your own eyes or had a complete video, who would believe Wang Fan wasn't cheating? The world announcement flooded the chat. Players were first shocked, then enraged, and finally all clicked the report button in unison. Although the game developer belonged to the Longting Group, No Man's Land was a project personally signed off by the Galaxy Federation government, classified as the highest federal level directive. Anyone caught cheating here faced over 10 years in prison. Because of this, the terrifying development speed and military strength Dawn Village had shown from day one allowed people to comfort themselves with excuses like Pato and Big Shot or top-tier player. But this time, with the clearly impossible difficulty of the Undead Mine, everyone knew if this wasn't cheating, then what even qualified as cheating? After the reports were submitted, an official reply came swiftly. After inspection, all the players' data was normal. There was no suspicion of cheating. Their actions and tactics all conformed fully to game parameters. This achievement was purely due to exceptional personal skill. Thank you for your feedback and enjoy the game. What? The official statement shut down all debate, leaving players stunned. If the officials had stayed silent, the cheating theory might have persisted, but now, with clear confirmation of no cheating detected, no one had the confidence to keep insisting. What was more terrifying was the reply explicitly saying exceptional personal skill as if telling all players, this guy is a Superman. Cousin, he actually cleared it. Zhou Yun messaged He Tianqing immediately while the world announcement scrolled. Expected. He Tianqing was not surprised at all, thought it was only natural. Zhou Yun gulped. This guy is terrifying, cousin. Should we recruit him over to our side? Let's wait and see. I want to gauge his appetite first, He Tianqing mused. The Galaxy Federation only allowed 333 main city governors. If possible, of course they wanted to bring Wang Fan into their camp. The most stunned of all was Li Tianhao, leader of the Huaxiao tribe and lord of Yanhuang village. Cleared it? No way. In the Federation channel, Li Tianhao's tone was dripping with disbelief. He had led his own team to challenge the Undead Mine, deploying the best elite hidden troops from all his tribal territories, yet they hadn't even cleared the first floor. Now someone had cleared it outright, couldn't understand. Someone replied in the channel, I heard many reported it. The game company responded, exceptional personal ability. Exceptional personal ability? Li Tianhao grew even more shocked. Is it really that Star Lord who fishes for trouble? No way, maybe I should investigate what's going on. Do it, you better get a video strategy if you can. Yeah, will do. Wang Fan, who had attracted attention from all sides, remained completely unaware at the moment, focusing instead on reviewing the rewards from the dungeon's secret realm. Rows of data flickered across the glowing screen before him, and the first items he noticed were 3 pieces of equipment. 1. Eye of the Blood Demon. Type: accessory, grade, bronze. Attributes: attack 24, magic 22, spirit 11, intelligence 11. Special property transformation: has a chance to turn a slain target into a blood servant. The blood servant inherits 50 of Wang Fan's total attributes. Requirement: universal. Description: formed from the eyeball of a millennia-old blood corpse, infused with the power of the blood clan that spreads blood binding. 2. Bloodthirsty Fong. Type: accessory, grade, bronze. Attributes: attack 20, magic 20, spirit 10, intelligence 10. Special property: bloodthirst. 20 of damage dealt is converted into self-healing life. Requirement: universal. Description: the vampire Fong of a 1,000-year-old blood corpse, possessing the blood clan's power to drain life and restore health. 3. Blood Hunt Sword. Type: one-handed sword, grade, silver. Attributes: attack 67, magic 58, strength 22, agility 21. Passive Hunt. Each kill adds 1 hunt stack, granting 10 attack per stack, up to 20 stacks. Resets to 0 on death. Passive blood drink. Gains 1 bloodthirst per hunt stack. Requirement. Universal. Description. The weapon once wielded by a 1,000-year-old blood corpse, now covered in the dust of ages. In addition, 25 gold coins lay quietly stacked. 2 bronze accessories and 1 silver weapon, all with decent stats, Wang Fan thought to himself. Without potion supplies early on, gear with lifesteal was basically a survival godsend. Even in the late game, lifesteal remained a crucial life-saving tool. As for kill-stacking attack buffs, top players turned those into terrifying killing machines, but average players usually struggle to stack enough layers for real impact. The most eye-catching item was definitely the Eye of the Blood Demon since it doesn't limit the number of blood servants summoned. Even one could provide significant combat power. Flipping the screen, 3 special items appeared. 1. Proof of the Undead Mine Dungeon. Type. Special item. Grade. Unknown. Effect. Grants the holder's territory 10 of the Undead Mine's revenue. Note. If the territory is conquered, this proof will drop 100. 2. Mine Ownership Certificate. Type. Special item. Grade. Unknown. Effect. Upon use, generates a level 1 or vein in the holder's territory. Note. Similarly guaranteed to drop if the territory is lost. 3. Blood Soul Orb. Type. Special item. Special use. A key material for soldiers to transition to the Blood Clan. Description. Using this unlocks a hidden Bloodleneath Blood Clan. Dungeon proof and ownership certificate are basically mining rights and/or vein ownership. Wang Fan frowned. Both were tied to the territory, not the individual, so if an enemy seized the land, these items would become spoils of war. For weaker lords, holding onto them wasn't always beneficial. Compared to that, the Blood Soul Orb was true hard currency and item for a hidden unit class, and actually even more valuable than the Thunder Heart. The Thunder Heart only allows switching to a hidden profession, but the Blood Soul Orb grants access to a hidden bloodline. Although both are hidden troop types, the former mainly improves mechanisms and skills, while the latter enhances base stats and growth rates. Carefully set aside the 2 certificates and the Blood Soul Orb, then toss the remaining scraps onto the ground in one heap. With a clatter, metal struck metal, echoing through the empty corridor. Haha. Silver weapons. This necklace is awesome. The ring even has lifesteal? No wonder it's from a secret realm boss. The loot spilling out from the millennium-old blood corpse shimmered with silver light, dazzling everyone's eyes. 1. Silver longsword blood hunt sword. 2. Blood pattern necklace. 3. Dark red ring. The weapon was no surprise. It was handed over to Zongheng Tianxia. As a shield warrior, his damage output usually lagged behind, so this lifesteal-equipped blood hunt sword not only made him much tankier, but also helped cover his damage shortcomings. The dark red ring went to Fa Li Wu Bian. Spell lifesteal was most effective on a core mage like him, and since he was the dungeon's primary damage dealer, everyone fully acknowledged his value. The blood pattern necklace was decided by a roll and ultimately won by Chun Guanqinlan. This necromancer gained the ability to summon blood clans, significantly boosting his power. No one else was disappointed. Massive gold was evenly divided on the spot, plus backpacks stuffed to the brim with ores and skill books. This run through the secret realm was an absolute windfall. Rumble rumble. Just as everyone was excitedly counting their coins, a small hand wandered back to the stone wall they had examined before, pressing a hidden recess with a click. The heavy stone wall slowly slid open amid dust clouds, and a cool breeze carrying the scent of earth and rock rushed out. System prompt. You have discovered the mineral storage room. Before them lay a vast cavern. It was less a storage room and more a treasure vault. Towering shelves stacked high with refined gold, mithril, and other rare ores, their silver and golden gleams intermingling. Weapons racks lined all 4 walls, each weapon emitting a faint green glow. Bronze gear. All bronze gear. 100 neatly arranged bronze-grade weapons, armor, staves, and shields surged visually like a tide of green light. Were it not for Zongheng Tianxia and Fa Li Wu Bian glaring on either side, the others would surely have rushed forward to grab and roll in the gear. Wang Fan's retinas instantly flooded with the item list for the cavern. Refined gold, mithril, and other rare or shyly valuable. Bronze gear 100 balanced quality, suitable for all classes. 2 special items. Bronze equipment forging manual. Category, blueprint. Grade, bronze. Usage requirement, intermediate forging skill. Effect, unlocks all bronze equipment crafting blueprints for self-crafting. Vidas relic. Category, accessory. Grade, unknown. Attributes, none. Usage requirement, universal. Item description, a relic miner Vita left to his wife. This discovery promised a massive boost in crafting potential and new resource and unexpected jackpot for the group. The bronze equipment forging manual. Seeing the attributes of that manual, Wang Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was by far the most valuable item at hand. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. No matter how many pieces of equipment one farms in the secret realm, it would never compare to having the ability to continuously forge gear on one's own. The entire Huaxiao region was divided into 333 zones, and only the top-ranked lord in each zone received exploration missions. These missions were outrageously difficult. Even He Tianqing, a top-tier paying player, once led a team of elite hidden units that ended in total annihilation. In the end, it was only through the strategy shared by Wang Fan, combined with the abnormal abilities of the Dragon Blood descendant, that they barely scraped through. To this day, the lords who have truly completed exploration missions can be counted on one hand. In other words, fewer than 10 lords had managed to establish blacksmith shops within their territories. Even those who had, despite having ample iron ore, could only churn out ordinary, plain white-grade equipment. But once they got their hands on this manual, Sinbae's seasoned blacksmith would immediately be able to forge bronze-grade gear. Equipment has always been the core means to enhance soldiers' attributes and represents the most valuable asset in any game. Even if the enemy's entire force consists of hidden units, their raw stats might not surpass that of common troops fully equipped with bronze gear. While other territories were still slowly gathering white-grade items, Wang Fan's soldiers already having bronze equipment across the board would be absolutely dominant, and what's more, his troops were controlled by top players, with tactics and teamwork far superior to AI soldiers. Just this one forging manual could elevate the territory's combat power to an entirely new level. As for the other item, Vidas Relic, it was purely a quest item to hand over to Jinny and complete the Missiano delays there. After pocketing the last two items, Wang Fan counted his team members 37 in total. He distributed 37 sets of bronze equipment right then and there, storing the remaining 70 or so safely away. After all, the territory had more soldiers than just these 37. The rest needed arms and armor too. This batch of gear, at level 20 in bronze quality, was considered high-tier merchandise in today's game environment. Any single piece could fetch a good price. More importantly, displaying them in the blacksmith shop would motivate the soldiers to compete. When others had equipment and they didn't, they'd feel left behind. Once the competitive atmosphere took hold, Wang Fan wouldn't need to push. His soldiers would naturally hustle to improve themselves. Back in the territory, Wang Fan dumped the gear from his pockets onto the counter in front of Simba, filling the entire blacksmith shop display. If only I could get my hands on the forging manual, Simba said, his eyes gleaming as he ran his fingers over the brand new bronze gear. As long as I have the blueprints and materials, I can replicate these things in no time. Is that so? Wang Fan chuckled softly, glancing at him. If I gave you the bronze equipment forging manual, how would you thank me? Honored Lord, I am your humble subject. If you can bring me that manual, I will forge all the equipment for your soldiers completely free of charge from then on, Simba said solemnly. Free? That sounded good on the surface. But Wang Fan knew better. Simba, making gear free for the soldiers might save a lot on forging costs, but it didn't benefit him personally. Simba never did anything without a direct benefit. Free is fine, but not like that. You need to support your family too. I can't just let you work for nothing. Wang Fan said, consider this book my tech investment. For every piece of equipment you forge, I get a 30 cut. They'll also issue soldiers occasional one-time vouchers for free forging, but only those with vouchers can get it done for free. Hearing this, Simba rubbed his calloused hands with excitement, but still cautiously confirmed, Lord, it can't be all free, right? You wouldn't get any benefit, and I wouldn't make any money either. Besides, if the soldiers get used to free stuff, they'll start taking it for granted, and the rewards won't have any real impact. Wang Fan nodded slightly and smiled as he added, exactly. I take my 30, and you still have room to earn. As for the free vouchers, they'll have to earn those by completing missions and contributing to the territory. This way, it drives development and keeps the soldiers grateful. Win-win. Simba's eyes welled up instantly. Lord, you've thought of everything and only take 30. 30%, is that too much? Wang Fan muttered silently. Simba lowered his voice. The previous lord took 80%. 60 even, that's outrageous. Wang Fan almost swore. 80% was considered low? Many territories demanded their people hand over all their income, and to be able to eat was a blessing. Compared to those greedy feudal lords, he felt like an angel only because of their darkness. He patted Simba on the shoulder and declared boldly, don't worry, now that I'm here, everything will change for the better from today onward. With that, he pulled out the bronze equipment forging manual and handed it over. Simba caught it with both hands, tears streaming down his beard. System prompt. Native resident Simba's affection for you has reached 100. Current loyalty, fanatical. Maxed affection? I wonder if there's a hidden reward. Wang Fan glanced at the prompt thoughtfully. Respected Lord, I will devote all my knowledge to protect our territory. Simba swore proudly. Not my, but our, Wang Fan emphasized. Lord. Simba was moved to tears again. NPCs really are easy to sway. Empty promises can bring them to tears. Wang Fan chuckled to himself. Leaving the smithy, Wang Fan returned to the Lord's Hall and quickly typed out an announcement. Lord's notice. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the Undead Mine dungeon has been fully cleared. The territory has received a special upgrade, and Smith Simba has successfully advanced. When the news spread, resting soldiers all paused in unison, then flooded toward the smithy. Wow, bronze equipment. Bronze gear in the shop now. Look at these stats, way better than my basic stuff. But 50 silver coins each? That's expensive. The smithy was packed shoulder to shoulder with excited chatter. Fresh rows of bronze weapons and armor gleamed with a steady blue sheen in the firelight, attracting many eager glances. But the price tag of 50 silver coins each stood out sharply, making some swallow hard while clutching their purses. Sensing the hesitation, Simba stepped forward and announced loudly, "We also accept materials you bring for forging." Seeing the crowd stunned by the cost, Simba replied as Wang Fan had instructed. "Forging equipment? The materials come with it? Where do we get the materials from?" Hearing Simba's words, the surrounding soldiers started talking all at once. Simba raised his hand to quiet them and said loudly, "Don't worry. The Lord will make an announcement soon. The Lord said that as long as he's here, our territory will have everything." No sooner had he finished speaking than crisp system notifications exploded into the ears of all the soldiers. Lord's announcement: Undead Mine Dungeon unlocked. Challenge level 10. Dungeon drops include equipment, ores, and skill books. Lord's announcement: the blacksmith shop in Dawnlight Village accepts various ores for recycling. Lord's announcement: the western outskirts mine vein in Dawnlight Village is now open. Mining is allowed during daytime. Soldiers with knight titles may dispatch farmers to assist with mining. Territory announcement: western outskirts mine vein unlocked. Vein level 1. Produces copper ore and iron ore, with a chance to yield mithril and secret silver. The soldiers of Dawnlight Village instantly buzzed with excitement, as if cold water had been splashed onto hot oil. In the first stage of the no man's land, soldier levels capped at 10, and without job changes, they couldn't level up further. The territory's construction was complete and levels locked, so most players had nothing to do, causing the game's fun to quickly fade. Now, with dungeons, mine veins, and ore recycling added simultaneously, everyone's enthusiasm ignited completely. 1. With dungeons, they could farm higher-tier equipment and skill books. 2. With mine veins, they could mine ores themselves. 3. With recycling, they could even turn low-level ores into money. A new goal quickly formed. Before job advancement, learn more advanced skills, get a top-notch bronze set, and save startup funds by mining. As soon as the announcements ended, the players in Dawnlight Village grabbed the mining picks granted by the system and rushed along the western path toward the mining area. Watching them hustle, Wang Fan felt indescribably satisfied. Getting everyone moving meant money in his pocket. Forging bronze equipment required a small amount of high-tier ore, while the plentiful copper and iron ores could be sold to the blacksmith shop by the soldiers. At this point in the game, aside from Wang Fan, no one controlled any ores, and no one possessed mine veins. Other lords who wanted ores had no choice but to clear the Undead Mine Dungeon. However, the Undead Mine Dungeon is only a mirror of the real dungeon beneath the Undead Mine, and its drops are far inferior to the true secret dungeon. Getting 10 or so ores in one run of the secret dungeon was already lucky. In the dungeon copy, it was even rarer. Even with reduced difficulty, the Undead Mine Dungeon was still a nightmare for most lords. To get ores, you had to clear the dungeon. To clear the dungeon, you had to equip your soldiers. To get equipment, you needed ores, an endless vicious cycle. At this moment, the ores in Wang Fan's hands were everyone's lifeline. But that lifeline wasn't cheap. Copper ore, 100 copper coins each. Iron ore, 200 copper coins each. He casually listed these low-level ores on the trading post. As for mithril and secret silver, he had no intention of selling them. First, in the entire territory, only Simba could forge bronze equipment. Even if other lords got high-tier ores, they wouldn't know how to make anything. Second, Wang Fan had no plans to let bronze equipment flood the market. At the very least, he had to wait until all his soldiers were equipped with silver armor before tossing these second-hand bronze sets onto the trading post. If you want to keep making money steadily, you have to stay one version ahead of everyone else. But just as Wang Fan was scheming to get rich off the ore vein, a bright crimson system announcement suddenly flashed across the center of his screen. System announcement: Dawnlight Village has opened the first unclaimed ore vein in the land of no man. Resources are competitive. For 3 days, Dawnlight Village's territory coordinates will be publicly announced worldwide. Wang Fan's head instantly filled with question marks. What the is this system doing? He muttered angrily. Competitive resources and public coordinates? This was clearly announcing to the world. The ore vein is up for grabs. Coordinates exposed everyone. Come and grab them. In the world of this lordship game, survival and steady development were the keys to success. Wang Fan dared to resell rare resources on the global trading post and earn huge profits precisely because of the anonymity the trading system provided. No one knew who the big money boss was. Even if Dawnlight Village consistently ranked first worldwide, he wasn't afraid. The fog of war concealed the exact location, so no one could find his village. But now with the ore vein open, Dawnlight Village's coordinates had been announced to the world, just like Xianyuan Cave was exposed a few days ago. It was like suddenly turning on a neon light in the pitch-black night while holding up a gold-spewing mine. Instantly, Dangers lurking in the shadows began stirring. Wang Fan could clearly feel that being put in the spotlight made him a target, as if greedy eyes were everywhere around him. Although the game had only been live for a few days, and it was unrealistic for enemies across thousands of miles to attack, the nearby lords were enough to give him chills. Better not to fear thieves stealing from you, but to fear what they are eyeing. He opened the world channel, and sure enough, it was flooded with messages. Whoa, we're vain. This Dawnlight Village lord is amazing. We're still in the Stone Age, and he's already mining. Yeah, too bad it's so far away, otherwise I'd risk my life to grab it. Come on, you can't even get it up, let alone fight Dawnlight Village. They're level 5 territory, do you stand a chance? A high-level territory doesn't always mean strong combat power. You're strong, so why haven't you cleared the undead mine? Screw you. Are you picking on me? Right. Besides, you don't even know where I am. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't waste its breath barking. These lords only talked big on the channel, but the real schemers were already acting stealthily. Multiple nearby lords had begun private communications, quietly plotting. Suddenly, Wang Fan's private chat panel lit up. Yang Tianlong had sent a message. Damn, Guanga, you're full of surprises. You actually have an vein. Heh, modesty aside, a secret realm reward. Wang Fan replied nonchalantly, unsure of Yang Tianlong's true intentions. Guanga, you gotta be careful. Not everyone is as honest as me. They'll definitely come after your territory. If you need soldiers, let me know. A few friends, and I have hidden troops, and can help. Wang Fan narrowed his eyes. How much? Money? Guanga, do you think him that cheap? Brotherhood comes before cash, Yang Tianlong said. Just do me a favor in business down the road. That guy? Upon seeing Yang Tianlong's message, Wang Fan paused briefly. In the message box, Yang Tianlong's tone was straightforward and generous, offering to lend his hidden troops free of charge. For any lord, troops are the ultimate treasure, just as vital as money is to a writer. Unless bound by a deep friendship or stuck together like grasshoppers on a rope, who would willingly lend out their soldiers? Especially hidden troops, those rare elite forces painstakingly accumulated and treasured like priceless assets. Yet Yang Tianlong didn't hesitate at all to put them in Wang Fan's hands without asking for a single coin. That showed real loyalty. No need, Brother Long, Wang Fan replied calmly. I should be able to handle it myself. If things get out of hand, I'll ask you for help. Once the message was sent, Wang Fan only felt a brief moment of anxiety when his identity was revealed, but he did not fear the incoming enemy. The walls of Dawnlight Village had just been upgraded to level 2 stone walls. Ordinary soldiers at this stage couldn't even break through the base of the walls. Besides, Wang Fan's troops weren't just any hidden forces, they were a group of genuine high-level players. To these soldiers, the armies of other lords were no different from goblins outside the village, just a string of monster data waiting to be farmed. As for equipment, it was all top-tier bronze gear, from face guards to longswords, all currently the game's best. Even without relying on the walls, they could probably hold their ground in open field battles. Troops can be returned, money can be repaid, but favors are hard to return. With Yang Tianlong willing to go this far, Wang Fan made a mental note of the debt of loyalty. There was no need to borrow troops after all. You can handle it yourself? That's. Yang Tianlong on the other end was stunned and quickly urged, Brother, do you realize the situation you're in? The mineral veins. The strategically vital resources for territory development. So many lords were coveting that undead mine right now. Worse yet, the people around Wang Fan belonged to the notorious Xuanhuang Federation, the largest lord alliance in Region 021, with over 170 territories. Their president, Xianyuan Dong, had recently become a hot topic on the forum. Not only the first to launch an external raid, but also targeted by numerous retaliatory strikes after his coordinates were exposed. Every attack was repelled, and Xianyuan Dong even managed to loot homes in return, forcibly turning some territories into subordinate villages. In just a few days, over half the lands around Xianyuan Dong had fallen under the Xuanhuang Federation's control. Dawnlight Village, being so close, was naturally on their raid list. Now Wang Fan not only held ownership of the undead mine, but had also just secured a rare, highly strategic mineral vein. If the Xuanhuang Federation wanted to dominate Region 021 completely, they would be dead set on this prize. But don't forget, according to system limits, Wang Fan's territory was only a level 5 village at best. His army strength was capped at 250 troops, none above level 10. Meanwhile, the Xuanhuang Federation had over 170 territories and could field tens of thousands of soldiers at level 250 against tens of thousands. Damn, you could tell with your eyes closed how this would end. Yang Tianlong was well aware that the reason he stepped in to help wasn't because he was confident he could defend Wang Fan against the Xianhuang Federation, but because of the batch of food Wang Fan had sold him earlier. That deal had made him a hefty profit and helped him survive the worst food shortage period, propelling him into the top ranks of the region leaderboard. Yet when he proactively offered assistance, Wang Fan waved him off. Don't worry, it's a small matter. I have a full 250 soldiers. The other side's got just a few tens of thousands. I have the advantage. 100-fold difference in troops? And he claims the advantage is his? Yang Tianlong was stunned into silence. Seeing Wang Fan's resolute tone, he could only sigh inwardly. You can't force a guy on this. Worst case, wait until Shuguang village truly falls, then bring the people over here. To level up a territory to level 5 in 4 days, that's true talent. Keeping him around for future collaboration won't hurt. Suddenly, his Federation channel lit up with a string of messages. The buddies who had bought food before obviously heard the news, too. How's it going, Long Long? What does Shuguang bro say? I've packed my troops, ready to trade anytime. Yang Tianlong replied truthfully. He says he can handle it, he has the advantage. The channel went eerily silent for a moment. Then a burst of shocked gasps followed. Damn, this guy is so arrogant. This act is throwing me off. How about, we go rob him too? Ooh, good idea. Shut up, you guys. Yang Tianlong felt his face turning red. He thought, don't these jokers realize the Lord of Shuguang village is an expert? Even if his territory gets captured in the game, the Lord just goes into exile. With Wang Fan's skills, making a comeback is a matter of minutes. If he pisses off a top player, how will he dominate later? Seeing him silent, the channel erupted again. Haha, just kidding. Long Long's such an idiot to believe that. No way, you're seriously thinking of robbing Shuguang bro, Big Dragon? No mercy, coveting even your friend's lands. Then let's take Tianlong village first, stop him from getting stronger and robbing us later. Yang Tianlong could only roll his eyes internally. At the same time, in Xianhuang Federation Chuanyuan Cave, on a broad stone plaza, over 100 lords from affiliated villages sat in a semicircle, the scene resembling a rural election meeting. According to the no man's land game rules, after a federation forms, the federation lord can open teleport permissions, allowing authorized members to teleport directly to others' territories. Because there was no lord hall until a territory reached level 5, everyone had to squeeze into the plaza to discuss. With so many people in an open space, the atmosphere felt a bit absurd, but no one minded the awkwardness. Everyone was excitedly whispering, damn, never thought Shuguang village would be this close to us. I thought he was at the map edge, turns out it's right under our noses. This is going to be big business. Nearby waters get the moon first. Shuguang village not only has mineral veins, but also the rights to the undead mine dungeon. The profits will explode. So many resources, and it's the only level 5 territory for now. Haha, even Huaxiao Federation can only watch this time. At this moment, everyone in Xianhuang Federation had already marked Wang Fan's Shuguang village as theirs for the taking, just waiting for the chance to claim it. At that moment, none was happier than Ji Wenshuan, the lord of Xianyuan Cave. He stood on a makeshift wooden platform, looking down over the crowd, raising his hand to silence the noisy chatter. Brothers, once we capture Dawnlight Village, we'll make our name and rise to glory. This time, no matter the cost, follow my orders and attack Dawnlight Village with everything we've got. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp clang of armor and weapons echoed through the camp, charged with fierce determination. Riding the momentum, Ji Wenshuan added, the Huaxiao Federation claims to be the largest in the server, but that's just because of their numbers. If the Xianyuan Federation seizes the mines and dungeon resources at Dawnlight Village, we'll be the real biggest federation. Then we can establish the main city in Zone 021 first and rename it Chuanyuan City. Xianyuan City, the largest federation. The morale surged with the roar, faces flushed red by the campfire glow. For a federation, common wood and food are easy to come by, but ores and dungeon rewards are a different story. 1. Mines continuously produce ores, supporting the equipment production line. 2. Dungeons drop skill books regularly, directly upgrading soldier abilities. These two resources, military supplies and technology, are absolutely strategic in the wasteland. No matter how many people Huaxia has, they're just numbers. The key to dominating Zone 1 will always be controlling strategic resources. Holding the mines and dungeons means you don't have to fight everywhere. Nearby lords will naturally flock to you, eager to join. That's how terrifying strategic resources are. So even if a larger federation stands behind Dawnlight Village, the Xianyuan Federation must take it. Only by securing these resources can Ji Wenshuan confidently apply to establish the main city in the region. If left to others, even if he builds a main city, it will eventually be undermined and lost. This shows just how vital the mines in Wang Fan's hands are to every lord seeking supremacy. Just as the crowd's passion peaked, a somewhat unexpected voice cut through the clamor. Boss, I think Dawnlight Village actually holds some value. That brief sentence silenced the camp instantly. All eyes turned sharply to the speaker. Ji Wenshuan looked toward the voice and saw a refined young man, head bowed deep in thought. Guoli, speak your mind freely. Ji Wenshuan's expression softened immediately. This was Li Guoli, lord of Li Family Village and the second-in-command of the Xianyuan Federation, as well as Ji Wenshuan's trusted strategist. He and Lu Yong, lord of Fengyue Valley, were the Federation's 3 main leaders. Lu Yong ranked 3rd, Li Guoli 2nd, wielding even greater influence. The plan to lure enemies and seize resources from Fengyue Valley was all masterminded by Li Guoli. The Lord of Dawn Village managed to upgrade his territory to level 5 within just 4 days, clearly demonstrating impressive development capabilities. Their land is definitely not easy to conquer. Li Guoli stared at the unfolded map with a grave tone. Moreover, Dawn Village has unlocked the secret realm of the undead mind. Everyone knows how tough that place is. If they manage to clear it, their army's strength must be remarkable. If we go in hidden, we won't necessarily lose, but the losses will be heavy. His words hung in the air, and the room fell silent for a moment. Ji Wenxuan lowered his head, deep in thought, but did not say anything immediately. Lu Yong couldn't help but bang the table and laugh. Second brother, you're always overthinking. With so many of us here, do you really think his level 5 territory can have as many as 300 troops? Even if they're all hidden units, can one commander alone hold off a four-sided siege? You can't say that so simply. Li Guoli shook his head calmly. We're not the only ones watching Dawn Village. What happens if it turns into a costly battle for both sides and other factions swoop in to pick up the pieces? A sharp intake of breath filled the room as everyone suddenly realized the severity of the situation. Although the Xianhuang Federation is the closest to Dawn Village, the world map is public, and other lords could very well be eyeing the territory. It would be foolish to let outsiders reap the benefits. Ji Wenxuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. So what do you suggest we do? First, propose cooperation, Li Guoli said firmly. We offer protection to ensure no one dares to harass Dawn Village, and in return, we share resource development. Once things calm down, we can gradually infiltrate. With strength in numbers, annexation will be only a matter of time. Brilliant. Ji Wenxuan's eyes lit up, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Li Guoli's move was essentially protection racket first, present a cooperative front to fend off outsiders, then turn on them and absorb the territory when the situation stabilizes. It was both safe and profitable. The other lords nodded in agreement. To them, the highest form of warfare had always been winning without fighting. Securing Dawn Village without lifting a finger was far preferable to direct conflict. They all silently thought, when scholars turn ruthless, they're even more deadly than bloodthirsty warriors. If the boss approves, they'll contact Dawn Village immediately, Li Guoli said, sensing the consensus. Go ahead. We're waiting for your report, Ji Wenxuan nodded. At the same time, Wang Fan was busy sorting through his resources when a private message popped up. Brother Dawn, I'm the Lord of the Li family village in the Xianhuang Federation. You can call me Shaoli. Looking at the chat window, Wang Fan raised an eyebrow. Brotherly, what's up? Li Guoli got straight to the point. Brother Dawn, you're in danger. Many forces are eyeing your Dawn Village right now. I know, Wang Fan replied calmly. So what are you trying to say? Wang Fan often browsed forums and already knew that the leader behind the Xianhuang Federation was Ji Wenxuan from Xianyuan Cave. Since Shaoli reached out first, his purpose was obviously about the mineral veins. Of course, Wang Fan also stayed updated. He knew the Federation's head was Ji Wenxuan. Since this Shaoli was part of the Xianhuang Federation and had suddenly privately messaged him, it was almost certainly about the mining rights. Our Xianhuang Federation has always taken it as its mission to uphold justice and has no tolerance for those who rob others. Li Guoli strode in confidently. Seeing Wang Fan get straight to the point, he immediately laid out his intentions. Brother Shuguang, rest assured, as long as the Xianhuang Federation stands, we will guarantee that Shuguang Village will suffer no infringement. Oh, you're here to help me. Wang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughts racing. But I'm guessing it won't be without a price? Wang Fan wasn't a cunning old fox like Fa Li Wu Bian, but he wasn't naive either. Li Guoli's calculation was almost blatant. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Not even a free breakfast. Li Guoli laughed heartily. Brother Shuguang, you really understand people. Your Shuguang village is only a level 5 territory, yet it possesses such a large mineral vein. It's a waste, honestly. That's true, Wang Fan smiled, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. In the old ARPG mindset, each region corresponded to a major town, and normally each town controlled a single mineral vein. The vein held by Shuguang Village was the sole resource for the entire 021 region. In theory, every village had mining caves, but only Shuguang Village owned the mineral rights and could legally mine. One village hoarding an entire vein was a waste of resources and effectively strangled neighboring territories. This explained everyone's covetous eyes. Seeing Wang Fan say nothing in response, Li Guoli brightened. That's why our Xianhuang Federation wants to cooperate with you. We'll protect the vein from plunder. You just open up part of the rights for joint development. How much does your federation want? Wang Fan probed. We have 170 lords in Xianhuang, Li Guoli said, holding up a finger confidently. Just open up 1/10 of the mining outlets. It's fair. He added pointedly. Brother Shuguang, the vein belongs to the whole region. Even if we open 1,000 mining outlets, it won't affect your profits. But if it's taken by force, you won't get a single penny. In the lawless lands, as long as the mineral rights holder grants permission, Authorized lords can directly mine in their own territory's caves. Seeing Li Guoli's math, Wang Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud. 10% of 170 territories is 17 mining outlets. Add Shuguang Village's own share, and this prime vein would be sliced into 18 pieces, with Wang Fan getting only one part, while the Xianhuang Federation takes 17. Well, they don't even bother pretending to be fair. Li Guoli spoke politely but exuded an air of superiority. Hand the mines over, and we might let you have a sip. Refuse, and we'll treat you like dirt. Wang Fan screenshot the entire conversation and casually sent it to Fa Li Wu Bian. Wu Bian, what's your take? Fa Li Wu Bian quickly responded. Wow. Do you NPCs even have a chat group? Fa Li Wu Bian seemed somewhat surprised to see Wang Fan's message. Not at all. Since we've secured the mine vein, the nearby lords are coming to snatch it away. This one is among the largest in scale. Wang Fan stared at the screen calmly, explaining with a steady tone as his fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desk. Lord, their target isn't just the 17 mine entrances. His teammate, Endless Mana, glanced over the intel and quickly typed in private chat. This is a classic delaying tactic. They don't dare act openly because they fear other lords might take advantage. So they pretend to be on our side, offering protection over the mines. With others watching, they won't go too far. But once the other lords give up on this vein, it turns into a private feud between their federation and our territory. At that point, would be isolated and might end up wiped out. Wang Fan frowned deeply, turning those words over in his mind. Chow, it really is like that. He had assumed the Xianhuang Federation, no matter how shameless, would still maintain some dignity in their actions, but it turned out they didn't even bother to cover up their intentions. With this realization, he snorted coldly, and the atmosphere before the screen chilled noticeably. This kind of trick works perfectly against ordinary lords, leaving them confused and extinguished. But clearly, they had chosen the wrong opponent here. Brother Shuguang, you can think it over, but please give us your answer soon. You know, the lords watching you could plunder your territory at any time. The message from Xianhuang Federation's representative Li Guoli popped up again. Seeing no reply from Wang Fan, he pressed on. Li Guoli was brimming with confidence. Now that the terms were out, agreeing would share profits, refusing meant a dead end. Anyone who wasn't foolish knew which to choose. No need to think about it. Before he could finish, Wang Fan's reply popped up swiftly. I refuse. Silence flooded the chat. Brother Shuguang, are you serious? You're really going to refuse help from the Xianhuang Federation? Li Guoli froze for half a second before urgently asking again. Wang Fan responded with a hee-hee emoji. For me, being robbed outright beats inviting wolves inside the door. You. Li Guoli was speechless. Invite wolves inside? What do you take us for? Nothing much. Wang Fan's words were icy, whether wolf or not. We're not close. No favors owed. I really don't see anything to negotiate here. Humph. Li Guoli dropped the pretense. Brother Shuguang, the Xianhuang Federation respects you enough to come discuss this. You don't think we want what we can't get, do you? Aren't you afraid we'll come in ourselves? Heh. Wang Fan replied with a laugh. Xianhuang Federation or Shihuang Federation. To me, they're the same. Everyone's playing the game, let's be real. No more deceptive tricks, better to just steal openly than pretend to be saints and turn hypocritical. Fine. Well said. Hope you don't regret this. Li Guoli's face flushed in frustration after his plan was exposed. He spat out a harsh warning and closed the chat window. Lord, did you really refuse? Almost at the same time, Endless Mana sent a new message. Yes. That means you're declaring war on the entire region. The entire region? Wang Fan was stunned. Yes. They won't let anyone else profit from this. Since they can't ally with you, they'll join forces with other lords instead. Hiss. Wang Fan drew a sharp breath. Against just the Xianhuang Federation, he wasn't afraid. Worst case, it'd be a war of attrition. But if it became the entire region's joint enemy, his confidence faltered. Hee. That's easy to handle. The screen froze on Endless Mana's words, the cursor blinking like a storm about to break. Guoli, how's it going? Did he agree? Inside the temporary command tent of the Xianhuang Federation, upon hearing Ji Wenxuan's inquiry, Li Guoli's face instantly darkened from a smile to a cold scowl, his brow tightening with icy severity. He refused. Li Guoli slammed his fist heavily on the table, fury almost bursting from his eyes. That guy is shameless. No way. Is he not afraid of being looted? Ji Wenxuan widened his eyes in disbelief. The lord of Shuguang Village actually dared to refuse the Xianhuang Federation under these circumstances? That's some serious stubbornness. Li Guoli raised his hand forcefully and threw a map aside on the table. He said he'd rather have the mine snatched away than invite a wolf into his home. Invite a wolf? Who's the wolf here? Lu Yong looked puzzled. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. Then Li Guoli ground his teeth and added, he even said that pretending to be friend and foe at once is worse than outright robbery. He thinks our niceties make us look like clowns. I actually agree with that. Lu Yong's neck stiffened. I've said it before, no point beating around the bush. Just hit them directly. We've got tens of thousands of fighters. He's got a few hundred. What's there to hesitate about? Shut up. Number 3. Ji Wenxuan snapped sharply, his piercing gaze making Lu Yong shrink back. Then he turned to Li Guoli. So we can't reach an agreement. What's next? Then we make a big show of it. Li Guoli's eyes burned darkly. Does he think the enemy is only us? They'll make him regret this. They'll turn him into every lord's enemy. You mean? Ji Wenxuan furrowed his brows. He'll announce in the regional channel soon rally everyone to seize the mine. Li Guoli spoke deliberately, word by word. Second brother, are you crazy? If everyone goes after it, what if someone else snatches it first? Lu Yong scratched his head, confused. Li Guoli retorted coldly. Have you ever heard the story of Yuan Shu and the Imperial Seal? No. Lu Yong shook his head. Classic Lu. Li Guoli rolled his eyes. It doesn't matter who holds the Imperial Seal. What matters is who can turn it into their own. Likewise, it doesn't matter who grabs the mine first, it's who can hold on to it that counts. I get it. Ji Wenxuan's mind instantly connected the dots. Right now, the mine is in Wang Fan's hands. Anyone who goes to seize it first becomes the target. But if everyone rushes in at once, no one stands out. When the chaos ends, the only one left standing in Area 021 will be the strongest, the Xianhuang Federation. As expected of our Federation's top strategist, Ji Wenxuan said with admiration, his confidence surging. With Guoli on our side, Xianhuang City will surely dominate Area 021. Shortly after, the Xianhuang Federation guild leader, Boundless Magic, logged onto the regional channel and without hesitation started a broadcast to the entire region. Regional broadcast, Xianyuan Cave. The mining resources belong to all lords of Area 021. Shuguang Village is just a small settlement, why should they claim it for themselves? Resources in the land go to those capable. Brothers, let's seize back the mine and redistribute it. As soon as the announcement came through, lords from Pengyi City, Luofeng Fort, Nanshan Castle, and others who had been eyeing the mine greedily exchanged glances on their screens. The spark of battle flared from their fingertips through their whole bodies. That's right. Exactly what I'm thinking. The mine veins are supposed to be shared by all the lords in this region. How can one single village monopolize them? This is unjust and illegal. The mines belong to all of us. Someone shouted angrily in the regional chat. Dawnlight Village must hand over control of the mines and open them to all territories. If they don't, we'll take them by force, destroy them, seize the mines. Bah! What nonsense is that? This isn't seizing. It's called resource reallocation, taking what rightfully belongs to the collective. Another voice quickly chimed in to smooth things over. Yes, a fair redistribution of resources. Within seconds, the chat was boiling over. Every lord understood that their talk of resource monopoly and shared mines was just lip service. This was a game world where survival of the fittest was the law. Who actually cared about anti-monopoly rules? Wang Fan had that mining area simply because he completed a dungeon and earned the system's reward. The property rights were clearly spelled out in black and white. It wasn't occupying anyone's land in the slightest. In truth, every lord had their own mines. All they had to do was complete quests and dungeons to claim ownership. But now, they just wanted to skip the hard work and snatch Wang Fan's spoils directly. The scene was almost identical to when a player painstakingly finishes a massive quest chain and obtains a unique artifact, only to be accused by others of monopolizing public resources. Their shamelessness made even the phrase shameless seem too mild. Everyone knew exactly what they were doing, yet still poured in, driven entirely by greed. If the mines fell into no one's hands, then everyone stood a chance to grab a piece of the pie. Ji Wenxuan was simply the first to say aloud what no one dared and to do what no one had the guts to do. Now that someone was leading the charge, a crowd of followers naturally appeared. After all, laws don't punish the many. When everyone is breaking the rules, the one who isn't suddenly becomes the wrong one. Attack Dawnlight Village. Take back what's rightfully ours. When it came to doing good deeds, people pushed and shoved each other aside. But when it came to wrongdoing, they all rushed forward, afraid to lose any chance to claim resources. In an instant, Dawnlight Village became the public enemy of Zone 021. Nearly all regional lords swept in from every direction with troops, looking to profit from the chaos. Even lords from neighboring zones heard the news and came rushing over. Dawnlight Village was the only level 5 village on the server, rich and powerful. Even if they couldn't seize the mines, grabbing some spare resources along the way was worth the trouble. System announcement. Warning, warning. Large forces are gathering at Dawnlight Village's territory with apparent hostile intent. System announcement. Warning, warning. Tianhe Village has declared war on Dawnlight Village. System announcement. Warning, warning. Li Family Stronghold has declared war on Dawnlight Village. System announcement. One after another, lords declared war. System alerts flooded the screen as every soldier in Dawnlight Village received the messages simultaneously. What's going on? Why are so many territories declaring war all of a sudden? Many soldiers widened their eyes in shock. Don't panic. It has to be a game event. The Lord will issue orders soon. The captain reassured them loudly, though he was sweating under the surface. At that moment, a voice filled with boundless power rang out in everyone's ears. Event quest? How do you know about it? Hearing these astonishing words from Fa Li Wu Bian, Several people at Yangwan Sandai turned to look at him simultaneously, their eyes filled with curiosity. Because I'm the one who triggered this event, Fa Li Wu Bian spread out his hands, pride barely concealed in his tone. Apparently, I have the highest contribution in the territory. Just now, the Lord sent me a prompt asking for my opinion. After I replied, he immediately logged in and launched this event quest. And indeed, what he said was true. Although Wang Fan trusted Fa Li Wu Bian, he still knew that in the latter's eyes, he was just an NPC. When the system announced that Dawnlight Village would become a target for attack by all the surrounding lords, Wang Fan acted instinctively. He opened the management panel and quickly created a large-scale defend against invaders event quest. From Fa Li Wu Bian's perspective, that earlier unknown secret conversation naturally became proof that he had triggered a hidden storyline. The sudden launch of the quest confirmed his role as the hidden quest initiator. As expected, no sooner had Fa Li Wu Bian finished speaking than Wang Fan finalized every detail of the event quest, instantly broadcasting it to all soldier players' mission bars. Quest name: Defend Our Homeland. Quest type: Event quest. Quest description: Repel invading soldiers from other territories. Quest rewards: 1. Earn 1 event point for each enemy soldier defeated. 2. Exchange points with territory NPCs for equipment, skills, titles, territories, money, and more. 3. The top scorer in event points has a chance to receive a hidden class change item. Quest background: A tall tree catches the wind. The prosperity of Dawnlight Village has drawn the jealousy of nearby lords, who have allied to invade, hoping to seize its lands and minerals. All warriors, take up your weapons and drive back the invaders. Show them by action that our land is sacred and inviolable. Holy crap, this really is an event quest. Wow, the rewards are insane. A hidden class change item too. Damn, the Lord is seriously spending big. The chat instantly flooded with messages, excitement filling every notification window. Some remarked that the game was becoming more like a massive MMO complete with dungeons and events, even filling in the downtime before expansion updates. Others had already gripped their weapons, shouting, "This is awesome. Anyone who dares try to steal from us clearly wants to die." The flurry of exclamations sent the atmosphere in Dawnlight Village soaring. The quest panel hovered midair, its golden letters shimmering, as if war drums were pounding right beside everyone's ears. As a competent lord, Wang Fan knew his subordinates well. Capped levels and boring daily tasks had everyone itching for something to do. This timely event quest lit a fire under all their spirits. And the rewards hit exactly the right spots for soldiers. Knight titles and personal territories need no explanation. Dawnlight Village currently had 250 soldier players, but only 60 held titles or territory stats, only about 1/5. The majority were still grinding contributions for that coveted knight prefix. In Dawnlight Village, having a knight title was like displaying a VIP badge in a traditional online game. Even if it was just a psychological superiority, it was enough to drive people to work hard. Becoming a territory knight was the ultimate goal for soldier players. Usually, the only way to earn a knight title was to grind tasks and contributions relentlessly. There was simply no shortcut. Now that military merit points alone can be exchanged, you can imagine how excited everyone is. The vast majority of players know very well that while they may not excel at those long, tedious tasks, when it comes to PvP skills, everyone is brimming with confidence. Equipment, skills, money, these essentials for players are like water and food, never enough. And this time, they can be directly bought with points. The most exhilarating prize of all is, of course, the hidden class job transfer item. Before witnessing the glorious Undead Legion firsthand, everyone thought the idea of a hidden class was just a fancy reskin with similar attributes. But after seeing the Undead Legion sweep across the battlefield so decisively, they understood how ridiculously powerful hidden classes are compared to regular ones. Even more tempting is that theoretically, anyone can switch classes if they obtain the special item. And right now, that item sits at the very top of the reward list, clearly marked, awarded to the player ranked first in military merit points. Yet everyone understands this is only a surface-level lure. What truly set the soldiers of Dawnlight Village ablaze with fervor was Lord Wang Fan's land grant system. Dawnlight Village is not merely Wang Fan's private fiefdom. He divided the land among his soldiers, giving them the status of knights and corresponding plots of land. For an ordinary NPC lord, soldiers are disposable consumables, but with Wang Fan, they are both fighting force and shareholders. Soldiers who received land can collect daily rewards, and outstanding ones are personally recognized, gaining improved growth talents. Beyond that, Wang Fan gradually opened up shops, mines, and even hunting grounds, giving soldiers opportunities to earn money and profits. This series of efforts completely erased the old relationship of tools and consumables, replacing it with a community of shared interests. If Dawnlight Village flourishes, everyone benefits. If it falls, all territories and earnings vanish into thin air. A famous phrase widely quoted in the village comes from a philosophical Zen saying, If you want others to do a thing well, you must first make them feel it is their own business. Wang Fan took the idea of coming from the people and returning to the people to the extreme. Without this united spirit, he likely wouldn't even dare to issue tasks. Just think of when Li Guoli came to negotiate mine allocations. If the soldiers felt no sense of ownership over the land, cede the territory, and pay compensation might have been the final word. The moment the mission was announced, the city gates thundered shut and defense mode was activated. The guild president of dominating the world was the first to spring forward, loudly giving commands and swiftly deploying over 1,000 soldiers across the city walls. Meanwhile, Mana Unlimited silently assembled a 10-man stealth squad, hiding in the rear to wait. At the same time, lords who had received Dawnlight Village's challenge orders bared their fangs. From all directions, crowds converged. Each lord commanded only around 100 soldiers, rarely more than 150, but Area 21 is cramped with many villages packed closely together, with tens of thousands of lords. Even if only a few hundred nearby villages had scrambled here now, the crowd massed densely beneath Dawnlight Village's walls already numbered in the tens of thousands. Here, we have to acknowledge Wang Fan's shrewdness. At this moment, beneath the towering walls of Dawnlight Village, a dense crowd of people packed tightly together stretched almost endlessly. Normally, if the city guarding player soldiers knew that the troops below were also player-led armies, many would be unnerved. After all, most players were game enthusiasts who had never truly seen battle or faced strangers heathen. Suddenly confronted with such a massive army triggered instinctive fear. But Wang Fan's simple command to mark the lords beneath the walls as NPCs with event task status special monsters that yielded points changed everything. To the soldiers on the walls, those opponents instantly shrank into quantifiable data. Far from feeling fear, they felt exhilaration. Damn, all those points. We're going to get rich. Meanwhile, the lords outside the walls were taken aback by the defenses of Dawnlight Village. What the hell? This is a level 5 village? Why does its wall look nothing like ours? Soon, exclamations rang out in surprise. Having seen level 1 walls roughly wooden and stone mixes about 2 meters high and half a meter thick, barely enough to hold off early monsters, everyone recognized the stark difference. This wall before them was level 2, fully stone built, at least 3 meters tall and a meter thick, looking like it belonged to a different era. What was worse for them was the invisible ramp on the inside of the wall. Wang Fan had reinforced it based on soldier advice. Not only did it strengthen the wall under pressure and resist battering, it allowed soldiers to swiftly scale the ramp and gave farmers easy access to transport supplies. Strictly speaking, this was an overbuilt level 2 wall. That confidence was the core reason Wang Fan dared to challenge the Xianhuang Federation. Currently, none of the lords had siege weapons like catapults. Dismantling a level 2 wall, let alone cracking even a slit, was nearly impossible. With this ironclad barrier, Dawnlight Village was impregnable, absolutely safe. It was like back in childhood playing tank battle, first fortifying your base with steel walls. If they can't break your defenses, you're winning without risking anything. If battle stalemated, no problem. Dawnlight Village had reached the current growth limit. They could stall for days or weeks. Meanwhile, the Xianhuang Federation's hundreds of territories still had unfinished walls, so the longer it dragged on, the more nervous they would become. Seeing this, the lords exchanged uneasy glances, feeling their hearts pound. Just then, a bearded lord shouted fiercely to his comrades, "What are you scared of? So what if the wall's tall? With just those few soldiers, we whiz." Before he could finish, an arrow shot fiercely from atop the wall, piercing straight through his mouth and out the back of his head. The bearded lord didn't even grunt before dying instantly. The soldiers behind him vanished like shadows. Damn, that sudden arrow truly startled everyone. The arrow cut through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the braided 3-level bearded lord under the city wall fell instantly. His health, which had been over 300 points, dropped to 0 in instant kill. Ordinary soldiers on the city wall had just taken down a well-equipped lord in one shot. This scene sent chills down the spines of all the lords and soldiers besieging Dawnlight Village. By common sense, lords aren't pure combat units, but they have the highest attribute growth in the game. Each level adds 10 to all 5 stats, plus they can equip gear and learn skills. Most lords save the best weapons and skills for themselves, then allocate remaining resources to their soldiers. Players like Wang Fan who pour all their resources into units instead of themselves are rare. Even so, the bearded lord was no weakling. Though only level 3, he had stacked over 300 health and wore a full set of basic gear, ranking among the strongest lords defending the city wall in both offense and defense. Yid was still taken out by a single arrow. Could the wall really be full of hidden units? Someone exclaimed. But from appearances, the defenders were just the most common mix of human foot soldiers and archers. Only their eyes were unusually sharp, not dull like typical troops. Haha, damn. 200 points. On the wall, the archer who had scored the critical hit pushed back his forehead guard and laughed excitedly. The system scoreboard updated instantly. 50 points for killing a lord, 1 point for each soldier. The 150 soldiers under the bearded lord were counted as losing command upon his death, so all their points were awarded totaling 200 points. As expected, shoot the horse to catch the rider first. He shouted, eyes scanning the dense crowd for the next lord target. Prompted by this, other archers began doing the same. They raised their bows, drew, and fired decisively, ignoring the swarming foot soldiers below and precisely targeting those players whose armor gleamed brightly the lords. Thud, thud, thud. Within moments, dozens of lords fell from arrows before they could even scream, their gear and resources dropping to the ground. Damn, what's with these soldiers? The surviving lords finally felt a deep chill. Theoretically, soldier AI only follows simple orders and needs lords to manually mark targets for precision strikes. Otherwise, they attack the closest enemy unit. But now, the wall defenders rarely attacked the foot soldiers below and fiercely fired only at lords. This was deliberate. Anyone with eyes could see the pattern. A cold shiver ran down everyone's spine. These soldiers were clearly targeting only lords, and to do that meant someone was micromanaging each one directly. There were about 200 soldiers on the wall, and just now they had simultaneously executed dozens of precise decapitations. In other words, one person was controlling over 200 soldiers at once, performing surgical headshot tactics on the lords below. Holy shit. The attackers turned pale. Even an average person struggles to focus on 2 tasks at once. Multitasking is considered a gift. Those who can focus on 3 or 4 tasks simultaneously are seen as monsters. But this player was controlling over 200 soldiers at the same time, hitting critical points every shot and instantly killing dozens of lords. Is this even human? Charge together. Attack the soldiers on the city walls. Don't give them any chance to fight back. Just moments ago, tens of thousands of lords gathered below were still marveling at the Dawn Village lords' godlike micromanagement. But now the roar snapped them back to reality. If they stayed any longer, they'd be slaughtered. Someone shouted to unite everyone and charge, speaking with fiery passion, only to be shot down immediately. Fine words. Why don't you go first? The true nature of this ragtag crowd was exposed in an instant. They were all here for the mines, but none were allies. They barely even knew each other's faces. Putting aside unfamiliarity, they were rivals. Back in the day, Yuan Shao had to form an 18-prince alliance to fight Dong Zhuo. Yet behind the scenes, everyone was watching their backs. Now, with thousands of lords gathered, not even a nominal coalition existed, making their relationships even more fragile. What looked like a massive force on the surface was really just a scattered mass of sand. What made things worse, they had just seen the sturdy walls of Dawn Village and the ferocity of the soldiers atop whose firepower had been demonstrated moments ago. Whoever charged first would lose troops immediately, and if the soldiers were wiped out and the city fell, they wouldn't be the ones to claim the mines. So all sorts of suspicious thoughts bubbled up. You want us to go? Why don't you go yourself? The front line, you guys move up. Why should we be the ones to go? If you want go, step back and let us move forward. Forget that. Why should I give up my spot for you? Sitting on a throne, but doing nothing. Exactly. I'm happy here. What are you gonna do? Damn it. Let's kill him first. The siege hadn't even officially begun, but the lords were already red-faced in argument, some even drawing swords to fight their so-called allies. On the wall, the Dawn Village soldiers watched in disbelief as these event monsters were wiped out once, and then just stood there arguing. Question marks practically floated over their heads. What's wrong with these NPCs? Why aren't they moving? Haha, NPCs arguing? This game just got interesting. Keep attacking then. Goblins are smarter than these guys. Since the enemy wasn't attacking, the soldiers didn't hold back. Firepower unleashed fully. A rain of arrows, magic projectiles, stones, and rolling logs hammered down, cutting down the Lord's soldiers like wheat. Then an even more dramatic scene unfolded. The Lord struck had no intention to fight back. Instead, they all tacitly retreated, pulling out of bow and magic range completely. No way. Have they no shame? Retreating? Seeing the attacking troops retreat like a tide, the soldiers on the city walls grew anxious. Wait, how are we supposed to fight if they pull back this far? Points, it's all about the points. Someone yelled, clinging to the battlements. You guys think you're anxious? We're the ones freaking out. The warriors and assassins, pushed to their limit, vented their frustration at the archers and mages. At least you can rack up kills on the wall, but our points are still at 0. Defending the city was a nightmare for melee fighters. Archers and mages had long range, bombarding enemies from above the wall. Even priests could throw holy light orbs from a distance. Warriors and assassins could only watch helplessly, waiting for enemies to climb up. But oddly enough, the attackers made no move to climb. Instead, they kept falling back. Everyone watched the massive dark army retracting, growing more irritated by the minute. Let's sally out, charge down, and face them heathen. Some warriors, unable to hold back, raised their weapons, ready to jump down. Hold! A sharp shout rang out. Heads turned to see the guild elite Zhongheng Tianxia. With authority, Zhongheng Tianxia declared, the Lord's orders: close the city gates tight, shield ourselves by the walls, No one is allowed to sally forth. He paused, adding, they're retreating to lure us out and pick us off one by one. No way, that's sneaky. The players looked at each other, surprised. A classic Baitan trap. For a moment, they reconsidered and thought the attackers weren't so dumb after all. Yet the truth was far from their guesses. The lords were only retreating because none wanted to be cannon fodder or let others take the front line. Retreat was the only option. So we just wait while they do nothing? Someone asked. No. Zonghing Tianxia shook his head. The Lord says they'll attack again soon. We just have to hold on a little longer. On the command channel of the Xianyang Federation, Ji Wenxuan watched the whole scene with disbelief. Damn it. What are these idiots doing? Li Guoli pinched the bridge of his nose. Had suspected the lords had their own agendas, but hadn't expected them to just freeload on the kills, too lazy even for a show of pride. Guoli, what do we do now? Ji Wenxuan asked, turning to him. Li Guoli frowned. They're a scattered mess. No one's leading, and they're more likely to bicker than attack. Looks like we can't just watch this unfold. What do you mean? Ji Wenxuan raised an eyebrow. We need a strong lord to step up and unite them, Li Guoli said, looking at him. Among everyone here, that can only be you. Is that so? A hint of pride flashed in Ji Wenxuan's eyes. Then I guess we have no choice but to step in. Li Guoli nodded. Without a leader, they'll tear themselves apart. Fine. Ji Wenxuan raised his hand with confidence, smiling. If that's the case, they'll have to shoulder this responsibility. Outside Dawnlight Village, the scorching sun beat down on the parched earth, waves of heat rippling through the air. Dozens of lords gathered in a half circle across the barren wasteland, shouting at each other until their faces flushed with anger. Everyone, please quiet down. Stop yelling. Someone in the center of the crowd tried to raise their voice above the chaos. Before the words had even finished, a strange but undeniably firm voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Who the hell are you? What makes you think you can tell me what to do? Get lost. The lords froze for a split second, and then erupted into a frenzy of accusations, pointing fingers and yelling back. The noise swelled to a deafening roar once again. I am the chairman of the Xianhuang Federation, the Lord of Xianyuan Cave. As soon as those words fell, it was as if someone had hit a mute button. All eyes snapped to the speaker Ji Wenxuan. To stand out and try to mediate in such a chaotic scene meant he was someone who commanded respect. Anyone else trying this would have been drowned out long ago. But with the words chairman of the Xianhuang Federation, even the most hot-headed lords swallowed their curses. The Xianhuang Federation was a household name in the 021 sector, known as the largest federation in Sector 021, boasting nearly 170 lords under its banner. In a region with hundreds of thousands of lords, this was a colossal force. After all, in this strategy game, each lord was a ruler of their own territory, and few willingly bowed to others. A federation with dozens of lords was already large. Gathering over 100 was elite status. Even the nation's largest recognized federation, Huaxia, only claimed about 500 lords. At this moment, Ji Wenxuan's emergence deterred anyone from daring to challenge him. In the game world, might makes right, and the strong prey on the weak as a given law. This conflict urgently needed a leader who could bring order. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Ji Wenxuan spoke in a deep voice. The mineral veins are public resources within our sector. Our goal is to reclaim what belongs to us, not waste time with pointless arguments. Anyone who wants mining rights, follow me. Those who don't want them can leave now. If you're here to freeload, leave voluntarily or don't blame us for being ruthless. We're with Lord Xianyuan. Take Dawnlight Village well, claim those resources as ours. Many lords raised their arms, their voices ringing with resolve. Good. Listen carefully to my commands. We're launching a siege. Ji Wenxuan ordered without hesitation. He quickly outlined the battle plan. Their territory only has about 200 soldiers. We have far more people. As long as we reach the walls, we win. We'll suffer casualties, of course, but without sacrifice, we get nothing. To set an example, the Xianhuang Federation will charge first. Any objections? None. Absolutely none. The crowd responded in unison. As expected of Lord Xianyuan. Truly inspiring. Someone praised sincerely. The root of the earlier dispute was that no one wanted to spill blood first, yet all wanted to share the spoils. Now that the Xianhuang Federation was willing to lead the charge, the greatest tension evaporated instantly. Charge! Ji Wenxuan's voice thundered across the field, and the Xianhuang Federation's lords raised their banners and surged forward. Behind them, ranks of lords and their troops flooded the walls of Dawnlight Village like a tidal wave. They're coming. They're coming. The soldiers guarding the walls roared with excitement as the sudden flood of attackers rushed toward them. Bows were drawn and arrows notched in unison, as magic energy gathered and launched a relentless bombardment at the most heavily armored and prominent lords within the crowd. Boom, 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 boom. Fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning bolts tore through the air simultaneously, erupting into a series of scalding mushroom clouds. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen lords of the Xianhuang Federation were obliterated on the spot, and their armies vanished from the battlefield as if erased by an invisible eraser. The reason the Xianhuang Federation held its firm position as the largest alliance in Zone 021 was not just their numbers. Their true strength lay in their fierce combat prowess. The scattered mobs hastily banded together at the outskirts, after losing a wave of heads to the soldiers on the walls, retreated instinctively in fear. But the lords of Xianhuang, shocked to see comrades picked off with deadly precision, did not retreat even half a step. Instead, they roared in unison. Range classes. Suppress the wall defenses, fire at will. At the command, countless archers and mages immediately raised their hands. Whiz, 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 whiz. Arrows streaked through the sky, trailing pale blue, crimson, and emerald magical flames, hurtling toward the battlements. Boom, boom, boom. The wall's surface was blasted and shrouded in smoke, but remained unmoved, shooting the arrows back as if bouncing off stone. Hiss, this wall is absurdly tough. Ji Wenxuan looked up at the towering ramparts, his heart burning with excitement. If we could take this stronghold and make it our own base, wouldn't that be incredible? Damn. Impressive. The Xianhuang Federation really knows how to fight. Someone shouted excitedly. Brothers, don't lose momentum, stay sharp. Let's go. Below the walls, the lords who had been watching hesitated no longer when they saw Xuanhuang's counterattack suppress the wall's firepower. They cheered and charged forward with their armies. Ha! Here they come. The player soldiers on the battlements watched as the siege forces surged closer, pressing forward rather than retreating, their eyes shining with excitement. I told you, if we just act a little scared, they'll throw themselves at us. Zongheng Tianxia grinned widely. Haha, Zongheng, where'd you learn such dirty tricks? Someone teased. Has Zongheng Tianxia's mind flashed to a certain annoying figure. You are who you hang out with. From now on, stay far away from that unlimited mana guy. They're clinging to the wall, ready to output. Quick. The mages and archers urged, eager to rack up kills. But the warriors and assassins immediately lost their tempers. Get closer before attacking. Anyone tries to steal my kill, and he'll toss you off this wall. Damn, they're starting to climb the walls. Unable to break through the sturdy ramparts, the attackers resorted to scaling them. The NPC soldiers had no skill and were easy targets midair. The player soldiers on the wall didn't even waste skills, sword in one hand, shield in the other, cutting down anyone who appeared overhead. Thud, thud. Every strike sent a climbing soldier plunging headfirst down, falling like dumplings into the crowd below. The mages and archers, unwilling to compete with melee players for kills on the wall, refocused on lords and landed precise headshots. Just over 200 player defenders held firm, nailing tens of thousands of troops at the foot of the wall, unable to advance an inch. Yet the siege soldiers below did not dwindle. Instead, they multiplied. Clearly, lords from neighboring territories were arriving to reinforce the assault. Oh no, why are there even more attackers pouring in? On the city walls, Wang Fan's soldiers wielded their swords and axes while exchanging glances, filled with amazement. Arrows, stones, and boiling oil rained down from the battlements. Yet the enemy's black tide only surged more densely. Wow. It seemed their kill rate was still too slow to keep up with the monsters respawning. But to these player soldiers, the enemies weren't just foes. They were strings of points and dazzling rewards. As long as the walls stood, they could keep farming merits and accumulating points endlessly. The more enemies, the fatter their wallets. Who would want to complain? Meanwhile, the allied lords watching from afar grew increasingly alarmed. Damn, the Lord of Dawn village is unbelievably strong. How could one person control over 200 soldiers at once? Even more unbelievable, this human wave assault couldn't even tear open a gap in the city walls. Those troops on the ramparts, clad in ordinary chainmail and armed with standard spears, were really the most basic human soldiers? The lords exchanged looks. They all started as humans themselves, claiming to know the three foundational troop types inside out. Balanced but unremarkable, with no glaring weaknesses, but no outstanding strengths either. Without proper formation tactics in the early game, 50 human soldiers couldn't even defeat goblins at the village gate. Even with higher character levels now, without decent gear, human soldiers struggled to survive in monster zones. Because of this, everyone scrambled to unlock hidden elite units, treating basic troops like mere farmers. But now, just 200 farmers on the Dawn village walls had somehow held back tens of thousands like a tidal wave with zero casualties so far. There were only two possible explanations for this anomaly. 1. The soldiers' stats were through the roof, or they had actually been promoted to high-level hidden units. 2. The commander himself was an unmatched expert, turning a bad hand into a winning trump card through sheer skill. Ruling out equipment and skills. Since those human soldiers were clearly using the most basic human abilities, there was only one conclusion. The Lord of Dawn village was an unfathomably powerful top-tier master. Maybe he was some star-level boss who had come to the newbie zone just to crush underlings. The more they thought about it, the more the lords shivered. Looking back at recent leaderboard records, Dawn village had never relinquished first place. The first to kill the silver boss. The first to complete exploration quests. The first to clear the undead Minea dungeon, officially rated impossible to pass with an army. Even the first to uncover the entire mineral vein. So many firsts, combined with this impenetrable wall and zero casualty battle reports, all pointed to one truth. The Lord of Dawn Village was a mysterious, supremely powerful top-tier master. Ordinary lords whose territories were shattered mostly became worthless, forced to seek refuge under other lords and serve as vassals. True expert players are defined by their own strength. No matter how scattered they get, they can quickly regroup and rise again to become a powerful force. In any RPG online game, when a newbie gets killed, they usually lose some gear and then cautiously respawn, avoiding danger from a distance. But if a group ganks a top-tier player to death, that legendary figure, once reborn, will almost certainly enter a furious revenge mode, hunting down every single player involved in the ambush without mercy. Damn, if you offend a top-tier expert like that, won't you be doomed to endless misery? This thought exploded in the minds of the many lords below the city walls, and the urge to retreat spread rapidly. The mind vein is tempting, sure, but if you fail to claim it and end up targeted for revenge by these experts, it's just not worth it. Besides, there are hundreds, even thousands of lords gathered here, but only one mind vein. If a fight breaks out, who will come out on top is anyone's guess. Most likely you're just setting the stage for someone else's victory. Brother, I think we should just pull back. The top players over there are not someone we can afford to offend. Yeah, I agree. That mind vein might belong to someone already. Why risk our lives over this? But we've already been dragged into this mess. If we back out now, won't people mock us forever? If only we hadn't come. Low murmurs of regret echoed, heavy with frustration. But it was too late for regrets. The factions had already opened fire. If they turned tail now, they would be deserters, forever marked in the game as cowards who couldn't survive. Meanwhile, inside the Dawnlight Village Lord Hall, Wang Fan sat confidently at the head seat, observing the battlefield through the strategic map screen. Bro Guang, you're seriously amazing. We're all impressed. Yang Tianlong's avatar flashed repeatedly in the team chat, his tone full of admiration. Over 2,000 lords were engaged in this battle, each commanding 100 soldiers. 200,000 troops were besieging Dawnlight Village. Normally, the territory would have fallen long ago, but Wang Fan held firm with just over 200 ordinary soldiers. This feat left Yang Tianlong and his team in awe. Wang Fan smiled faintly. Time is about right. Let everyone get ready, we're going to counterattack. Got it. Yang Tianlong promptly issued the command in the team channel. Order from Brother Guang. Begin counterattack. Received. Received. A dozen confirmation messages flooded the chat. On the battlefield, the lords still hesitated, eager to charge but afraid to provoke the experts, wanting to retreat but afraid of losing face. Most hoped someone else would break first and run, since once the first deserter appeared, a total rout would quickly follow. Just as everyone was stuck frozen, a sudden, shocking message appeared across their screens. Tianlong Village. Damn you, Xianhuang Federation. You actually launched a sneak attack on my territory. Silence fell instantly over the entire battlefield. What the hell? Xianhuang Federation really did this? Damn, those bastards got us to fight over the mine, and then backstabbed us by attacking our homes? That's unforgivable. Could this be a trap? A trap. My Ashwan Yuan cave built its reputation on this trick. I know them too well. Our neighboring territories have all been victims. Exactly. I can vouch for that. Fengyue Valley belongs to Xianhuang Federation. When they fought before, they revealed their coordinates to bait nearby villages into raiding them, then struck back to steal their homes. Dukong Village, damn it. My territory's been ambushed too. I wonder if it's the Xianhuang Federation. The moment that bright red message appeared in the public chat, everyone froze. Almost immediately, a second equally glaring post popped up. Insane asylum, damn it. Someone attacked my place too. I have to rush back to defend. Then came the third, fourth, and countless more alerts all at once. My warehouse got raided. The mine caught fire. All the guards are wiped out. Again, it's gotta be the Xianhuang Federation, right? The screen looked like a drum being beaten into a frenzy, flooded with urgent warnings about territories under siege. At first, some were skeptical, but as lords from different factions and locations all reported the same experience, doubt turned to certainty. Besides, Xianhuang Federation had a history. They'd built their reputation on this kind of opportunistic plunder, and it was no secret. Many who had been hesitating about whether to keep provoking Wang Fan suddenly found a ready-made excuse to back off. The Xianhuang Federation launched a sneak attack, was the perfect scapegoat. The whole mood flipped instantly from assault Dawn Village to hold the Xianhuang Federation accountable. Damn those Xianhuang Federation tricksters, fooling us to risk our lives against Dawn Village while they clean up behind our backs. Son of a ruining over here, just to be cannon fodder. No wonder they're so eager. Any prior trust in the Xianhuang Federation now flipped into pure rage. The public chat exploded with curses, orders to retreat, and commands to redeploy troops. Amid the sudden public backlash, the most bewildered was none other than the real power broker of Xianhuang Federation, Ji Wenxuan. What the hell is going on? We never planned this. Who the hell went rogue and raided without orders? He raged furiously in the Federation channel. It wasn't me. I'm on the battlefield right now. I'm fighting too. Damn, I've mobilized all my troops. Everyone was busy shouting about lacking manpower and being tied up in battle. No one admitted to carrying out the sneak attack. We're screwed. We got set up. His deputy, Li Guoli, looked grim as he scrolled through the overwhelming chat logs and typed 3 question marks. Ji Wenxuan froze. You mean, it was Dawn Village. They staged this whole thing to frame us, Li Guoli said through gritted teeth. Damn it. Those bastards. Before they could even react, the other side had already launched a counterattack, turning the Xianhuang Federation into the prime target of everyone's hatred. Ji Wenxuan had thought they were the clever hunters watching from the shadows, playing the long game for a catch, but in an instant he realized had become the laughingstock. God damn it. What the hell do we do now, boss? Are these brainless lords going to launch a counterstrike against us? The Federation's internal chat exploded. Despite their numbers and power, they were no match for thousands of united lords. If everyone rose up against them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Don't panic. They were nothing but a mob disorganized and lacking the courage to unite. Under the crushing pressure of being surrounded by thousands of lordly battalions, Ji Wenxuan forced himself to stay calm. He quickly analyzed the situation. If these people really had guts, why would they stop dead in their tracks, intimidated by the mere 3-meter-high walls of Dawn Village? Li Guoli saw even deeper. As the top strategist of the Xianhuang Federation, he knew all too well the greed and cowardice of these lords. People always act out of self-interest. They'd rather believe the threat of a raid from behind than admit the truth they just needed a decent excuse to retreat. Dawn Village was too tough to crack. Over 200 regular soldiers manning the walls held off an alliance of thousands. If they couldn't take it on, they had to find a reason to withdraw. If Dawn Village fell instantly, they'd storm in and seize the mineral veins first, then handle the supposed rear attack later. If Dawn Village held strong, the Xianhuang Federation sneak attack was their convenient scapegoat. That's human nature. They dared not challenge the powerful Dawn Village, nor the even greater Xianhuang Federation unless something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a ding sounded as the system announcement exploded. Xianhuang Federation Xianyuan Cave Territory counterattacked and destroyed by Dawn Village. Xianyuan Cave Territory Level 1, Lord penalized by system. Li Guoli's words caught in his throat as the golden notice floated across the sky. The Xianhuang Federation channel instantly fell silent. Ji Wenxuan stared in shock, shouting, Damn it, my territory got stolen. What the hell? Dawn Village still has the strength to sneak attack me. Li Guoli trembled, his eyes full of panic. It's over. Damn, Xianyuan Cave's been taken. The channel exploded with reactions. Awesome. Dawn Village is amazing. Damn, so many people besieging and Dawn Village still reversed to take out Xianyuan Cave. What kind of badass role is this? Even the world channel was abuzz. The lords attacking Dawn Village were terrified, managing over 200 soldiers defending the city while still finding the time to wipe out Xianyuan Cave. This lord might as well be a deity descending to earth. Tianlong Village, damn it. The Xianhuang Federation sent us to die, but raided our own base. Now that Dawn Village counter-killed them. Instant payback? So satisfying. Dukong Village. No way, that grudge won't go unanswered. I'm heading back to take all the Xianhuang Federation territories. Insane Asylum, you? Seriously? That's the Xianhuang Federation. Dukong Village, what a joke. The Federation is paper tigers. Their top lord's territory got casually snatched. You still think they're strong? Yang Tianlong and the others exchanged words, fanning the lord's long-simmering resentment into a blazing fire. Exactly, these bastards from the Xianhuang Federation stirred everyone up to besiege Dawn Village, while secretly raiding from behind. This was intolerable. Before, people feared the Federation because of their numbers and strength. But now, compared to these thousands of lords' armies, what were they? Their Xianyuan Cave was emptied out in one counterattack strong? Hardly. They were already here. They couldn't leave empty-handed. If they couldn't take Dawn Village, then they'd start by taking the Xianhuang Federation. Who's afraid? Bring it on. In an instant, those seeking revenge, those nursing grudges, and opportunists who felt guilty if they didn't grab some loot, all changed course, heading straight for the Xianhuang Federation's territories. Within just a few breaths, the battlefield situation took a drastic turn. System notifications flooded the screen like a relentless storm. Alert! Village XX has issued a challenge to Village XXX of the Xianhuang Federation. Alert! Village XXX has attacked your village. Alert! Your village is being pillaged by Village XXX. System announcement. Village XXX has been completely looted by Village XXX. Village XXX's territory level decreased by 1. Village XXX's leader has been penalized by the system. The people in the Xianhuang Federation watched countless alerts flashing non-stop, nearly overwhelming them. With nearly 170 villages under its banner, after Xianyuan Cave was looted by Dawnlight Village, the entire Federation was suddenly beset by a wave of challenges, attacks, and plundering. Meanwhile, the main force of the Xianhuang Federation was still besieging Dawnlight Village, leaving only a handful of defenders behind, utterly incapable of holding back the thousands of lords swarming in full force. Like a thunderous tidal wave, armies crashed through village gates, unleashing volleys of arrows, torches, and battering rams one after another. These territories were like dry wood meeting fierce flames, instantly stripped bare. What's worse, even with 170 territories, they couldn't withstand repeated raids by thousands of lords. According to system rules, each time a single territory is plundered, its level drops by 1. The game had only been open for a few days, and the highest level territory, Dawnlight Village, was just level 5. Most others were below level 3, far too fragile to endure such relentless assault. By the time the Xianhuang Federation's leadership reacted, nearly all their territories had been reduced back to their initial state, left in ruins. At the same time, Wang Fan's interface was flashing constantly. Your soldiers have plundered Xianyuan Cave, obtaining a large amount of resources. You have gained territory expansion rights. Housing 70, farmland 70. Your soldiers have plundered Fengyue Valley, obtaining a large amount of resources. You have gained territory expansion rights. Housing 50, farmland 50. Your soldiers have plundered Li Family Village, obtaining a large amount of resources. You have gained territory expansion rights. Housing 10, farmland 10. Alerts scrolled by, and a wide grin spread almost to the back of Wang Fan's head. What a bumper harvest, a bumper harvest. Several days ago, Xianyuan Cave had orchestrated a scheme to raid all surrounding territories, hoarding the plunder in their own warehouse. Now, Wang Fan had scooped all of that up in one swift move. Although Dawnlight Village had already built granaries, lumber yards, and other buildings, raising its resource capacity to 100,000, it still couldn't hold all the resources looted from Xianyuan Cave and Fengyue Valley, which speaks volumes about how abundant those reserves were. Wang Fan simply sold some at a discount and gifted the rest of the surplus resources to people like Yang Tianlong. Holy hell, I'm rich, we're rich. No more worrying about resources before level 10. Yang Tianlong nearly cried with joy while clutching the warehouse. Several companions nearby had tears in their eyes too. Stealing from others really is faster. Wang Fan slammed his hand on the table, speaking in a serious tone. Wrong. This is righteous retaliation, got it? We're the victims here. This is self-defense. Premeditated self-defense, huh? Of course, a wise person never goes into battle unprepared. Even in self-defense, you have to plan carefully. Number 6. Just look at Guang's Nervino wonder. He's a man of big ambitions. People who aim high don't care about saving face. The onlookers kept jeering, their comments sliding from robbery to shameless. But Wang Fan didn't bother arguing with them. Right now, he had only one thing on his mind: counting up the spoils of land. In this counterattack, the Boundless Magic Squad seized the chance while the Xianhuang Federation's rear defenses were weak. They captured 12 territories in a row, not only clearing out enemy warehouses, but also claiming large amounts of unoccupied land. According to the rules for unoccupied territories, the losing side loses all resources and their territory level drops by 1. After downgrading, the extra residences and farmlands as well as remaining resources belong to the victor. This system was designed not only to reward winners, but also to prevent exploits with territory farming. For example, if a level 2 territory originally has 10 residences, but when downgraded to level 1 it still retains 10, then when it's upgraded again, it could unjustly gain an extra 10 residences. Repeating this cycle could turn a small village into a major city with unrealistic ease. To prevent this, the system resets buildings to standard numbers after a downgrade. Dropping from level 4 to level 3 means resetting to the standard 20 residences and farmlands. Even if there were 100 before from plundering, it shrinks immediately. The only exception is buildings legally expanded with a territory expansion certificate, which don't get reset. That's why Xianyuan Cave was able to drop 70 residences and farmlands at one seed, had looted at least 6 villages. And Fengyue Valley took at least 4. Now, all these gains and resources were packed up by Wang Fan. In this single battle, the 12 territories taken by Boundless Magic contributed a total of 280 residences and farmlands. Adding in Shuguang Village's original 60, the total jumped to 340. Seeing such an absurd number on the control panel, sweat broke out on Wang Fan's palm. Residences supply labor, farms produce food, and together they form the very foundation of any territory's development. Yet each territory level only adds 10 more residences and farms, and medium-level villages add just 20 more. The system was notoriously stingy. Across the server, Wang Fan was the highest-ranked lord, but Shuguang Village only had 60 residences. Other territories, unless they rampaged like Xianyuan Cave, rarely even hit 30. The significance of having 340 residences and farms was clear. More importantly, these buildings weren't just resource points. They were key to winning loyalty. Previously, with so many soldiers but little land, only a fifth of the troops got farms or fiefs, and knight titles were scarce and fiercely contested. Promises are easy, but constantly making empty ones would wear down soldiers' patience. Many veterans who worked hard on missions amassed significant contributions, but, without appearing on leaderboards, were denied titles, naturally breeding resentment. Not to mention, during this campaign, everyone was charging forward. Desperately empty promises would only crush morale. Now, with a large amount of farms and residences ready, the event's rewards finally had substance. Wang Fan kept his promise. Everyone gets land to farm, everyone gets subjects, and everyone secures a knight's title. The chaotic battle raged from noon until dusk. As they prepared to leave, the lords from Sector 021 rampaged back and forth across the Xuanhuang Federation's territory more than a dozen times. Only after completely venting their fury did they finally depart, satisfied with the spoils they'd seized. The thorough and ruthless plundering had reduced every one of the Xuanhuang Federation's lands back to the initial, lowest level. In the central square of the Xuanhuang Federation's core village, Ji Wenxuan stood frozen, his gaze sweeping over the utterly demolished warehouses, the collapsed arrow towers, and the ring of territory stripped even of its grass. The bitterness in his heart nearly turned to tears. How could this have happened? How? According to Li Guoli's original plan, the script was supposed to play out like this. The Dawnlight village would be overrun first by the swarming lords. Then they'd turn on each other, fighting for control of the minerals. In the end, the strongest, the Xuanhuang Federation, would emerge victorious and claim the mines neatly and perfectly. But who could have expected Dawnlight village to be such a nightmare, to conquer the walls as hard as steel plates, the soldiers unmatched in combat, smashing the expectations of every attacking lord? Even worse, the village lord was especially ruthless. At the moment when the rival lords were trapped in a deadlock, he unleashed a move called Shifting Stars, redirecting the attackers' firepower onto the Xuanhuang Federation itself. He even sent a small squad of elite troops to sneakily seize the Xuanyuan cave territory. This tactic of shifting the conflict made the lords realize on the spot who was the real threat and who was the easy target. In less than an afternoon, the Xuanhuang Federation's hard-earned possessions accumulated over recent days were wiped out in one sweep, everything lost overnight. These lords, they have no sense of honor. Lu Yong ground his teeth. They're all blinded by greed. Next time, we might as well just seize it ourselves outright. Seize it ourselves? Huh. Li Guoli's expression was cold. So many lords couldn't take Dawnlight village, and you think we can? Whether we attack directly or stir others up to do it, the result is the same. At that, he glanced toward Dawnlight village's still intact defenses in the distance, his eyes full of complicated feelings. To most, Dawnlight village's unbeaten status seemed due to underhanded and shameless tricks. But Li Guoli clearly saw the root cause. The true reason was strength. He never expected the enemy to be so powerful, nor that the village lord possessed such terrifying command ability. With just over 200 ordinary human soldiers, he single-handedly withstood the siege of thousands of combined lords. Was the tactic of shifting conflict effective? Yes. The stealthy troop movements? Also effective. But all those strategies rested on Dawnlight village itself being tough as nails. If it hadn't held during the first major assault, no scheme would have been enough to resist the lure of the mineral veins. Compared to that, the Xuanhuang Federation's lands were insignificant. Meanwhile, the game world's channels and forums had already erupted. No way. Did you know Dawnlight village actually held off thousands of lords, all by itself? 1 against 1,000? What kind of top-tier player pulls off that move? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Aren't those lords totally wrecked? Not really. Neither Dawnlight village nor the attackers suffered heavy losses, but the Xuanhuang Federation got wiped out. What's going on here? The Dawnlight village fought against those lords, and in the end, the Xuanhuang Federation was wiped out. How could this happen? Nobody really knows, but it's definitely quite fantastical. 1 man against 1,000? This Dawnlight village is really something. In the council hall of Yanhuang village, Li Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, fingers tapping lightly on the table, his expression unusually serious. Rumor has it that at the critical moment, Dawnlight village made the Xuanhuang Federation their scapegoat, drawing all the conflict onto them, said his deputy, flipping through intelligence reports with an admiring tone. My lord, we've uncovered the whole story. This move outright destroyed the strongest federation in Sector 021. The lord of Dawnlight village really knows his stuff. Heh, Li Tianhao chuckled quietly. Schemes only matter depending on who wields them. This guy is no simpleton. Keep a close eye on him. Even though he's in a different sector now, he'll probably become our biggest rival in the future. At the same time, far away in another fortress, He Tianqing received a letter from his cousin Zhou Yun. Wow, cousin. Dawnlight village is terrifying. You predicted everything perfectly. You really have the gift of prophecy. Zhou Yun's voice was full of admiration, as if witnessing a miracle firsthand. It's not prophecy. He Tianqing shook his head calmly. It was inevitable. If you already know the child who can defeat an adult is called Sun Wukong, then that's not prediction, it's just common sense. He gazed out the window as battle flags fluttered in the wind. It seems hidden troops aren't invincible after all. Strength depends on tactics and skillful command. We all need to learn that. While everyone was still stunned by Wang Fan's outrageous feat of 1 against 1,000 and casually wiping out a federation, Dawnlight Village had already begun dividing the spoil snow, granting fiefs. Wang Fan stood on a raised platform, surveying the crowd beneath him. 1. Every soldier who fought was given the title knight, plus a house and a farmland as rewards. 2. The city's defense commander, dominating the world, was recognized for outstanding merit and gifted a soul blood pearl, allowing him to transfer to a hidden race. 3. The greatest contributors, the Boundless Magic Squad, had infiltrated deep behind enemy lines, plundering 12 territories and co-devising the battle strategy, especially the psychological warfare plan that shifted the hatred onto the Xuanhuang Federation, a truly brilliant move. As a result, Boundless Magic reaped the greatest rewards. The entire squad gained territorial privileges. All income from farming, mining, etc. was tax-free by 10. Selling resources earned a 20 price increase, and all shopping within the territory was discounted by 20. Boundless Magic's leader himself was appointed a first-rank official, territory decision-maker, with authority over battle and development decisions and entitled to one of the territory's revenue. Damn, seeing Boss Wu Bian's official rank, my knight title suddenly feels worthless. The knights below exchanged glances, eyes reddened with envy. A knight is a title, not an official rank. They own land and people, but it's simply not on the same level as those with true power. Wang Fan smiled, raising his hand to quiet the growing clamor. Keep earning merits, and everyone here will have a chance at an official position. The familiar promise was thrown out again last time it was knights. Now it's official ranks instantly, setting the soldiers' spirits ablaze. Really? Long live the Lord. Let us through fire and water, Lord. The square in Dawnlight Village echoed with deafening cries of excitement. After distributing the soldiers' rewards, it was Yang Tianlong and his group's turn. On the team channel screen, Wang Fan's avatar blinked repeatedly as he spoke sincerely. This time, we really owe it to you all. In truth, he didn't know these people well. Apart from one previous deal with Yang Tianlong, he hadn't even met the others in person. Yet when Dawn Village was surrounded, Yang Tianlong had been the first to step up in support, and his friends, upon hearing they were helping Wang Fan, had joined without hesitation. Wang Fan understood clearly that he wasn't just facing a local lord, but players from the entire 0-21 region. From any outsider's perspective, he was almost certainly doomed. Yet these few from the Sunset Alliance chose to stand with him. This carried far more meaning than the size of their contribution. Without them, his plan would never have succeeded. The name Sunset Alliance sounded respectable enough, but their respective territories had names that made one question their sanity. Tianlong Village, Dukong Village were fine, but the other three were Widow Village, Lunatic Asylum, and Livestock Shed. Brother Guang, what kind of outsider talk is that? You're not going to just stand by when I'm getting beaten, right? The leader of Widow Village chuckled in the channel. Wang Fan muttered to himself. Before, without any benefit, it was hard to say, but now that he considered them friends, he certainly wouldn't look on coldly. Exactly. The leader of Dukong Village chimed in. We've been kindred spirits with Brother Guang for a long time. It's our honor to help. Right. Dukang's got it right, agreed the one from the Lunatic Asylum immediately. What kind of kindred spirits? Livestock Shed asked curiously. Wang Fan rubbed his forehead. As expected, their mindsets couldn't be measured by common logic. Yang Tianlong smiled and reminded him, Brother Guang, if you hadn't sold us food back then, we wouldn't have made it through. Well, I did charge for it. Wang Fan's face flushed somewhat at prices dozens of times higher, no less. The money isn't the point. Yang Tianlong waved it off. In that situation, just having someone willing to bring out food to sell was rare. Indeed, at that time, all the territories were short on supplies, with construction fully stalled because of food shortages. Wang Fan had managed to procure a large amount of grain and then sell it, essentially saving everyone from disaster. No matter how much money you had, you couldn't buy resources during a famine. A single mouthful of grain was more precious than anything else. Wang Fan smiled. Let's all support each other. Since you stepped up this time, I can't let your efforts go unrewarded. Whatever resources you've spent, just tell me, and I'll settle it all. Haha, we didn't bring any troops at all. Hearing this, everyone burst out laughing. We all know you're just here to slack off. Who would actually bring troops? No troops means no losses. Besides, Guang, you've already given us a huge amount of resources at a discount. We're not lacking for anything. The voice chat was filled with cheerful laughter, and the message bubbles popped up continuously. The atmosphere was light and relaxed until Wang Fan suddenly spoke. Oh, what about Theor? The chat window on screen fell into silence as if someone had hit the mute button, instantly turning cold and quiet. Or, even the most active players stopped typing. The cursor froze mid-blink. After a few moments, Yang Tianlong cautiously typed, Guang, are you saying you want to sell us the ore? With a trembling emoji at the end. Everyone knew the ore was the most crucial strategic resource in the unclaimed land. Across the entire map, only Wang Fan controlled a truly mineable vein. The other lords could only farm ore by running the undead mine dungeon. But the undead mine was no secret real myth, had a pitifully low drop rate. The dungeon could only be challenged once a day, yielding at best 10 or pieces, which was barely enough for normal consumption. And it was a level 15 dungeon, though not as brutal as the secret realms. Only a handful of lords could reliably clear it. In short, the ore was almost monopolized by Wang Fan's faction. Other resources could be substituted if scarce, but without ore, forging equipment was impossible. Equipment directly determined soldiers' combat power, which in turn was the foundation for territory survival. Lands without proper gear could only fall prey to others. If Wang Fan was willing to relinquish or rights, Tianlong Village's crew could use early advantages in equipment to pull ahead, leveling up, expanding, and even eventually building a main city, all dreams within reach. Earlier, Yang Tianlong had once jokingly probed about buying some ore, though even he didn't expect serious consideration. Everyone understood that resources meant power. Who would hand over their winning card? Unless Wang Fan was short on money or some other necessity, there was no way he'd budge. No one expected him to bring up or himself today. In the channel, Yang Tianlong and the others held their breath, waiting for an answer. No, of course not. Wang Fan dismissed it decisively, dousing everyone's hopes like a bucket of cold water. Came a low sigh from the other side, disappointment spreading through the channel. Still, everyone understood this was or. A player who controlled the vein was at least a city lord, possibly even a star lord. They wouldn't sell it lightly. Besides, Yang Tianlong's group never intended to compete with Wang Fan in the first place. Heh, we're brothers here, no need to talk about buying or selling. Wang Fan laughed from the other end of the screen, then typed a line. How about this? I'll give you guys mining rights in your territories. From now on, we'll develop this or vein together. Buzz. That message hit the channel like a hammer. For a moment, everyone in the chat was stunned, feeling their vision go dark. Those few words felt like a dying man's last hallucination. No way. Guanggu. Could you say that again? I think my ears must be failing. I can barely make out what you're saying. Everyone widened their eyes and read Wang Fan's message over the comm channel more than a dozen times, but still couldn't believe it. Wang Fan was actually going to give them the full rights to mine that entire vein. This wasn't just about selling them the finished ore, it was essentially handing over an endless stream of wealth directly into their hands. If this were on Blue Planet, it would be like a billionaire suddenly shoving shares of his entire empire into your lap, so you'd be swimming in dividends forever. They exchanged glances, feeling like they were dreaming. The sweetness of the moment even lingered in the air around their pillows. That's right. Wang Fan's voice was firm through the comms. I'm giving you the mining rights. Holy shit. Yang Tianlong was the first to slam the table. Guanggu, you're my true big brother. Bah, that's not sincere enough. Chen Zijian quickly chimed in. Guanggu, you're my uncle. If Guanggu doesn't mind, I'm willing to take him as my sworn father. Lu Feng dropped to both knees immediately. Sworn father? Hell, he might as well be my real dad. Peng Hu laughed loudly. Master Guang. In the blink of an eye, they all dropped to their knees in a row, banging their heads on the floor, pushing Wang Fan up 2 notches in their family ranking. Wang Fan crossed his arms, standing before the screen, letting them have their fun. Once their excitement cooled a bit, he continued, of course, this comes with conditions. What conditions? Yang Tianlong patted his chest. As long as we don't have to sell our butts, whatever else is fine. Right? I'm scared of pain. Lu Feng nodded eagerly. Cut it out. Guanggu might be too lenient already. Peng Hu muttered, but was quickly shot down by the others. Chen Zijian began, but one of his brothers covered his mouth before he could finish. Wang Fan's forehead twitched, and he cleared his throat. The condition is, you have to join my federation. After everything today, he had made up his mind. Trying to conquer the world and seize territory alone, no matter how many soldiers he had, was unrealistic. Those soldiers weren't even natives here. To truly unlock this continent's resources, building a local power base was essential. The reason the Xianhuang Federation had such a deep foundation and undisputed authority was because of its numbers and strength. Many hands make light work. That's not just a saying. United strength isn't comparable to acting alone. Besides, Yang Tianlong and the others were already part of the Federation and Wang Fan's most trusted partners. Bringing them fully under his wing would strengthen the alliance and tightly bind their interests together. And even if things went south someday, Wang Fan still held the mining rights and could simply revoke their permits. But as soon as Wang Fan finished, the channel went dead silent. Yang Tianlong and the others exchanged glances, all quiet. What's wrong? Keck out your tongues? Wang Fan raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? That's it. Yang Tianlong blinked. Just join your federation? Their sudden question caught everyone off guard. No way. Guys, that's the condition? I'm about to mine your vein. You're basically my big brother already. Joining your federation is obvious, right? Yeah. Are you being polite or saying we're not sincere enough? Wang Fan blinked. What else? Like making Tianlong eat 2 pounds of shit. Peng Hu grinned, proposing. Or making a widow streak naked in public. Lu Feng joined the ridiculous suggestions. Wang Fan held his forehead, sighing. Yang Tianlong cleared his throat. If all else fails, I could offer myself. His earnest tone had the others doubling over with laughter. Guanggu, these conditions actually make us feel uneasy, they jabbered, each ridiculous than the last. Wang Fan could only laugh and wave them off. For now, these are the only conditions. Wang Dan said, as long as you're with me, my resources will be yours from now on. We'll all grow and become stronger together. You'll be my most important allies going forward. That's a given. Everyone shouted in unison. From now on, everything we have belongs to Brother Guang. Sensing the moment was right, Wang Fan waved dismissively. Since that's settled, no need to fuss. He'll just join your federation directly and take over as president. Let's keep the name Sunset Federation. Brother Guang, are you sure? I'm about to cry, the group said, moved by his unexpected defection. On the surface, it seemed like they were joining Wang Fan's side, but in reality, Wang Fan was willingly merging into their federation, without even bothering to change its name. For the first time, Yang Tianlong and the others felt truly respected. Of course, they had no idea Wang Fan's real motive was simply to save trouble. Restarting a federation meant paying fees and completing a mountain of tedious tasks time-consuming and costly. Besides, their village was called Dawnlight Village, perfectly matching the Sunset Federation's name. If it had been something like Widow Federation or Madman Federation, he might have reconsidered. System message: you have joined the Sunset Federation. System message: you have become president of the Sunset Federation. System message: Federation headquarters established in Dawnlight Village. Territory teleportation enabled. President may freely teleport to all territories. Other lords require permission to teleport among territories. As the system messages flooded the screen, Wang Fan officially took his seat as president. 5 new territories appeared instantly on his lord panel. He finally understood where the confidence of the powerful Federation leaders came from. There's a huge difference between going it alone and banding together. The Federation not only enables unified resource allocation, but also allows sharing of construction blueprints. The level 2 stone walls, arrow towers, granaries, logging camps, and blacksmith furnaces in Wang Fan's possession could now be shared with other lords. No wonder the big federations are so strong. If anyone completes a task, everyone benefits. As president, Wang Fan spared no effort and immediately checked share all. Dawnlight Village shared arrow tower blueprints. You now have permission to build arrow towers. Dawnlight Village shared stone wall blueprints. You now have permission to build reinforced walls. Dawnlight Village shared granary blueprints. You now have permission to build granaries. Dawnlight Village. The messages streamed down like a waterfall. Yang Tianlong and the others stared wide-eyed. Level 2 walls. The same kind Brother Guang has in his territory? No wonder they're so solid. Those are town-level walls. And arrow towers too. The town's defense troops. The constantly popping advanced building options stirred their excitement. With a leader this capable, ample ores and blueprints, the future could only get better. They must always be grateful to Brother Guang. Everything came from him. All right, get to work, Wang Fan instructed. Focus on getting the walls up so we can hold off monster sieges. Closing the chat, he moved on to the next steps. Meanwhile, an announcement appeared in the world channel. Notice, a day has ended in the no man's land. Monsters dominate at night. Everyone please return to your territory to rest. World settlement is beginning. The day 4 reward chests still contain nothing but a blueprint. Farm construction blueprint. Category, building blueprint. Feature, build a farm to increase food production. Item description, a blueprint to construct a farm. Like the lumber mill, it's a resource-enhancing building. Wang Fan casually clicked learn. System prompt, you have acquired the farm construction blueprint. Farm. Category, resource unit. Feature, concentrates farmland for unified planning. For every 10 additional plots of farmland, farm output increases by 10 and farmer demand decreases by 5. Description, centralizes resources to plant farmland uniformly, boosting output while saving costs. Wang Fan squinted as he read the description. Unlike the lumber mill, which simply boosts logging efficiency, the farm not only speeds up production but also directly cuts labor costs, and the increase has no upper limit. The more land, the more dramatic the effect. Most ordinary territories only have a few dozen plots of farmland, so the bonus isn't very noticeable. But Shuguang Village has a whopping 340 plots. If it were all organized into farms. Output, 340. Farmer demand, 170 people. Wang Fan quickly ran the usual calculations. Each plot requires 2 farmers and produces 5 food per minute. 340 plots, 680 farmers needed, producing 1700 food per minute. After building the farm, only 510 farmers are needed, yet the output jumps to 7480 food per minute, more than 4.4 times the original. In territory development, food is always key. It sustains the population and is the main resource consumed in warfare. Ordinary farmland just keeps the territory from starving, but as soon as fighting breaks out, food supplies run dangerously low. Without reserves, how can you support expeditions? This is why among the hundreds of thousands of lords in Area 021, Those who can spare thousands of troops to besiege Shuguang village are actually quite rare. The vast majority don't have enough food stockpiled to support expeditions. Players who fail to conquer Shuguang village are forced to raid resource-limited territories of the Xianhuang Federation, desperately trying to recoup their losses. Or represents weaponry and combat power. Food determines your ability to fight continuously. Wang Fan hadn't anticipated that a farm could push food production to such unbelievable heights. 7 for 80 food per minute. What does that mean in perspective? Even a level 4 territory with 30 farmland plots only produces about 150 food per minute. Soldiers consume 5 food every 10 minutes. Farmers consume 5 every 20 minutes. So after cost, the territory barely nets a quarter of that. Early on, farmers are often pulled away to repair walls or mine ores, so 90 of territories barely break even and often have to buy food at steep prices. But Shuguang village? After building the farm, its net food surplus hits over 6,000 points per minute. This is basically a total game changer in numbers. How could a simple farm generate such enormous profits? Wang Fan stood frozen for several seconds before dragging his wandering thoughts back to reality. The astonishing yield before him ultimately came from the vast farmland within his territory. Looking across the entire borderless land, hardly any other area had reached level 5 and boasted as many as 340 plots of farmland like his. In the early stages of the game, when food was the scarcest resource, having over 6,000 units of grain, none of which was even used for combat, meant serious wealth if sold on the world market. At the current market price of 20 copper per unit, 6,000 units translated into 120,000 copper coins, or 12 gold coins. In real-world value, that's roughly 1,200 yuan, and after factoring in depreciation and transaction fees, he would still net over 1,000 yuan. With settlements calculated every minute, that amounted to an income of more than 1,000 yuan per minute. Coming from a background of gaming addiction, living on government welfare, and renting a cheap apartment for just 200 yuan a month, Wang Fan had never witnessed such an overwhelming windfall. This sudden plunge into wealth left him stunned, and for a moment, absurd thoughts flashed through his mind. Why even bother fighting for supremacy? Just being a wealthy tycoon could be just as good. But rationality quickly brought him back down. Wealth without strength was a recipe for disaster. Besides, the high food price was purely due to early-stage scarcity. As more players gradually developed their farmlands and farms, prices would inevitably crash. Moreover, the earnings were still just in-game currency. Without real-world exchangeability, it remained nothing more than meaningless virtual data, not nearly as tangible as cold, hard cash. Premature optimism was pointless. System notification: achievement Defender of the Homeland completed. Battle rewards are being calculated. The achievement system in borderless land rewards players for exploring various gameplay actions. First mining, first logging, and so forth. The Defender of the Homeland achievement triggers when one's territory is invaded by hostile forces. The more enemies repelled, the greater the reward. The highest rank of this achievement is called Unyielding in 100 battles, meaning a single battle repelled 100 enemy lords. This time, Wang Fan's record utterly shattered the top leaderboard. System notification: you led your people in repelling 2,145 hostile lord siege, far exceeding the achievement's maximum threshold. Rewards doubled. You have obtained 1 special treasure chest. System notification: you received the title Commanding 1,000 troops. Commanding 1,000 troops. Category: Title. Effect: increases defense of Lord's territory and all affiliated lands by 15. Description: awarded only to heroes who fearlessly lead countless armies to victory. Though a 15 defense boost might seem minor now, as the territory advances to town and higher levels, this bonus will become a game-changing advantage. Shifting his gaze to the special treasure chest, Wang Fan saw something he'd never encountered before. The box was pitch black, neither gold nor silver, etched with glowing purple magical runes, far more extravagant than the ordinary chests he received daily from settlements. Open the special treasure chest? Open it, he confirmed without hesitation. The earlier you get advanced items, the greater your lead in the early game, Wang Fan thought eagerly, imagining legendary gear or divine skills, since until now, he lacked any decent equipment or abilities. Flash! A dazzling light burst forth as the chest dissolved into shimmering particles, leaving a blueprint gently fluttering into his palm. Damn it! Another blueprint. Wang Fan nearly threw it away on the spot. Wait, what the heck? When he looked closer at the blueprint's details, he was instantly stunned. Blueprint category: Magic Armory Construction Plans. Building blueprint features. Unlocks the construction of the Magic Armory upon use. This is an advanced building unit that can only be obtained by completing special quests. This Wang Fan stared at the thin sheet in his hand, his tongue almost tied in knots. Compared to the long, detailed instructions for the farm, these few simple lines seemed oddly unreliable. Yet paradoxically, it was exactly these scant words that petrified this lord who had witnessed the absurdity of human players fighting as soldiers. A armory. And not just any armorium magic armory. It took Wang Fan several moments to finally regain his composure. If he hadn't already experienced far stranger events, this blueprint falling into any other lord's hands would surely spark chaos and bloodshed on the spot. The magic armory is listed in the official database as one of the advanced buildings. Normally, unlocking it requires the lord to first build a main city, visit a special NPC to trigger a quest, and then complete a whole set of tedious and extremely challenging tasks. The official nickname for it is the King's Graduation Building. Only with the armory can one truly claim the right to found a nation in the no man's land. Its legendary status comes from the fact that the armory doesn't produce ordinary soldier weapons, but strategic-level offensive and defensive equipment like magic crystal cannons, siege ladders, and magical turrets. By mid to late game, when territories reach castle status or higher, even Tier 3 walls become too tough for regular soldiers to breach. Attacking a fortress requires specialized siege equipment, and the armory is the sole factory that can produce them. Whether in early days when everyone is still farming villages, or later building their own kingdoms with main cities and city-states, the magic armory remains the absolute core building without equal. And now, this coveted advanced blueprint is inexplicably lying in Wang Fan's hands. The shock of that fact is unimaginable. Owning it means Wang Fan essentially leaps from an agrarian society straight into the industrial age. While others still rely on knives and bows, he could wield muskets and cannons. This single blueprint is like a crushing technological gap between eras. If he listed it for sale online right now, he could become a billionaire in minutes, no exaggeration. He might even be targeted immediately for box opening raids and personal threats. The absurd value is beyond doubt. A simple man is innocent, but guilt lies in carrying treasure. Fortunately, his farm was already continuously producing food, so funds were no issue. He certainly didn't want to invite disaster needlessly. The magic armory blueprint had to be secured immediately and kept strictly confidential. Even Yang Tianlong and the others must not know about it unless absolutely necessary. Use. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the blueprint transformed into a gentle light that pierced into Wang Fan's forehead. System message. You have unlocked the advanced building magic armory. Magic armory factory tier, advanced type. Building unit construction requirements. Iron or 10,000, copper or 10,000, stone 50,000, wood 50,000, mithril 500. Building description. A factory capable of producing magical devices. Hissing quietly as he saw the construction list for the magic armory factory, Wang Fan took a sharp breath. Wow, he muttered under his breath. Forget the basic requirement of 50,000 stone and 50,000 wood each. Needing 10,000 pieces of iron, ore, and copper, or was outrageous. What was worse, most territories didn't even know what metal or looked like at this point. The luckiest lords only had a handful of, or chunks at best. Even Wang Fan, who possessed the only complete mineral vein in the game, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his suspicion growing that the system was playing him for a fool. The system only gave him the blueprint, but the resource demands were wildly absurd, no different from promising Unix beauties, just an empty, unattainable fantasy. The demand for 500 mithril was even more ridiculous. That material was completely out of reach for any lord at his current stage. In fact, only lords who had established a main city were qualified to access such high-level resources. Yet if he ever did reach the main city phase, this cost would be negligible. No way. I must build this. Realizing that, a fire kindled in Wang Fan's chest. It's just I have a complete vein, plus a large number of farmers and soldiers to gather resources. This is nothing. I absolutely have to build the magic armory factory. With that decision made, he resolved to start gathering materials first thing tomorrow. After distributing rewards and bonuses, Wang Fan sighed and opened the game menu, clicking log off to restore energy. After a full day of hard work, his energy bar was drained to zero, and he was mentally exhausted. His dimly lit rented room was barely 5 or 6 square meters, cramped and oppressive. He rolled his sore shoulders. Now that I've got some money, maybe it's time to find a better place. Click. The lights switched on, the incandescent glow spilling over the worn, cracked walls of the tiny room. Today's meal was the same old nutrient paste, a grayish-white semi-liquid lump in a paper cup, sticky and slimy like snot. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Fan raised his spoon, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? He called casually. It's me. Outside came the landlord Zhang Chen's teasing female voice. What do you want? Wang Fan tensed up. Was this woman holding a grudge because he hadn't added her as a friend, looking to kick him out in the middle of the night? This was the dark district of the dungeon. After all, crime ran rampant at night, and underground storms often whipped through. Getting thrown out could be deadly. At worst, he'd move out in the morning and pay extra rent. I brought you some food. Zhang Chen spoke again, and an intoxicating aroma drifted through the crack under the door. Food? Nutrient paste? Wang Fan was suspicious. Underground ant citizens mostly ate nutrient paste. What else could it be? But his nose detected a scent nothing like the usual paste, something far more tempting. On a whim, he opened the door. There stood Zhang Chun, smiling warmly, holding a plastic bucket from which white strips of steaming food emitted a mouth-watering smell. Hee hee, Zhang Chun handed over the bucket. I noticed you haven't moved all day, so I brought you a meal. This is the meal? Wang Fan stared in surprise at the content shed, only ever seen this in images from the surface world. Yep, instant noodles. Zhang Chun winked. Normally, I wouldn't even bother sharing these with just anyone. Is this what people up above call a meal? They actually eat such good stuff? Steam curled up inside the shabby rented room, the fragrant smell of noodles mixed with soup broth teasing his nose. Wang Fan swallowed a whole bowl of freshly soaked instant noodles, eyes closing involuntarily, the fullness settling in. The instant satisfaction from carbs felt like a warm current lighting up every cell. He had always looked down on the foods the surface world relied on chewing slow, inefficient, wasteful, energy-consuming. Yet at that very bite, he finally understood why this meal, flawed as it was, had never been replaced by nutrient paste. It had even become their exclusive sustenance. That sense of fulfillment was something the white, gelatinous nutrient paste could never provide. Good stuff? Zhang Xin scoffed from the doorway, brushing hair from his forehead. Come on, that's the lowest tier of food. If I gave you something really good, your stomach half atrophied from all that paste won't be able to handle it. You'd accuse me of poisoning you. You didn't come all this way just to insult me, did you? Wang Fan chuckled, picking up the last strand of noodle with his fork, still savoring it. As the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. He knew full well that for Zhang Chun or any surface world person, instant noodles were just convenience store fare, but to an antfolk surviving only on nutrient paste, it was a rare delicacy. When a woman suddenly shows kindness, it usually means she has an agenda. Zhang Chun laughed heartily. Isn't your place a little small? I was thinking of getting you a bigger one. That sentence immediately set Wang Fan on high alert, delivering food and now offering a better room? What exactly did she want? Don't worry, rent won't go up. Zhang Chun waved off his suspicion. You know what I'm getting at, right? Honestly, I'm too lazy to bother raising rent. With your current cash flow, you can easily afford better digs. Wang Fan put down his bowl. So, what exactly do you want? Join our federation. Zhang Chen's smile faded, her tone turning serious. Opening up game realms means more than wealth, it's about expanding territory. Strength in numbers. You don't want to go it alone, do you? She spoke fast, but clearly. In this entire dungeon, 80 of the tenants rent from me. Most are pioneers like you. Imagine what it'd mean to unite them into a federation. Building a main city, becoming a regional leader, not just talk. Then you'd be my right hand. Her words hit hard. Wang Fan had known the dungeon landlord scene was complex, but hadn't expected Zhang Chen's family to wield so much power. This mid-sized dungeon in the Jiangbei area housed hundreds of thousands. 80 of those tenants was a staggering number. If they truly formed a federation as she described, they could instantly control the whole region. Didn't expect it, a girl with such ambition. Wang Fan smiled, shaking his head. Zhang Chun blushed, whispering, it's not just me the federation is recruiting. If I bring in more people, the leader will think more highly of me. A line of sweat formed on Wang Fan's forehead. So all that fiery speech just now was your leader's script? How did you know? Zhang Chun blinked in surprise. I also know you have a crush on your federation president, Wang Fan added. You. Zhang Chen's face stiffened, his voice rising an octave. Don't talk nonsense. I just think he's talented, that's all. Wang Fan waved his hand, not wanting to press further. If you really drag so many people into your federation, your president might end up watching out for you instead. He didn't bother digging into Zhang Chen's real feelings for the president and cut straight to the point. WWHY? Zhang Chun was stunned. First, how many people have you actually recruited? Is anyone willing to join? No. Everyone says they don't want to join someone else's federation. Zhang Chun scratched his head, looking helpless. That's exactly the problem, Wang Fan said calmly. You don't have big ambitions yourself, but force people into joining to flatter others. Who would want to follow you? If your faction gets too big, you'll just become a troublemaker overshadowing the main leadership. The federation would deal with you first. And the people you dragged in would get screwed too. Following you leads nowhere. Wang Fan wasn't going to owe Zhang Chun anything. He patiently broke down why no one wanted to join. Really, is it like that? Zhang Chun seemed to consider this seriously. What's the name of your federation? Wang Fan suddenly asked. He wanted to see what kind of guy could make this landlady so obsequious. Tianxian Alliance, Zhang Chun answered. Tianxian Alliance. Wang Fan's pupils shrank sharply. Oh, you've heard of it? Zhang Chun was interested. No. Wang Fan waved his hand quickly. But inside he was overwhelmed. Not only heard of it, he knew it all too well. The Tianxian Alliance was a newly risen federation in the gaming world, less than a year old, but rapidly becoming a major power, hailed as the dark horse of the Huaxia region. Its president, Bai Yunfei, happened to be Wang Fan's archenemy. Back when Alliance Conquest was popular and No Man's Land was still in limited testing, Wang Fan was merely a mid-level lord in Alliance Conquest without joining any federation, yet somewhat famous among solo players. If he had played steadily, he could have eventually obtained ground residence rights and become a lawful citizen of the Galactic Federation. But then a rich mining vein put him in conflict with the Tianxian alliance. One of their lords was secretly mining the vein, and when Wang Fan discovered this, he confronted and beat the guy up. Bai Yunfei didn't bother hearing side. She brought his army to besiege Wang Fan's territory, pillaging and ravaging it for a whole month, forcing Wang Fan to quit the game and delete his account. His territory, assets, and mining veins were all plundered by Tianxian alliance. Overnight, Wang Fan was reduced to poverty and forced into the dark, hostile underground dungeon. At first, he mocked himself. It's just a game. You win some and lose some, since he had started the fight. But later, reading forum posts showing how Tianxian alliance used the mining dispute as an excuse to ruthlessly crush rivals, he realized it was a trap. The provoking lord was set up to make Wang Fan act first, giving the alliance a legitimate reason to destroy him. Those bastards were truly vicious. And unbelievably, switching to a new game, he still ran into the Tianxian alliance. Worse yet, the alliance member was his damn landlord. I already have a federation. Wang Fan looked up at Zhang Chun across the table, stirring his instant noodles with chopsticks. The steam from the broth fogged his glasses slightly. After a brief pause, he added regretfully, "It's a shame I can't roll with you anymore." Then, shifting gears, he didn't forget to extend an offer. "But landlord, if you ever want to join me, you're always welcome to join my federation." "What federation?" Zhang Chun leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, genuinely curious. "The Sunset Federation," Wang Fan answered truthfully. "Never heard of it. How many people are in it?" Zhang Chun pressed. "6, including me." Wang Fan counted on his fingers clearly. "Come on. You're kidding me, right?" Zhang Chun chuckled, shaking his head. "If you're not coming, fine, I won't force it. You're a decent guy. If there's any good events or missions, he'll tell our boss to lend you a hand. And he'll still help you find a new place to stay." Wang Fan was touched by the loyalty and generosity in her words. He knew well that the young female landlord might lack some boundaries, but she was genuinely generous, connecting people and even offering to solve his housing troubles without hesitation. Such enthusiasm was rare. No need to mention it. We're old friends. Zhang Chun waved her hand casually, as if it were nothing. Suddenly, Wang Fan's expression grew serious. He lowered his voice and warned gently, "By the way, watch yourself and don't draw too much attention." "What do you mean?" Zhang Chun blinked, confused. "Better to keep a low profile, especially within your federation," Wang Fan said solemnly. He knew very well what the Tianxian alliance was like. They'd raid other lords under any pretext outside, and inside the federation, they exploited rich territories by all sorts of tricks. Many independent lords like himself had already been stripped to the bone by the Tianxian alliance. Zhang Chun didn't seem like a powerful lord, yet he could speak directly with Bai Yunfei, which probably meant he was just their walking cash cow. No matter how much he advised, Zhang Chun probably wouldn't believe him, maybe even think he was jealous. But out of courtesy, Wang Fan felt compelled to warn her once. After careful thought, that was what he said. "Haha, I'm the boss favorite in our federation," Zhang Chun boasted with a wave of her hand. "They all like me." "All right then, as long as you're happy." Wang Fan forced a bitter smile and dropped the subject. After Zhang Chun left, Wang Fan sat alone in the room. The scent of instant noodles still lingered in the air. He reflected on their conversation with a mix of emotions. Tianxian Alliance, Xianhuang Federation. In this era of massive development, no one can hold up the whole world alone in any realm. He used to want to stay as far away from the Tianxian Alliance as possible whenever he heard their name, just to avoid being exploited again. But now, instead of fear, a spark of vengeance flickered deep in his heart. His confidence came from the soldiers under his command, formidable, cunning, brave, and his magical arms factory. "Tianxian Alliance, you drained me once. Now it's time to make you pay double." The next morning, Wang Fan logged in early. The moment he entered the channel, he posted an announcement. "Nationwide mining event begins. Our territory urgently needs resources. Effective immediately, purchase prices for stone and wood have been raised by 20, or prices by 50. The buying period lasts for 48 hours. Building a magical arms factory requires stone, wood, and common ores as the primary resources. If you want to gather these materials as fast as possible, there's really only one straightforward way to spend money." To the soldiers in the territory, nothing feels more real than shiny gold coins. Holy crap, the Lord is handing out bonuses again. As soon as the announcement went up, the square in Dawnlight Village exploded with excitement. Soldiers raised their picks and hoes, cheering loudly. After completing the first stage of the mission, everyone's main pastime was running dungeons and mining. At this moment, the village's mines blazed with light, filled with soldiers sweating as they hammered the rock walls alongside their farmers. The mine carts were packed to the brim. Just when ores were most abundant, Wang Fan chose this exact moment to raise the buy price. Bonuses? This is basically the Lord sneaking us money behind the system's back. Yeah, the Lord's generous who can't let that kindness go to waste. No way. I'm sending all my farmers to work. Even the farmers? Won't they starve? Just buy food directly from the granary, it's cheaper. Within minutes, Wang Fan's financial offensive worked like a charm. Overnight, every soldier and farmer in Dawnlight Village turned into a miner. By Wang Fan's estimation, copper and iron ores would be fully gathered before nightfall tomorrow. As for the mithril ore, Wang Fan only had a little over 100 pieces. The rest depended entirely on luck. The mine's description said there's a certain chance to find mithril, but those who understood knew chance was basically a polite way of saying don't count on it. At the same time, Wang Fan sent a message to Yang Tianlong and the others. "I'm buying large amounts of mithril." Mithril? What's Guang up to now? They all furrowed their brows almost simultaneously. At this stage, very few territories even had forging furnaces. Using copper and iron was already considered advanced. Wang Fan buying mithril outright meant his plans were far beyond other lords at this level. Could Guang already be making silver-grade gear? Du Kong, the sharpest, was the first to guess. Maybe he's gearing up to build siege weapons. I heard some blueprints require mithril, Widow Village chimed in. Siege weapons? Stop dreaming. Why not say Guang's building a magic arms factory? Cattle Shed teased sarcastically. Still might be true. I'd believe it if Guang said he was building a main city. Widow Village refused to back down. Listening to their wild guesses, Wang Fan quickly typed back. It's for a mission. Got it. Leave it to me. Yang Tianlong answered decisively. I've already sent all my soldiers mining. If Guang wants, he'll pull all my farmers over too. Hey, if farmers don't farm, how are you gonna eat? Someone complained. Heh, Guang won't starve us, right? Yang Tianlong grinned slyly. That makes sense. Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Fan promised outright. Food's on me for the next few days. As long as we get the mithril, there will be extra rewards. Then what are we waiting for? When food's covered, let's get to work. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. For the next 2 days, with nothing else to do, everyone focused solely on mining from Wang Fan's Shuguang village to Yang Tianlong's Tianlong village. Across the 6 territories, soldiers and farmers worked in shifts swinging their picks, and carts piled high with copper and iron or quickly formed small hills. In less than 2 days, they had gathered enough copper and iron to build a magical armory. However, progress on mithril was disheartening. The 6 territories combined had only mined about 40 pieces of mithril, including drops from dungeons and Wang Fan's original stockpile. The total reached only 203 pieces, far short of the 500-piece goal. The magical armory was clearly not going to be completed overnight. On the 5th day, the reward chest contained the blueprint for a quarry, similar in function to the lumber mill, which would boost stone production and storage capacity. The 6th day's chest gave the smelting plant blueprint, which was far more significant. To build the smelting plant, 2 prerequisite conditions had to be met. First, the territory had to have an unlocked furnace. Second, it needed mining rights for in or vein. The smelting plant was essentially an enlarged version of the blacksmith's furnace. In the no man's land, copper and iron ore couldn't be used directly to craft equipment. They had to be smelted into iron first. The ordinary blacksmith's furnace was inefficient. 3 ore pieces produced 1 iron ingot, smelting up to 30 ores at a time. The smelting plant had 5 large furnaces, each turning 2 ores into 1 ingot, capable of processing 3,000 ores in one batch, increasing efficiency by hundreds of times. More importantly, it could refine pure iron and pure copper. 5 pieces of ordinary iron or copper transformed into 1 pure material. Pure iron and copper were the main materials for forging bronze equipment. Previously, these could only be obtained by dismantling gear and hoping for luck. Although Simba had mastered bronze crafting earlier, he was stuck watching helplessly due to the shortage of materials. Once the smelting plant was completed, mass production of bronze equipment would finally become possible. The 7th day marked the final day of the newbie period and the last preparation before the monster siege. Wang Fan knew well the saying, to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools, so the only major task for Shuguang village that day was forging. Soldiers pushed carts loaded with ore into the smelting plant. The raw ore was consumed by intense heat and refined twice, quickly transforming into piles of pure iron resembling small hills. Then, they lined up in front of the blacksmith workshop. Simba swung his giant hammer, sparks flying as the hammerhead glowed red hot. From dawn until dusk, all 250 soldiers of Shuguang village finished re-equipping. Weapons, breastplates, helmets, cloaks, bracers, and greaves all upgraded to bronze sets with enhanced attributes, except for rings and necklaces which still required alchemy support. The sunset bathed the square in golden red light as the 250 soldiers formed ranks. Their neatly polished bronze armor and shields shimmered with a faint green glow. Standing resolute in the twilight, the formation was as steady as a mountain, each set of armor and shield like an armored lion ready to roar. At first glance, it gave off an overwhelming sense of unstoppable destructive power. Most lords at this stage could barely manage to outfit their soldiers with a basic white grade set. The vast majority still had to rely on grinding monsters or completing quests to get lucky with gear drops. But in Wang Fan's territory, bronze armor had become standard issue for every soldier, an overwhelming advantage brought by the rich mineral veins. No wonder everyone else was desperate to seize his mines. The soldiers put on their brand new bronze gear, and the old equipment they shed was considered valuable rare resources. Wang Fan didn't let Xinba dismantle them, but instead sold each piece for a high price of 500 copper coins on the world marketplace. As soon as the gear was listed, it was snapped up instantly, just as he expected. Tomorrow was the monster siege, and lords all across the continent were frantically boosting their army's attributes. Meanwhile, Yang Tianlong and his group shared Wang Fan's building, and within a few days upgraded their city walls from level 1 wooden walls to level 2 stone walls, significantly improving their defenses. But equipment remained a headache. They had the ore, but no smelting factory, let alone a blacksmith like Xinba, who could forge bronze armor directly. Under normal circumstances, ordinary territories without settlement treasure chests had to upgrade to at least level 5 and then, after the monster siege, complete daily exploration quests to track down wandering blacksmith NPCs. Currently, only a few hundred territories lucky enough to have both settlement chests and exploration quests possessed actual blacksmiths. The scarcity of standardized equipment was widely acknowledged, and white-grade gear priced at 500 copper coins per piece was being snapped up frantically in the marketplace. When Yang Tianlong saw the price in the Federation chat, he couldn't help but curse loudly. 500 copper. 500 for a basic white-grade piece. Have they never seen money? They must be crazy poor. A soldier needed at least 6 pieces of equipment, excluding 3 accessories like rings and necklaces. 6 pieces came to 3,000 copper coins, or 3 silver, which equated to about 30 yuan in real life. 30 yuan didn't sound like much, but they had 200 soldiers and all that was 6,000 yuan spent on nothing but white-grade gear, and the items had little liquidity. If they didn't buy, their troops' combat power would stagnate, but if they did, they'd be throwing money away. Who had inflated the prices to such absurd levels? Yang Tianlong fumed with frustration. Ahem. Wang Fan saw the channel message and cleared his throat. Try not to complain so bitterly. Brother Guang, I'm cursing the idiots raising white-grade prices, not you. Yang Tianlong hurried to explain. Is there a chance that idiot is me? Wang Fan said with a bleak expression. Everyone fell silent for a moment. No way. Brother Guang, are those items really yours on the marketplace? The crazed Asylum Guild members asked excitedly. If it were someone else's gear, they'd hesitate to spend money. But if it was Wang Fan's, maybe he'd give them a discount? Yeah, Wang Fan replied coolly. No way. Awesome. Brother Guang, give us a 20 discount, or 15, or even 10. Just don't leave us as suckers. Everyone shouted in unison. I'm the idiot, and you guys still buy my stuff? Wang Fan teased with a smile. Who said that? It's definitely Tianlong, that idiot. Someone quickly tried to deflect blame. Brother Guang, we'll castrate him for you. You bunch of jerks, you're the ones who said it. Yang Tianlong shouted in panic, but was quickly drowned out. Enough, enough. Brother Guang, mute him. He's going to spew venom again. Insults you and us. Haha. Wang Fan laughed heartily. Stop messing around. I'm keeping these just for you guys. Really, foster father? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up almost simultaneously. Following big brother Wang Fan really paid off, always looked out for his own brothers whenever there was something good. Yep, 1 silver coin per piece. Wang Fan drillingly set the price. Damn it, someone started to curse, but was cut off by Wang Fan's next words. Everyone nearly burst out swearing. So all that calling him foster father was for nothing? Bro, others pay 500 copper, but we pay 1 silver? Are we even brothers? Yang Tianlong looked aggrieved, eyes reddening. Equipment was now precious and scarce. In the market, it practically had no price tag. Yet Wang Fan demanded 1,000 copper from his own brothers, while offering outsiders 500 copper. How was that fair? That's not it. You just called me foster father a moment ago. Wang Fan shrugged, acting as if it was perfectly reasonable. You old thief, you've gone too far. A true man born under heaven would never let himself be looked down on for long. Someone shouted angrily. Traditionally, it's the son who cheats the father, not the other way around. This foster father's out of here. Look, while everyone clamored about killing the father to prove themselves, Wang Fan calmly threw the equipment stats into the chat channel. Silence instantly fell over the channel. This is after a long pause. Someone trembled as they spoke. Bronze equipment. What else? Wang Fan countered. No way. Foster father, you mean bronze gear only costs 1 silver coin each? The message seemed to shake even in text. That's right. Wang Fan pretended to regret it. I was going to sell only to you, but since you insist on never being looked down upon, I guess I'll have to sell it to someone else. He even added a sighing emoji at the end. No, Dad. We were wrong, they hurriedly pleaded. That was Tianlong talking, not us. Come on, strip Tianlong's pants off and spank him 100 times to cheer up foster father. What's the point of being looked down upon long term? Foster father, they'll stay behind you. I can even kneel. All right, don't disgust me. Wang Fan interrupted quickly. If you want it, come trade now, I'll give you access. On our way. Before he finished, a few people appeared in front of Wang Fan, their faces full of ingratiation. This was the first time Wang Fan truly saw their faces. Yang Tianlong, tall and thin, with a sly smile plastered on. Du Kongsuan, real name Du Jiao. short and chubby, eyes squinting like he just woke up. From the mental asylum and widow village, Wang Chao and Wang Yu. Looking about 18 or 19, strikingly similar, clearly brothers. Lastly, Guofei from the livestock shed. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, seemingly honest, but actually the worst of the bunch. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Yang Tianlong's unscrupulousness truly fit with his friends. See, I told you, Big Brother Guang is our foster father. After learning Wang Fan's real name, Wang Chao exclaimed excitedly, not only do we share the same surname, but our names are so similar to Chao Fan, Chao Fan. It sounds totally natural, doesn't it? What a coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. Wang Fan's face darkened as he mentally rolled his eyes. There were as many people surnamed Wang as mosquitoes in summer. If you randomly picked 10 people, 4 or 5 would be Wangs. What coincidence was there in that? Besides, compared to Wang Chao, he felt more like the younger brother in the pair. The group didn't have time to keep debating names. What really mattered was the price of the equipment. Guai couldn't help but whisper, Brother Guai, is it true that bronze gear only costs 1 silver coin? Though his voice was low, it rippled through the crowd like a stone dropping in water. Bronze equipment. At this stage, it was the rarest and most valuable item, bar none. Forget solo players, many lords only had 1 or 2 pieces at most. It was truly priceless and scarce. Outside, the price had already been driven up to 1 gold coin, roughly $100. But even at such an outrageous price, nobody was willing to sell. Everyone knew bronze gear differed from plain white gear. In the early game, it was a treasure to hold on to, the last line of defense for many territories. No one would part with it just for cash. Yet now Wang Fan was not only selling, but planning to flood the market with it, and priced at just 1/10 of the usual market price, 1 silver coin. Yang Tianlong and the others were only a few steps from Wang Fan, but still felt like they were hearing nonsense. White gear alone was selling for 500 copper coins, yet bronze was only 1 silver coin. That was basically giving it away. Exactly. Wang Fan nodded calmly. In truth, this batch of equipment was prepared specifically for them, with a cost of about 500 copper coins apiece. He was barely making half a profit. The real goal was to put the top-notch gear into the hands of the core lords in the Sunset Federation. If they could successfully defend against the upcoming monster siege, the Federation's territory would naturally expand. Every player knew that the Monster Siege event in Borderlands was essentially a brutal elimination round. If you held your ground, you immediately advanced to the second phase, gaining further expansion and upgrades. If you failed to hold, only 2 options remained. First, recuperate and stay stuck at phase 1, waiting until your strength rose before triggering the next siege, essentially a makeup test. But this wait could last 3 to 5 days, or even 10 to 15 days. Others would have long entered phase 2, pulling ahead in a snowball effect, making it as futile to catch up as riding a lame horse chasing a train. Second, give up your territory entirely, disband your army, become a wandering adventurer, and pledge allegiance to another lord as a subordinate. It was a choice, but who didn't want to be the city lord, the king, or even a star lord someday? In the age of interstellar colonization, virtual territories mirrored real-world status and income. No one was content just being a lackey. Therefore, the better Yang Tianlong and his comrades' territories did, the larger Sunset City's map would become, and the greatest beneficiary would naturally be Wang Fan, chairman of the Sunset Federation. This was the very purpose behind the Federation's existence: mutual support. Is this really bronze gear? In front of each domain's teleportation array, 200 soldiers stood in neat square formations, their matching bronze armor glowing with a faint greenish sheen under the setting sun. The magical runes etched between the armor plates flickered intermittently, like a heartbeat pulsing beneath the metal. Yang Tianlong and the others watched this scene, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The impact of seeing these iron cans was far more powerful than any boastful words. Bronze gear was magical equipment, whose attributes and appearance were incomparably superior to the basic white gear. The funny thing was, even their own commanders couldn't fully equip their troops with white gear. And now here was a whole elite force, fully outfitted, standing right in front of them. It felt like a dream. In truth, they had long planned to build good relations with Wang Fan, but even in their wildest dreams, they only expected to buy some scarce ores at low prices. Who would have thought that Wang Fan wouldn't just hand over mining rights outright, but also practically give away the highest tier finished gear available? The so-called making others risk their lives never felt so straightforward. No matter how delicious the promise, nothing beats tangible benefits thrown right in your face. With such real advantages now here, the men had already started treating Wang Fan like a celestial being. Brother Long, thanks to you, we got to know Brother Guang. Brother Guang never treated us like outsiders. With this gear and the level 2 walls, tomorrow's city defense is guaranteed. Their gratitude towards Wang Fan was genuine, and even Yang Tianlong, who introduced them, felt it deeply. If it were any other Federation leader, they wouldn't even dream of providing full bronze gear. Just equipping one lord's troops with basic white gear would be a top-tier favor. Veteran players knew exactly what a first-stage monster siege meant. Hold the city, and you become a local lord. Even if you're under someone else's federation, you keep your land and title, and when the dimension opens for settlement, you directly advance to nobility. Fail to defend, you're cut off from frontline lord status. Even if you pass a retest, you get relegated to second-tier lord status, eventually banished to the most remote, barren corner, paying the highest taxes and doing the toughest work with the lowest privileges, worse off than becoming a wandering adventurer or a vassal to a frontline lord. So Wang Fan's bronze gear and the level 2 city walls were far more than just supplies. They paved a bright path ahead for everyone. While other leaders feasted on meat and left their followers with scraps, Wang Fan ate well himself but shared the feast with his brothers. Who wouldn't want to follow such a leader? After daily settlement was complete, you have received a settlement treasure chest. After 7 days of settlement, you maintain an overwhelming lead as the server's fastest builder and triggered a special reward, the first stage special settlement chest. Night fell, marking the last day of the newbie period, and the rewards settled quickly. 2 gentle white lights descended into Wang Fan's palm, and 2 treasure chests appeared at his fingertips. The first chest was, naturally, the Day 7 settlement chest. Inside was a skill book. Execution category, martial skill attribute, no special traits, launches an execution attack on the target. Usage requirement, Lord skill description, a Lord exclusive skill granted only to the most outstanding Lords as a special reward. The second treasure chest sat before Wang Fan, clearly a few tiers above the usual settlement chests. The entire box gleamed gold, its surface etched with intricate magical runes that shimmered and seemed to hum softly. This was the special Stage 1 treasure chest, an exclusive top-tier stage reward that could only be unlocked by the territory ranked first in construction points for 7 consecutive days across the entire server. There was only one such chest in that stage, making it extraordinarily rare. Holding this chest in his hands, Wang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of luck. Under normal circumstances, casual lords wouldn't even get a chance at the ordinary settlement chests, let alone the unique stage-exclusive chest. By tradition, the territories topping the construction rankings usually belong to the presidents of large federations. Mid to small-sized federations would count themselves lucky just to receive the 7-day settlement chests. Yet here it weighs in his hands. His excitement could only be described as explosive. Wang Fan fully understood that this honor wasn't due to his own prowess, but owed entirely to the soldier players under his command. Other Lord soldiers were nothing more than mindless NPCs following orders, but his recruits were each remarkably capable. The 3 basic tasks were completed effortlessly, exploration missions cleared in a single run, and even the unsolvable secret realms, notorious among lords, were razed to the ground by their seemingly limitless magic. Their relentless, astonishing tactics shocked others, and even made Wang Fan question if he was dreaming. While others struggled over quests, he didn't even need strategies. As soon as a task was assigned, his soldiers would immediately think outside the box and solve it on their own. This was true, fully automated, foolproof operation. Though these were simple human soldiers, in Wang Fan's eyes they were more valuable than any hidden elite unit. Open. Wang Fan took a deep breath, his palm brushing the warm golden metal and the magic markings on the chest as he focused his thoughts. Click. The lock snapped open. An array of golden light burst from the lid. A golden longsword hovered upward, its blade radiating dazzling brilliance before settling firmly into his hand. System notification. You have obtained the Sword of Command. Sword of Command Kings, set 18. Type. One-handed sword. Grade, gold. Attack, 60. Magic, 60. All attributes, 15. Lord Aura. All soldiers under your command regenerate health 100 faster out of combat and recover 1 health per second in battle. Fortress Aura. All buildings in your territory gain 50 defense and durability. King's Command. Consumes 1 mana per second to boost all soldiers' minimum all attribute stats by 15 magic 100. Cooldown none. Usage requirement. Lord exclusive. Item description. One of the pieces of the king's set, equipable only by a true king. A set. A gold set. A Lord exclusive gold set. As the sword's stats registered in his mind, Wang Fan felt as if struck by electricity, every hair standing on end. Is this the stage chest reward? No wonder there's only 1 chest per stage. This reward is absolutely unbelievable. Besides the 8 regular tiers of equipment, there's a special category known as sets. Usually, each piece in a set has mediocre stats on its own, and only by collecting the complete set can you unlock powerful hidden bonuses. However, the command sword in Wang Fan's hand was an entirely different matter. It was just a single piece from a set, yet it was ranked at the golden tier, maxed out on all basic attributes. Its blade reflected a sharp, cold golden light under the sun, instantly revealing its extraordinary nature. What was even more astonishing was its 3 innate skills, all of which were aura-based. 1. Lord's Aura. This boosts life regeneration speed when out of combat, and unusually, it also enhances healing during battle. Usually, soldiers can only recover health through expensive, unavailable healing potions or a priest's restoration spells. Priests who tend to prioritize frontline tanks. Now, with this aura, the priest's burden was greatly reduced, dramatically increasing the army's overall endurance. 2. Fortification aura. Whether a territory falls depends on whether its buildings are destroyed. This aura directly increases the defense and durability of structures, essentially wrapping the lord in a thicker layer of armor, fundamentally improving survivability. 3. King's Command. A truly divine skill. By consuming the lord's own mana, it globally boosts all attributes of subordinate soldiers, a base 15 increase, with the rest scaling based on the lord's current mana. Wang Fan was currently a level 5 lord, with 500 mana, plus an additional 150 from the command sword, totaling 650 mana. This meant that casting the skill would instantly raise all soldiers' attributes by about 21.5, lasting 100 seconds. One soldier gets a 21.5 boost, 10 soldiers gain 215, 100 soldiers even more staggering. What's more, this skill had no cooldown. As long as mana was replenished, it could be chained endlessly. Thinking that this was just a single piece, Wang Fan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. If the full set was assembled, how insanely powerful would it be? The unique server-wide reward was truly unmatched by any end-of-level loot chest. He took a deep breath, equipped the command sword properly, then clicked Learn Skill. System prompt. You have learned the Lord's skill Execute. Execute LV1. Consumes 10 mana. Deals 270 consumed mana and damage to the target. If the target's HP is below 10, triggers an instant execution. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Finally, an offensive skill. Wang Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he saw Execute light up in the skill bar. As a lord, the priority was staying alive to keep commanding the army. True strength meant being powerful oneself first. Therefore, great equipment skills always benefited the player first, with the rest trickling down to the soldiers. There's no way around it. Soldiers just can't be fully trusted. Early on, their levels are low and their numbers sparse. Even with good equipment and skills, they hardly make a big difference. The top priority is to keep the lord alive. But Wang Fan was different from the others. His soldiers were all players. Veterans had been through countless battles and gained so much experience that even he felt outmatched. Because of that, he almost never led charges in person. Instead, he issued orders and let his subordinates carry them out. He wasn't stingy about outfitting his soldiers either, piling on the best gear and skills. While other lords hoarded prime equipment for themselves, he acted like a dedicated quartermaster, keeping only the system-given lord skills for himself. Things like recruiting and dismantling. Execute was the first offensive skill he learned. If it weren't marked as lord exclusive by the system, given his personality, he probably would have handed it out as a reward to the best performing soldier long ago. Maintaining command and watching battle reports from the rear was the lord's proper role. Charging into the fray and doing brute work? His one-line summary was, "That's the recklessness of fools. Do you want me, the supreme commander, running to the front line to fix walls?" The 7-day newbie protection period flew by. Logging in the next day, Wang Fan immediately noticed the entire atmosphere of the game had changed. The sky was still bright blue, but now shaded with a dark haze. The sun had turned into a blood-red orb, like an ominous eye. The goblins that once roamed outside the village had vanished without a trace. Only the wind whispered through the forest, rustling leaves the world eerily quiet. That silence was only offline. The world chat was already exploding with noise. Looking for equipment. Paying high prices. Can someone donate materials? The kid's wall isn't finished. Sob. We're doomed. Damn it. Who has food? We'll pay cash. Massive buy order for hidden units. Cash trade. With newbie protection lifted and the monster siege looming, lords scrambled to hoard gear, recruit troops, and buy food. Many hadn't even finished building walls yet. At this critical moment, everyone dropped their pretenses. The world chat morphed into a chaotic flea market and survival radio. Territories that survived the first siege truly entered the competition phase. Those eliminated could only scavenge leftovers. The world was cruel like that. Annoyed by the noisy world chat, Wang Fan casually closed it and switched to a third-person view to survey his territory. Outside the borders, Zongheng Tianxia was busy directing soldiers. Rows of spiked black iron frames were firmly set about 30 meters in front of the walls, forming a defensive line. These were deer antlers, also called Chevaux. The idea had come from one of his soldiers, who said ancient wars often used them to block cavalry. After Zongheng Tianxia reported it, Wang Fan immediately ordered the blacksmith Simba to work overnight making them. Wang Fan was well aware this siege probably wouldn't involve cavalry, but deer antlers were cheap, easy to build, and boosted morale. My lord accepted my suggestion was the best encouragement of all. He was happy to go along with it. Meanwhile, Fa Li Wu Bian and his group hadn't helped set up the deer antlers, but lingered at the forest edge, tinkering with something. Wang Fan shifted his view toward them just in time to hear Yangguan Sandai exclaim in surprise. "Can this really work?" Fa Li Wu Bian replied coolly, To be a commander is not only to be skilled in using troops, but to masterfully utilize everything at your disposal. Isn't what you're doing a little insane? A few others nearby exchanged complex looks, both astonished and hesitant. Fa Li Wu Bian chuckled low. Huh? You don't understand a thing. War requires sparing no effort, no means left untried. Wang Fan's reaction. World announcement. Federation Notice Number 2031. The 7-day newbie protection period for the newly opened No Man's Land in the Dimensional Expansion Project is ending. The first phase of the monster siege will begin soon. All pioneering lords are advised to prepare their defenses. World announcement. After the safety adaptation period, the real challenge is about to begin. Great pioneers, you will carve a heroic epic upon this land in the name of glory. World announcement. The Siege Defense Handbook has been distributed to all lords' inventories. For the Galaxy Federation, for our territory and power fight. As the system announcements scrolled across the sky for the third time, the already gloomy sky grew heavier. Dark, leaden clouds rolled in the distance, driven by fierce winds that swept coldly over the walls, stirring dust and withered leaves as if sounding an early battle horn. Wang Fan withdrew his gaze and pulled from his personal inventory a new item, the Siege Defense Handbook. The cold, hard silver-gray metal cover felt icy to the touch. Opening it revealed row after row of rigid, yet clear regulations. 1. Monster siege duration. Begins at 10 a.m., ends at 6 p.m., lasting 8 hours. 2. Siege monsters average level 10, elite grade, led by level 15 golden bosses. 3. Lords may use all available means to resist the monsters during the siege. 4. Complete destruction of territory or loss of the Lord's Council Hall results in failed defense. 5. Voluntary abandonment of territory during the siege is also considered failure. 6. Territory remaining intact at siege's end is a successful defense. 7. Killing the siege boss immediately grants success, title flag conqueror, and special rewards. 8. Eliminating all monsters including boss during the siege awards the title victory over foes and the highest defense rewards. 9. Successful defense unlocks access to the game's second phase, heralding a new era. 10. Failure resets territory level to 0. The Lord has 5 days to launch a second challenge. If overdue or failed again, the territory is occupied by monsters and the lordship is revoked. Lords stripped of their status receive a chance to reclass as adventurers, choosing from warrior, mage, assassin, archer, or priest classes, or using special items to become hidden classes. These players are collectively known as wandering adventurers. Wandering adventurers may register with mercenary guilds as battle mercenaries, join other territories as retainers of a lord's retinue, but they have no noble status. Unless reappointed by a king-level lord, lands they claim won't be recognized by the system or other lords. Existing lords may seize territory held by stateless players outright. Territories lost to monsters and failed defenses become no man's land, belonging to the first lord to capture them. Wang Fan skimmed through the handbook, confirming it matched his expectations. He tossed it onto the desk with a dull thud as the metallic cover struck the wood, echoing the darkening sky outside. As expected, the No Man's Land used a last-place elimination model, common in similar games. The strong continue to battle it out, while the weak are eliminated. Of course, every pioneer is an indispensable resource. Even if someone is eliminated, they aren't completely out or stripped of their pioneer status. The losers still have 2 fallback options. One is to become a freelance mercenary. The other is to join another lord's retinue. The former gains free citizen status through a mercenary contract, no longer bound to any noble. The latter, though affiliated with a new lord, also escapes total abandonment. Neither path offers much chance for noble rank advancement, but with careful management, both can still achieve a respectable position as federated citizens with some wealth. Wang Fan had heard that Zhang Chen's father took this path, starting as a mercenary and becoming a free citizen. Without a lord's oversight and no daily obligations, yet earning a high income, debt-free, and facing less competition, that lifestyle was solidly upper middle class. For most ordinary people who had no money and no power, that was nearly the pinnacle of what could be realistically attained. Wang Fan knew all this, so from the very beginning, he set his sights on becoming a free citizen. Given his background, breaking into noble circles was like trying to reach the sky. Even if he miraculously defended a city and entered the later stages, becoming a minor lord, he would eventually fall prey to bigger powers and be absorbed. Only by becoming a freelance mercenary could he avoid becoming a target. Best possible outcome for a common person. Time ticked by second after second. All the lords had long finished their defenses, troops arrayed atop the 3-meter-high walls, eyes locked on the distant forest edge. At first, the world chat was filled with jokes and confidence, but as the countdown neared 0, the noise faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. Whoa, so many monsters. No way are those goblins. Why are they so colorful? What the heck? Minotaurs? How come I didn't see them before? Cat demons. And more cat demons. At exactly 10 o'clock, The system flashed the word siege begins in blood-red letters across all screens. The world chat erupted again, but this time it was filled with panic and disbelief. Wang Fan looked up. Deep in the forest, a wave of pitch-black creatures surged forward, stacked on top of each other like a dark flood. Leading the charge was a giant beast nearly 2 meters wide in the shoulders and 3 meters tall, a minotaur. Its tawny fur covered rippling sinewy muscles, and it dragged an enormous hammer that struck the ground, kicking up stones. Minotaur. Level 10 rank, elite. HP 2000 MP 100. Skills: Bull Rush, Stomp, Heavy Smash. Description: a giant monster from the dark forest, possessing tremendous strength. Its massive hammer poses a severe threat to structures. Right behind were live, half-human, half-cat creatures. Their round heads sported triangular ears, sharp claws gleamed coldly, and long tails flicked behind them. Cat Demon. Level 10 rank, elite. HP 1000 MP 200. Skills: Claw Attack, Pounce, Climb. Description: small monsters of the dark forest skilled in silent stalking. Their sharp claws can easily tear humans, and their climbing ability lets them scale walls stealthily. Finally appeared the group of goblins Wang Fan had encountered earlier on the outskirts, one red, one blue. The red ones, called flame goblins, specialized in firing instant flame projectiles, causing devastating damage at range. The blue ones were frost goblins, who typically launched ice spikes. While their damage was lower, their attacks applied a freezing effect that significantly slowed targets, making defense extremely difficult. Hiss. Seeing the monster stats before him, Wang Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In the Borderlands, monster sieges are notoriously more brutal than in similar games. This time, it was even worse. Every single monster on the field was a level 10 elite, and their combination was downright nightmarish. First, there were the frost goblins and flame goblins. Armed with frost bows and fire crossbows, their attack range easily exceeded 10 meters. Forget about the tumter-high wooden walls of ordinary territory. Even the stone walls painstakingly built by Wang Fan were useless at that distance. As long as the goblins stuck close to the wall's base, they could shoot arrows and firebombs right over the wall. Defenders were caught helplessly in a hail of arrows and flames, with nowhere to hide. The cat demons couldn't attack from afar, but climbed like pros. Their shadowy forms flickered in the moonlight, sharp claws hooking into crevices as they suddenly darted up the walls. Agile and silent like ghostly streaks, they often sneaked up and delivered lethal strikes to unsuspecting guards' vulnerable necks, making defense nearly impossible. The biggest headache was the minotaurs. They couldn't climb or shoot from range, but they excelled at tearing down walls. With a charging headbutt followed by thunderous hammer blows, bang, 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 stones shattered and dust billowed, as if the wall was crumbling like soft tofu. Goblin arrows could be blocked by shields, cat demons could be spotted and cleared with vigilance, but minotaurs directly smashed through defenses. The siege failure was decided by the damage to structures once the walls collapsed. Not even the wealthiest lord could instantly restore the buildings to full health. As soon as the siege began, just as Wang Fan predicted, the world chat instantly turned into a war zone. Damn, that minotaur's crazy, barreling right at us, and almost smashed through my walls. Hell, that bull's hammering the walls to pieces, chunks of plaster falling off everywhere. Holy crap, the goblins are setting my walls on fire, flames shooting up like crazy. Watch out. They're launching fire arrows onto my villagers' roofs. The whole roof is burning. Cat demons. They're climbing the walls. Somebody help me. They'll pay cash. My soldiers didn't even last a single round. All down. Is this game even playable by humans? Wailing, pleading, and curses blended into utter chaos as the chat flooded. Goblin fire attacks? On houses and walls. Wang Fan stared at the stream of messages, frowning ever more tightly. The game's challenge level was clearly much harsher than similar ones. Most lords' first-level wooden walls were roughly constructed with wood mixed with scattered stones, offering terrible fire resistance. A volley of fire arrows burned far more effectively than a minotaur's hammer. Without a countermeasure, their territory wouldn't last half an hour before turning to ash. Damn, did you see the world chat? Those goblins are actually setting fire to the walls. In the Sunset Federation's channel, Yang Tianlong also sent a message. I saw it, so terrifying. Luckily, Brother Guang shared the secondary wall status with us, or the city walls would have caught fire by now. Others quickly chimed in agreement. Don't be too optimistic. Those minotaur monsters are insanely strong. They can even break stone walls. The livestock pen, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Damn it. That last charge shook my walls badly. You all better watch out. Seriously, that disgusting? On the screen, one plea for help after another scrolled by, as nearly all the lords were being pushed back by the minotaurs. By contrast, things on Wang Fan's side were eerily quiet. Even strange, the minotaurs outside his city hadn't yet charged the walls. If other lords saw this, they'd probably drop their jaws in shock. Everywhere else, minotaurs were like a raging stampede, launching brutal charges right at the walls. This charge skill had high accuracy and dealt massive damage with displacement, coming from all directions at once. It easily shattered level 1 walls, and even battered secondary stone walls out of shape, proof of how terrifying it was. But outside Dawn Village, the Minotaurs didn't charge the walls. Instead, they advanced slowly, step by step. What's going on? Are these monsters some kind of relatives of ours? Wang Fan was confused and quickly climbed the watchtower to get a better view. The next second, his eyes went wide. Holy crap, it's actually working. Outside, rows of spiked wooden stakes antlers were planted thickly in the ground like iron caltrops. The Minotaur's charge was like a warrior's charge. They were at their best on open plains. Any obstacle could force a charge to break. The antler traps that Zongheng Tianxia and the others laid out earlier that morning formed a dense barrier in. They also inflicted damage in return. If the Minotaurs tried to rush forward, they'd be pierced into a sieve before even reaching the walls. Even if they tried to go around, the stakes stretched all the way to the city gates, leaving no room for a proper charge. Awesome. Wang Fan praised silently. This little trap, which he hadn't really counted on, completely neutralized the monster's most violent assault and slowed their advance significantly. On the walls, the soldiers laughed out loud as they saw the monsters getting held up. Boss, how's that? I told you it would work. The Lord gave me the knight's title for a reason. Zongheng Tianxia was excitedly rubbing his hands together. They really slowed their speed down. Obviously, the soldiers only thought the antlers would slow the monster's movement. They hadn't even realized the biggest effect was that it outright canceled the entire wave of brutal Minotaur charges. Archers, ready your bows. Warriors, raise your shields to protect the backline. Priests, heal and support the front. Assassins, lock onto the cat demons. Mages, focus your fire on the goblins behind. At Zongheng Tianxia's rapid-fire orders, the city walls stirred into chaotic motion. The clatter of metal filled the air as soldiers snapped into battle formations. Groups of 5 arrayed tightly along the arrow towers. 1. Warriors stood firm at the front, shields raised high. Fresh black paint on the shield faces caught the faint torchlight, leaving no gaps exposed. 2. Assassins melted into the shadows, cloaks fluttering, daggers gleaming coldly from hidden sheaths. 3. Archers at the rear drew their wing-shaped longbows, arrowheads glinting with icy sheen under the night sky. 4. Mages chanted softly, electric arcs flickering from their fingertips as elemental energy gathered in the air. 5. Priests gripped their staves tightly, holy light radiating slowly to illuminate the backs of the warriors. This scene struck Wang Fan deeply, making him clench his fists. In other territories, professional squads and battle orders came only from the overlord himself, and even then, AI soldiers could execute nothing more than rigid commands like defend or attack. But his team were true top-tier players, no orders needed. They smoothly formed a flawless 5-5 offensive and defensive healing formation entirely from instinctual synergy. Across the walls, the mob of siege beasts drudged forward, slowed finally by twisted antler barricades like snails trapped in thick mud, inching painfully closer. Whiz. The first arrow from the tower pierced a frontline goblin perfectly. Focus fire. Zongheng Tianxia commanded without hesitation. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Boom, boom, boom. A torrential downpour of arrows, fireballs, ice bolts, and lightning chains hammered the monsters. The antler barriers further slowed their steps, turning them into sitting ducks. One by one, the creatures fell. Still, no soldier smiled. Their expressions hardened with even more gravity. They were too few. The wall stretched too long. The monsters were too many. More than 200 men formed a thin, sparse line. Their damage output was concentrated, but could not truly suppress the endless, fearless waves. The enemy advance barely slowed, plodding steadily onward. Wang Fan frowned, glancing toward the nearby inner city. The first wave monsters were not high level or clever, but this phase was the toughest because it was the newbie period. New lords lacked resources, walls were thin, and worst of all, forces were sparse. With so few troops, the defensive line couldn't stretch long. That was an eternal truth. If monsters reached the city base and soldiers couldn't hold out, the inner city gates had to be sealed. Once the gates dropped, monsters would be funneled into 4 choke points. Concentrated enemies meant the defenders could unleash true annihilation strikes. When he first heard of this design, Wang Fan had been ecstatic, losing sleep over the possibility of turning siege defense into localized slaughter. He was weighing when to trigger the mechanism, when suddenly a soldier's anxious shout rang in his ear. It's no use, boss. Our defenses aren't enough. The siege monsters are almost at the city gates. Should we activate the barbican? Wang Fan looked over at the soldier, who was urgently reporting the frontline situation to Zongheng Tianxia. No rush. Zongheng Tianxia replied calmly, shaking his head. Fa Li Wu Bian said the monster numbers are still too low. As long as the walls hold, we should avoid opening the barbican. Ah, boss Wu Bian. The soldier was taken aback, clearly sensitive to that name. That's right. Zongheng Tianxia nodded again. Our orders are to follow his commands. Hearing this was Fa Li Wu Bian's plan. The soldier immediately straightened up with no further objections. Everyone knew that Fa Li Wu Bian now held an official rank and tactical authority. To disobey him was to defy Wang Fan himself. Any hopes of promotion or rewards were quickly suppressed. As expected, the ranged firepower on the walls alone couldn't hold back the siege monsters. The layers of stag antlers slowed their charge, but an hour later, the monster army led by the minotaur creatures broke through the last antler barrier and pressed right against the walls of Shuguang village. Without obstacles. All the minotaurs howled skyward in unison, then lowered their heads into a familiar charging stance. Bang! The city walls were slammed from all sides by the ramming wild bulls. Clang! They still ram at such close range? Wang Fan's face darkened instantly. He had thought the antler barriers disrupted their charge, and the monsters wouldn't try this move up close. But these mindless beasts stubbornly persisted. The warning from the Federation channel echoed in his mind. A level 2 stone wall shakes if hit even once. Anxiety gnawed at him. Roar! To everyone's surprise, the walls of Shuguang village didn't budge an inch, solid as a mountain. Instead, agonized screams came from the base of the wall as minotaurs were injured. Looking down, Wang Fan saw the minotaurs' eyes glowing red as they howled in fury at the stone wall. Their health bars dropped by over 10 points, yet not a single crack appeared on the stone. Not buying this. Wang Fan muttered. The minotaurs roared again, raising their hooves to stomp fiercely. Boom! A seismic shockwave rippled through the ground, but the walls remained proud and unshaken like a fortress. Furious beyond measure, the minotaurs raised massive hammers and began pounding the walls wildly. Sparks flew with each clang, but not even a chip of stone was dislodged. Wang Fan grew more puzzled. Their walls were the same level 2 stone, yet those at the livestock pens were torn to shreds. Why is mine so sturdy? Boss, they're tearing down the walls. The soldier shouted again. Zongheng Tianxia stayed calm with a smile. Don't panic. Our walls have a sloped foundation inside. Even a flood couldn't knock them down. Slope. At that moment, Wang Fan suddenly realized. Yes, a slope. Only then did he understand. Although Yang Tianlong and the other secondary stone walls were sturdy, they followed the traditional Iship design, which simply wasn't strong enough against the bull-headed monsters, these demolition-level brutes. In contrast, Shuguang village's walls used a right-angled triangular structure suggested by the soldiers. From the outside, it looked like a high wall, but inside, it sloped down seamlessly to the ground, integrating wall and earth into one solid whole. Compared to ordinary walls, this sloped design could absorb impacts several to dozens of times stronger. As was said far and wide, this wall could even withstand floods. A mere bull-headed monster smashing its head against it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Originally, the slope was designed just to let defenders quickly climb and farmers easily push supplies up. The shock absorption was an unintended side effect. Who could have guessed monsters would actually charge headfirst against the walls? This time, the bull-headed beast quite literally put its head on the chopping block. With the slope acting as a buffer, Shuguang village's walls had essentially become an invincible wall. The bull-headed monsters fiercely swung their massive axes and rammed the stone surface, but failed to open even a single crack. At the rate they were going, forget 8 hours. Even 8 days wouldn't bring the walls down. What's worse, they couldn't climb nor attack from a distance. If they couldn't break the walls, they were completely useless. What was once the greatest threat across every territory, these bull-headed monsters were reduced here to little more than useless decorations. Bull-headed monsters have always been the toughest, most heavily armored monsters, posing the biggest threat to territories. Now that threat had been neutralized, the soldiers atop the wall relaxed, immediately turning their fire toward the cat demons behind the bull-headed monsters. As for the goblins, despite their ranged fireballs, they lacked siege capabilities. Soldiers could simply raise shields and hunker behind crenellations or step back a few paces to avoid damage. More importantly, stone walls aren't wooden. They couldn't be set ablaze. As long as the wall remained intact, goblins' ranged attacks were basically worthless. The real problem left to solve was the cat demons, who could climb. Cat demons were agile and quick on the ground, but climbing restricted their movements, sharply reducing their speed and rendering their thin health fragile, making them easy targets. Arrows, ballista bolts, and magic flew from above. Cat demons climbing the wall fell like raindrops. The moment the bull-headed monsters failed to breach the walls, the tide of battle completely turned. Soldiers held the high ground, unleashed all their firepower, and pressed the monsters down so hard they couldn't lift their heads. Meanwhile, on the World Channel, cries for help continued to flood in, requests for rescue spamming endlessly, system notifications popping up one after another. The territory of XXX village was overrun, its defenses had failed. The territory of the XXX stronghold was razed, and the city's defenses fell. The damage to the buildings of XXX fortress instantly surged to 100, causing the defensive line to collapse. Surrounding territories were being overrun almost every second. Less than 2 hours after the game started, 30 of all territories had already fallen. The remaining lords holding on could be roughly divided into 3 groups. 1. builders who aggressively gathered resources and developed solid construction systems early on. 2. Big spenders who immediately summoned advanced hidden units through heavy in-game purchases. 3. Skilled strategists with high tactical acumen, adept at troop deployment and formations. But by far the largest number were the members of federations banding together for mutual support. Even though these federations weren't always high level, their biggest strength was resource reciprocity and technology sharing. The moment someone unlocked a blueprint, it was instantly shared with the entire federation. What one gained, all enjoyed, enabling developmental speed far ahead of isolated lords. The bigger the federation, the more pronounced this advantage became. Take the Huaxia Federation as an example. Yanhuang Village was already the top territory in its region and, like Wang Fan, received a 7-day settlement reward chest. The massive number of blueprints unlocked from that chest were immediately shared, so all Federation lords simultaneously unlocked the same technologies. Looking across the server, outside of Region 021, most territories receiving settlement rewards belonged to federations this large. When recruiting new members, their biggest lure was the promise of shared resources and technology. Because of this, quite a few territories managed to earn settlement rewards. Those who had persevered and remained relatively stable were mostly lords in these large federations. Of course, if you looked at the territories truly holding back the siege monsters, there was only one left in the whole game: Dawnlight Village. Even the widely recognized strongest Yanhuang Village was now overwhelmed with minotaurs battering the walls, goblins setting fire to the foundations, and cat spirits climbing and sabotaging the ramparts. For hours had passed. Deep in the forest, the monster horde poured on relentlessly. The live update at the top of the event interface showed that over 70 of all territories had fallen. Seeing this terrifying figure made a cold sweat break out on Wang Fan. Damn it. The difficulty of No Man's Land really is something else, he muttered grimly. By comparison, even the notoriously tough Demon Lord realm had a first phase clearance rate above 40. But in No Man's Land, after barely halfway through, 70 of the lords had already been eliminated. If this kept up, most survivors would be forced into wandering mercenary life or end up subordinate to others. However, once the survival rate dropped to 30, the decline noticeably slowed. A full half-hour passed with the numbers barely budging. It was clear the waves of weak players and those riding on luck had been wiped out, leaving only truly capable veterans. But suddenly, the situation at Dawnlight Village took a sharp turn for the worse. Wang Fan realized the antler barricades outside meant to slow enemy charges had all been trampled into rubble. Earlier, had been busy clearing cat spirits and neglected defense against the minotaurs and goblins. Now, the monster numbers had surged and completely surrounded Dawnlight Village. The front line of minotaurs pressed in so densely it formed a wall of flesh and blood around the perimeter. This is bad. Wang Fan looked toward the city walls. The monsters were so densely packed that some cat spirits were climbing atop minotaurs' shoulders, using them as stepping stones to leap up and attack the battlements. In fact, because of their sheer numbers, cat spirits were already trampling over the front minotaur ranks to scale the walls. Cat demons are incredibly agile. Under normal circumstances, soldiers must have a significant terrain advantage to kill them. Earlier, when the cat demons were climbing the city walls, they lost the benefits of their speed and agility, making them easy targets for the soldiers. But now, these cat demons were springing upwards by stepping on the shoulders of the bull-headed monsters, regaining their speed and explosive power. The soldiers on the walls could no longer replicate the ease of their previous kills. At that moment, Zongheng Tianxia gave the order: "Open the city gates." Thunderous sounds followed as the 4 massive gates of Shuguang Village slowly lifted, nearly drowning out the monsters' roars. Outside the walls, the horde of siege monsters hesitated for a second before erupting like floodwaters, finding a breach. The countless monsters that had been swarming around Shuguang Village suddenly all turned and surged toward the opening. On the walls, magicians and archers likewise turned and rushed down the stairs toward the gates, preparing to hold the line. Shield warriors, assassins, and priests remained on the walls, vigilant against any cat demons still trying to climb. But the reality quickly proved everyone had overestimated the intelligence of these low-level AI monsters. Who would bother climbing the walls if they could just go through the city gates? In the next instant, all the monsters, cat demons included, rolled and surged en masse toward the 4 gates. Those gates instantly became the only entry point. However, once the monsters poured in, what awaited them was not the streets of Shuguang Village, but a sealed dead-end of fortress within a fortress. These low-level AI monsters had no concept of retreat. Even if they wanted to back up, they couldn't. Their comrades behind kept pushing forward. The entrance was completely blocked, and with monsters pushing from outside and squeezing from inside, no one could turn back. The fortress quickly became packed to the limit. Set fire. Zongheng Tianxia issued the order again, this time on behalf of Fa Li Wu Bian. Boom boom boom. Fireballs rained down one after another, but the targets weren't the monsters. They struck the wooden floor inside the fortress that had been carefully stacked long ago. Wang Fan felt a chill down his spine. That would have been placed there before the siege started by Fa Li Wu Bian. At the time, Wang Fan thought it was just to slow down the monster's entry, but now he suddenly realized it was a pile of ready fuel. Damn it, that Fa Li Wu Bian still loves setting things on fire. Last time, he burned down the undead mine. This time, he was going to turn the entire batch of siege monsters into kindling. Not just Wang Fan. Even the soldiers nearby quietly whispered, speculating that Fa Li Wu Bian might have been a ruffian in real life. The way he skillfully kills and burns everything down was insane. Coupled with his never doing good deeds in a lifetime vicious personality. If anyone claimed he was the real culprit of some massacre, no one would doubt it. Yet the truth was clear. In the early stage of a game without large-scale area effect spells, setting fire was indeed the best tool for winning against superior numbers, and cleaning up the battlefield. There was nothing a well-placed fire couldn't solve, and if there was, just add another fire. Wang Fan couldn't fathom exactly how the damage calculations worked between arson and fire magic, but he could see that flame damage was ridiculously high. Back in the undead mine, elite zombies of levels 15-20 had all been burned to ash by a single fire. This time, the level 10 elite monsters would obviously be no different. Besides, zombies are completely hairless, but these siege monsters are all covered in fur. The terrain of the urn-shaped city at this moment resembled the undead mines, basically chimney-shaped, with the city gate like the opening of a stove. Once the wood hit the ground and ignited, a whoosh burst out as flames instantly shot upwards. Scorching heat and rising air currents intertwined, whipping up a straight fiery tornado in midair, the blazing flames spiraling steeply into the sky. Fire fueled the wind's strength, wind fed the fire's fury, and in an instant a gigantic crimson dragon formed, engulfing every monster inside the urn city. The soldiers on the walls stared dumbfounded. Damn, you can do that? That boundless old dog is truly a beast. Their curses were mixed with awe. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the 500 or 600 monsters that had just flooded into the urn city were reduced to blackened ashes, clearing them out far faster than their archery from the ramparts ever could. Wang Fan stood atop the arrow tower, his heart pounding wildly. He saw that the monsters outside the city paid no mind to the fiery dragon in the sky and kept recklessly charging into the urn city, only to be melted to ash wave after wave by the flames. Looking around, the 4 urn-shaped cities around Dawnlight Village shot flames into the sky. Like giant chimneys, these no longer resembled simple urn cities, but huge walking crematorium furnaces that incinerated the swarming monsters in batches, reducing them to curling smoke that returned to the system database. How do you think, Lord? Is my command all right? A familiar voice rang out behind him. Wang Fan turned and saw Fa Li Wu Bian holding a monocular, intently watching the battlefield, the lens reflecting the rolling waves of fire. Very impressive. Wang Fan nodded sincerely, deeply admiring. Relying solely on the walls and urn cities to withstand such a large-scale siege, even if only for 8 hours, most would not have avoided a brutal close combat. At this moment, nearly all other territories still struggling were near exhaustion. Except for a few with level 2 stone walls, most territories had their walls breached, homes destroyed, and their lords forced to fight a war of attrition with soldiers and farmers backed against their resurrection points. As long as the resurrection point and council hall stood, and the building damage wasn't 100, the territory would not be completely wiped out, but that came at a costly expense. By the end, their vitality would be heavily depleted. Even those territories with level 2 stone walls were in trouble. Monsters had already climbed the walls and engaged the defenders at close quarters. The soldiers had revived several times, and the fall of the walls and shift to attrition warfare was only a matter of time. Only Wang Fan's Dawnlight Village, thanks to everyone's planning and Fa Li Wu Bian's coordination, resolutely held out against the monsters' fierce assault for 5 to 6 hours without letting them breach the defenses. Not a single soldier on Wang Fan's side had been injured so far. Especially those 4 crematorium urn cities, an absolutely godlike tactic that incinerated the attacking monsters on the spot. Wang Fan had been confident that holding the city would be a sure thing, but he never expected to witness a scene like this. These player soldiers were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. Standing at the edge of the watchtower, Fa Li Wu Bian's lips curled into a smirk, his voice lazy yet tinged with excitement. But just relying on the walls to keep the monsters out is no fun at all. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Fan gripped the stone battlement, his heart skipping a beat. At the moment, the monster assault had begun to ease, the constant roars no longer threatening the towering, sturdy walls. Normally, holding the line for another 2 hours would mean completing the defense with 0 losses. Compared to the brutal battles raging in many other territories, this fight was near perfect. Yet Fa Li Wu Bian seemed dissatisfied. Was he planning to lead troops out for a counterattack? Is this guy crazy? Wang Fan couldn't help but take a careful look at the terrain below. The wall connected seamlessly to the barbican, but stepping beyond the territory meant entering a vast open plain. At the edge of that plain surged thousands of siege monsters, black waves of claws, fangs, and screeches. Without the protection of the battlements, with comparable forces, winning by numbers alone was nearly impossible. Led 200 or so men charging into that monster tide to fight Hedon. Wang Fan frowned. He wasn't one to blindly cling to defense. Sometimes bold tactics won the day, but hearing Fa Li Wu Bian's plan still felt wildly off. Fa Li Wu Bian just chuckled softly and pointed into the distance. This event has 3 success conditions, right? Holding the walls is just the minimum reward. So you mean go kill the boss? Wang Fan's heart sank, of course. The madman wanted to gamble on some fancy trick again. The 3 success conditions were: 1. Complete the territory defense for the minimum reward. 2. Behead the siege boss for a higher reward. 3. Wipe out all the monsters and kill the boss for the top reward. The difficulty ratcheted up step by step. Early on, with scarce resources and limited troops, just holding the walls was almost a miracle. Taking the fight to hunt down the boss was a pipe dream. Wang Fan didn't doubt the elite fighting strength of their troops. She had seen their power firsthand. But the key problem was, how do you find the boss in that endless horde? Without a target, any tactic was pointless. He asked the question bluntly. With so many monsters, where do you find the boss? Fa Li Wu Bian glanced beyond the walls and said coolly, as if discussing dinner plans, simple, just kill all the monsters, and the boss will show itself. Wang Fan was speechless, waving a hand dismissively. Enough, don't waste my time with this. You keep watching, I'll go check the situation myself. With that, he climbed down the ladder from the watchtower, secretly cursing to himself. This guy is just spouting nonsense. Damn, I've seen nonsense before, but never anything this ridiculous. There were tens of thousands of monsters visible outside the city walls. The open field opposite the gate looked like it had been swallowed by a black tide, layer upon layer of goblins, gnoll wolves, and stone-skinned giants roaring fiercely. New monsters kept spawning continuously in the forest. The entire territory of Dawnlight Village had only about 250 soldiers, with no city walls or citadel for protection. If they had to fight Hedon, these people simply couldn't withstand the first wave of the siege monsters. On the watchtower, Fa Li Wu Bian set his bow aside, slapped the railing, and shouted, "Annihilate all the monsters, then find the boss." "My lord, just follow my plan." Wang Fan glanced at him. Was this guy's brain damaged by a monster hit? There were still more than 2 hours until the siege ended. Who knew what might happen next? Or if the boss would suddenly jump to the city gates. Instead of listening to him talk nonsense, Wang Fan figured it was better to hurry downstairs and throw more bundles of wood into the citadel to block off any gaps. "Hey, my lord." Just as Wang Fan stepped down the wooden ladder, Fa Li Wu Bian stuck out half his head again, sounding serious. "If I can eliminate all the monsters and kill the boss, how will you reward me? You've got to actually do it before we talk." Wang Fan shook his head. He didn't even dare imagine what the system's top reward might be. No point promising others empty rewards. "All right, whatever the reward, I'll take this seriously." Fa Li Wu Bian grinned and shrank back into the watchtower. Wang Fan sighed silently and continued down the ladder. Standing on the broken city wall, he opened the world chat, and a flurry of messages flooded his screen like snowflakes. "Damn, this crappy game doesn't want us to hold the city at alley. Don't believe anyone can succeed. There are too many monsters, and all specialized. Wall breakers, wall climbers, firelighters. I'm done. Which territory is taking in homeless children? Luyan mercenary group recruiting. Wandering adventurers welcome. We're rootless leaves, coming and going with the wind. XXX territory offering high pay to mercenary groups to help with secondary defense after the city falls." Behind the screen, every message echoed frustration and despair. Across the continent, only about a quarter of territories were still holding out. Lords whose cities had fallen either banded together to form mercenary groups or posted desperate, high-paying recruitment messages. Some, even after losing their cities, refused to give up and were preparing to spend a fortune to hire powerful players to hold out until the second wave of the siege 5 days later. This tactic wasn't unusual. Player-formed mercenary groups far outmatched the system recruited regular soldiers and could almost rival Wang Fan's own soldier players. But hiring mercenaries was a double-edged sword. There were plenty of instances in both game history and real history of mercenaries turning traitor and seizing the city at critical moments. The examples of Gongsun Zan and Lu Yu, or Liu Bei and Lu Zhong, were still fresh in memory. The system rules were clear. Every defeated lord had a chance to defend again within 5 days. Even if they changed class to wandering adventurer during that time, they could reclaim lordship and receive a new territory. After 5 days, the chance was gone forever, and becoming a lord again required royal appointment. Because of this, betrayal of employers at critical moments had essentially become an open secret among mercenary groups. To every lord, mercenaries were only good for dirty work. If they really wanted reliable forces, they had to train their own soldiers. Shit, the dark forest is on fire. Just as Wang Fan scrolled through the world chat, one of the soldiers suddenly shouted loudly beside him. Wang Fan suddenly looked up, following the trembling finger of the soldier straight ahead. In the dark forest, a fierce blaze shot up amid thick black smoke, flames spreading wildly like untamed beasts devouring everything in their path. What the hell? He felt his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. Hurriedly, he messaged unlimited mana. Did you do this? Heh. The reply was just 2 words, accompanied by a smug, triumphant laugh. Wang Fan's face instantly went pale. This guy, why does he love setting fires so much? Burning the undead mine or the Wang city was one thing, at least there was some reason behind it. But now, he had just straight up torched the entire dark forest. The dark forest was a mapped area whole scene. Destroying an entire location like this was unheard of in every game Wang Fan had ever played. Back when he played Don't Starve with some idiot author, that guy did try to burn down the forest too. But that was a survival game, so at least it made some twisted sense. Who in their right mind plays normally would actually do this? What was worse, unlimited mana didn't just think about it, actually went through with it. Wang Fan cursed wildly inside. Where the hell did this guy get off to? Holy crap, old mana really can burn it all down. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, Yangwan Sandy and the others who had been lying in ambush among the trees were forced to retreat as the towering flames approached, eyes wide with shock. Everyone knew forests feared fire, but no one expected an entire system scene to be completely set ablaze. Usually, when they farmed monsters here, even the mage's fireballs only caused tiny sparks. They'd never seen the whole forest burn. But this time, a single torch cast ignited the blaze, and dry leaves on the ground crackled and popped. Of course it can. Unlimited mana replied calmly. Didn't you notice this game's different from the old ones? The whole scene can be destroyed, like in the real world. As long as you find a loophole in the system, anything in sight can be torn down. Loophole in the system? What does that mean? Everyone was confused. The life mechanics. Unlimited mana explained further. When you set a fire with a torch, that triggers a life event. When you use magic to set fire, it triggers a combat event. Under combat mechanics, the system protects the scene, but under life mechanics, it's just like the real world. Real world, everyone finally began to understand. Exactly, unlimited mana chuckled. When I first entered this game, I thought it felt like an alternate world bound by rules. So I tried to break things using normal life activities, and it worked. Damn, virtual reality tech has gotten crazy advanced now. That makes sense. Our lord looks like a real living person, totally different from other NPCs. Jin Weikai and the others nodded repeatedly. At that moment, the only one keeping calm, Du Gu Shaoling, frowned. You burn the forest, what about our resources in the future? She looked at the towering ancient trees engulfed by flames, quickly calculating in her mind. The dark forest was a source of wood, stone, and monster respawns for their territory. While others reveled in the thrill of arson, she was already thinking about sustainable development true to form. The mindset of a rich person was completely different. This fire really makes things easier. But if, as Fa Li Wu Bian said, this forest map actually follows real-world mechanics, what if it never refreshes later? That would be a disaster. Don't worry. It will refresh, Fa Li Wu Bian said confidently, patting his staff. Right now, we're in the middle of the siege event. Normally, once the event ends, everything on the battlefield except the destroyed villages will automatically restore, even the things burned or leveled in the fight. That's a relief. That's a relief. Du Gu Shaoling nodded repeatedly, her heart finally settling. So what do we do next? Chun Guanqinlin, who had been silent, looked up and asked. This time defending the city had been very rewarding for him. His random skeleton soldiers had all been replaced by level 10 elite skeleton warriors, and with the skeleton champions summoned by the giant bear goblin, the undead army's combat power now rivaled a small regular army. Do nothing, just wait for the boss to appear, Fa Li Wu Bian said calmly. The siege boss always spawns last. As long as all monsters in this area are killed, the boss will pop up on its own. Wow, is the designer your relative? You know all this. Someone exclaimed. Castle Conquest had just started its first internal test, and everyone was new to the game. Yet Fa Li Wu Bian seemed to know every detail. Could he be a GM? Fa Li Wu Bian was too lazy to explain, replying with a question. You don't need others to tell you. This is just basic game logic. You guys are pros, and you don't even know this? Well, everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Nonsense. Of course we know. Just a casual question, they said, smiling. You're not so easy to fool, the others joined in laughing. Fa Li Wu Bian chuckled. As a top game designer in the industry, these basic settings were child's play to him. This game was his playground. In reality, Fa Li Wu Bian wasn't a villain but a legendary figure in the online gaming world. Many mission systems on the market were designed by him. His favorite hobby was diving into other games to exploit bugs and loopholes, creating chaos for servers without leaving evidence. His despicable behavior and foul personality were notorious. Other companies wished they could ban his IP, blacklist him, or worse. Yet only Castle Conquest had invited him to test, so he logged in and became Wang Fan's soldier. After 7 days of testing, Fa Li Wu Bian had thoroughly studied most of the game. Mission flow, drop rules, almost no different from other online games. What truly impressed him was the technical level. especially the livelihood system. This system ran exactly like the real world. Without player interference in battle, the forest, villages, even the clouds overhead felt like an independent world. Could they really have created a virtual reality world like this? Fa Li Wu Bian felt a flash of awe. Just last year, VR was still at the simulation stage. In less than a year, it had evolved to this point, making even an elite like him stunned. It was like watching a baby who just learned to crawl suddenly sprint 100 meters in 10 seconds and then take flight. It was so real that it almost didn't feel real at all. Sharp system messages flashed rapidly before Wang Fan's eyes. Seeing his reputation instantly drop by 1,000 points, he was momentarily stunned, then felt a mix of shock and delight. Fa Li Wu Bian's fire had severed the monster army's supply line. In other words, it wiped out the monster's spawn point entirely. What was more surprising was the hidden achievement unlocked: sneak behind enemy lines to attack spawn point. This meant Fa Li Wu Bian hadn't acted recklessly, but was actually following a preset official strategy, albeit with an extreme method setting the entire dark forest ablaze. The sudden plummet in reputation stung Wang Fan deeply. For a lord, reputation was vital. The higher it was, the greater loyalty and belonging NPCs in the domain would feel, and the easier it became to trigger quests. More importantly, rumors long circulated that lords with high reputation had a better chance of recruiting rare, powerful hidden units. Though unconfirmed, most lords, including Wang Fan, preferred to believe it. Now that his reputation was wiped, he almost felt like crying. However, every cloud has a silver lining. With the spawn point destroyed, the siege monsters stopped replenishing, and the battlefield outside Dawn Village instantly changed. Now, every monster killed meant one less enemy. If it were another lord, facing still tens of thousands of monsters scattered across the wilderness, the battle might drag on for hours. But Wang Fan had 4 bottle cities. These 4 massive circular fortresses now billowed thick black smoke like high-capacity furnaces, interiors roaring with flames. Whenever monsters surged forward, they were thrown into molten pits filled with burning fuel, denied even a chance to struggle. Compared to soldiers hacking away one by one, the burning was hundreds of times faster. As hordes of minotaurs, cat demons, and goblins charged in, they were instantly turned into swirling smoke. In barely 10 minutes, once dense monster hordes that stretched out endlessly were completely wiped out. Dawn Wilds lay empty. The creatures vanished, leaving only the raging inferno still crackling in the dark forest opposite. Wang Fan stood atop the city walls, surveying the black smoke pillars rising from his 4 bottle cities, then glancing at the forest consumed by fire, his emotions a tangled mess. Who would have imagined the devastating power of fire? Even more surprising was Fa Li Wu Bian's courage was far bolder than Wang Fan had expected. Luckily, this guy was a veteran expert recruited with great expense, not some wandering adventurer hired on a whim. Wang Fan silently felt grateful once again. As always, no matter how ruthless he is, even if he's pampered with the best food and drink without being allowed to do anything, there's no way he can serve under someone else. Grr. The last siege monster was driven into the urn-shaped city furnace, and at that exact moment, a deafening roar exploded from the depths of the shadow forest. Low and fierce, it struck everyone's chests like a muffled thunderclap. Then, a dark silhouette shot upward from the ground, its footsteps pounding closer and closer like drumbeats. Boom, boom, boom. With each heavy step, dust and dirt flew, as if the entire earth was trembling. The soldiers on the city walls were startled by the sudden noise, turning to look back. Many gripped their arrow slits to steady themselves. A towering, bull-headed figure appeared just outside Dawnlight Village, charging fiercely toward the base of the walls. Normal bull-headed monsters stand just over 2 meters tall, wielding huge hammers, their fur usually tan, yellowish, or reddish-brown. But this monster among monsters was a staggering 3 to 4 meters tall, covered in glossy black fur that shimmered darkly in the firelight, even taller than the walls themselves. Its eyes glowed blood red, face twisted viciously, and waves of heat-like bloodlust radiated from its body, clearly in a frenzied state. Frenzied, bull-headed chieftain Sada. Dark gold tier, level 20. HP, 100,000. MP, 1,000. Skills: Earth Stomp, Savage Charge, Giant Axe Smash, Ground Splitting Slash, Mountain Cracking Blow, Beast King's Roar, Frenzied Bloodline. Monster Profile: King of the Shadow Forest, once the true ruler here, commanding all the beasts. After humans established territories and kept encroaching, Sada led a counterattack, but was defeated when humans burned down the Shadow Forest with massive fires, exterminating his people and turning his domain to ash. His fury and sorrow triggered the second phase frenzied state. Note: in Frenzy, Sada's tier forcibly raises by 1, HP drops by 50, but all other stats increase by 50. Oh my god! A dark gold boss. The walls erupted immediately. What the hell? This broken game has no Seamus level 10s fighting a level 20 dark gold? Don't chicken out now. We've got over 200 of us. We can chip him down. First break his defense. The soldiers clamored nervously, forcing themselves to rally. Wang Fan was equally shaken by the sudden giant beast, dark gold. This was outrageous. No matter how skilled he was, these soldiers under his command were all level 10. Their stats were what they were. They had struggled just to take down a level 25 silver boss earlier. Now this dark gold was spitting out skill after skill. His head was spinning. As his mind raced, the monster profile on his screen suddenly made it clear it had triggered a hidden mechanic. Normally, the boss would only respawn in the last half hour of the event, and it would be just a gold tier boss. But because the infinite mana had set fire to the Shadow Forest, the boss not only appeared early but came in frenzied form, forcibly boosting its tier. The system was truly devious. Glitches aren't pointless purchases. Dare to exploit, and there's a punishment mechanism waiting. Damn, did we just bite off more than we can chew this time? At the base of the Dawnlight village walls, the towering chieftain Sada stood like a god of slaughter, his dark, golden sheen flickering ominously. Behind the battlements, players like Yang Guang Dai, Iron Hammer, and Zha Mao craned their necks, their eyes nearly popping out. Who would have thought that the so-called siege boss would show up with the dark gold rank? Even the boundless mana guard tower froze in surprise. Damn, the game designers are even more ruthless than us. Originally, the players thought they had a clever trick up their sleeves using wheelchairs and backdoors in other MMORPGs that might only cost some reputation or honor, not result in immediate backlash. But this damn Borderlands has no sense of fairness. After setting fire to the Shadowed Forest, the system forcibly upgraded the golden boss to a dark gold tier. It was clearly a warning: cheat and shirk, and you'll pay the price. Roar. Still stunned, the crowd heard Sada raise his head and unleash a thunderous roar. With that bellow, a wave of blood-red shock radiated outward, kicking up clouds of dust. In the next moment, the Tauren lowered his giant horns and charged the walls like a raging bull. Boom, boom, boom. His footsteps struck the ground like thunder, cracking the earth and sending stone flying. Within seconds, his massive frame slammed into the walls. Then, rumble, rumble. The walls trembled under the tremendous force. The Dawnlight village defenses were reinforced with sloped supports inside, so even a charge from a group of Tauren brutes wouldn't budge them. But Sada alone was able to make the whole structure hum and shake. Leaning on the battlement, Wang Fan was shaken. So this is the power of a dark gold boss. Borderlands was supposed to be a strategy game, with monsters harder than your typical ARPG foes, but this was the first time had seen brute strength alone rattle the walls. If it were a mere level 1 wooden wall of a normal lord's fortress, it'd shatter instantly. Below the walls, Sada was momentarily stunned as well. Tauren are famous for destructive power as chieftain. Smashing through level 3 walls was routine. Here, facing just a level 2 stone wall, he confidently charged with full fury only to cause it to barely wobble. Grah! Rage boiling over, he swung his obsidian great axe. Veins bulged, muscles taut as steel cables. The axe tore through the air with a whistling whoosh before crashing down hard. Crash! Stone chips flew, and a deep crack appeared in the wall, but it still stood firm. Sada's eyes gleamed red. He heaved heavy breaths and roared into the sky with a booming voice. Attack! Don't let him keep smashing the city walls. Under the command of Dominate the World, the soldiers atop the walls quickly assembled bowstrings twanging, magical auras flickering. Arrows and spells rained down like a storm on Sada. Clang, clang, clang. The constant clash of metal echoed like pounding drums. Damage numbers popped up repeatedly on Sada. 1111, but not a single sign of his defense breaking. Forced health drain, but no stagger. Everyone's worst fear was coming true. Even with level 10 soldiers equipped in full bronze gear, they couldn't scratch so much as his hide. Normally, bronze soldiers of the same level wouldn't be so powerless against a typical Sada. But right now, Sada was in a berserk state, with all attributes boosted by 50, upgrading him to a dark gold tier boss. Level 10 soldiers with first tier bronze gear simply couldn't budge this siege boss, who was 10 levels beyond them. The game mechanics barely allowed force damage of 1 per hit, and that was the absolute limit. Skill and strategy meant nothing at this moment. The player soldiers from Dawn Village and other lords' AI troops performed identically. Only top-tier hidden units like the Dragonblood descendants might barely interfere. Damn, his defense is way too high. This is useless. We can't damage him at all. We never should have triggered him so early. Their complaints were justified. The siege boss was originally designed to spawn only in the final half hour, so the lord's role was to resist rather than kill him. Survive for 30 minutes, and the defense would be successful. But Wang Fan had cleared all the preliminary monsters so fast that he triggered Sada's early appearance scene, his berserk form no less. Boom. After enduring a round of attacks, Sada's massive foot slammed down on the parapet, triggering an earth-shaking roar with his earthquake stomp. The entire section of the wall shook violently as bricks and stones scattered. Before the dust settled, he raised his blazing great axe and swung it down furiously. Crack! A massive fissure as wide as a chasm tore down the slope of the wall, extending deep into the village. Earth-cleaving slash. This is getting tricky. Fa Li Wu Bian's brow furrowed tightly. He had planned out every step, but never expected a near-invincible boss to spawn this early. They couldn't even break his defense. How could they possibly hold out for 2 hours? Sada's casual axe strikes cleaved the wall apart. Other buildings inside the village wouldn't last a single hit. Soldiers? Forget it. Against this ridiculous attack power, bronze gear was as good as none. Even with the resurrection point behind them, they wouldn't survive until the end of the siege. Other lords faced scattered mobs, but Dawn Village was up against a berserk beast that effortlessly tore apart their front line. It wasn't even the same league. Fa Li Wu Bian's face went pale as he searched for retreat options. Then suddenly Wang Fan shouted his battle command. Everyone, stay calm and unleash full output. Whoa, who just gave that order? Was it the Lord? Our Lord actually commanding us to fight the boss? Hearing this sudden command on the channel, the players and soldiers of Dawnlight Village were stunned at first, then exchanged confused looks, their faces full of surprise because in their minds, Wang Fan had always been just the kind of lord who assigned tasks and handed out rewards without lifting a finger. Except for not sounding like an NPC, his daily routine was basically that of the village mascot, lazily strolling the streets, greeting passing newbies, then logging off on the spot. Now this mascot was suddenly issuing battle commands. It was like a random NPC popping up in a dungeon and trying to lead the players. Weird doesn't even begin to cover it. You guys. Wang Fan felt utterly exasperated seeing their expressions. Didn't they know he was the top leader of this domain? At the start of the game, other lords had to lead troops on quests themselves. Why should him giving a battle command be so strange? Apparently, in these people's eyes, he was just decoration. Wang Fan silently vowed. He needed to be more visible from now on, or these guys would just treat him like air. Full damage output. What's the use? After a brief shock, doubts flooded the channel. We can't even break through Sada's defense. One wave of attacks, and we're just forced to lose HP. Can't even hurt him properly. No, we can kill him. We have numbers. Even with forced HP loss, we'll wear him down. Fa Li Wu Bian immediately caught on to Wang Fan's idea. The Lord wanted to use the forced HP loss mechanic to wear Sada down bit by bit. Boss Wu Bian, are you kidding? With so few of us, we're down a boss with 100,000 HP? Someone sneered. He heals faster than we can output. Dawnlight Village currently had 250 soldiers, less than half ranged. Coordinated volleys took 5 to 10 seconds. Under forced HP loss, each wave only chipped about 100 HP from Sada. But Sada had a full 100,000 HP. In 5 to 10 seconds, he naturally healed almost 200 HP. Our damage speed just couldn't keep up. Not to mention, Sada wasn't a training dummy. He was swinging a giant axe to break the walls. A few waves of attacks, and the walls might be destroyed. Then, with no defensive cover, we wouldn't even get a chance to attack. No, we have plenty of people. Fa Li Wu Bian looked back at Wang Fan and shouted, gather all the farmers you can. Have them throw stones at Sada. Farmers. Throw stones. Everyone froze for a moment. But Wang Fan smiled approvingly at Fa Li Wu Bian. That's right. He really was sharp, guessed the idea halfway through just from a few words. Talking to smart people, one sentence was enough. Fa Li Wu Bian is right. Wang Fan raised his voice. Protecting the village isn't just the soldier's job. It's the farmer's responsibility too. If Sada breaks through the walls, your homes will be the first to suffer. It was easy for soldiers to die 100 times and just spend some gold to respawn. But if the homes got destroyed, the farmers were done for good. At the core, the soldiers fought to protect the farmers. These farmers, who spent their days working in the soil, naturally had no reason to stand idly by. Though they lacked the brute strength and sophisticated equipment of professional soldiers, they had still learned a bit of self-defense. Even if their pitchforks couldn't topple fully armored knights or their stones couldn't easily fell monsters, they still had enough power in their arms to throw and strike. Not long ago, Wang Fan borrowed the original home base of the Xuanhuan Federation, bringing back a large number of houses and farmland. Now, Dawnlight Village boasts 340 residences, with 1,700 registered farmers. Coupled with the 250 regular soldiers already there, the total force nears 2,000, a number far from negligible. The game rule forcing forced health loss has become their greatest asset. It is not a bug, nor a leftover from early versions, but an official weak beats strong mechanic. In reality, there are legends of anonymous foot soldiers slaying heroes. In the game world, it's said that as long as the boss health bar shows, players can grind it down to death. The core of this mechanism is simple. If your damage output is lower than the target's defense, the system simply calculates damage as 1. Whether you wear bronze armor and hit for hundreds, or just wield a pitchfork and throw stones, the damage number is always 1. The only factors that distinguish effectiveness are quantity and attack speed. With 1,700 farmers and 250 soldiers, close to 2,000 attack rolls per second, even accounting for some inefficiency, consistently yield over 1,500 points of effective damage. Though Sada has 100,000 health points and seems formidable, as long as there is a steady window of continuous output, This huge number of attackers will eventually wear it down like ants gnawing on a bone. Truly worthy of being the Lord. Boundless Magic suddenly slapped his forehead, completely awakened by Wang Fan's words, admiration obvious in his voice. He raised his staff and shouted, "Everyone, rally your farmers immediately for battle." Then, looking around, he quickly assigned tasks. Chun Go, you and Asen's group hold the boss aggro outside the city. Don't let that axe keep smashing the walls. Zhong Hong, the city wall defense is in your hands. Use the three-phase tactic as usual. No sooner had Boundless Magic finished speaking than urgent footsteps rang out outside the city. Chun Guangsan led a team that flanked Sada and charged in with the fierce roar of the three sons of Yangguan. He crashed into Sada's lower back before suddenly bluffing a taunt. Gah! Forced to turn by the taunt, Sada came face to face with Chun Guangcan's mischievous grin. Retreating while raising his staff, Chun Guangsan split open the ground beneath them, and a horde of white-boned skeleton soldiers erupted in a thunderous surge. Attack! At the short command, over 100 skeleton soldiers and a few soldiers lunged forward. 11111, a flood of red numbers appeared, and Sada's health instantly dropped by more than 100 points. It is well known that besides taunts and special skills, the core means of determining boss aggro is damage. A normal soldier's swing counts as just 1-1, but Chun Guangcan's 100-plus skeletons stacking up 100 simultaneous ones all bind aggro to him. With this 100-fold damage, no one can pry that magnet-like hate away from him. Roar! Sada bellowed and charged at Chun Guangsan with his giant axe. Before the axe arrived, the whooshing sounds pierced the air just as he turned. Hundreds of heads popped over the parapet above the city wall. Farmers. 500 or 600 of them, like rice seedlings sprouting in unison. Attack! Ordered Zhong Hong. A rain of stones fell thud, 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 thud 11111. A flurry of numbers hovered above Sada's head, and his health dropped by over 500 points in response. Phase 2. Before Sada fully registered what was happening, the first group of farmers withdrew from the wall and practiced formation. At the same time, another 500 farmers swarmed to the parapet to launch the second wave of projectiles. 111, 1111 numbers kept appearing as Sada turned around. Attack! Chun Guangcanlin decisively gave the order again from a distance. The skeleton soldiers followed, their bony arms swinging blades that flashed cold steel light. A fresh wave of damage numbers popped up in streaks 111111. Sada, who had been about to smash the city wall farmer, was forcibly pulled back by the continuous string of red numbers showing damage and turned to pounce on Chun Guangcanlan's group instead. Meanwhile, the farmers in the third row on the wall had long since shifted to firing positions. Under the command gestures of the frontline soldier players, fist-sized stones whistled down, crashing against Sada's helmet. 11111111, a torrent of bright red damage numbers appeared as his health bar visibly dropped. Wang Fan stared at the battlefield, his eyes glued to the health bar. The soldier player's skills amazed him. After he casually suggested a phased attack, they immediately understood and executed a tactical formation in moments, working seamlessly together. Wang Fan had never seen the so-called three-phase combat style firsthand before. The city wall was limited in length, and with more than 1,700 farmers lined up tightly, stone throws would naturally lose accuracy. But now, with three groups rotating turns, they avoided congestion while maximizing attack frequency, even suppressing Sada's regeneration. Even the farmer's time spent switching stones was covered by this rotation. Chun Guangcanlin held aggro firmly outside the village, creating a second source of firepower. Sada was pulled from both sides, taunted non-stop by skeletons behind him, and pelted with stones from the wall ahead. If he turned toward the skeletons, his back of the head got hit. If he swung his axe at the wall, skeletons hacked at his ankles. This high-level boss was forced to become a swaying, moving target. What impressed Wang Fan even more wasn't this to go for, but the soldiers' coordination. Anyone who had fought large-scale battles knew that controlling troops became harder as their numbers grew. Military structures like companies and battalions exist to reduce communication costs. By comparison, players lagged far behind AI. Since an AI could move with a single command, complex tactics required top-tier skill and insight from the commander to execute smoothly. Yet this group of otaku avatars players managed to coordinate just as fluently. Keep in mind, they were neither well-trained professional soldiers nor AI programmed to obey unconditionally. On the plus side, they were a bunch of casual gamers. On the downside, a ragtag crew who rarely practiced together. Just as Fa Li Wu Bian explained the three-stage attack method, everyone seemed to instantly understand what to do. They immediately gathered their farmer troops on the slope of the city wall and formed three lines. Within mere seconds, they flawlessly coordinated their alternating three-stage strikes. The fact that hundreds of people could synchronize so perfectly left Wang Fan utterly amazed. Is this what tacit understanding between experts looks like? No wonder top players in games, when facing difficult challenges, prefer teaming up with skilled but unpleasant teammates rather than bringing along novices. It's not about stats, it's the gap in awareness and experience. Soldiers and farmers took turns attacking, the rhythm of the three-stage flow meshing as precisely as gears. The health bar above Sada's head steadily dropped at a visible speed. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 points lost. The shorter his health bar became, the more excited the soldiers grew. The near-invincible boss, whose armor couldn't be cracked, was now bleeding red under a forced damage mechanic. A roar burst forth. When Sada's health fell to 10, he suddenly howled to the sky. Crimson light enveloped his entire body again, and both his giant eyes instantly turned blood red. Berserk bloodline. Alert! Watch the aggro. Fa Li Wu Bian's eyelids twitched, and he shouted nervously, Brother Chun, be careful. As a game designer, he knew better than anyone the Berserk state resets aggro, and in extreme cases, the boss will recklessly attack everything nearby. Sada was already in Berserk mode. Now with the Berserk bloodline stacking, he had completely lost control and would slash anyone he perceived as an enemy. Naturally, the closest enemies were the Radiant Undead Legion. A fierce roar sounded. At Fa Li Wu Bian's warning, Sada launched a massive shout, spun around, then leapt, axes raised high, crashing like a falling boulder onto the Undead Legion below. Earthshatter strike. Run. Radiant members scattered like birds and beasts all at once. Boom. The giant axe struck the ground, kicking up dust and carving a deep crater. Fiery red cracks radiated wildly from Sada's impact point. With just this blow, the Undead Legion was instantly pulverized. Damn. Radiant's eyes reddened on the spot. It was one thing for ordinary skeletons to perish, but even the skeletal warriors summoned by the giant bear goblin were smashed to dust. He clenched his teeth in pain. With no aggro target, Sada looked up then bent forward, charging again. Rumbling. His mountain-sized body dashed straight for the city wall. Crash. With a deafening roar, he slammed into the already fractured wall. Chunks of stone flew as the crack tore open like a huge mouth. 70 or 80 farmers on the wall and slope were killed instantly. Before the rest could react, Sada stomped violently. Earth stomp. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently, the shockwave spreading outwards, knocking down another group of farmers in a pool of blood. It's over. It's over. Zongan Xiangxia's face went pale. The boss aggro is messed up, we can't fight anymore. Don't panic. Everyone fall back to the respawn point. Protect the Lord's Council Hall and respawn area. Even Fa Li Wu Bian gave up attacking Sada at this moment, ordering the last stand defense. There was no other way. The reason the soldiers of Dawnlight Village could hold their ground against Satella mainly came down to aggro mechanics and the defensive city walls. Now that the aggro system was completely disrupted and the walls were crumbling, trying to stall this Minotaur was nothing but a pipe dream. Even so, Fa Li Wu Bian suppressed his fear and calmly issued the final order. Retreat. Everyone fall back to the respawn point. Zonghing Tianxiao immediately grabbed the team banner and shouted, rallying everyone to rush toward the respawn point. Their steps were chaotic but never faltered. Satala swung his huge axe as he chased after them. Each step thundered like a giant hammer striking the ground, shaking loose stones and debris. When he hit buildings, he charged through them without hesitation, smashing wooden beams and scattering broken tiles. In moments, entire streets were reduced to rubble. After a few breaths, Satala burst into the plaza, his colossal dark shadow blotting out the sky. He raised his massive axe and aimed at the center of the leader's council hall, swinging it down with deadly force. Stop him! Hurry, stop him! Terrified soldiers forced themselves forward, but the raw power of this level 20 dark gold boss shattered their ranks instantly. The players were only around level 10 and stood no chance. Stomping through the crowd, Satala reached the council hall, his bulging arm muscles flexing as he hoisted his axe high, its cold blade gleaming sharply. Damn it! We're doomed. Waif has a second rage phase. The designers are cruel. Is he going to go Super Saiyan 3 next? At the moment the massive axe roared down. Whoosh! A thin arrow sliced through the air and struck Satala's forehead with perfect precision. The arrow was so small that most thought it was just a desperate shot fired blindly. But as the arrowhead embedded itself, Satala's movements froze mid-swing. 10,000. His health bar instantly drained to 0, and a huge red damage number hovered above his head. The once invincible Minotaur abruptly stopped moving. Dawnlight Village fell into complete silence. 10,000. What just happened? Whose arrow was that? All eyes turned to the source of the shot. Standing there with a serious expression was Wang Fan. In his right hand, he held a brilliantly glowing longsword. In his left, a crossbow. His lordly robe fluttered as if caught in a windless breeze. Holy crap. It's the Lord. Lord Bro just one-shotted the boss with an arrow. No way. I didn't expect the Lord to be this strong. Definitely a high-level NPC. Fa Li Wu Bian and the other players were stunned in place, completely blown away. Earlier, many suspected Wang Fan was a hidden NPC, but had no proof, had never truly displayed his power beyond relying on AI-like agility. This single arrow instantly cemented the label high-level hidden NPC in everyone's mind. Definitely. For sure. Absolutely. Otherwise, how could he pierce through Satala's defenses and deal 10,000 damage in one shot? Watch your wording, someone whispered in the crowd. That 10,000 is Satala's HP limit, not the Lord's output limit. If the Lord wanted, he could kill that Minotaur with ease anytime. Exactly. The Lord here is by far the strongest. Having such immense power but staying so low-key must be a hidden NPC. The crowd whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration, respect, and awe, all fixed on Wang Fan. Fa Li Wu Bian quickly stepped forward and bowed, clasping his fists. Apologies, my lord. I caused trouble for the territory. I wasn't strong enough to stop Sada. Yes, we did our best, Zongheng Tianxia added in agreement. Wang Fan smiled gently. Don't blame yourselves. If we manage to wipe out those monsters, it's thanks to both of you. He spoke from the heart. Others might not realize it, but he knew clearly if he hadn't just learned the execute skill, he would have been helpless in that dangerous moment. Besides, ordering the forced health drain to grind down Sada was his call alone, so he couldn't put the blame on anyone else. My lord, the two players looked conflicted but more respectful than ever. Players were naturally proud, and if it had been another NPC leading them into such a near disaster, harsh blame or reward cuts would be expected. But Wang Fan had not only spared them blame, he offered kind comfort hats, the kind of lord they wanted to follow. Seeing they hesitated to speak, Wang Fan waved his hand. Everything went as expected. You did very well. Go rest first. The rewards will be sent out soon. Thank you, my lord. They bowed again before returning to the team. Notice you led your soldiers to defeat the Dark Gold boss Minotaur, Chieftain Sada. Reputation 500. Would you like to open the loot chest? Open it, Wang Fan thought. Notice you have obtained a Dark Gold chest from defeating the Dark Gold boss. First kill reward 100, event boss bonus 50, solo kill reward 50. Final calculation epic chest. Dark Gold boss, and the event's final boss. Stacking all these reward buffs pushed the chest's quality straight to epic. Rumor has it these chests can even drop artifacts. Suddenly, a pinkish-purple chest burst into a dazzling beam of light in his palm. Epic chest opened. You received 1. Barbarian's Grip. 2. Chieftain's Totem. 3. Beast King's Might. 4. Gem of Fury. 5. Boots of Gallop. 6. Savage Great Axe. 7. Trample. 8. Charge. 9. Earth Splitter Slash. 10. Mountain Shatter Strike. 11. Battle Roar. 12. Territory Upgrade Token. 13. Territory Construction Token. 14. Proof of Lordship. 15. Heart of Rage. 16. Earth Crystal. System messages flooded the screen, listing weapons, skill books, and rare items. Everything poured into Wang Fan's backpack. 16 items. Wang Fan flicked his mind, and his inventory interface popped open. Golden and purple glows intertwined as the detailed stats of every drop appeared clearly before him. Savage Grip category, Gauntlets grade, Silver Armor, 28 Magic Resist, 26 Strength, 9 Constitution, 8 Barbarian. Passive skill, each attack stacks 1 layer of Savage Might, increasing strength by 10 per stack, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. Grapple, active skill, consumes Savage Might stacks to seize a target, dealing damage equal to at least 100 plus 20 per Savage Might stack. The higher the Savage Might stacks, the greater the grapple success rate. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Requirement, 40 Strength. These gauntlets exude a raw, brutal tribal aura. Their appearance alone resembles the claws of 2 giant beasts forged from alloy. Each punch the wearer throws causes savage power to roar and grow inside, steadily boosting strength. When fully charged with 10 stacks, the wearer seems to transform into a giant on the battlefield. Even more terrifying is the grapple skill snapping onto an enemy's vital point in an instant, bypassing small invincibility effects like super armor. Strength determines physical attack judgment in the game, and higher judgment means suppression at the same level. Grapple-type skills have the highest judgment ceiling of all skills. Savage Grip increases strength while granting grapple. It can attack, control, and even save its wearer in life or death moments. This is undoubtedly a rare and powerful control artifact. Chieftain Totem category, Helmet grade, Silver Armor, 22 Magic Resist, 30 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 10 Faith Power. Passive skill, for each summoned unit, Faith increases by 1 point. Faith feedback, each Faith point increases attributes of both the wearer and summoned units by 0.1. No usage requirements. Centered on the helmet is an ancient totem carved from beast bone, as if watched over by ancestral spirits. Its base stats seem modest, but the Faith system makes its potential ridiculously high. Each soldier summoned adds 0.1 attribute boosts, so 250 soldiers equal a 25 increase, 2,500 soldiers 250, and so on. Wang Fan quickly does the math in his mind. Commanding an army of 100,000, the amplification becomes immeasurable. Truly a legendary divine artifact. Aside from these 2 pieces, the rest of the equipment is less remarkable, but still practical in their own way. Beast King's Power, Ring, Silver quality, increases loyalty and all attributes of battle pets. Only Archer class can capture battle pets. Only after Archers advance to Hunters and unlock Beast King specialization does this ring reach full potential. Therefore, it's better suited for Archers planning to develop into Hunters. Ruby of Fury, necklace, silver accessory. A crimson ruby set on a bone pendant. It directly affects the warrior's rage meter, increasing total rage capacity, recovery speed, and the power of rage-based skills. Especially the warrior's signature ultimate whirlwind slash, which requires full rage to activate. The more rage accumulated, the longer and more frequent the whirlwind. For weapon warriors, this necklace is a near-perfect choice. Galloping boots, silver quality, with gallop trait. The wearer automatically runs once moving begins. Soldiers in the run state gain a 30 movement speed increase. Speed is the most crucial attribute for players. If you run fast, whether you're fleeing, chasing, or kiting, you always gain the upper hand. For classes like archers and assassins, speed can be even more important than raw damage output. The last piece of equipment, the brutal great axe, suddenly appeared in Wang Fan's sight. Wait a minute. When he opened the stats panel, he was stunned, his eyes lighting up with surprise. A dark gold item. And not just any, this was the rarest and most prestigious weapon among all the gear. Brutal great axe. Type, battle axe. Grade, dark gold. Attack, 97. Magic, 84. Strength, 20. Constitution, 19. Sever passive. Each hit applies 1 stack of Sever, reducing the target's defense by 6, up to 5 stacks. Frenzy passive, attack speed 50. Bloodthirst passive. Each hit applies 1 stack of Bleed, up to 5 stacks. At 5 stacks, triggers Bloodthirst Frenzy, doubling attack and increasing movement speed by 20. Brutality active, a powerful strike dealing 300 true damage. Each bleed stack adds 20 extra damage, 150 additional damage during Bloodthirst Frenzy. If this attack kills the target, it has no cooldown for 20 seconds. Usage requirement, warrior exclusive. Item lore, forged by the greatest dwarven divine smith, modeled after the legendary artifact Purgatory. This axe was crafted from mystical iron and ice at the sacred snow mountain. It was later gifted to the Tauren clan and became the heirloom symbol of their chieftains. An artifact. This is an artifact. Wang Fan was dumbfounded for a full 3 seconds before snapping back and immediately took a screenshot to save it. If he posted this on the forum, the entire game community would explode. Being the first lord to obtain a dark gold weapon gave you prestige even beyond topping the territory development rankings. Judging by the stats, calling it an artifact is no exaggeration. Damage-focused weapons struggle against high defense targets, no matter how strong the hit. If the defense is too high, you're forced to rely on slow, forced damage over time. But Sever is exactly what counters tanky defenders up to 30 defense reduction. If Wang Fan had this axe earlier, they wouldn't have needed to painstakingly wear down Seota through forced mechanics. And it doesn't stop at defense reduction. This axe also grants 50 increased attack speed. Players who've wielded battle axes know they're usually slow and heavy, but this one turns a warrior into an assassin. Add in stacking 5 bleed layers to trigger Bloodthirst Frenzy, which doubles attack and boosts speed by 20 inches short. It's a relentless chase and slash machine. The ultimate skill, Brutality, is the perfect execution move up to 450 true damage with an insanely high finishing threshold. Even scarier, if it kills, it resets its cooldown for 20 seconds. If you jump into the enemy's backline while Bloodthirst Frenzy is active, theoretically, you could wipe out all the squishy targets in one go. What makes this an artifact? It's a piece of equipment that can single-handedly turn someone into a master, crushing opponents with sheer stats alone. Not to mention, a prony novice holding this brutal great axe could easily take on multiple enemies at once. Beyond the word artifact, there's simply no better way to describe this battle axe. Wang Fan gathered all the equipment and put it away. As he bent down to pick them up, his fingertips brushed over the engraved patterns on the gear. The system's golden light flickered briefly in his palm, each flash representing a chip he could use later to claim rewards. The most eye-catching was the brutal great axe, its handle forged from obsidian-covered spinal bone, and the blade etched with intricate crimson veins, perfectly matching his current strength and constitution attributes. The system labeled it outright as artifact grade. This one was destined to become the most dazzling prize in the team. Compared to the equipment, the 5 skill books that dropped were highly specialized. Since Sada was a warrior class boss, all the skills were inevitably warrior abilities. 1. Stomp Charge rank E, a common second-tier warrior skill, with a brief knockback effect. 2. Earth Split Slash. 3. Mountain Crushing Strike. The last 2 were rank D, core damage skills for third-tier warriors, with explosive power. 4. Battle Roar rank C, requiring level 30 and completion of the 4th-tier class change to learn. It boosts all personal attributes while weakening enemies' stats in an area, and works exceptionally well combined with Whirlwind Slash. Wang Fan stuffed all 5 skill books into his backpack, planning to distribute them during the rewards ceremony. Even more coveted were the 6 special items that came next. Territory Ascension Token Category. Special. Feature. Required for territory upgrade. A rare lord's item that allows a settlement to evolve step by step from village to town, then castle, and finally capital city. Effectively, the lord's proof of promotion. Territory Construction Token Category. Special. Grade. Dark Gold. Feature. Instantly adds 20,000 construction points to the territory. Truly the treasure every lord dreams of. Lord's Certificate Category. Special. Grade. Unknown. Feature. Grants lordship over designated territory and elevates civilians instantly across social ranks. Heart of Rage Category. Special. Feature. Core item for the Berserker class change. Only warriors holding this can unlock their internal rage genes. Earth Crystal Core Category. Special. Grade. Dark Gold. Feature. Energy core from high-tier magical beasts, usable as power source for large buildings or magical devices, and so on. The Territory Ascension Token, as the name suggests, allows a territory to upgrade from village to town, from town to castle, and from castle to capital city. It's essentially the Lord's Promotion Certificate, upgrading from village chief to town mayor. For Wang Fan at this stage, the token wasn't very useful because under the No Man's Land rules, any lord who completes the Monster Siege defense mission automatically gets one Ascension token for free, a one-time newbie benefit. Later, when upgrading towns to castles, players will have to earn Ascension tokens themselves by completing tasks or defeating bosses, which will be insanely difficult. Rumor has it only bosses above gold rank have a chance to drop them. That phrase chance to drop is enough to discourage anyone. If Sada wasn't a dark gold boss and the first kill first drop elevated the treasure chest to epic grade, Wang Fan probably wouldn't have gotten that Ascension token either. Most importantly, the drop rate for Ascension tokens depends on the Lord's territory level. You can only get a drop by killing bosses at or above your territory level. This means a level 20 town territory killing gold bosses below level 20 will never get the drop. Only bosses above level 20 have a chance to drop it. This completely blocks the cheap tactic of farming low-level bosses just to grind Ascension tokens. This clearly shows the value of this advanced token. Wang Fan held the token, his gaze drifting over to the construction token as well, his heart still pounding. According to the official formula, construction points scale exponentially with the boss's level, and Runka level 10 bronze boss only drops 10 construction points. Level 10 silver grants 100 points, gold jumps to 1,000, and so on. But this token boldly displayed 20,000, leaving him momentarily speechless. At the current stage, upgrading a territory by one level requires current level 1 times 100 points. Raising level 5 to 6 needs just 600 points. Level 6 to 7 only 700. 20,000 construction points presented like a mountain of gold. Considering Sada is a level 20 dark gold boss, and regular level 20 town lords need to fight tooth and nail to defeat it, Wang Fan's leapfrog kill, while still at level 5 village, made the massive reward entirely reasonable. Among the other spoils, the Frenzy Heart and Thunder Heart were hidden job transfer proofs. Their quality did not strictly correlate with the boss rank. Silver bosses could also drop top-tier proofs. As for the Earth Crystal and other energy sources, they were like giant magic batteries, storing condensed magic power from the boss. Such items were always in high demand on the market. After tallying the loot, Wang Fan turned to see soldiers gathered around Sada's corpse, eager and rubbing their hands in anticipation. Why didn't anything drop? Should we try touching it? The boss is still warm, better hurry. Whispers buzzed nonstop. But the veteran soldiers had taken part in the kill remained calm. They knew boss drops often appeared with a delay, and the Lord had the privilege to select first. Being impatient wouldn't help. Wang Fan waved them off. Everyone disperse. Boss is killed by me, don't drop any loot. What is that even possible? Gah? It's all our fault. The crowd instantly deflated, but no one could argue with him. After all, the event quest originally belonged to the players, but when things got this heated, the Lord had to wrap it up. Dragging the boss into NPC territory and expecting rewards wasn't allowed. The perceptive soldiers quickly painted a new picture. The Lord, clearly capable but holding back, was probably saving the kill and loot for the group. Only when the team was on the brink did he step in to finish the job. The Lord's kindness and goodwill suddenly soared among them, boosting his popularity through the roof. Wang Fan chuckled quietly to himself. Fan offhand excuse had unexpectedly earned him goodwill. At that moment, Chun Guangqian cautiously approached. Lord, looks like no one wants this boss's body, right? Sada was a dark gold powerhouse. Every piece of its scales, bones, and magic core was a rare material. Wang Fan glanced at the corpse and said solemnly, since you were the one who lured Sada outside the city alone, safeguarding the territory, this body is yours. Actually, Seoda's corpse was of little use to Wang Fan. This is because gifting and rewarding are two very different things. There's an old saying, a favor for a cup of rice may bring gratitude, but a favor for a bushel breeds resentment. Occasional gifts are fine, but if it becomes a habit, the recipient starts to feel entitled, and if the gift ever stops, they harbor grudge. Rewards, on the other hand, Make the recipient believe they have earned the prize through their own skill, so they'll naturally work even harder in the future. Thank you so much, my lord. From now on, throw any dirty or hard work my way. I'm your most loyal servant. Chun Guang Qianlan was so excited he could barely speak. All the other players heard him clearly, envy written plainly on their faces, but none dared to object. After all, it was Chun Guang Qianlan alone who had drawn Seoda's hatred out of the city, something everyone had witnessed and knew no one else could have done. His reward was well-deserved. At this moment, only two thoughts ran through everyone's mind. 1. The Lord is seriously generous, just handing over the corpse of an elite dark gold boss. 2. I have to give my all when the territory's under attack next time. The Lord surely won't shortchange me. After claiming ownership of the corpse, Chun Guang Qianlan didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, pulled out his staff, and cast Soul Resurrection on Seoda's body. With a rumbling sound, a black magic circle burst open, quickly engulfing the corpse. Seoda's flesh and blood fell away like layers of clothing, revealing a massive skeleton gleaming with golden metallic luster, slowly rising upright. The golden bones scanned the surroundings as the soul fire in its eye sockets suddenly flickered. Then, piece by piece, jet black armor formed on the skeletal frame in the blink of an eye. The skeleton was fully armored from head to toe. The black armor was heavy and sharp, leaving only a narrow slit across the forehead exposing the golden soul flame. Its right hand gripped a battle axe identical in appearance to the brutal giant axe, while its left arm held a massive black metal shield. A cape billowed noiselessly behind it, giving the entire undead figure a commanding, awe-inspiring presence. If it weren't for a faintly glowing character Chun embroidered on the cape, cutting through the grim aura with a bit of humor, this skeletal warrior would have been nearly perfect. Damn, no wonder it's a dark gold boss. Chun Guang Qianlan instinctively opened the skeletal warrior's attribute panel, then exclaimed in shock. What? What's going on? Hurry, let's check the stats. Several others with vast mana glanced at each other and quickly gathered around. Though they had seen skeletal warriors before, none had ever witnessed a full golden-armored skeleton. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity. Making sure no strangers were nearby, Chun Guang Qianlan displayed the attributes on screen. The full-armor skeletal warrior's data appeared instantly, causing a hush to fall over the air. Everyone was speechless, including Wang Fan, who raised an eyebrow slightly. Skeleton Commander, Gold rank, 20 HP, 50,000 MP, 2,500 skill points. Abilities: Soul Screech, Guardian Shield, Undead Stomp, Death Impact, Earth Rupture / Undead Heavy Strike. The Contractor, background of Radiant Spring, is a skeleton formed from the flesh and blood of a powerful boss, bearing the higher soul flame of the world of death. In the setting of Borderlands, undead summoned by necromancers are like hunter pets. Their detailed attributes are completely hidden. Players only see 4 core basic stats: level, rank, health points, and skills. Because of this, judging the strength of a pet always revolves around these 4 indicators. Normally, a pet's level never exceeds that of its contractor. Rank is usually stuck at the common white tier, with bronze tier pets being extremely rare and gold tier practically unheard of. So when the stats panel flashes the words level 20 gold rank, everyone gasps. This is unprecedented. Then there's the health, 50,000 points. To put it in perspective, a standard level 20 gold boss has only around 20,000 to 30,000 HP. This skeleton commander more than doubles that just by looking at its absurdly thick health bar. It's clearly a top-tier tank. Although soldier players aren't experts on the class system in Borderlands, they are skilled gamers who know how to make comparisons. For example, a level 10 shield warrior maxed out in vitality would only have around 1,000 HP. Everyone understands what 50,000 HP means. And the crazy part doesn't stop there. A skeleton commander possesses 6 skills. 6 skills. Regular soldier players unlock only 2 skills every 10 levels, and a level 20 character usually has at most 5. But this guy is both offense and defense, with all skill slots unlocked, each a powerful combat technique. By stats alone, it's far beyond the scope of a normal level 20 gold boss. If Radiant Spring plays it smart, this skeleton commander could even solo 2 same-level bosses. As the attribute panel faded away, everyone's emotions stirred. This haul's worth it. Absolutely worth it. Radiant Spring muttered, staring at his new pet. Although Sauda's strike wiped out his 100 elite skeleton soldiers, including the hard-earned bronze skeleton warrior, this skeleton commander alone more than made up for all losses, actually exceeding expectations. Damn, I'm sending out red packets later. Yeah, I will too, or I'll kill you. Damn, hitting the jackpot with this luck. Can't take it. Envy is killing me. Players chatted excitedly, while Radiant Spring happily agreed. Of course. They'll get everyone into the group chat right away. No way I'm skipping the red packets. He stroked the skeleton commander's shoulder armor, barely hiding his excitement. With this guy standing guard, next time the monsters attack the fortress, we'll have way less pressure. TSK, gotta admit, this old dude's got some serious awareness. Someone muttered half in jest, half in admiration. As the lively discussion was underway, the system announcements suddenly flooded the screen. World announcement. Dawnlight Village has repelled the beast invasion, completing the territory defense task. World announcement. Dawnlight Village has slain the siege boss Sauda, completing the achievement decapitating the general and capturing the banner. World announcement. Dawnlight Village has annihilated the entire siege beast army, completing the achievement victory over the enemy. World announcement. Under the leadership of the Lord of Dawnlight Village, the village's warriors fought a fierce and bloody battle, ultimately annihilating the siege beast army and killing the berserk siege boss Sauda. With heroic merit and minimal casualties, they achieved the highest honor of this defense mission, complete triumph. Their heroic deeds will be forever celebrated by the people of the Borderlands. The moment the world announcement flooded the screen, the entire game went instantly silent. Hundreds of eyes fixed on the system panel as every lord's forehead synchronized with flashing question marks. The defense quest completed? Someone actually cleared it on this hellish difficulty? And it's even the highest achievement. What the hell? The immediate reaction from most was an urge to shout, "No way." The few who managed to stay calm wondered if they'd been hallucinating from the stress of the monster siege. Otherwise, how could such an absurd notification possibly appear? The territory defense quest was mandatory for all lords. Whether willing or not, monsters would inevitably swarm the outskirts of their domains. Now, the siege had been raging for over 6 hours. Smoke and blood hung thick over the Noman's land. Before the assault began, all lords had reinforced their walls. Yet the Minotaur's demolition tactics, the cat demon's climbing tactics, and the goblin's incineration tactics swept repeatedly, employing diverse strategies against the defenses. The walls weren't useless, just barely adequate. The first wave destroyed nearly a third of the barriers. 2 hours in, monsters breached another 30 of the territory. By the 4th hour, a 70 elimination rate was recorded. Now at 6 hours, only about a quarter of the domains clung on. Looking back at the history of the Galaxy Federation's virtual realms, no Noman's land had ever witnessed such brutal attrition. The surviving lords all labored near resurrection points, fighting tooth and nail for survival. Even the leader of the largest federation in the Noman's land, the Huaxia Federation, Li Tianhao, village head of Yanhuang, had monsters break into his domain, engaged in a desperate battle with his troops. Without top-tier hidden units and ample funds to revive soldiers, his front line would have long since crumbled. The rest of the territories fared worse, and the final boss of the monster siege had yet to appear, underscoring the insane difficulty. Yet the system message bluntly announced, someone had completed the defense quest in 8th hour mission declared finished after just 6 hours. That meant only one thing. This lord didn't just hold off the invading monsters, they had completely repelled them. The next bombshell hit like a hammer to everyone's chest. Dawn Village not only repelled the monsters, but also killed the siege boss. More than that, they annihilated the entire monster legion. Is everyone sure they're playing the same game? In the same realm? Stunned silence followed. Thousands of words boiled down to a single curse. Damn it, the system must have lost it, what a joke. Yet the lines of crimson announcements gleamed glaringly real. How? How did Dawn Village pull this off? Could he really be cheating? In the imperial capital of the Huaxia Federation, Li Tianhao had just pulled up the semi-transparent system panel from the frontline command tower when a glaring world announcement nearly snapped his nerves. Dawnlight Village has successfully defended the city, completely annihilated the beast army, and killed the siege boss, Sayuda. Li Tianhao took a deep breath, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Since the game launched, Wang Fan's Dawnlight Village had been like a beacon top in development, single-handedly holding off thousands of lords. Such records stunned every player. But to Li Tianhao, that felt more like technical skill. Building fast didn't necessarily mean combat strength. And as for fighting off hordes alone, he believed with enough effort he could replicate about 70 to 80% of that feat. In other words, he admitted Wang Fan was strong, but only just a step ahead. Yet this announcement brutally shattered his confidence. His forces were still plugging the breaches in the city walls with flesh and blood against the ferocious beast army, while Wang Fan's side had already slaughtered every enemy and even taken down the ultimate boss. The huge contrast hit Li Tianhao like a sucker punch. Was Dawnlight Village really cheating? Even more shaken than Li Tianhao was He Tianqing. Sitting in his war room cluttered with strategic maps and data crystal screens, He Tianqing stared at the same announcement, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. On day 2 of the server, he had already flagged Dawnlight Village as a key target and even predicted the best-case scenario of Wang Fan defending with 0 losses. Still, he had underestimated him. Holding the city with no casualties was already godlike, but wiping out the entire Beast Legion along with Sawuda couldn't find the right words in the system's dictionary and could only roar silently in his mind. This is absurd. Beyond the shock, his mind raced with fiery calculations. Such a powerful force, if brought into his camp, could become not just a city lord, but potentially a ruler of a nation or even a star system. Meanwhile, the guild voice channel sounded like a shouting market. Bro, strategy. Hurry. We're about to get wiped. The beasts just keep coming. If we hold 5 more minutes, the respawn point will be flooded. Yang Tianlong and others shouted. Like He Tiansheng, they were used to Wang Fan's miracles and considered shock a daily routine, but now in desperate straits, they immediately threw their last lifeline to Wang Fan. Their main city's defenses had completely collapsed, and players could only form teams near the respawn point to hold on. The scene was as brutal as stirring blood in a boiling vat. To hold till the end, the only way is to destroy the monster respawn points, Wang Fan said after a brief pause, issuing commands in the channel. In fact, Dawnlight Village's total annihilation of the beasts was not just because they cut off the respawn points, but also because of their ridiculously reinforced walls and 4 outer wards' large burning pits that trapped and incinerated waves of beasts. Yang Tianlong and the other city walls were ruins, not to mention their lack of wards. Only the source remained operational. As the ancient military texts say, cut the source and stop the flow. Destroying the respawn points would be like blocking a water inlet. The beasts would no longer come flooding in, and every kill meant one less enemy. Holding on for another half hour was entirely feasible. As for the siege boss Sayuda, killing it was out of the question. As long as his HP stayed above 10, the boss wouldn't enter the rage phase that drives it into chaotic vengeance. Sending a small group of fast troops to kite the aggro and drag him around endlessly was sufficient. No way. Is that actually allowed? Yang Tianlong and the others nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. For the man really, for all players defending the city meant holding the walls and resisting the monster siege to the death. They never expected Wang Fan to do the exact opposite, to lead his troops proactively into the forest to strike the monster army heathen. It was utterly against common sense. Who says it's not allowed? Wang Fan replied calmly. In war, there are no fixed formations. Water takes no constant shape. He certainly wouldn't tell them that this profound strategy came from a casual remark by unlimited magic. Nor would he admit that he never actually gave an order to attack. If unlimited magic hadn't started a raging fire in the forest to cause chaos, he probably would have, like the others, stayed behind the city walls and defended to the death. Luckily, the Dawnlight Village's walls were strong enough to hold for 8 hours with ease. Besides Yang Tianlong and a few others, there were many Lord players on the brink of collapse, their desperate cries flooding into Wang Fan. Wang Fan decided not to hold back. He compiled his full strategy into a hidden forum post and published it. Detailed guide posted on the forum. Price, 10 gold coins. He also loudly broadcast the announcement in the World Channel. 10 gold coins, that's roughly 1,000 in real currency. It wasn't cheap. Enough to buy a large cache of resources or let 200 soldiers each be revived 10 times. But those who had made it this far were either highly skilled or well-funded. Without a guide, they might have survived, but with it, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Most importantly, the monsters stopped relentless attacks, slashing troop losses dramatically. 10 gold hit the perfect balance, valuable enough to justify the price, but affordable enough to generate demand and maximize Wang Fan's profit. Even if the largest guild in the Federation bought and shared it, the outcome was a guaranteed win for him. Sure enough, once the guide was released, the game world erupted instantly. If a small lord from elsewhere dared claim to sell a siege defense secret, players would sneer. Who do you think you are? Haven't even finished the quest, yet acting like an expert? But this was Dawnlight Village, the only officially certified legendary domain that had completely wiped out the monster siege army, killed the siege boss, and achieved the top rank. Under such credentials, the guide carried one weighty word: authority. What's more, it cost just 10 gold coins. For a life or death mission, that was hardly expensive. Lords who could afford it immediately decided to pay. Others, barely scraping by, still gritted their teeth to gather funds. Gold 10, gold 10, gold 10. System notifications kept flooding across Wang Fan's screen. The shining numbers in his inventory leapt wildly, filling him with joy. In the Xinghe main star system, inside the monitoring room of Longting Group's digital realm terraforming project, the unclaimed land dimension alert suddenly flashed across the operator's screen. Huh, something's wrong. Someone's cheating. Xiao Li, responsible for real-time task monitoring, stared at the console as a vivid red warning popped up. Alert. Terraformer completed the guard mission ahead of schedule. Completion rate 200. Suspected cheating detected. Cheating? In this day and age? Xiao Li exclaimed instinctively. The normally quiet room instantly erupted. Colleagues who had been quietly adjusting parameters and scanning logs all looked up, gathering behind him in a rush. Ever since the upgrade from holographic simulation to fully immersive virtual reality, and the full-scale launch of the Digital Dimension Terraforming Siege project, online games ceased to be mere entertainment or social platforms. They had become a major infrastructure for the Celestial Federation's galactic colonization and employment solutions. In this era of interstellar colonization, any action affecting real-world interests was strictly legislated. Hacks, cheats, account theft, scams, what used to be the worst of online gaming, had been criminalized. Cheating was practically equivalent to illegal profiteering. It impacted planetary territory claims and resource allocation, penalized more severely than smuggling or drug trafficking, potentially carrying unlimited prison terms. As a result, cheats and data manipulations disappeared centuries ago. The monitoring room's role had shifted from catching hackers to hunting for bugs. So the sudden appearance of cheating slashed through everyone's minds like lightning, not just shock, but also a spark of curiosity. Who on earth is bold enough to mess around despite these laws? Amid the murmurs, all eyes focused on the main screen. Completed the guard task early. Completion rate 200. Shouldn't the maximum be 100? Everyone exchanged puzzled looks and glanced toward Xiao Li, the one in charge of monster engineering data. Although most had a rough understanding of the siege gameplay, only he knew the intricate details intimately. Xiao Li quickly pulled up the rules interface and explained, there's a hidden judgment system. Defending against the monster siege for 8 hours counts as 100 completion. Killing the siege boss counts as 150. Killed the siege boss? Sa Wuda? Someone gasped. Being insiders, they knew Sa Wuda's data by horde level 20 enhanced golden boss, with stats and mechanics considered the pinnacle challenge of the current phase, designed as the ultimate endgame test. Exactly. Sa Wuda, Xiao Li confirmed. Another colleague frowned. Isn't Sa Wuda mainly for lords to resist? Is it even possible to kill it? As long as there's a health bar, it can be killed, Xiao Li said, enlarging the HUD to show the massive, pulsing red HP stretched across the screen. But killing Sa Wuda only yields 150. Where's the extra to hit 200? Killing Sa Wuda and annihilating the entire Beast Legion, Xiao Li added. Someone muttered, the Beast Legion is mostly elites, just mobs for farming data. Doesn't seem as tough as Sa Wuda. Xiao Li shook his head, voice low and serious. The difficulty is on an entirely different level. His expression suddenly turned grave. By exterminating the Beast Legion, Sada's rank would rise to dark gold, and when its health dropped below 10, it would trigger complete frenzy, breaking free from the threat mechanism. Xiao Li added, if you want Sada to respawn within the last half hour of the event, the only way is to wipe out the Beast Legion. Hearing this, the entire monitoring room fell silent instantly. In other words, this lord, who achieved 200 completion, not only cleared the entire Beast Legion, but also defeated Sada after it promoted to Dark Gold and entered total frenzy. No wonder the system issued a warning. Suspicion of cheating arose. Damn it. If he's not hacking, who could do that? Someone cursed loudly. Hurry, check the data. Everyone urged, eager to see which top player dared to tamper right under the system's nose. While Xiao Li explained the 200 hidden completion setting, he accessed the backend data for the Dawn Village creator along with real-time activity from the event's start to finish. Creator's current data, no anomalies. Creator's dynamic data, no anomalies. Creator's historical data, no anomalies. Green text lines flashed across the screen, but everyone's expressions grew increasingly stiff. If the 200 achievement was done by cheating, that would be normal. But the system found no flaw at all that was truly baffling. Could we be seeing things? No way, dude, really no anomalies? Is the system glitching? Alert, employee ID 053, mental disturbance detected, please intervene promptly. The system coldly issued a warning, startling the person slapping the monitor. Clearly, the system itself had no fault. That meant the Lord of Dawn Village genuinely achieved the combo-held difficulty feat of exterminating the Beast Legion, plus killing Dark Gold, and fully frenzied Sada through pure skill. Damn. Although none present was the creator, all were project managers familiar with countless abnormal data. Yet even they were rendered speechless by this feedback. There's got to be a problem. Pull the surveillance. Restore the battle footage. I refuse to believe a level 5 lord pulled this off. Yeah. Show the footage. Curiosity quickly overcame doubt, and everyone crowded around. The footage started playing. What the hell? He actually slowed down the beast's movement speed. No way. Why are his stone walls so tanky? Look at that slope behind the walls, it's a trap incline. Hey, what's the point of that circular low wall outside the gate? Damn, he's setting fires. Burning the forest to clear mobs? On screen, Wang Fan's Dawn Village had no banned constructions. Just ordinary level 2 stone walls, standard arrow towers, and catapults. No abnormal stats. But outside the city, dense antler traps, sloped guiding terrains, and oil trenches combined with spreading forest fires dragged the charging Beast Legion down to a crawling speed under heavy load. When Sada's health fell below 10, activating frenzy, a ring of fire blocked all escape routes. Unable to cross the antlers due to its massive size, Sada was trapped in the fire, relentlessly hammered by arrow volleys and giant stones. The Watchers became increasingly amazed all setups were within allowed rules, yet assembled into an almost perfect killing zone. At this moment, no one mentioned cheating, only silent respect remained. But those sprawling antler traps outside stunned everyone to their core. That thing is absolutely not a tool unit in the game, nor a building unit, it's just a pile of wooden planks hammered together messily with a row of iron nails, looking like a crude handmade contraption. Yet, it's precisely these rough, patched-up obstacles that stubbornly withstand the brutal charges of the Minotaur beasts, slowing their massive charges to a crawl, as if they were stuck in quicksand. The camera shifts focus to reveal the stone walls of Dawnlight Village, originally built to only a level 2 defense standard. What's astonishing is that the Lord added a gentle wooden ramp on the inside of the walls, allowing soldiers to quickly scale the parapets. This ramp alone dramatically boosts the impact resistance and overall sturdiness of the mere level 2 stone wall, pushing it close to level 3 or even higher defensive standards. Especially at the city gate there, the thick surrounding wall resembles a giant enclosed fortress, clearly constructed as a trap for ambushing with concentrated firepower. The battle begins. The Lord deliberately throws open the city gates, releasing the roaring monster horde inside. Then fires blaze up in 4 large preset traps. In an instant, the fortress turns into a scorching furnace, the charging minotaurs engulfed in flames and rows, collapsing in heaps as charred corpses. The speed at which the enemies fall leaves all spectators stunned. And that's just the brilliance at the structural level. What sends chills down everyone's spine is that the Dawnlight Village Lord had also hidden a squad deep within the shadowed forest. While the main battle rages, he suddenly sets fire to the entire woods, turning the lurking monsters into a blazing funeral pyre. Immediately after comes the final showdown with the boss, whether ordinary players or tactical instructors. All can clearly see Wang Fan's flow in commanding soldiers and farmers alike, as if he had many arms, every command perfectly executed. Damn, is this even human? Someone mutters bitterly in the meeting room, then silence falls like death. They rewatch the footage repeatedly but find no sign of cheating. Every move seems grounded in common sense, yet surpasses normal limits with flawless precision. If anything seems abnormal, it's the Dawnlight Village Lord's way of thinking. Who would expect to use antler barricades, build a wrapping fortress, or even start a forest fire? Not to mention the textbook-level team coordination, all proclaiming him to be an absolute master. Reasonable, right? After a long pause, someone finally whispers, "Reasonable, absolutely. Too reasonable." Others reply, voices rising and falling. "This guy's a legend. The world's full of wonders, definitely eye-opening." As the discussion unfolds, the silent team leader finally speaks calmly. "Li, make a copy of the video and send it to the PR department. This video has to be made public." "Why?" Several colleagues look puzzled. "Seriously, you think only we're stunned? We had to backtrack to back-end data just to believe it. If we don't release it, other pioneers will doubt it too." But Li hesitates. "Speak up." The leader frowns. This pioneer invented a lot of things himself. These aren't even in the game settings. It's kind of his personal intellectual property and privacy. If we make it public, want that Li points at the rows of antler barricades, the enclosed fortress, and the stone wall ramp shown in the video. Indeed, all these clever tricks are original ideas by the player. As the core project of the Galactic Federation, the Digital Pioneer Initiative consistently promises to protect players' personal rights. Fully releasing this would clearly infringe on his rights. That's not our concern. The leader waves off. The company will have to compensate him accordingly when the time comes. With Wang Fan's strategy guiding them, the surviving lords quickly mobilized their remaining shadow assassins. One batch after another infiltrated deep into the dark forest, setting fire to the pre-oiled deadwood and burning each monster respawn point to ashes. Flames soared high and thick smoke billowed, instantly cutting off the once relentless monster tide. The pressure on the front lines visibly eased. Following the second step of the plan, everyone focused on the final siege boss, Sada. Archers and mages took turns drawing aggro, while cavalry circled with spears on the flanks. The Kitty and Drag tactic worked perfectly, keeping the massive Sada pinned at the edge of the territory, unable to unleash its area destruction attacks. Suddenly, the system announcement flooded the screen. After 8 hours of brutal battle, the Demon Legion has suffered heavy losses and abandoned their attack on human lands. Monster siege ended. The smoke from the intense fight hadn't even cleared before cheers erupted, as if everyone had been jolted awake. 2 hours later, another announcement flashed by. Siege monsters seemed to have received a retreat order. Amid Sada's low growls, dragging battered armor, they slowly withdrew back into the dark forest. "We won. Haha. We actually made it to the end. We survived. Thanks to Lord Shuguang Village's strategy. Damn, next time we gotta stick to this tactic too." The world channel immediately exploded. Some shook with excitement, some were speechless from shock, while others stayed quiet over lost territories. The defending lords felt relieved to have gotten the battle plan in the last 2 hours. Just holding off the Demon Legion had drained their all, and without the kiting tactic, Sada's final charge would have been unstoppable. Lords who had been on the verge of collapse or ready to give up found new hope from the strategy. As long as they launched a second challenge within 5 days, a comeback was possible. More importantly, after Wang Fan shared the strategy publicly, the elimination rate of lords in the last 2 hours plummeted. No new eliminations occurred until the event ended. The completion rate for the inaugural Monster Siege mission surged to 27. a full 7 percentage points higher than the official AI's forecast, so much so the development team couldn't help but issue an internal memo expressing shock and relief. This success was followed by generous rewards. 1. Army Strength Boost. All successfully defended territories unlocked the game's second phase immediately. Territories received bronze chests equal in number to their current soldiers, containing bronze grade and a level equipment and skills. The level cap for all soldiers was raised above level 10. 2. Territory development upgrades. Key commercial buildings such as blacksmith shops, general stores, tailors, and pharmacies were automatically unlocked. A territory advancement certificate was granted, allowing a village to upgrade to a town once it reached level 10. 3. Expansion of lord privileges. All defending lords were promoted to nobles, enabling them to recruit wandering adventurers and mercenary companies to reinforce their lands. The colonize and conquer options were unlocked, letting lords actively reclaim unowned territories seized during the monster siege. Each new territory gained immediately counted toward their domain and granted a substantial lump sum of construction points, becoming the main way to upgrade territories in the second phase and beyond. Beyond all this, the most exciting surprise was a brand new building blueprint, the tavern. The tavern is one of the most important structures in unclaimed lands, functioning somewhat like a magical recruitment array for raising troops. After failing a mission and switching careers, Lord players become wandering adventurers without any territory or home. The wilds are crawling with ferocious beasts and lurking bandits. Danger is everywhere. For these displaced adventurers to survive, their only option is to take shelter within other lords' lands. But their awkward status means they can only gather in public places like taverns, which have become notorious as camps for wandering adventurers. Any lord willing to pay can hire these adventurers as mercenaries. Unlike ordinary AI soldiers, mercenaries are real players, skilled, responsive, and cooperative, so their services are expensive and wages must be paid monthly. The employment relationship is purely transactional. You pay, I fight for you. No feudal hierarchy like lord and vassal. They might serve you one day and switch sides the next, making them a powerful third force in the borderlands alongside lord factions and monster hordes. During expansion campaigns, mercenary groups have earned significant influence due to their strength. Some top-tier mercenary companies can stand toe-to-toe with mid-level lord forces. After all, most lord troops are cold, mechanical AI, while mercenaries are all human players. The reason Wang Fan's territory rose rapidly is that his troops are player-controlled soldiers, each a ranked expert on the leaderboards. Unlike mercenaries, these players don't fight for money but swear absolute loyalty to Wang Fan, forming an unbreakable private army. In other words, Wang Fan enjoys noble lordly resources while commanding a high-powered player force. Outsiders see him as a kind of super mercenary captain with a fully maxed out war machine and resource base. It's important to note that only king-tier lords can grant noble fiefs. No king would stake land on mercenary groups outside the system, because owning territory instantly elevates a mercenary captain into the nobility, severing ties with the wandering adventurer class. Besides, mercenary organizations' internal interests prevent such risky moves. Wang Fan broke this ceiling is a lord who tightly controls player soldiers under his banner, creating a unique faction that is both self-governing and overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, Wang Fan is the only lord in the entire game with a 200 completion rate, earning him unimaginably generous rewards. 1. His reward chests are one tier above those of other lords. He directly received 250 silver chests, yielding silver-grade equipment and level skills. 2. In terms of territory buildings and rights, he unlocked a level 1 main domain in affiliated territory teleportation array, allowing instant travel without permission from any other lord. This differs sharply from the Federation's public teleport arrays. 3. A blueprint for the Troop and Profession Training Grounds X1, enabling construction of 5 advanced buildings: Warrior Camp, Magic Tower, Archer Range, Assassin Guild, and Temple of the Light. Usable at Town Level 1. These blueprints are normally available only after reaching Lord Level 10 and Town Advancement, but Wang Fan received them early. Additionally, Wang Fan gained 5 Dark Gold class Professional Mentor recruitment tokens. The trainers at the Professional Training Grounds are ranked by tiers, from lowest to highest. The levels are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Epic, Legendary, and Mythic. A Bronze tier trainer is level 40 and can train soldiers up to level 40. As long as the training ground is built within the territory, you can recruit them for 50 gold coins. Silver tier trainers are level 50 and can train soldiers up to level 50, but you must complete specific quests before hiring them. For each higher tier, the trainer's level cap and the maximum soldier level they can train both increase by 10 levels. The ultimate Mythic tier trainer reaches level 100 and can train soldiers up to level 100. However, to recruit a Mythic tier NPC trainer, you must first raise that NPC's favorability to 100. The higher the tier of the trainer, the richer their training experience becomes. When training soldiers with the teach according to talent, aptitude, these trainers can potentially help trainees unlock hidden classes. The higher the tier, the greater the Lord's chance of gaining hidden soldier types. Of course, chance is chance. Anyone who knows, knows. Even with a dark gold tier trainer, Wang Fan didn't place much hope on pulling hidden soldier types. In his view, the greatest benefit of a dark gold trainer was that the soldiers of Dawn Village could learn and upgrade their skills smoothly up to level 70. 5 dark gold trainer recruitment orders? I'd rather have 5 hidden soldier recruitment orders, Wang Fan muttered, holding those pale gold tokens in his hand. Next came the merit rewards. This time, Wang Fan broke from tradition and didn't withhold a single reward. He had a full 250 silver treasure chests, which he promptly distributed with a single click. Everyone gave their all during the monster siege. They deserve every reward. In addition to the treasure chests, he gave each person 5 extra gold coins. Selling strategy guides had filled his coffers, so while he was enjoying the good times, he made sure his soldiers got a taste too. For Wang Fan, this 750 gold was just a drop in the bucket, almost like tossing out some water. The moment the gold and treasure chests arrived, the channel exploded with excitement. 5 gold coins. Lord's really splurging. Silver treasure chests. I love monster sieges. Bring on harder and harder monster sieges. Following Lord, there's always a meal on the table. Let's all work hard. Our territory will only grow stronger. Wang Fan smiled faintly as he pulled out a few pieces of gear and skill books from his palm. All loot from Sada, except for the chieftain's totem, now resting on his head. Next, we have extra rewards for the soldiers who stood out the most. The first to be called out were Chunguang Qianlan and his group, who had gone behind enemy lines. Chunguang Qianlan had already claimed Sada's corpse, so no further rewards were given. The grip of the savage, a pair of sturdy wolf-hide gloves, was handed to Yang Guan Sandai. Since he no longer carried the shield in battle, Yang Guan Sandai had become Dawn Village's top tank. During the monster siege, he led the team to set fires in the rear and took the brunt of Sada's hatred and damage. The gloves themselves boost judgment and add strong crowd control effects, perfect for a frontline tank. The Beast King's strength went to the archer Jin Shuwei Kai, greatly enhancing his survivability. Finally, the boots of galloping were given to Du Gu Shaoling. For an assassin, movement speed is sometimes more crucial than attack power. As for the Angry Gem and those warrior skill books, they were handed out separately as rewards to several soldiers who stood out in the defense battle. Once the rewards were announced, the council chamber instantly erupted. I'm so jealous I could cry. I've been wanting the trample skill forever. Earth Shatter / that's the coolest warrior skill. No way. Those boots passively boost movement speed by 30, the ultimate among ultimates. Next time, I'm definitely getting an extra reward too. Excited voices and envy filled the air, thick enough to almost see it. Wang Fan leisurely raised his hand and said, finally, there's one more weapon. As he spoke, he pulled out the brutal great axe from his pocket. The metallic blade caught the light, gleaming coldly. He casually opened up the weapon stat panel. The moment the panel appeared, the council hall fell utterly silent. Even breathing seemed to stop. Every eye glued to the stats line by line. An artifact. This is an artifact. Someone shouted first, then the whole crowd completely erupted. Holy crap. Lord, is this axe going to be a reward for us too? This is insane. If I got this, I'd be unstoppable. Even usually composed Fa Li Wu Bian couldn't hide his shock. Dark gold weapon these stats. Calling it an artifact isn't an exaggeration. Yang Guan Sandai slammed his gloves down on the table with a crack. Compared to that axe, my gloves are trash. Lord, give me the axe. Little Hands on Mischief crossed his arms and patted his chest. Lord, give it to me. I'm an assassin, and assassins are the best at using axes. Screw you, give it to me. When has a priest ever not used an axe? Can you even wield it? I think mages are the real axe masters. I'm re-rolling as a weapon warrior right now. In just a few sentences, the chamber was in complete chaos. Mages and priests all claimed they'd loved chopping wood since childhood and had a special bond with axes. Warriors shouted that defense build was dead, weapon build was king. Some even vowed to delete their accounts and restart. Wang Fan started sweating at his forehead. Top-tier gear certainly has the power to make players forget their class identities. He cleared his throat twice, trying to quiet the noise. This dark gold great axe, I've decided to award it to the top contributor in this defense battle, Zongheng Tianxia. Any objections? Huh. Everyone turned sharply to look at Zongheng Tianxia. The burly warrior stood frozen, pointing at himself in disbelief. Madame? His eyes shone with surprise and excitement. Wang Fan knew perfectly well what had happened throughout the defense. Tactically, Fa Li Wu Bian's cunning and flawless strategies were impeccable, but the true executor who put plans into action and united the troops into an unbreakable force was Zongheng Tianxia. On the eve of the mission, he led the team in building the Elk Horn fortifications outside the city. When the battle began, he stood at the front line, holding his ground firm. Amid the slaughter, it was his calm command that kept everyone in sync, holding the enemy Sada just outside the city gates without an inch of progress. At the city's fall, he was the first to regroup the fleeing soldiers and establish a new defensive line. Fa Li Wu Bian was the planner, but Zhongheng Tianxia was the engineer who brought the blueprint to life. Without his orders and organization, no matter how brilliant the tactics, even if the territory was defended successfully, it would have been a brutal struggle. Zhongheng Tianxia had always been the leader of these soldier players, so naturally, the battle axe reward went to him. The other soldier players didn't object. Even those players behind Fa Li Wu Bian, who were still catching their breath, felt a little disappointed at missing out on the dark gold artifact. But no one questioned Wang Fan's decision. Everyone had seen that Zhongheng Tianxia had taken the front line in the siege defense. My lord, I vow eternal loyalty to you. From this day on, I am your most devoted knight, willing to give everything for our territory, even my life. Zhongheng Tianxia knelt down on one knee with a solid thud, the heavy clang of his armor striking the stone echoing across the open ground. Mimicking Fa Li Wu Bian's earlier posture, he balled his fists and pressed them to his chest, speaking with resolute conviction. System notification: you have received the knight's oath from Zhongheng Tianxia. The knight who swears this oath will never betray your rule. The message appeared, and Wang Fan's lips curved into a slight smile. Inwardly, he thought, the plan is working. After Fa Li Wu Bian's playful meddling, here was another knight swearing undying loyalty. Commanding an army involves two levels: strategy and combat. At the strategic level, Fa Li Wu Bian was undoubtedly a prodigy. Yet, he was arrogance wrapped in impudence, and giving him direct control over the troops risked turning the army into chaos within days. In contrast, Zhongheng Tianxia possessed natural leadership charisma. His battlefield commands orchestrated dozens of soldiers like tuning a stringed instrument. One order, and hundreds of players moved in perfect sync. No matter how brilliant a tactic, someone must execute it flawlessly, and Zhongheng Tianxia was exactly that born core executor. Zhongheng Tianxia, my knight, I entrust you to forever protect our territory from invasion. Your achievements will remain engraved in my heart. Wang Fan raised the brutal giant axe high. The dark golden patterns on its blade shimmered in the sunset, like a dragon breathing fire. I stand ready to obey your command. I will love and protect our land and country always. Zhongheng Tianxia took the axe with both hands, its heavy weight causing his arms to tremble slightly, yet he held it firmly aloft. His face was full of uncontrollable joy and pride. The sunset passed over the city walls, casting their elongated shadows across the bloodied ruins as if silently nailing down a solemn vow. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Soldier players raised swords, brandished shields, and clapped, while flickering firelight and dust swirled through the air. After awarding Zhongheng Tianxia, it was finally time to honor Fa Li Wu Bian, whose tactical and strategic planning had guided the entire siege defense. The antler formation outside the city, the killing pit trap, the torching from behind, each move intertwined flawlessly. Even Wang Fan was amazed by the idea of setting fires from the rear. If it were any other lord, facing a monster siege would have meant personally leading troops desperately. Wang Fan simply said, you command this defense, and could watch from the sidelines. The outstanding success of Shuguang village's defense was at least 70% thanks to Fa Li Wu Bian. The unparalleled reward wasn't anything else but the lord's token that Wang Fan had obtained. When the metallic token, shimmering with a silver-blue glow, landed in his palm, Wang Fan immediately declared, from now on, Fa Li Wu Bian has been granted noble status and officially become a subordinate lord under his command. The weight of the lord's token was far more than just a piece of metal. It was the sole certificate for conferring lordship and noble rank. Those officially granted a title would not only receive noble status, but also a piece of land that truly belonged to them. Normally, only king-level lords with vast territories had the authority to bestow such fiefs, and they usually chose wandering adventurers who had made great contributions to the kingdom. After all, to grant land, there had to be enough territory to give, and second, the recipients had to be intelligent players, not NPC soldiers who could only execute simple orders. However, Wang Fan had no intention of handing over the land to wandering adventurers who owed no loyalty to him. Once territory and power are delegated, no one could guarantee that a newly appointed lord wouldn't become ambitious and turn hostile. Given that, it was better to entrust this authority to soldiers he personally trained, knights whose loyalty would remain unwavering at 100%. Besides, with Fa Li Wu Bian's calm and meticulous mind, it would be a waste to keep him as an ordinary soldier. Even in the worst-case scenario of betrayal, Wang Fan still retained the right to dismiss recruits. According to the game's rules, Fa Li Wu Bian's units were always his personally recruited soldiers, essentially the same as the skeleton soldiers summoned by Chunguang Qianlan. Everything they gained belonged to Wang Fan's personal property. In other words, by granting land to Fa Li Wu Bian, Wang Fan was effectively keeping the territory firmly under his own control. In fact, such internal rewards were not Wang Fan's invention. Throughout history, many lords tried to grant land to their subordinate soldiers, But since those soldiers were just NPCs lacking the wisdom and ability to manage a domain, the granted lands were quickly absorbed by other lords. Thus, when their territories grew too large to manage personally, great lords had no choice but to compromise with wandering adventurers and accept them as subordinate lords, a reluctant form of decentralization. Wang Fan's situation was completely different. All his soldiers were players, not contemporary local players. Within the game, their loyalty to Wang Fan was permanently maxed out. Outside the game, they had no conflicting interests with him and possessed highly advanced human-level AI. With such loyal subordinates, there was no need to grant large tracts of land to unfamiliar adventurers. As the cold touch of the token pressed against his fingertips, the ever-composed Fa Li Wu Bian stood frozen in place, his usually steadfast hands trembling subtly. He was a man uncommonly harsh on himself and others, a perfectionist to the extreme. To outsiders, he was hailed as the top hero of the campaign. Without his tactical deployment, they would never have achieved a 200 task completion rate. Yet in his own mind, the operation had not gone flawlessly. If Wang Fan hadn't intervened at critical moments, the territory might have been utterly destroyed by the wildly rampaging Sada. For a decision-maker demanding perfection, such a failure was unforgivable. Even if Wang Fan punished him now, he wouldn't utter a single complaint. But no punishment came. Instead, what awaited him was an extraordinary reward that leapfrogged over knights and directly elevated him to lordship in unexpectedly generous honor. At that moment, one could only imagine what emotions stirred within Fa Li Wu Bian's heart. Heh! After handing over the Lord's token to Fa Li Wu Bian, Wang Fan chuckled slyly, a crafty smile playing on his lips. Although I've appointed you as a lord, I don't have any land to give you right now. But after this invasion by the Beast Legion, there are quite a few vacant territories around that have been overrun by the beasts. If you can conquer any of them, those lands will become our domain and your fief. Fa Li Wu Bian nodded slightly, his gaze steady. At that moment, a faint blue light flickered before his eyes. System prompt. Your loyal lord has granted you permission to wage war. Any land you capture will become your territory. Your lord will assign you a suitable territory as your fief. A faint smile curved Wang Fan's mouth. This was exactly what he had planned all along. The war permission is one of the powers unlocked by every lord who completes defense missions. With this permission, a lord can lead his troops to seize lands lost to the beast siege and claim them as his own. For any lord, this is the most popular and the most lucrative way to acquire unclaimed territory. Of course, the cost of waging war is substantial. Large amounts of food, potions, and other supplies are the baseline. To boost soldier strength, you also need to invest in equipment and skill scrolls. Casualties in battle add further expenses. The higher the soldier's level, the more gold it costs to revive them. So Wang Fan simply handed over the Lord token and the mission to Fa Li Wu Bian, entrusting him with the heavy task of expanding their territory. If you want someone to work hard for you, you have to make them feel like they're working for themselves, Wang Fan thought to himself. Now that Fa Li Wu Bian had the Lord title, he'd see himself as establishing his own kingdom and naturally give it his all. But Wang Fan didn't forget, according to the system, Fa Li Wu Bian was still a soldier recruited by him, and all the achievements, resources, and lands would ultimately be turned over to Dawnlight Village. This was why Wang Fan could confidently give away the only Lord token he had. It was a pity there was only one token. Otherwise, Wang Fan would have gladly sent out more lords. But on reflection, the territory hadn't reached castle level yet, and the total troops under the Lord numbered fewer than 1,000. If he spread forces too thin, any fief could be left vulnerable to sneak attacks, making them effectively mercenaries working for others. Once all the rewards were distributed, the noisy war council hall immediately fell silent. The soldiers filed out one after another, the wide stone doors slowly closing behind them, leaving Wang Fan alone. The flickering torchlight crackled quietly, casting a warm glow across his satisfied smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a dark gold token, the territory construction token. Its delicate engravings shone, with the number 20,000 clearly etched in the center. 20,000 construction points, Wang Fan thought, and a system prompt instantly appeared. Use the territory construction token? Yes. System prompt. You have used the dark gold territory construction token, gaining 20,000 construction points. System prompt. Your territory construction points meet the upgrade requirements. Upgrade now? Yes. System prompt. Your territory level has increased. Current level, 6. System prompt. Your territory level has increased. Current level, 7. System prompt. Your territory level has increased. Current level, 10. System prompt. Your territory has reached level 10. Would you like to advance? Yes. A pale golden pillar of light suddenly shot through the ceiling of the hall, and the entire territory seemed lifted by an invisible power. Then the system's voice rang out in succession. System prompt. Advancement successful. Your territory has progressed from a village to a town. System prompt. Your territory level has increased. Current level, 11. With just 20,000 construction points, Wang Fan had pushed his territory from level 5 all the way up to level 15. The borders of Dawn Village expanded visibly before his eyes, transforming in the blink of an eye from an unremarkable village into a sizable, mid-sized town. The Lord panel refreshed instantly. Lord Untitled. HP 1,500. MP 1,500. Attributes Strength 150, Constitution 150, Intelligence 150, Spirit 150, Agility 150. Skills. 1. Soldier Summon Special. Spend money to recruit soldiers and expand your territory. 2. Healing LV2. Spend money to heal wounded soldiers. 3. Experience Bonus LV2 Limited. Once daily, grant 500 experience points to all soldiers. 4. Development Potential LV2 Active, Limited. Enhance soldiers' attribute growth. Usable once per day. Current use is 02. 5. Disassembly Special. Break down selected items into resources. 6. Execution LV2 Active. Spend 15 MP to deal damage equal to 360 plus the MP spent. Triggers execution if target HP falls below 15. Cooldown 300 seconds. Equipment. Despair Cross Chief Totem Command Sword. The main territory interface upgraded accordingly. Main territory LV 15 Dawntown. Town LV 5. Construction progress 27606,000. City walls 100. Residences 340,440. Farmland 340,440. Subordinate territories none. Military forces 250750. Farmers 34004,400. Natives 5,050. Special NPCs 11. Banner none. Resources. Money. Description: a noble house seasoned by war, possessing formidable power. With the upgrade, all existing buildings leveled up simultaneously. Farmland, residences, shops, walls, arrow towers, granaries, and factories all reached level 2. Mining veins likewise upgraded to level 2. Level 2 farmland doubled output. Level 2 residences changed from thatched huts to brick houses, each housing 10 workers. City walls advanced to level 3, with blue-gray stone walls rising to 6 meters high and 2 meters thick. Arrow towers increased fire rate and damage by 50. Blacksmith shop reached level 2, extending the equipment crafting limit from level 10 to 20. Tailor shops, general stores, and other planned shops upgraded automatically as progress continued, raising the quality of items sold. Factories and granaries saw substantial improvements in all attributes. Especially the smelting plant furnace count doubled from 5 to 10, and a new smelting refinement option appeared. With money no object, Wang Fan immediately clicked to upgrade. Notification: smelting refinement successful. Basic or refining speed increased by 50, unlocking smelting and refining of rare ores. More importantly, new profession training grounds unlocked, warrior camps, mage towers, and more. Wang Fan happened to have a complete set of blueprints, so he wasted no time ordering construction. Standing atop the highest point of Dawn Town, Wang Fan could clearly see how the land had been transformed from street layouts to house placements to defense structures. The difference between advancing and not was not merely in the size of the territory or population count, but a qualitative leap in every aspect. If a village never advanced to town status, no matter how high its level rose even to 100, it would just be larger and more populous without meaningful improvements. But with one upgrade, the infrastructure, production, military strength, and research would all jump to a higher level. Every future advancement would be the same. Just as Wang Fan finished planning and was about to head to the recruitment office to enlist soldiers, a sudden voice sounded in his ear. Hearing that voice, Wang Fan was taken aback and quickly turned his head. Under the dim glow of the campfire, an NPC villager dressed in a coarse robe stood rigidly at the wooden cabin's entrance, expressionless, yet with notably clear eyes. "Aunt Susan, is there something you need?" Wang Fan asked instinctively, surprise evident in his tone. Dawnlight Village was usually so peaceful. When had an NPC villager ever taken the initiative to speak to a player? The familiar middle-aged woman's face showed no emotion, replying mechanically, "Respected Pathfinder, I am not Aunt Susan. I am the Unassigned Zone Customer Service Unit 9527, here to discuss some engineering contract matters with you." Customer service? Engineering contract? Wang Fan's heart skipped a beat as a cascade of thoughts raced through his mind. Oh no, it's game staff. He muttered silently. Could it be that his outstanding performance on the guard mission had drawn attention from the back end? Or had the secret that the recruited villager soldiers were actually human players been uncovered? If they suspected cheating, would his rewards be revoked? Would the system bugs be fixed? The furrowed brows betrayed his anxiety. But then he dismissed his own worries. If it were an anti-cheat or bug-fixing inspection, the people coming for him would be the Federal Investigative Bureau or law enforcement, not game personnel. Besides, the mention of an engineering contract sounded more like a business proposal. What kind of engineering could a lowly pathfinder like me discuss? Wang Fan was thoroughly puzzled. The torch crackled beside him, its flickering light casting shadows over his thoughtful face. His mind flew through memories about the game company. The term online game was archaic, something players from centuries ago would say. In the era of star colonization, virtual platforms became integral to interstellar development projects, serving as visual interfaces for large-scale colonization efforts. The so-called game company was officially called the Interstellar Colony Engineering Development Group, essentially planetary developers. They contracted the entire Galactic Federation's development tasks, while players like Wang Fan were signed laborers. Although players could earn land on a planet after completing projects, in the eyes of the Federation's upper echelons, even Star Lords were just low-level managers. Mere pathfinders like him were less than ants in the dust. So the game company is here to propose a partnership? The more Wang Fan thought, the more confused he became. That's correct. 9527's unemotional electronic voice rang clearly in the night air. Your guard mission was completed exceptionally well. The group intends to publicly release your combat footage and seeks your consent. Oh, I see. Wang Fan narrowed his eyes, a flash of sharpness flickering in them. And how do you respond? 9527 followed up. What are the terms? Wang Fan's tone was calm, but carried an undercurrent of caution and calculation. If we're talking cooperation, there should be sincere terms. Our company will officially promote your territory, 9527 replied. So, you mean make my videos public to boost my traffic? Wang Fan confirmed. Exactly. 9527 immediately agreed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any Federation Pathfinder. There was truth in that last statement. What is the real purpose behind everyone joining the land development efforts? It's all about claiming more territory and securing greater rights. In this wild, untamed new world, it's nearly impossible for one person to hold an entire domain alone. So, the pioneers band together for mutual support, forming Federation alliances one after another, waging wars and raiding resources everywhere. The clearest measure of a Federation's strength is the number of lords under its banner and the size of its territory. Under the shade of a great tree, it's comfortable to restop your Federations boast thousands of lords, spreading their reputation far and wide, crushing any obstacles in their path, and amassing resources so abundant they leave newcomers scrambling just to claim affiliation. Yet for smaller federations to grow into giants, conquest alone is far from enough. Promotion and management are both essential, promotion being absolutely critical. Take the largest federation in the game now, the Huaxia Federation, for example. This venerable force with a century-old legacy rose to power through massive promotion efforts. The higher their visibility, the more lords flocked to join. The more lords they had, the larger their territory. The larger the territory, the stronger the attraction, like a snowball rolling faster and faster, soon becoming a colossal behemoth. For any player in unclaimed lands, official promotion is undoubtedly the highest level of exposure. One official endorsement can instantly elevate a little-known federation to super federation status. Even established top-tier alliances crave this opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance, not an exaggeration. But when the official representative 9527 approached Wang Fan with a cooperation proposal, he waved it off coolly. No interest. 9527's typically expressionless mechanical face flickered with a glitch-like shock. What do you mean? Don't you want to become a Star Lord? From his perspective, as long as the official provided enough traffic and exposure, any player could rise to Star Lord level pioneer. First of all, I don't lack traffic, Wang Fan replied calmly. I'm currently the only Lord who's completed the defense missions with 200 success, and my posts dominate the forum's trending charts. 9527 lowered his gaze in silent acknowledgement. The name Dawnlight Village was now famous, not just on player forums, but frequently mentioned by senior staff at the game company. Otherwise, 9527 wouldn't have come to negotiate this cooperation. Secondly, Wang Fan continued, I have my own circle of friends. I don't like working with unfamiliar lords. Not cooperating? 9527 repeated in disbelief, as if hearing nonsense. The mainstream gameplay of land development is conquest and annexation, the law of the strong. How could a single territory, no matter how strong, stand against federations with thousands of members? Not cooperating, not joining a federation, most would see it as self-sabotage. Exactly. The more people involved, the greater the risks. I only trust myself, Wang Fan said with conviction. When he first stepped into unclaimed lands, he dreamed of joining a big federation, fully aware of his own weakness. Only by riding on someone else's coattails could he survive in this harsh wilderness. But now, Wang Fan was no longer content with just a small, secure home. All pioneers are fundamentally competitors. Even within the same federation, power struggles abound. History is filled with federations torn apart by infighting and outright warfare. Blood brothers may not trust each other, let alone a group of strangers. Of course, strength in numbers still holds true in unclaimed lands. Lone wolves rarely endure. But Wang Fan dares to say no because he holds a unique ace up his sleeve. Why is he so confident? Because every single soldier under his command is a real human player. They weren't just any human players, and they definitely weren't rivals of Wang Fan. In fact, each one was among the elite players. According to the contract rules between lords and soldiers, these soldiers were considered Wang Fan's private property, inherently incapable of betrayal. The moment Wang Fan pressed the expel button, the system would forcibly remove them from his territory the next second. Even if a soldier player's power skyrocketed later, growing into a top-tier lord capable of challenging Wang Fan face-to-face, once their recruitment status was cancelled, they would vanish instantly. Their cities, resources, troops, and even freshly acquired loot would all be instantly transferred to Wang Fan under a flash of light. This ironclad rule allowed Wang Fan to keep absolute control at his fingertips. That was where his confidence truly came from. So your terms don't impress me. If you can't attract my interest, why even talk about cooperation? Wang Fan raised his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. The comm screen flickered silently for a moment from number 9527. He frowned inwardly. This pioneer was tougher to crack than he thought. Then what conditions would you want? I can apply on your behalf. After a pause, 9527 spoke cautiously. Anything, as long as it's within the permission scope. In that case, give me 100 hidden units. Wang Fan tossed out the number casually. That's impossible. 9527 immediately shook his head. Hidden units were official currency in special gift packages and required real money to buy. Occasionally approving 1 or 2 was barely manageable, but 100 at once? That was fantasy. Wang Fan chuckled lightly. Of course, he knew he was asking outrageously, just testing their bottom line. Then he gave his true request. Then 20 lord tokens. For ordinary lords, lord tokens were rare but not essential. No one willingly gave away their territory unless absolutely necessary. But for Wang Fan, each token meant being able to support another subordinate lord to expand his domain. To survive and carve out his place in such a brutal world single-handedly, lord tokens were essential. This 9527's expression darkened again, his brow furrowing deeper. Although not as expensive as hidden units, tokens were also special items, extremely limited in supply. Asking for 20 at once was absurd. What baffled him even more was that Wang Fan only controlled one territory at the moment. Why did he need so many tokens? Was he planning to recruit a group of wandering adventurers to work for him? But wandering adventurers drifted precisely because they couldn't hold territories. Plus, they were also players who would still be competitive even after becoming lords. Why was Wang Fan sure they'd be more reliable than established lords? At first, 9527 had thought Wang Fan was strategically sharp. Now he just found him ordinary, some ideas, but hardly profound. I know why you want to cooperate with me. Just as 9527 hesitated, Wang Fan suddenly said, every lord who's taken part in the defense mission knows how tough it is, and I achieved 200 completion. If my castle defense video isn't made public, your company will surely face accusations of shady dealings. Once your reputation is damaged, the pioneers who signed contracts with you will leave in droves, and most of the other Galaxy Federation projects will likely be handed over to your competitors. 9527's eyes flickered. This guy had guessed everything perfectly. Wang Fan pressed on. The reason you want to negotiate with me is because the video shows props and building designs I created, which involves copyright issues, right? In a highly civilized society, laws aren't just for show. Society may have its classes, but before the law, even the Galaxy Federation Secretary General must treat a humble ant like me equally. I just want to sell my designs and copyrights at a fair price. I'm not asking for the moon. Brother, if you can't even agree to that, doesn't it mean from the start you never took me seriously? The last sentence came with a sneer, making 9527's face grow even darker. He realized that this guy had been playing dumb all along, just to pull a comeback far more difficult to deal with than he seemed. 20 tokens is definitely too many. 9527 weighed his options. The most I can offer is 10. 15. Wang Fan refused to back down. 12, plus 1 slot for recruiting a hidden unit. 9527 stared him down. Deal. Wang Fan smiled calmly. I had expected 10 tokens all along. Anything extra was a bonus. Please sign the contract. 9527 pulled up the electronic agreement, and Wang Fan wrote his name on the glowing screen. The moment the contract took effect, the reward was instantly credited. Aunt Susan's figure flickered, and her eyes returned to that empty NPC stare. Looking at the 12 heavy lord tokens in his backpack, Wang Fan nodded with satisfaction. These are key items for future territorial expansions. Haggling with 9527 had taken quite a while. Night had fully fallen, but since the game entered the second phase, there was no longer a nighttime restriction, and Dawn Town was still brightly lit. Soldiers patrolled the square, while farmers busily upgraded walls and constructed buildings. No one was resting. Wang Fan approached the magic circle in front of the recruitment office to enlist more soldiers. After leveling up 10 times at once, his soldier capacity had increased by 500. Recruit 499 soldiers. He gave the order decisively. Ding. Recruiting more than 100 at once triggered a hidden recruitment feature. Would you like to activate it? Ding. Recruiting over 100 triggers the hidden recruitment feature. Activate. 4 prompt sounds in a row. Random classes. Keep hidden recruitment attempts. Wang Fan immediately saved all 4 hidden recruit chances. What a joke, each super soldier slot was worth 100 normal soldiers. Anyone who used them recklessly was a fool. Swish. The magic circle glowed, and soldiers equipped in various gear appeared all at once in the square of Dawntown. Whoa. It's just as real as the promo video. It's pitch dark. Who tests a serious game overnight? Who's grabbing my butt? Hey, a female player? Am a guy? No way. The crowd exploded with noise and quickly scattered in all directions. Suddenly, Dawntown's military strength bloomed. Wang Fan glanced at his new recruits, then took out the last hidden unit recruitment token. He had saved his very last soldier slot specially for it. Recruit hidden unit? Yes. Wang Fan confirmed. System prompt. You have recruited the hidden unit engineer. Bao Batong had no level and no growth, just a life profession as a mechanic, with no combat skills. His mastery of machinery was innate, and his personality was serious, meticulous, and extremely loyal. Wang Fan stood in the center of the territory square, his eyes fixed on the burly man not far away. The other man was well over 2 meters tall, his muscular arms thick as rolling pins. With one huge hand, he effortlessly lifted an alloy wrench nearly half a meter long. At that moment, a semi-transparent information panel flickered before Wang Fan's eyes. Name, Bao Batong. Race, human. Profession, mechanic life profession. Level, none. Growth, none. Skills, none. Talent, wrench aptitude. Trait, mechanical expertise. Personality, serious, meticulous, extreme loyalty. Wang Fan froze. This guy has no level, no growth? Wait's a mechanic, but only a life profession? In his mind, Wang Fan recalled the warning from Fa Li Wu Bian: the residents of the no man's land were divided into life mechanisms and combat mechanisms. The clearest example was the farmer versus the soldier. Soldiers belonged to the combat mechanisms, able to enter extraordinary modes with levels and growth potential, endlessly improving their attributes, whereas farmers were embodiments of life mechanisms, lacking both levels and growth talents, only capable of physical labor like mining, logging, or building. Though they could take up arms, they were far weaker than true combat classes. Life professions ranked just slightly above farmers. They still couldn't grow infinitely like combat classes, but were naturally skilled in a specialty. Blacksmiths, tailors, and alchemists all fit this category. Usually, lords recruited NPCs with these specialized life professions during exploration missions to enrich their territories. But Wang Fan never imagined that after spending a hidden profession recruitment token, he would end up with another life profession. This was ridiculous. He cursed inwardly, wondering if 9527 had deliberately tricked him. Bao Batong, though a life profession, still took up one precious recruitment spot. So this is a hidden profession? Feels like a ripoff. Just then, a low, metallic, buzzing voice spoke right next to Wang Fan, almost echoing his inner frustration. It was the mechanic himself, Bao Batong. Bao Batong was just as exasperated. In real life, he was a senior mechanical engineer whose biggest hobby was gaming. Months ago, a friend in the gaming community had recommended a Holosim MMO called Siege and Territory, calling it a 100 true experience masterpiece still in closed beta. Without an official website or public info, only a few insiders had access codes and the full equipment. Bao Batong had tried desperately to get in, with no luck until today. After work, a neatly packaged delivery box waited quietly at his doorstep. Inside was the coveted Siege and Territory helmet and gloves, along with a special hidden profession invitation code. Overjoyed, he almost tore the box apart, skipping dinner to immediately put on the gear, enter the code, and create his character, a mechanic named Bao Batong, now appearing in no man's land. But to his crushing disappointment, he had become a life profession with no upgrades, no combat skills, just a mechanic. Bao Batong was frustrated to near tears. Come on, dude. Isn't gaming all about fighting and power? This hidden profession was supposed to be something awesome, so why the heck did it turn out to be a crafting job? Bao Batong stood in the newbie village square, staring at the word mechanic on his character panel, feeling a suffocating frustration bubbling inside him, ready to explode. A crafting job? Isn't that for players who just want to grind for money in studios? What kind of elite identity is that? If this gets out, everyone will laugh me to death. He muttered angrily. What made it worse was that in real life, he was a mechanical engineer, dealing with machines and blueprints every day. After a long day at work, he just wanted to be a hero in the game. But now he ended up as a mechanic? This was like forced overtime all over again. With that thought, he exhaled sharply and started clicking wildly through the system menu, planning to just delete the character and quit the game, ending this virtual journey that was falling apart before it even really began. At that moment, footsteps approached. I am the Lord of Dawnlight Town. Young soldier, you seem troubled. The voice was gentle and kind, but inside Bao Batong's chest, waves of shock surged. The NPC standing before him smiled warmly, with expressions, tone, even tiny breaths, indistinguishable from a real person. If the guy hadn't said he was the town lord, Bao would have almost thought he was another player. This game is such a joke. A hidden profession that's just a crafting job? Seriously? Bao Butong grumbled stubbornly under his breath. Not far away, Wang Fan heard everything clearly and silently seethed. I'm even more frustrated than you. I barely got a hidden soldier class on my recruitment scroll, only to have a crafting class pop out and take the spot whose blood pressure wouldn't spike. But after seeing that springtime radiance incident, I'm afraid of giving up rare chances, so I had no choice but to step in and try to stop him. Every profession has its highlights, Wang Fan said calmly. Hidden classes aren't simple. Games are about experiencing a different world, not just fighting. Bao Batong was about to confirm delete character, but stopped automatically when he heard that. Games are about experiencing another world. He looked up at Wang Fan, repeating those words, his eyes clouded with confusion. But I don't even know what I'm supposed to do now. He opened his character panel again. His vision went dark. Under the crafting class section were skills and talents, but no strength, agility, constitution, not even a level pure life skill based. Yet the game was set in a Western sword and magic world. A mechanic felt like a square peg in a round hole. Steam engines? Industrial revolutions? Guns and magic battling? His head spun with confusion. Why not start by going to the blacksmith shop and help Simba? Wang Fan thought for a moment and gave the only hint he could. You're both dealing with metal, maybe ITLL be a good fit. I'm a mechanical engineer, and you want me to go hammering iron in a game? Bao Batong almost lost it. Not necessarily with a hammer. You have professional talents that might let you build even better weapons, Wang Fan said, filled with hope. If you can craft mechanical divine weapons, transformers, or SD Gundams, wouldn't that be way cooler than swords and axes? Bao Butong's mood, which had been sinking, suddenly lifted at these words. Oh, weapons. Hearing this, Bao's eyes brightened all of a sudden. After tossing the different bags to Xinba, Wang Fan went offline. The moment the communication hatch sealed shut, he casually opened the official forum for No Man's Land. The guard mission had just ended, and both the forum and the in-game world channels were filled with anguish. Nearly 75 of the explorers had been eliminated, underscoring the massive impact. Posts flew across the screen. 1. Some players furiously accused the game company of scamming, turning the comment section into a chaotic marketplace. 2. Others lamented their losses, setting up stalls to sell their accounts at rock-bottom prices, even bundling all their gear in hopes of a quick sale. 3. There were groups forming mercenary squads, writing long posts about their failures and recruiting investors. Most common were doubts about Dawn Village. All players faced the same guard mission difficulty, started at the same time, with hardly any competition or communication. Yet Dawn Village somehow achieved 200 completion. Some players collapsed within an hour, others were wiped out by the Beast Army after 6 hours. How did Dawn Village dominate so decisively? On the forum, words like scandal and data manipulation flooded the screen repeatedly. Some even dug up the fact that Dawn Village topped the leaderboard for 7 consecutive days as supposed proof of back-end tampering. Although these evidences were riddled with holes, a large group of eliminated players were boiling with frustration and desperately needed an outlet, so they preferred to believe the conspiracy theories. Even some level-headed players joined in, hoping to pressure the game company into compensation through mass accusation, let alone the troublemakers who simply enjoyed stirring chaos. In an instant, the forum was filled with voices that were foolish, malicious, or both, creating a chaotic and toxic atmosphere. However, Longting Group, having stood strong for a century, was all too familiar with scenes like this, and the contingency plans were already integrated into their workflow. At the peak of the player uproar, the official account suddenly pinned a high-definition video titled Complete Footage of Dawn Village Guard Mission. As soon as the video was released, all doubts abruptly ceased. Wait, it can be done like this? How did I not think of that? Damn, setting fire to the forest? That's criminal. I officially declare, arson is now the strongest tactic. The comment barrage exploded, but now with awe instead of curses. On screen, Dawn Village soldiers were raising and thickening the walls, converting the gate into a two-piece slanted door that could be raised and lowered. Tightly interlocking antler barricades lined the exterior. Alternating between barbicans and slopes, they funneled the beast charges into blazing traps. Stone throwers hurled oil. Archers lit flaming arrows. Wave after wave of firewalls roasted the beast horde alive like a hot pot. Players were left stunned. The mission could be approached this way. The game could be played like this. Walls and gates could be customized, and fire attacks actually received system bonuses. Small tactics like antler barricades, slopes, and barbicans rapidly spread with the video. Whether anyone could replicate them depended on skill. After all, none of these were standard blueprints in No Man's Land, but creative DIY designs by Wang Fan soldier players. Ordinary AI soldiers might not even comprehend such commands. To truly copy it, the Lord had to participate personally, costing both materials and time. Wang Fan closed his terminal, logged out of the forum, and went to freshen up. Cold water washed away the stickiness of prolonged online time. He changed into clean clothes and pushed open the dim room door. It had been a long time since had gone out. It was time for a walk and to restock supplies. Working to earn money was meant to improve life when he had no funds before. Wang Fan had no choice but to lie low. Now that he had money, there was no reason to keep living in hardship. Once a person's desires are triggered, they're hard to quell. That was exactly Wang Fan's case. Ever since he tasted instant noodles at the training camp, he couldn't even bear to look at the thick, mucus-like nutrient paste anymore. But the dungeon was the ant colony's survival zone. People here weren't entitled to desires, let alone choices. In the dim street shops, all they could buy was grayish-white nutrient paste. A slightly better option was nutrient liquid in glass bottles, which cost twice as much simply because liquid is easier to absorb and tastes a bit better. At that moment, Wang Fan stood dazed before a dusty row of shelves, his eyes flickering between rows of nutrient paste. The shop owner, Little Zhang, whose hair was white and wild, popped his head over. "Fan bro, what are you looking for?" Zhang Ku was a childhood friend, assigned with Wang Fan to this dungeon after graduation. Due to a hereditary genetic defect affecting his vision, Zhang failed the Pathfinder assessment and was shut out from that elite class. Luckily, the Galaxy Federation provided survival subsidies for ordinary people unable to become Pathfinders. So Zhang opened this small shop, living better than many third-rate Pathfinders, but couldn't rise beyond this point, stuck in place. "Instant noodles," Wang Fan finally said after a moment's thought. Damn, Zhang rolled his eyes. "Bro, do you know where we are? This is the dungeon. Where would that stuff even come from? Can you get it?" Wang Fan was persistent. Lower-level shopkeepers often had scattered channels. Rare goods on the black market usually circulated through them. "Nope." Zhang waved him off. "That's rations only for surface dwellers. They don't deliver here at all." Wang Fan sighed, disappointed, shutting the gray plastic cabinet door. "Can't even get instant noodles here. Need to get out of this dump fast." Seeing his downcast expression, Zhang added, "But you could ask your landlord. She can definitely get some, but the price won't be cheap." "Zhang Chen." Wang Fan paused. That woman had all sorts of rare goods, but showing up just to beg for food was a little embarrassing. Besides, she had promised to arrange a bigger room for him before, but nothing had happened yet. Wang Fan pondered and headed up the street toward the dungeon's highest level. Zhang Chen's place was dimly lit. When he pushed open the door, the woman was clutching a cushion, tears and snot streaming, sobbing uncontrollably. "What's going on here?" Wang Fan was puzzled. Even a top-tier person like her had troubles? "My territory got destroyed." Zhang Chen sniffled. "That's normal." Wang Fan was unsurprised. The Pathfinder dropout rate was 75, so failure like Zhang Chen's was hardly unexpected. "What do you mean?" Zhang's weepy voice stopped abruptly as she glared fiercely. Wang Fan shrugged and countered. "Didn't you join the Federation? No teammates to help you? They're all busy, too busy to care about me." Zhang wiped her tears, sounding plaintive. "How about you? Tell me your territory got destroyed too. Cheer me up." "No thanks." Wang Fan shook his head. "Why not?" She pressed. "You scared I won't be happy if I hear it?" "Something like that." He sighed. "You." Zhang's chest heaved with anger. "You come here just to piss me off?" "Not really." Wang Fan rubbed his hands nervously. "I wanted to ask, do you still have any instant noodles?" "Ugh. I'm grieving here, and you come asking to eat? You're just trying to anger me. Also, when are you going to move into that bigger room you promised? Get lost. Can't you comfort me first?" Zhang suddenly exploded. Wang Fan mentally censored the word explode. Wang Fan felt utterly distressed. You have to practice more to get better at cooking. He'll kill you." Zhang lunged at him. Seeing this, Wang Fan panicked. "Big sister, I can help you." As soon as Wang Fan said that, Zhang Chen's attack abruptly stopped. She looked at him in disbelief and asked, You actually completed the defense mission?" Wang Fan just nodded quietly. The faint light cast a calm glow on his face, as if this achievement was just something easily done. Zhang Chun immediately lowered her battle stance, her eyes wide with shock. "Not bad. Turns out you're actually a pro." She had originally thought Wang Fan was just bragging, but it turned out he really had finished the defense mission. As a seasoned player who had ventured through the no-man's land for a while, Zhang Chen knew how rare this was. Out of over 100 million players, only a pitiful 25 completed the mission. Those who made that cut either had deep pockets and powerful backers or connections to top-level influencers. Genuine solo talents like that were as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Zhang Chun considered herself no stranger to resources. She had the backing of the Tianxian Alliance, but she still failed. Compared to her, Wang Fan's situation was crystal clear. This guy lived off federal welfare payments, habitually behind on rent, hardly wealthy. And yet here he was, achieving a high-difficulty feat she hadn't managed. Anyone would suspect they'd encountered a legendary controller prodigy. Facing Zhang Chen's keen gaze, Wang Fan just smiled and said, "It's okay. Just got lucky." Though humble, Zhang Chun could tell he wasn't putting on an act. Indeed, Dawnlight Village's progress owed much to Wang Fan's management, but without the full support of those soldier players, no operation, no matter how clever, would have succeeded. "Too bad. You can't help me," Zhang Chen said, her surprise fading as she waved dismissively. Her expression darkened like she had lost 3 lives, weighed down by frustration. "Why not?" Wang Fan asked in confusion. According to game rules, lords who completed the defense mission could assist failed lords in a second challenge. The fallen party only needed to cancel recruitment first, and the victor could then send troops to support. Besides, all of Wang Fan's soldiers were level 10 or above second-tier units versatile in offense and defense. Even without Dawnlight Village's sturdy walls, finishing the defense mission wouldn't be too hard. Why can't you help? Wang Fan pressed. Zhang Chun gave a bitter laugh. Before the event started, our guild leader already said that lords failing the defense mission shouldn't waste resources anymore. They're to switch careers to Wandering Adventurer directly. Oh, Wang Fan frowned. Wandering Adventurer? Normally, the federal guild leader would want every lord to retain their land since larger territory meant greater collective strength. But Bai Yunfei was telling them to abandon the defense mission outright. That was strange. Zhang Chen nodded and recited the leader's exact words. Chairman Bai said once we switch to Wandering Adventurers, we all have to report to his territory's tavern. He plans to form a large-scale mercenary group under the Tianxian Alliance. Later, we can take our lands back from there, and he'll return control to each of us. Wang Fan inhaled sharply, instantly recognizing Bai Yunfei's scheme. By using the career switch as a chance to gather all forces into his own territory, he could consolidate military power first, then sweep across the lands once strong enough. It was a clever way to maintain morale while controlling all the troops. Damn, that Bai Yunfei was as despicable and shameless as ever. Exactly. According to Federation rules, the more lords who complete guarding tasks under one's command, the larger the Federation's territory and the richer the resources it can claim. The problem was, although Bai Yunfei, as chairman, could dispatch these lords, their territories still legally belonged to the lords themselves. If one day a lord got unhappy and quit the alliance, the entire territory along with all constructions would be taken away, leaving Bai Yunfei not a single cent. To eliminate this risk, he coerced lords who failed their guarding missions to switch careers and become wandering adventurers. Once they lost their lord status, these people could only serve as mercenaries under other lords. Bai Yunfei then seized the opportunity to recruit Zhang Chun and his group under his own name, forming a private mercenary corps composed entirely of player soldiers. The combat strength of this mercenary corps went without saying, but more importantly, it did not count against the lord's recruitment quota at all. If it ended there, Wang Fan would at most comment, playing by the rules. Turning players into private soldiers was a clever trick, but not necessarily bad news for those wandering adventurers. What truly infuriated Wang Fan was Zhang Chen's final words. Bai Yunfei's real purpose in forming the mercenary corps was to take over territories destroyed by monsters, that is, the original holdings of the lords who failed their guarding missions. In theory, if those lords succeeded on a second challenge, the territories would still belong to them. But now that they were merely wandering adventurers, even if they reclaimed the land, ownership automatically transferred to Bai Yunfei. Though Bai Yunfei claimed he would hand over the reclaimed lands for them to manage, as long as they were not officially reinstated as lords, they remained powerless. Once they left Bai Yunfei, everything they worked so hard to develop would revert entirely to him. Isn't this outright resource plundering? Ordinary people fight tooth and nail for a mine or a logging site just for tangible resources. Bai Yunfei, however, used his official authority to legitimately and lawfully seize all the holdings of subordinate lords, all while justifying it as for their own good. Those involved even thought reclaiming the land was Bai Yunfei's favor, but in reality, it was those poor mercenary lords who reclaimed and managed the lands. Old habits die hard. This bastard was still the same bastard. Are you just going to let him run amok like this? Wang Fan's tone grew noticeably angry. On the surface, Bai Yunfei's approach seemed similar to Wang Fan's, both using players as soldiers, but the nature was worlds apart. Wang Fan's soldiers played purely for entertainment, with no real-world stakes, and they had proper lord status ensuring their rights. Bai Yunfei did the opposite, stripping lords of their rights and treating them like exploitable AI soldiers. Running amok? Zhang Chen looked confused. What do you mean? Without the Federation, we are nothing. Chairman Bai is doing this for our own good. We're all grateful to him. Huh. Wang Fan was speechless. Then why are you crying? I'm crying because I can no longer use the beautiful name of my territory. Zhang Chen wiped at his eyes. Snap. Wang Fan clenched his fist. Wang Fan had thought Zhang Chen was finally starting to get it, but it turned out this guy just had a rather quirky way of thinking. Since that was the case, he didn't bother to dig deeper, not wanting to bring trouble on himself. Suddenly, he asked, do you still have any instant noodles? Yeah. Zhang Chen bent down, grabbed a pack of instant noodles from the foot of the bed, and tossed it to him. Thanks. Wang Fan reached out to take it. Wait, just take it like that? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh, do I need to pay? Wang Fan immediately started patting his pockets. The hell with your few bucks? Zhang Chen scanned him up and down. No way, you actually have that heavy a taste? Hey, Wang Fan took a step back, startled. What are you imagining? I'm a virgin. Why didn't you add me as a friend last time? Zhang Chen stared him down. Wang Fan scratched the back of his head. I forgot. TCH. Zhang Chen spat. Exchanging a friend ad for a pack of instant noodles now not too much to ask, is it? Nope, not at all. Wang Fan hurriedly waved his hands, thinking that since she was in a different district, she probably couldn't cause him any real trouble. That's good. Zhang Chun was satisfied as she shoved the instant noodles into his hand. About the place, you should move over to my side tomorrow. Move in with you? Wang Fan was full of question marks. What's wrong? Is my place not good? Zhang Chun winked. It's the only place in the dungeon that gets actual sunlight. It's not that. Wang Fan tried to refuse. Zhang Chun continued, don't read too much into it. I just figured you're a skilled player, so better invest in you early. My place is bigger, way roomier than your rented room. She gave a small smile. And I've got more than just instant noodles there. They'll come over first thing tomorrow. Wang Fan pounded his chest with confidence. Wang Fan didn't have much luggage besides his gaming gear. The rest was provided by his rented room. Early the next morning, he shouldered his equipment and headed straight to Zhang Chen's new place. Just as she said, it was the only home in the dungeon that sunlight ever touched, spacious and bright, with a soaring living room ceiling, sunlight streaming softly through a huge window that filtered the artificial sunlight. The room was full of all kinds of appliances and furniture, even a fully automatic cooking machine, such a luxury Wang Fan had only seen in surface world brochures. As a major landlord in the dungeon, Zhang Chen clearly lived a rare above-ground life. After settling his things, Wang Fan was assigned a room next to Zhang Chen's, also the only other room in the house that got sunlight. Just as he plugged in his gaming setup, the door was pushed open. Zhang Chen came in carrying a steaming hot plate. For you to eat. Huh, what's this? Wang Fan stared at a neat row of plump, folded white dumplings, his face full of question marks. Dumplings? Better than instant noodles? Can you eat something decent for once? I made these myself. Zhang Chun looked exasperated. You can cook too? Wang Fan was surprised, spearing one and popping it in his mouth. All this stuff, does it really taste this good? The dough was tender, the meat juicy and flavorful, and his eyes lit up instantly. In his world, besides instant noodles, this was a new kind of irresistible food. If he could eat it every day, maybe selling his body wouldn't be such a bad trade-off after all. Zhang Chen shot him a disdainful look. Look at you, such a country bumpkin. Stick with me from now on, and the good times are still ahead, Zhang Chen said. Seeing Wang Fan still looking downtrodden, he couldn't help but shake his head. After breakfast, Wang Fan returned to his bedroom and lay down in the gaming pod. The light screen flickered, his vision darkened briefly, then opened up again to reveal the familiar dawnlight town spread out before him. The projects head ordered last night were all completed. On both sides of the broad, straight main road stood a newly built tavern and 4 training grounds side by side. The magic tower proudly rose at the town's center, its runes glowing like a gigantic beacon. Banners fluttered outside the warrior camp, archery range, assassin guild, and light temple, announcing that Dawnlight Town had officially entered a new phase. The group of level 10 soldiers in town had all finished their second-tier class transfers at their respective training grounds, undergoing a qualitative leap in abilities. The second-tier paths were clear. Warriors, guardian warriors focused on defense, wielding heavy shields. Weapon warriors concentrated on offense, swinging giant axes. Mages, ice specialists controlled the battlefield, while fire specialists dealt high burst damage. Assassins pursued maximum burst damage. Shadows improved stealth and trap skills. Archers, sharpshooters mastered long-range precision. Hunters enhanced coordination with battle pets. Priests, light priests focused on healing. Paladins combined healing with aura buffs. These second-tier soldiers had not only gained new talents, but could learn higher-level skills and equip advanced gear, their power rising nearly as much as from evolving a village to a town. Wang Fan first went to the Lord's Council Hall and took out the Dark Gold Mentor recruitment token. The token shattered into shards of light, instantly replacing the original 5 bronze-tier beginner mentors with 5 high-level mentors at level 70, each radiating dark gold brilliance. They no longer had cold titles like Warrior Mentor or Mage Mentor, but instead had names and titles. 1. Warrior Mentor Heartfire Carl, burly build, chest armor gleaming cold light. His hearty smile couldn't mask his passionate vigor. 2. Mage Mentor Stormless, clad in teal robes, tall and slim, his gaze sharp with proud chill. 3. Assassin Mentor Shadow Tony, hidden entirely under a black cloak. Only a faint cold glow flickered inside his hood. 4. Archer Mentor 100 Steps Ron, in black leather armor and green grass hat, his mischievous almond eyes darting sideways. 5. Priest Mentor Saint Reyna. White priest robes couldn't hide her delicate curves, the shaped neckline revealing dazzling pale skin. Ron's gaze kept wandering to Reyna, and Wang Fan followed it unconsciously. When their eyes met, both gave sly, knowing smiles. After a brief task briefing, Wang Fan sent each mentor to their corresponding training grounds, completing the talent upgrade for Dawnlight Town. Next, he took out a blank banner from his backpack. In this land without masters, the lowest level NPCs only had numbers. Only after advancing to higher tiers could they receive names, and further still titles. Names and titles symbolized recognized identity and honor. Thunderstrike Kaino, Berserker Chieftain Sada, Blacksmith Symbol, known by their titles. Likewise, for a lord to truly claim a noble banner of their own, they had to complete a defense quest so the system could grant a unique title. New players only qualified for their territory's name, but after finishing the defense quest, they would gain a personal title, which would become the noble banner of their domain. All lords who completed the guard missions were granted a standardized noble title count. In other words, their official title across the continent would be the name of their territory, followed by count. Wang Fan's territory was called Dawnlight Town, so he became the Count of Dawnlight. Yang Tianlong was the Count of Tianlong, and Widow Village naturally became the Count of Widow. As for that unlucky guy who named his land livestock, Shetty probably wouldn't dare to reveal that banner to the public for the rest of his life. Because of this, most lords were extremely cautious when choosing their territory names. Unfortunately, Wang Fan had no talent for naming. When he originally named his land Dawnlight, it was simply because he had been trapped underground for so long that he longed to see sunlight. Now that he was finally standing under the sun, he had to give himself a title that represented supreme honor. He thought for a long time, then suddenly his eyes lit up. With a solemn expression, he declared, "It shall be Dumpling." If he had eaten instant noodles for lunch instead, he might have been Count Instant Noodles. For him, the saying, "You crave what you lack," couldn't have been more accurate. A system notification sounded. Naming successful. Honored Count of Dawnlight, Dumpling, please design your banner. A virtual canvas suddenly appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, Wang Fan quickly sketched a plump, glistening dumpling. The system's AI immediately recognized the shape and generated the banner. On a bright scarlet cloth, at the center sat a pristine white porcelain bowl brimming with steaming dumplings, with a large calligraphic character, dumpling perfectly placed on the bowl. Beautiful. Wang Fan applauded, then decisively clicked confirm. Notification, banner design successful. Territory soldiers' sense of belonging 10, morale 10, all attributes increased by 10. In the next second, the banner transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from his hand and rising slowly to the roof of the Lord's Council Hall. The morning breeze fluttered the vibrant red fabric, the dumpling emblem distinctly visible. Soldiers patrolling the streets looked up and whispered among themselves. Huh, who the hell is so bold as to open a restaurant right here in the council hall? Wang Fan silently cleared his throat and pretended he didn't hear it. After finishing the banner, he opened his friends list and typed Zhang Chun. His friend's current ID had changed to Fairy Granny, a new name since he switched to a roving adventurer. The friend request was quickly accepted, and a message popped up. Dumpling, look at you, what a loser. Followed by a dismissive emoji. Wang Fan didn't take offense and immediately sent an invite. Which zone are you in? Want to come to my place? Roving adventurers had no fixed territory and wandered freely, but that meant they could enter various zones at will as long as they weren't hired by any lord. Wang Fan didn't usually meddle, but Zhang Chun had once taken him in to live in a sunroom, and even personally made dumplings for him. Remembered that. Besides, he knew White Cloudfly all too well, and suspected Zhang Chun would eventually get hurt tagging along with him. Zhang Chun replied quickly, I'm in zone 022, not coming now. The guild leader wants us to do combat missions. Alright, stay safe, Wang Fan cautioned. Uffed. Safety in a game? Dying just means respawning. Zhang Chun sent an eye roll emoji. If you ever need help with combat missions, I can join. Not for now, Wang Fan politely declined. Zhang Chun immediately teased. Big talk, huh? Wang Fan calmly asked, oh, are combat missions really that hard? He had been busy developing his territory and hadn't kept up with the details. Through the chat window, Zhang Chun swore, no kidding. I can't imagine how you completed the guard mission at all. Zhang Chun sighed and said, forget it, I'll come help you once I'm done. With that, he decisively closed the chat window. Beep beep are all the dads here. Wang Fan was pondering his next building project when suddenly Yang Tianlong's call popped up in the Federation channel. Want to do a conquest mission? My scout found a territory nearby occupied by beasts. We can team up. A conquest mission you can team up on? Wang Fan instinctively replied, his eyebrows shooting up. In similar games, conquest missions were usually straightforward, just the lord leading troops would do. But judging from Zhang Chun and Yang Tianlong's tone, the conquest in No Man's Land seemed to be on a whole different level. The channel instantly blew up. Holy crap. Awesome. No wonder he's Brother Guang. Not a single word of explanation. Brother Guang, you don't solo all those conquests by yourself, right? That's insane. One man taking on conquests? No surprise he wiped out the entire beast army. Wang Fan quickly clarified, I haven't done any yet. He had handed over conquest permissions to Fa Li Wu Bian last night, and hadn't checked back since. No idea if that guy even tried. Seeing how tough it looked now, he felt the sting of regret. Everyone finally relaxed at it. Turned out Wang Fan hadn't acted either, and they almost got scared out of their wits by his idle image. Conquests in No Man's Land aren't a joke, Yang Tianlong explained. Last night, quite a few lords crashed and burned. Once the beast army takes over a player's territory, they immediately start building defenses and turn villages into impregnable lair strongholds. Suddenly, the attackers become defenders. Everyone knows, attacking is always harder than defending. There was a brief silence in the channel. Many lords went in overconfident last night, trying to wipe out surrounding villages, only to be wiped out themselves and forced to retreat. They lost tons of gear and soldiers, and the forums are still full of complaints. With that painful lesson fresh in everyone's minds, no one dared rush in solo anymore. Almost all lords eager for conquest were frantically forming teams in their own channels. This game basically forces everyone to band together, Wang Fan realized instantly. The danger level in this world was far beyond any previous games. Without mutual support from the pioneers, lone wolves had no chance. No wonder Bai Yunfei recruited so many wandering adventurers as mercenaries. The big federations apparently got intel sooner than regular players. Yang Tianlong urged again, gather up. If we drag our feet, another team will snag the territory. On it, Wang Fan replied, opening the mission editor to issue a conquest rally order. Within 2 minutes, he led Fa Li Wu Bian and 250 second-tier soldiers into Tianlong village. Though calling it a village was generous, it was more like a rough mountain outpost. After completing the defense tasks, the system rebuilt core buildings for Yang Tianlong, but it was only level 5 overall, still 8 blocks of streets away from becoming a town. If they hadn't shared Wang Fan's building blueprints, the walls would still be fragile wooden planks. Even more absurd, the houses and farmland weren't planned like in Dawnlight Village, but scattered haphazardly. Yang Tianlong just built wherever he felt like it, giving people goosebumps. In the plaza, the Dukong village team and several other lords were already lined up in formation, their shield walls catching the morning light, spears pointed skyward ready to march out. At this moment, Dukong village and the others were also waiting with their armies in Tianlong village's square. Wow, is this really Guangge soldiers? Several people glanced behind Wang Fan, their faces full of astonishment. Unlike the other lords' troops, which stood in rigid, AI-like rows, Wang Fan's soldiers were far less orderly, almost casual, yet radiated a raw, wild energy, their eyes sharp and lively, more like wandering adventurers than programmed puppets. What was even more unbelievable was that every soldier in this unit was at Tier 2 strength, wearing full bronze armor sets. Occasional flashes of silver gleamed from their waists and shoulders that meant at least one piece of silver tier gear each. In today's no man's land, equipping soldiers, even with basic blank armor, is already elite. The bronze sets made sense since Wang Fan provided them, but silver gear only drops from silver tier bosses. Those bosses are scarce, and few lords have the power to take them down. Yet Wang Fan managed to equip every soldier with at least one piece. Originally, Yang Tianlong and the others were confident in their own bronze-armored troops. Now, they felt completely outclassed. That's right. Wang Fan nodded, tacitly agreeing. No wonder Guang Gu says he conquers alone. If I had soldiers like his, I'd dare too, muttered Shenkuping. Dukong sneered. Is it the soldiers' problem? It's the Lord's fault. If you can't train elite troops, shouldn't you admit it? Widow Village chimed in. Equipment doesn't just fall from the sky. The Lord has to lead and fight for each piece. Exactly. And it has to be Guang Gu. The asylum guy whistled. Did you watch his siege videos on the forum? Guang Gu's tactics and command. We can only dream of that. Glorious Guang Gu. Long live Guang Gu. The crowd burst into cheers. Wang Fan's face flushed slightly as he waved his hand to cut them off. All right, enough jokes. Let's focus on the real work. He knew his own capabilities well enough. Haha, with Guang Gu's unit this time, the conquest mission is guaranteed. Yang Tianlong laughed heartily, sharing the map. The target territory is called Withered Leaf Ridge. It was level 4, but has been turned into a level 10 lair by the Monster Legion. If we take it down, not only do we get tons of construction points, but we also gain a direct level 10 village. A level 10 village? Wow. We might as well make that our main territory. Everyone heard this and got excited together. In no man's land, a lord can own one main territory and several subsidiary territories. The main territory acts as the capital, the original base built by the player. Subsidiary territories are claimed through conquest. The main territory can be changed. Usually, lords choose the highest level territory as their main base. At this stage, most territories are around level 5, but if you can seize a level 10 territory as your main base, you can advance directly to a town. However, high-level villages like this rarely attract just one lord. Sure enough, just as Wang Fan and his group arrived at Kulai Ridge, they found the entire mountain area heavily surrounded by troops. Everywhere they looked, hillsides were covered with flags of various sizes, counting them revealed a total of 17 banners. Wow, Yang Tianlong blurted out. After the defense missions ended, many lords were eliminated. Now, gathering 17 lords at once into a federation represented a formidable force, far beyond their own small group of 6. Thousands of soldiers formed an unbreakable iron ring, completely sealing off Kulai Ridge. This area is already occupied by the Tianshan Alliance. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Suddenly, A thunderous voice roared from across the crowd. Then, a burly player strode up to the front, raising a flag emblazoned with a longsword. The banner clearly identified the Tianxian Alliance. Tianxian Alliance? Wang Fan frowned. Wasn't that Zhang Chen's federation? I thought their main territory was in Sector 022. Why are they reaching into Sector 021? Upon hearing the name Tianxian Alliance, Yang Tianlong and the others' expressions changed simultaneously. Tianxian was no rookie guild, but one of the 13 largest federations in the national server. With a legacy spanning 327 years, it was second only to the prestigious Huaxia Federation. Compared to them, the Xuanzhuang Federation was just an amateur troop. Especially since the current president Bai Yunfei took charge, their momentum had skyrocketed during the Alliance Championship. He led Tianxian alone against the entire Huaxia Federation for 7 years, nearly claiming the crown. Though they lost, their valor was legendary and their reputation cemented. Wang Fan's heart sank. The expansion of a major federation always starts by targeting nearby smaller lords. He hadn't expected to bump into Tianxian so close to his own territory. But isn't Tianxian in Sector 022? Wang Fan asked. Trying to suppress his curiosity, they had confirmed that location with Zhang Chen before. The fact that Tianxian's influence had already infiltrated Sector 021 after only a few days was terrifying. The burly player raised an eyebrow. Oh, which federation are you from? You sure know your details. Large federations rarely reveal their main base locations publicly. Only top-tier forces would know Tianxian was in Sector 022. We're from the Sunset Federation. Yang Tianlong and the others stepped forward side by side, raising their flags to clearly display their 5-person federation insignia. Wang Fan also raised his own banner accordingly. The next moment, everyone froze. The burly lord even took a step back before bursting out laughing. Sunset Federation, never heard of you. Do you run a restaurant or something? We're not buying food, haha. The crowd behind him erupted in laughter. Yang Tianlong and his companions wished they could sink into the ground. The flag Wang Fan raised bore a steaming dumpling emblem, with a large character for dumpling right beside it, glaringly obvious. Even the livestock character on the barn flag behind them paled in comparison under the dumpling banner's spotlight. Not Brother Guang. Isn't that a bit too abstract for your taste? Why would you choose a flag like that? It's making me hungry just looking at it. A few accompanying lords swallowed hard and sneered. They had thought place names like Widow Village and Livestock Pen were already ridiculous enough. But when Wang Fan proudly hoisted a flag emblazoned with steaming dumplings, everyone truly witnessed what back-to-basics abstract art really meant. In the game, a lord's flag is his face meant to intimidate outsiders and remind his own people who's in charge. Other factions proudly brandish burning eagles or roaring wolves, but Wang Fan chose a steaming plate of dumplings that looked more like today's special on a menu. It was only natural for the others to empathize and mutter some critiques. Yet internally, Wang Fan was quietly amused. These people clearly hadn't suffered hunger. That dumpling flag now triggered a hidden trait. It instantly revealed the enemy's social status. Everyone recognized dumplings because the dungeon's ant citizens were the true proletariat and the main group of wandering adventurers. Guards were extremely rare. 90% of those carrying out campaign missions on the surface were urban citizens, those who had resources and could afford dumplings. The opposing lord stifled a laugh when Wang Fan showed his flag. After formal greetings, he said, "We are Tianxian Alliance Chapter 021. This level 10 village is now under our control. You smaller federations should leave quickly to avoid unintended casualties." His expression darkened on those last words, a thinly veiled threat. In this dominate the world game, revealing your flag signals openness. Hiding your flag results in the system assuming an ambush, immediately locking into combat. Early on, players accumulate strength and avoid territorial fights if possible, so flag reveals are common. That unintended casualties warning basically means, "We'll show mercy since you're polite, but this village is ours. Stay and face the consequences." Battles here were nothing like 1v1 duels. Each lord commanded hundreds of troops. The charge of a dozen lords shook the earth with dust clouds. Now, 17 Tianxian lords faced 6 outsiders. The numerical gap was total domination. But what caught Wang Fan's eye was Tianxian Alliance chapter. If there was a 021, there must be a 022, 023, even 001 through 333, wherever the game divided regions, Tianxian held sway. Ordinary lords expanded methodically, village, town, castle, capital. But Tianxian planted flags everywhere from the start, filling all zones with chapters. While other federations poured capital into building capitals, Tianxian's people were nails hammered into their territory. Such grand strategy, such wild ambition. Looks like Bai Yunfei is aiming straight for the Star Lord this time. What a joke. Just as Wang Fan was quietly admiring Bai Yunfei's ambition, Yang Tianlongho clearly heard the opposing lord's intention to drive them off, sneered coldly, and said, "Whether we have the power to take this village is not up to you. These unclaimed lands belong to whoever can seize them. Everyone has the right to fight for them." With that, he took a heavy step forward, his battle boots thudding against the ground. The others drew their weapons simultaneously, blades flashing coldly, clearly not pushovers. Although everyone knew the Tianxian alliance was powerful, no one was willing to back down when pressured this way. So you mean to pick a fight with the Tianxian alliance first? The opposing lord's expression darkened as he suddenly raised his voice. At his shout, the remaining 10 or so Tianxian lords closed in like wolves, weapons raised, tension instantly spiking. Haha, he's joking. Seeing the war flare before it erupted, Wang Fan quickly laughed and raised his hands in a calming gesture, waving off the tension with a smile. We'll leave right away. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Yang Tianlong and the others. Yang Tianlong exchanged looks with the others. Though full of resentment, they could only helplessly follow Wang Fan and turn away. Haha, damn it, some lousy Sunset Alliance dares to act arrogant before us. As the six-man army slowly receded, the Tianxian lords laughed like victors, their taunts carrying clearly across the air without missing a single word. Of course, Yang Tianlong and the others heard everything, but Wang Fan was the leader and the leader's orders were final. They suppressed their anger and fell silent, all wondering silently, why did Wang Fan suddenly retreat? Even though the Sunset Alliance had only 6 squads, they were all elite soldiers clad completely in bronze armor. Especially under Wang Fan's command, where all were second-tier soldiers and at least partially equipped with silver armor. If it came to a real fight, despite being outnumbered nearly 3 to 1, they might still not lose. Normally, the Lord's bottom line was not an inch to give. Everyone, will camp here. Moments later, Wang Fan led them to the edge of Qi Ridge and suddenly gave the order to stop. I thought we were retreating? The sudden halt confused the group. Had the leader changed his mind? Retreat? Why would we go back? Wang Fan smiled faintly. We're going to take advantage of something. Take advantage? Yang Tianlong's group was completely baffled. Wang Fan chuckled and pointed toward the faint outline of a mountain village in the distance. Don't let the Tianxian Alliance's 17 lords fool you. They probably can't take Qi Ridge. Ah, 17 lords still can't take it? Why not? Everyone was startled. Usually, 3 to 5 lords could handle a conquest, even if difficult. Qi Ridge was only a level 10 territory, and after all, just a village. How could it resist 17 lords? Do you know why it's called Qi Ridge? Wang Fan gestured toward the terrain. Following his finger, they looked out with enough distance to see the full view of Qi Ridge. The entire village was like a fortress nestled on the mountainside. Oh, I think I get it now. Du Kang's eyes lit up with excitement. That mountain path, it's a narrow pass. Exactly. Wang Fan nodded. The village sits right on the pass. 1 man guards the pass, and 10,000 cannot get through. No matter how many Tianxian lords come, it won't matter. As everyone knows, when it comes to sieging a city, numbers are everything. The Tianxian alliance gathered a total of 17 lords at once, an overwhelming force that seemed unstoppable. But once they hit a narrow pass, their numerical advantage vanished instantly. No matter how many soldiers they had, they could only line up and charge like sitting ducks. Of course, the troops under the player's command were individually stronger than the wild beasts in Qi Ridge. The plan was to let the Tianxian alliance charge first, wearing down the beast's ferocity and stamina to the limit. Then, when Wang Fan and the others took over, victory would be almost guaranteed. I see. That makes sense. As soon as Wang Fan finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood. Yang Tianlong, who had been holding back frustration, immediately turned his annoyance into admiration. Guang, I didn't expect you to have been watching the terrain all along. Dukong quickly chimed in. This is what it means to be a true expert. If Guang hadn't pointed it out, this entire wave of troops would have been wasted. Wang Fan's cheeks flushed slightly at the praise, and he could only give a nervous laugh. He wasn't really an expert at first. He hadn't even noticed the trick of Qi Ridge. When they first approached, all he saw was a slope leading up to the mountain peak. The real intelligence came entirely from Fa Li Wu Bian, and he was just relaying it. But with terrain like that, even if the Tianxian alliance is wiped out, it doesn't take many troops to hold the pass. Won't we end up lining up to fill the gap anyway? Yang Tianlong quickly raised the concern. The narrow pass worked against all human lords equally. Neither the Tianxian alliance nor Wang Fan could rely on numbers to make things easy here. Wang Fan paused, then turned to pass the question to Fa Li Wu Bian. Since lords and ordinary soldiers couldn't communicate directly, Yang Tianlong didn't hear the answer. Fa Li Wu Bian's reply was calm and simple. Don't worry, they'll find a way to lure the beasts out from the village. Wang Fan immediately added, matching that same calm tone. Exactly, my soldiers will handle drawing the beasts out when the time comes. Really? That sounds amazing. Guang, can you give us a hint? Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. They had all seen Wang Fan's city defense videos and knew his troops were clever and resourceful. No matter how dire the situation, they could always turn things around. Clearly, he was holding a big strategy in reserve. Some secrets can't be revealed. Wang Fan smiled mysteriously, as if about to pull out a feather fan. It started. The Tianxian alliance is attacking the city. The group was chatting cheerfully when suddenly someone nearby shouted a warning from inside the livestock pen. Wang Fan and the others looked up to see the burly lord they'd noticed earlier leading his forces up the slope. Soldiers pressed forward in a dense, dark wave like a swarm of ants. Huh. Their battle formation is a complete mess. Definitely NPC behavior. No discipline at all. Fa Li Wu Bian's voice floated from behind Wang Fan. Battle formation? You have that good an eye? Wang Fan turned around in surprise. At that moment, their position was on the outskirts of Cooley Ridge, not particularly close to the ridge itself. From this vantage point, all he could see were countless soldiers marching up the slope. Surprisingly, Fa Li Wu's vision even extended to discerning their battle formations, which caught Wang Fan off guard. After all, Fa Li Wu wasn't an archer, so such a vision boost wasn't supposed to apply to him. Wang Fan turned his head in confusion and froze on the spot. Fa Li Wu was standing just a few steps away, wearing a strange pair of goggles perched firmly on his nose. The lenses emitted a faint blue glow, while the frames were made of finely meshed metal gears, exuding a rugged mechanical charm. Haha, it's these goggles that are the secret, Fa Li Wu said proudly, raising a hand to point at the gadget resting on his nose. Goggles? What kind of equipment is that? Wang Fan muttered to himself, knowing the system inventory had no slot for glasses. As he took the goggles, the system panel instantly popped up. Goggles. Type. Item. Traits. Vision 10. Accuracy 10. Description. Product of mechanical engineering. The vision and accuracy boosts were the stuff of an archer's dreams. But what truly stunned Wang Fan were the 6 words. Product of mechanical engineering. Your friend, could it be that Bao Bao in his mind flashed the image of a muscular man? But Wang Fan couldn't recall the name, only that the man specialized in mechanical engineering. Mr. Bao San. Fa Li Wu supplied the name. He's a friend from my other world, working at the forge now. Yes, that's him. Wang Fan suddenly remembered last night Mr. Bao San had just been summoned, and, being a life skills profession, was casually assigned as an apprentice in the forge. Who would have thought this guy would come up with goggles like these overnight? Yeah, they're pretty cheap too. Only 5 silver coins each, Fa Li Wu said with a smile, pointing into the distance. Almost every soldier in our territory has a pair now. Looking up, Wang Fan saw that indeed, every helmet was fitted with the same goggles. Even fierce melee fighters like Zongheng Tianxia and Jin Shiwei Kai had a faint, cold blue glow across their faces. But why would close combat fighters wear these things? Wang Fan gaped, only able to think one thing: real talent. He recalled the old saying, not a single hidden troop is worthless. The value of that phrase had never been clearer. As brilliant as spring sunshine, and so was Mr. Bao San. Wang Fan had thought life skills professions had limited strength, but this casually crafted little item opened his eyes to infinite possibilities. If goggles like these could be made, what about firearms, cannons, armored vehicles, or even atomic bombs? Wang Fan shivered at the thought. If the materials were sufficient, this guy could probably ignite an industrial revolution in their territory. He was a walking arsenal. At that thought, Wang Fan suddenly recalled the arsenal building he hadn't yet supplied enough materials for in his warehouse. It was a high-level structure beyond the current stage of development, useless to an average lord. But if Bao San were thrown in to tinker with it, crossroad weapons might well be produced in an instant. Though there was no gunpowder in the game, magical crystal stones could serve as an energy source. Combining magical energy with mechanical engineering, Wang Fan's breath quickened, as if he could already hear the thunderous roar of magic crystal cannons and the grinding advance of steel floods. Hissing, Wang Fan's eyes shone brightly like 2 magic crystals. With the goggles on, Wang Fan's vision was greatly enhanced. Through the crystal lenses, he could almost take in the entire siege battle at a glance. As he had anticipated, the Tianqian Alliance's only way to capture Kai Ridge was to storm up the narrow mountain path that barely allowed 3 to 5 people side by side. Kai Ridge had long been heavily guarded. The city walls were densely lined with blue and red goblins. The blue ones were frost goblins wielding ice magic, the red ones flame goblins commanding fire magic. All were level 10 elites, notorious tough foes from the dark forest. As the Tianqian Alliance's lord led his troops closer to the village, the goblins let out gleeful screeches, their fangs trembling with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The frost goblins struck first, hurling icy spikes that screamed down in a freezing storm. The narrow mountain path restricted the Alliance troops' maneuvering. Even the AI soldiers had nowhere to dodge. The rear troops pushed forward while those at the front could not retreat. Thud, 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 thud. The ice spikes pierced the ranks, releasing a sudden cloud of icy mist that slowed the front soldiers to a crawl, dragging the rear troops down with them. Immediately after, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The flame goblins launched a volley of fire rockets. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets smashed into the dense formation, explosions sweeping up clouds of deadly white flashes. Blue cold mist, red flames, and flickering white light intertwined along the narrow path like cruel fireworks. In an instant, dozens of soldiers were scorched into charred remnants. Despite heavy losses, the Tianxian alliance did not retreat. Their orders to advance persisted. Every seasoned lord knew that siege warfare was a matter of sacrificing lives just as the Beast Legion did in the past. So did human armies now. Only by enduring enemy fire to scale the battlements or break down the gates could the tide be turned. This was exactly why Wang Fan let the Tianxian alliance expend their troops first to minimize his side's casualties and resource loss. Yet in such a severely narrow terrain, even throwing bodies at the problem rarely brought swift results. The essence of a siege was a straight contest of manpower against defensive firepower. If the attackers' total firepower exceeded the defense, they could force their way onto the walls. If not, it was just a suicidal waste. At the narrow mountain path beneath Cooley Ridge, the terrain severely limited the Tianxian alliance's troop deployment. And precisely because there was only one such path, the defenders could concentrate their firepower in a single, deadly line. The path was barely wide enough for two horse-drawn carts side by side. Shield bearers in the front row could just barely maintain formation, but the Sortendax troops and crossbowmen behind them were forced to squeeze tightly into a single file within the narrow passage. Arrows, stones, and burning oil rained down simultaneously from the city's defenders, turning the compressed firepower into an extremely lethal, focused strike. Along with the concentrated firepower, the coordination between different unit types was decisive. If the defenders only had flame goblins, the Tianxian alliance's shields might have held longer. But the frost goblins' ice spikes perfectly suited to this narrow pass slowed down the frontline soldiers. Once the vanguard was hindered, the entire charge had to slow, instantly transforming the rushing force into slow-moving, vulnerable targets. The speed reduction allowed the flame goblins to launch several additional volleys of fiery arrows, greatly increasing the damage dealt. With fire and ice intertwined, the mountain pass became a hellish trap. No matter how strong the individual Tianxian soldiers were, they couldn't withstand this overwhelming kill zone. Row after row of men fell amid flickering flames and biting frost, their numbers visibly shrinking by the moment. By the time they finally reached the base of the Cooley Ridge city wall under a storm of arrows, fewer than a tenth of the original force remained. Boom! Scores of minotaurs brandishing massive hammers larger than gate doors leapt from the walls. As they landed, they stomped in unison, shaking the earth and sending flying rubble everywhere. The Tianxian soldiers staggered backward in shock. Before they could regain their footing, the minotaurs lowered their heads and charged violently. Thud! 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 The weary survivors who had just reached the wall's edge were slammed back into the narrow mountain path. Ice spikes and rocket fire rained down again, drowning out the last cries in a blaze of fire and shards of ice that vanished into white sparks. The Tianxian alliance was utterly wiped out. Damn! The Tianxian alliance really got wiped out. No surprise their Guang guest tactics cracked them from the start. Huh, let them be arrogant next time. Bet their egos are bruised for sure, and I'm loving it. Far off on the mountainside, Yang Tianlong and the others watched the final glimmer of white light fade and burst into loud laughter, their admiration for Wang Fan reaching new heights. What do you call a master strategist? That's a true prophet. He just glanced at the terrain and calculated the Tianxian alliance's fate down to the last detail. The only ruthless warrior to ever annihilate a demon legion truly deserved the title. Wang Fan chuckled softly. He was used to these praises they used to make him blush with insecurity, since the real mastermind behind the tactics and calculations was Fa Li Wu Bian. But now, Wang Fan accepted it calmly. Fa Li Wu Bian is impressive, but only if I coordinate well, Wang Fan thought. At worst, I'll put his name on the papers. Without leadership, even great talents can't shine. The world keeps turning no matter who's missing. This was the principle his old mentors had taught him. Let's advance. Seeing the Tianxian alliance retreating in disgrace, Wang Fan raised his arm and led Yang Tianlong and the others forward at a brisk pace. Shortly after, the group reached the foot of Cooley Ridge. Should we press the attack, head straight up the ramparts now? Dukong quietly asked, looking up at the walls bristling with arrow slits. The fierce battle was just over. The Tianxian alliance had lost nearly 5,000 troops. Though the city wall held, the monsters defending Cooley Ridge had also suffered heavy casualties. Player soldiers could be resurrected. Fallen city monsters were gone for good until the next respawn. Attacking now might yield an advantage. No, Wang Fan was about to respond, but Fa Li Wu Bian beat him to it, speaking solemnly. Villages like this can never be taken by brute force. Oh, no direct assault? Then how do we attack? Yang Tianlong scratched his head and looked up at Cooley Ridge. The few people following him also tilted their heads, eyes full of confusion. The entire village firmly occupied the high ground, surrounded by cliffs that looked like they'd been carved by a Nifia natural fortress. If it were a resourceful, well-armed, and defense-savvy lord guarding it, this place would be an impregnable stronghold. Unfortunately, they were facing monsters instead. Aside from a brute force approach, no one could think of any other plan. In ancient warfare, Facing terrain like this usually meant cutting off food and water supplies to slowly starve out the defenders. But this was a game world, and the monsters inside didn't eat or drink, so blocking supplies was useless. Magical Boundless pondered silently for a moment, then lightly raised his hand, pointing to the dense black forest halfway up the mountain, his voice as calm as if commenting on the weather. Worst option: set fire to the mountain. Flames would rush upward, and on this slope, a single fire could quickly cause devastating damage. Wang Fan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood hearing this guy had the same old problem, always wanting to burn things down. He even suspected Magical Boundless deliberately ignored other options just to indulge his real-world obsession with killing by fire. Is there really no other way besides burning? Wang Fan asked cautiously. Nope. Magical Boundless shrugged. Only by forcing them out of the village can we minimize losses and be sure. Wang Fan gave him a meaningful look. From now on, if it can be settled without him, they should avoid this guy always wanting to torch things. They might as well rename the book My Life, Setting Fires in Another World. Holy crap. Burning? Yang Tianlong's eyes went wide. No. Guang, what do you do in real life? Is this even human? To a normal player, a lord leading soldiers in battle would use tactics like surrounding and intercepting, baiting the enemy out, or sneaking around defenses. Both sides would rely on troops, resources, and strategic maneuvers. But on Wang Fan's side, it took fewer than 2 sentences before they were talking about setting fires. How was that strategy? It was downright savage. Wang Fan shrugged. No better way. A direct assault might wipe our whole team, but still not clear the monsters. Then we'd just be helping the other lords. You don't want to sew a wedding dress for another, right? Let's do it. Burn it down. Yang Tianlong slapped his thigh. Guang's tactics are top-notch. Exactly, simple and brutal with immediate results. One fire isn't enough. Set another. The others eagerly nodded too. Just thinking that their hard-earned gains would go to others made them righteously angry. Burning the mountain felt like ridding the world of evil and benefiting the people. Damn it. Better to be beasts ourselves than hand it to someone else. Yang Tianlong punched the air. Okay then. Hey, race the plan. Wang Fan proceeded to relay Magical Boundless complete tactical details word for word. Awesome. No wonder you're Guanga. Everyone was amazed again. Hey, I'm doing this for everyone. Wang Fan rolled his eyes. We're just praising you. They hurriedly waved their hands. Cool. Wang Fan was utterly speechless. Even their compliments were so weird. But setting fire to burn the mountain also required skill. Randomly lighting fires is useless. You have to find the right moment and place, and set the flames at the most strategic spot. Under Wang Fan's precise command, Yang Tianlong led over 200 soldiers charging up the steep mountain path. The clash of armor and weapons echoed through the misty Kulai Ridge. The monsters inside the ridge saw humans invading again and immediately shifted into defense mode. Goblins crowded the wooden walls, drawing bows and crossbows, while minotaurs raised their huge axes, ready to strike. As Yang Tianlong's group approached the effective range of arrows, all the soldiers suddenly reached into their pockets with synchronized precision and pulled out torches they had prepared in advance. Like arrows released from the same string, they hurled them into the dense forest flanking the path. Whoosh! Dry leaves and resin ignited instantly, flames climbing up the branches. In the blink of an eye, roaring fires erupted. Retreat! Yang Tianlong shouted, turning to lead the team sprinting down the mountain. The goblins on the walls saw the fires erupting on both sides and screamed in panic. They forgot to shoot arrows, almost frozen in place. Gak. Out of the city. Put out the fires. The Lord-level boss order sounded immediately. Though the small monsters had limited intelligence, the ailed Lord boss quickly assessed the situation. If the fire wasn't extinguished, the whole fortress would be reduced to ashes. Creaked heavy gates swung open, and countless goblins and minotaurs surged out, charging along the mountain path toward the burning woods. But the west side fire raged on, and Dukong had set flames to the east. Thick smoke billowed upward, and flames raced downhill in all directions. Soon fires ignited on the south and north sides as well, creating a fiery ring that sealed the village inside Kulai Ridge. Under the boss curses and orders, the monsters broke into several chaotic groups, rushing around with buckets of water and wooden sticks, wildly trying to beat out the flames without any clear coordination. At the foothills, after completing the arson mission, Yang Tianlong and his men didn't retreat, but instead prepared a defense line along the mountain path. Over 100 shield warriors stood side by side, their shields touching to form a semicircular iron wall. Priests raised their staves as holy light gathered at their fingertips. Archers and mages crouched behind the shields, strings drawn and magical energy flickering. Assassins spread out silently in the shadows along the hillside, waiting for isolated enemies to fall. They're coming. Amid rolling smoke, a group of monsters forced out by the fire broke through the flames and roared as they charged downhill. Haha, they're really coming down. Attack! Yang Tianlong grinned and pointed his long knife forward. Just as Wang Fan had predicted, the fire line forced the monsters to choose one of two options: either perish in the burning village or escape downhill. If it were just low-level minions, they might stubbornly hold their ground. But the Lord Boss refused to sit and die. They had to lead their troops to break through. And there was only one mountain path from start to finish once the monsters left their stronghold. They had to face the kill zone the humans had set up. Now the offense and defense had officially switched roles. Simultaneously, Wang Fan and the 4 other lords planted their respective banners. The flags flapped vigorously in the heat, spreading auras over the entire army. Soldiers' sense of belonging 10, morale 10, all attributes increased by 10. Wang Fan then drew his golden greatsword and raised it overhead. Golden light scattered from its tip like fine rain, draping the entire defensive line. The Lord's aura activated. All soldiers under your command regenerate health at double speed when out of combat, and recover 1 of their health every second during battle. Currently, most Lord players have troops at level 10. At this moment, these newly recruited, unarmed, and unskilled basic soldiers easily overpower elite monsters of the same level purely based on their stats. Even more impressively, while Yang Tianlong and his men are all clad in bronze armor, Wang Fan soldiers wear full silver sets and have already advanced to second-tier soldiers after completing their class changes, boasting combat power far beyond ordinary level 10 troops. The mountain path is narrow, barely wide enough for a few to walk side by side. At Wang Fan's command, the shield formation sealed off the passage. Monsters charging down the mountain were trapped. Retreat meant facing raging flames. Advance left them with nowhere to run. The terrain that could trap players was now used to trap monsters, perfectly mirroring the predicament Tianshan Alliance had faced earlier. What goes around comes around. Defense. Attack. 2 simple, blunt commands echoed through the valley. The front line with giant shields stood like a fortress wall, while behind them, bowstrings twanged and magical runes flickered. Arrows poured down like a storm, spells exploded like locust swarms, and blades flashed like lightning. The monsters' howls never ceased as they were slaughtered relentlessly, transforming into experience that the soldiers absorbed completely. It was a massacre, utterly one-sided. Damn, this is how you siege a city? Witnessing this, Yang Tianlong and the others couldn't contain their excitement, grinning ear to ear. They considered themselves veteran players, having taken part in countless sieges, dealing top damage, holding ladders, building siege equipment, each step complicated and meticulous. But here Wang Fan actually forced the city's monsters out and turned it into an open field slaughter. Most players hadn't even reached the city walls before over half the monsters were already dead, completely overturning their understanding. The massacre lasted nearly half an hour, drastically thinning the monsters until they were wiped out entirely. Soldiers under Yang Tianlong remained at level 10 due to locked experience bars before their class change, but Wang Fan's men had advanced to second-tier soldiers with a level cap of 20. In this battle, 250 soldiers split the experience from 1,500 monsters. Glowing golden lights flickered as everyone jumped up 3 levels, settling at level 13. After the fight, food piled up like mountains. Elite monsters dropped high-tier loot, leaving white equipment scattered across the mountain base, glinting coldly. Yang Tianlong and his comrades were so excited they were practically snorting bubbles. They couldn't use the gear themselves, but could sell it to other lords for pure, hard silver. Wang Fan's men were equally overjoyed because he only pocketed the boss treasure chests, leaving all the loot from lesser monsters untouched. Everything that belonged to Wang Fan was picked up by the group, led by Boundless Magic. Although these people couldn't put up equipment for sale in the world chat like players could, they were still able to directly throw the loot into the blacksmith shop or send it for dismantling. The materials obtained from dismantling could not only be used to forge new equipment, but also be instantly exchanged for hard currency gold coins. In addition, elite monsters above level 10 dropped a special material known as the Magic Crystal Core. Magic Crystal Core. Category: Material. Grade: Tier 1 Common. Description: the energy core of a magical beast, containing faint magical fluctuations. Damn. Magic Crystal Core. It's a magic crystal core. The half-transparent, fingernail-sized crystal on the ground emitted a faint blue glow, instantly exciting everyone around. Even Wang Fan's eyes lit up. The magic crystal core held a unique status in the game. It resembled a miniaturized magic crystal, but was definitely not the same thing. Magic crystals, the energy gems crystallized inside powerful bosses, came in 7 grades: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. Their energy reserves skyrocketed with each level, capable of powering massive magical devices like magic cannons, magically powered vehicles, and enchanted lamps. They were rare and highly sought-after currency. Magic crystal cores were energy cores condensed by elite monsters, considered semi-finished products. While sharing the same principle, they didn't meet the full standards. Their energy was very weak, insufficient to power magic crystal-grade devices, but valuable in alchemy, potion making, and even equipment forging. Embedding one into gear could randomly generate magical attributes. According to the official No Man's Land website, magic crystal cores only dropped from elite monsters above level 10 and were subdivided into levels 1 to 9 based on monster rank. Although the one obtained here was only the lowest tier 1 core, it was still a treasure for players at this stage. Everyone grew more certain that the rewards from these conquest missions truly were the richest on the entire continent. A roar. While everyone was still basking in their loot's excitement, an angry roar suddenly boomed from the hillside, shaking the surrounding mountains with echoes. A black shadow crashed down the mountain ridge, reaching the group in just a few breaths. Damn it! The black shape lay flat on the ground, round and massive, about the size of a car. Its 8 segmented legs, covered in black hair and as thick as steel rods, propped it up. 2 rows of dark green compound eyes stared ahead. Its mouth had 2 shining pincers opening and closing with terrifying menace. Heavenly Wolf Spider. Quality, Silver Boss. Level, 20. Health points, 30,000. Mana points, 1,000. Skills, Spider Sense, Web, Super Strength. Monster description, the Guardian Lord of Withered Leaf Ridge, a highly intelligent magical beast. Lord Boss. Wang Fan's heart tightened. A Lord Boss was a high-level monster that led magical beasts to occupy human villages after an invasion. They not only possessed immense strength, but also thinking abilities comparable to humans, often commanding the entire monster lair. In theory, the higher the lair's development level and the more difficult the siege, the stronger and wiser the lair's lord would be. The dire wolf spider before them didn't seem especially powerful on the surface, with only 30,000 HP. Yet this creature had managed to transform a level 4 territory into a level 10 village in just a few days, proving its intelligence and tactics were anything but ordinary. Wow, a giant crab. Yang Tianlong blurted out as soon as he saw the spider's 8 thick, jointed legs. Get lost. I'm a spider. The dire wolf spider's forehead darkened with a swath of black lines, its 8 glossy eyes fixed sharply on Yang Tianlong, its tone full of anger. Huh, crabs can talk. Yang Tianlong exclaimed again. I'm a spider. The spider growled through clenched jaws, then swept its gaze over Wang Fan and the others, fury fully ignited. You despicable, shameless, and psychotic outsiders. How dare you burn my forest and slaughter my people? You'll pay for your blood debt. Its roar echoed fiercely in the air before its massive shadow blurred and vanished. In the next instant, it appeared right in front of Yang Tianlong, having crossed more than 30 meters in what seemed like teleportation speed. So fast, everyone's spine chilled. Even the seasoned and battle-hardened Boundless Magic members under Wang Fan showed stunned expressions. Die, you idiot who can't even tell a spider from a crab. The dire wolf spider landed, fangs bared, lunging straight for Yang Tianlong's head. Ah! Yang Tianlong shouted, raising his shield to block. Equipped with top-tier gear, his full set of bronze armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and his shield was the sturdiest item available in the territory. Bang! The sharp fangs clashed against bronze with a deafening clang. The shield shattered instantly, shards of metal scattering everywhere. Yang Tianlong used the force to flip backward, rolling out of range. No sooner had he regained his footing than his soldiers surrounded him from all sides. Warriors shouted and activated their charge skills. Archers drew their bows. Mages began chanting as magical energy gathered. Whoosh! But the dire wolf spider barely glanced at them. Just as the warriors closed in, the spider suddenly pushed off the ground, soaring into the air. Rattle! The target vanished. Soldiers crashed into one another, armor clashing as they tumbled into a pile. Zip zip zip. Bowstrings twanged and magic streaked through the air as arrows and spells chased the airborne spider. The dire wolf spider flipped midair, whipping out 8 limbs that shot shining silver webs. In an instant, arrows and fireballs were entangled in the sticky strands. With a violent shake, boom, 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 arrows and spells collided midair, erupting in bursts of flames. In the next moment, the spider's body dropped like a hammer, smashing directly into the crowd. Bang! The shockwave kicked up dust from the ground, instantly killing over 20 of Yang Tianlong's soldiers, their bodies scattered chaotically. Help! Hurry, help! The few at the livestock pen turned pale, urgently ordering the remaining soldiers forward. The dire wolf spider let out a sharp, piercing hiss, spraying dozens of silver threads from its abdomen like flying needles weaving through the charging soldiers. But in mere moments, the webs had formed a dense net, tightly binding everyone. The soldiers shuddered, frozen in place, unable to move. At that moment, the serious spider suddenly pulled all 8 legs downward with a violent tug. Whump! Its silk strands tightened, and the soldiers trapped in the web staggered forward in unison before collapsing heavily onto the muddy ground. What the hell? Someone swore loudly, and everyone's faces instantly turned green with shock. Even Wang Fan sucked in a sharp breath. The creature before them was only a silver-tier boss without a name, yet its oppressive aura was no less intense than the dark gold-tier Sada. Sada was terrifying because of its nearly impenetrable stats, defense so high that players simply couldn't break through. The serious spider, however, was completely different. Despite its massive body, it moved with astonishing agility. Its 8 eyes seemed to see in all directions at once. Before the soldiers' spears and arrows could get close, it had already predicted their positions and responded with swift, precise counterattacks, raising a limb or leaping into the air to strike. Its attack, health, and defense stats didn't rival Sada's extreme numbers, but its seamless offensive and defensive combos made it far trickier. Sada's giant stats could still be chipped away by true damage, but against the serious spider, the soldiers didn't even get a chance to land a hit. As everyone knew, in borderless land, players had to bring soldiers to take down bosses, so bosses were generally tough. But no one expected a mere level 20 silver tier boss to be this overwhelmingly powerful. Just as Wang Fan was stunned, a powerful voice called out nearby, "See, NPCs in this game can sometimes have advanced AI, and this spider demon is high-level AI, just like the Overlord boss." Advanced AI? Wang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Overlord-level bosses might come with advanced AI, but could advanced AI not only boost intelligence, but also dramatically increase combat power? He instinctively guessed. That was almost certainly true. The advanced AI boost in borderless land wasn't merely a little, it was massive. Regular bosses, even Dark Gold tier without AI, were just stat-stuffed data packages. But bosses with advanced AI had thinking abilities rivaling humans, with combat logic completely breaking from game formulas, becoming real monsters. The gap between ordinary soldiers and player soldiers was like comparing two entirely different species. At this moment, the serious spider couldn't be treated as a game boss. It had to be regarded as a highly intelligent life form. Retreat. There's no way to fight this thing. On the other side, after first-hand experience, Yang Tianlong and his group made a quick decision. Wang Fan also felt the urge to pull back when they'd besieged Sada before. He had mobilized the entire city's forces. Even farmers took up arms, just to slowly wear it down. This monster was even more dangerous. It was wise to cut their losses and gather what loot they could. Unexpectedly, when advanced AI was mentioned, the soldiers showed no sign of fear. They grew more fired up. No way. Advanced AI, huh? Interesting. I'm sick of fighting those lame monsters all the time. Finally, a real challenge. Let's take it down. Let's take it down. The rallying shouts exploded in Wang Fan's ears, and on the faces of Fa Li Wu Bian and the others was a mixture of excitement and eagerness. Whoosh. Just as everyone was preparing to withdraw their troops, a gleaming arrow shot through the air, aimed straight at the celestial wolf spider. The wolf spider's senses remained razor-sharp. With a slight sidestep, the arrow just grazed its jet-black carapace as it whizzed by. Who? The crowd turned toward the sound and saw an archer within Wang Fan's legion, drawing his bowstring fully, the arrow aimed dead at the spider. "Guanggu," someone blurted out. In that moment, everyone froze, then felt a chill run down their spines. No way. Could Guanggu really be trying to take down the celestial wolf spider? Several lords exchanged uneasy glances. Just moments ago, thousands of soldiers had failed to even graze its silk. This level 20 silver boss possessed advanced intelligence and terrifying combat power. The combined forces of 6 lords' armies were no match for it. Retreating promptly guaranteed experience and loot, but continuing the battle now would only lead to certain death. In these battle quests, should a lord fall in battle, all experience and loot gained by their soldiers would be reclaimed by the system. Yet, Wang Fan hadn't retreated. Instead, he launched the first strike, apparently trying to hold off the boss and buy the others time to escape. Sob's Guanggu is really loyal. Yang Tianlong and the others were nearly moved to tears. That was the true spirit of a leader. They silently vowed to compensate Wang Fan later and give him a generous share of the spoils. Their thoughts raced shock quickly, giving way to admiration. Just then, as the arrow missed, a blazing fireball surged forward toward the celestial wolf spider. The spider leapt fiercely, the fireball grazing its abdomen as it passed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Midair, and before it could land, a volley of arrows sealed off its escape. Seeing the incoming arrows, the 8-legged beast suddenly stretched out, weaving a dense web that instantaneously trapped all the projectiles. With a sharp snap and whip, the arrows were yanked back along their flight paths. Clang, 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 clang. Before the arrows could fall among the crowd, soldiers from the Yangwan Sandai and others raised their shields and charged, absorbing the volleys as they surged toward the spider. The celestial wolf spider hastily flipped itself onto the ground, retreating several steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before it could regain its footing, another volley of arrows rained down at an angle from above, cutting off its retreat. Pew, 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 pew. More than a dozen arrows pierced its carapace, embedding deeply. 57, 67, 43, a string of crimson numbers flickered above its head. Hit. You actually hit it. Yang Tianlong and his comrades were dumbfounded, mouths agape, jaws practically hitting the ground as they witnessed the scene. Everyone had witnessed the agility of the serious spider with their own eyes. This creature could leap and soar through the air, using its silk to bounce and strike back. It was essentially a super agile monster. One moment it was flipping through the air, sweeping its webs in wide arcs, and thousands of ordinary soldiers couldn't even reach its legs. Yet the next moment, just under 200 soldiers under Wang Fan's command managed to land hits on it. This scene defied all logic. Wang Fan himself was stunned for half a second before realizing the truth. When dealing with a highly evasive monster, there are only two conventional approaches: either use overwhelming attack coverage to seal off all evasion space, or rely on a relentless attack frequency. Attack coverage means using AoE attacks to lock down every inch of the target's dodging area, forcing even the most agile foe to take damage. In theory, massed infantry fit this idea perfectly. Unfortunately, system-generated soldiers lacked AI sophistication and couldn't comprehend human tactical commands like point or area targeting. They simply funneled all firepower into one spot, wasting their numerical advantage and losing any chance of true coverage. Top-tier players like Fa Li Wu Bian took a different path, choosing the second method: maintain a continuous, overlapping stream of attacks. Simply put, when you have many archers, keep firing arrows wave after wave. No matter if the serious spider uses a skill or expends silk to dodge each time, constant pressure forces moments where its resources run dry or defenses slip. You might block 100 arrows with one skill, but you have to block the 101st too. Expert players know this well. Compared to newcomers like Yang Tianlong, Fa Li Wu Bian's team had battle experience and thinking elevated to a whole new level. The moment the serious spider appeared, they reached a collective understanding immediately. Rarer still was the near telepathic coordination among these advanced players. A single command of start from Fa Li Wu Bian set the entire tactical rhythm in motion. The battle officially began. 1. Opening with the stone-shattering bow volley, a dozen enchanted arrows pierced through the air simultaneously. 2. Fa Li Wu Bian's fireball spell seamlessly followed, orange-eared flames carving vacuum trails in midair. 3. Then 2 more rounds of archers fired in mechanical succession, adding ever more pressure. The whole sequence played out with the precision of hundreds of rehearsals. The whistling of arrows cutting the wind and detonations of fireballs formed a continuous roar, leaving the watching soldiers dumbfounded. Haha, high evasion stats aren't so tough after all. Damage numbers are just average. An archer shouted excitedly, watching the damage tally. For this group of skilled players, the scariest foes were pure stat monsters like Cao Ta, who were immune to weapons. No matter how flashy the moves, they were confident they could find hundreds of ways to bring down an enemy with enough cleverness. But ridiculous damage reduction or resistance that was a real-time sink now confirmed that the serious spider wasn't some invincible juggernaut. Their morale soared. After continuous bombardment, arrows and fireballs finally hit their mark. The serious spider let out a twisted screech, rage surging through it as it fiercely whipped its abdomen, spraying a massive curtain of sticky silk. Hiss! A blinding white web instantly blanketed the air, surging toward Fa Li Wu Bian's group. In a flash, Fa Li Wu Bian ordered out, "Mages, resist the fire rings." All the mages slammed their staves into the ground with force. Whoosh! Rings of fire erupted from each mage, forming protective fiery halos around them. The mage's fire resistance ring is an inflexible skill with very low damage but a large area of effect. It can also push away any non-boss targets lower in level by a full 5 meters in one blast. At this moment, out of the 250 soldiers under Wang Fan's command, over 60 were mages. When all these mages raised their staves and chanted simultaneously, a wave of flames erupted explosively in the center of the camp. The scene was absolutely breathtaking. Ring after ring of fire interlaced and flared, enveloping Wang Fan, Yang Tianlong, and everyone else in a semi-transparent fiery curtain. Sizzle! The strands of silk the hell-wolf spider shot into the air were instantly swallowed by the overwhelming fire rings, snapping and burning with an eerie, piercing crackle. Wow! So fire resistance ring has this effect too? Wang Fan was stunned in place. He had never heard of this hidden property before and wondered silently. How did Fa Li Wu Bian know in advance? Frontline warriors, pin down the target. Mages and archers split into 3 groups each. Alternate your attacks. Fa Li Wu Bian's voice cut sharply through the chaos, carrying clear and firm across the battlefield. The warriors responded immediately, their shield wall closing in tightly on the hellwolf spider. Blades and axes chopped repeatedly, forcing the giant spider to leap and dodge evasively. At the same time, magical arrows from the backlands dropped like an unending tide, relentlessly pounding the target without hesitation. Is this even possible? Yang Tianlong and the others stared in disbelief. Wang Fan's soldiers didn't attack quickly, nor did they unleash a dense barrage of fireballs or arrows, but their rhythm was like a carefully orchestrated drumbeat. You strike, I strike, seemingly chaotic but perfectly synchronized. The first wave landed, then the second, then the third, the fourth. Though not as visually dazzling as a full volley of arrows or a sky filled with fireballs, this continuous, unrelenting pressure left the hellwolf spider gasping for breath. Its once nearly flawless evasion was rendered completely ineffective. Damn! So this is how a pro operates? I swear, this is insane. Yang Tianlong gasped, his excitement barely contained. So his combat skills are this good? How strong must you be to command an army at this level? Brother Guang, tone down your divine power. Your brilliance is blinding me, someone murmured aside, full of awe. Indeed, to Yang Tianlong and the others, the terrifying combat effectiveness of Wang Fan's soldiers enough to utterly crush the Hellwolf Spider came entirely from Wang Fan's flawlessly precise command and control. They were all lords themselves who understood better than anyone how difficult it was to direct soldiers in battle. Soldiers were essentially cold data points without true intelligence. They could only understand the most basic orders like attack, defend, follow, spread out, or retreat. Even slightly more complex tactics felt like an arcane text to them. As a result, most lords either couldn't command at all or simply issued the single mindless order, attack. Yang Tianlong and his comrades were considered pretty skillful among lords, but even on the real battlefield, they felt powerless. Even the top players could only arrange troop formations. Finer control was still a struggle. Worse still, as their territories grew and soldier numbers swelled, command difficulties grew exponentially. Whereas commanding 50 soldiers was still barely manageably a matter of adjusting tactics, like extending one's will, now the challenge was at least to be able to dynamically adapt orders to the changing battlefield conditions. Nowadays, with hundreds of soldiers involved, the battlefield usually turns into utter chaos. Nobody can tell one soldier from another, and everything becomes a jumbled mess. Yet at this moment, Yang Tianlong and the others were frozen in disbelief. Over 200 of Wang Fan's troops moved like finely tuned gears. At a single command, the vanguard charged forward, the flanks executed a perfect encirclement, and the rear provided seamless cover, all flowing smoothly, without a single collision or gap. I never thought anyone could really command troops like a god. Yang Tianlong muttered in awe, his voice full of shock. They had assumed Wang Fan was just a business expert and brilliant strategist, a master of calculations. They never expected his battlefield control to be even more terrifying. The so-called numbers genius before them had now become a master operator. Is this even fair? How is anyone supposed to survive? The others grumbled privately. But Wang Fan remained calm and composed, as if commanding hundreds of soldiers was no harder than drinking a glass of water. Heh, hardly, he said with a modest smile, nodding gently in reply to their astonished praise. See that? That's what true mastery looks like. The better you are, the more humble you stay. If I had his skills, I'd be flying by now. Well, you don't. So keep your mouth shut. Came the volley of flattering jibes, loud enough to make ears ring. Wang Fan's face betrayed neither flush nor pallor, but inside he knew the truth. This wasn't humility, it was insecurity. In such a huge battlefield, he was just winging it by feel. Meanwhile, at the other side of the battlefield, the silver-tier boss, the heavenly wolf spider, stretched 3 meters long with 8 blade-like legs. Despite its advanced intelligence, it had no special title and only 30,000 hit points. Compared to a pure numbers beast like Satana, it was as fragile as paper armor. The Magic Infinite team unleashed all their firepower. Ice slows, fireballs, arrow storms, all hitting with deadly precision. The spider's health bar visibly plummeted. You despicable humans, barbaric outsiders, you will pay for all you have done today. The creature screeched sharply as its last bit of health vanished. Its huge corpse twitched twice before collapsing. At once, the system flashed messages before every player's eyes. 1. Your team has completed the conquest mission and acquired the territory Withered Leaf Ridge. 2. Your team has completed the conquest mission. Main territory construction 500, reputation 50. 3. Your team killed the level 20 silver Lord Heavenly Wolf Spider, earning 1 silver treasure chest. 4. The territory Withered Leaf Ridge suffered devastating damage. Its level has been reduced to level 1. Withered Leaf Ridge. Territory level, LV1. Buildings, none. Guard soldiers, none. Farmers, none. Description: once a prosperous level 10 village, it has been reduced to scorched earth by a great fire and lies in ruin. Office is everyone exchanged looks, their expressions rapidly shifting from excitement to disappointment. Their true goal had been to seize a level 10 territory outright, to avoid a long rebuilding period. But although they won the land, it was forced back to level 1, making all their effort feel wasted. Wang Fan, however, was not surprised. He had anticipated this outcome the moment Magic Infinite decided to torch the mountain. This broken game had a hidden rule. If you try to exploit loopholes, the system will punish you accordingly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.